automatically includes what? 4. It moves in Kala Shalosh and Kala Shalosh Alba. And I would exclude 2 colored garments because ultimately I don't have 2 colored garments of that. The time is I had about that subject. So it's like 6 by 6. Or it's 4, or excludes 3. That doesn't exclude 5. That doesn't exclude 5. Because 5 includes 4. So you see by definition that a garment that has more than 4 colors will be held as scissors because once it is 4 and above, by definition, the clothing is only watches and none of that. So don't have a composition. So most of the composition is 4 corner garment and the little shadows are the little shadows. The sacrifice of such one. Is it that would be the 3 corner garment excluding composition? But once the 5 corner garment as well. Right? So also so spicy number 1, a 5 corner garment is not spicy number 2, 5 corner garment is excluded. 9 round the optional. Also, what are we arguing about? Kimar Samar, Yasser, Kimar, say, Double Kimar Samar, Kimar, let's see. So that's what we're arguing about. But one of the words that usually get the color as a piece, or one of the words that usually get the color as a doesn't. So what are we actually it's actually almost right across Kimar Samar. Not good pocket balance colors. One is a multiple to again, but a 5 corner garment is pocket that Samar. Low amino acid calculation says that we don't do something extra as Google does for this. And the command is saying, the localina will pass album, will man be the highest survey, yes, say to calculate that. So I say, watch this. The fundamental focus is say as follows. What happened? What worked for it? Once a garment is 4 corners, we don't care how many corners you put on there. It doesn't matter. So once you reach a threshold of being a 4 corner garment, the type is only the other corners above the 4 should be as a good The other thing it says, well, the application is that on what? The 4 corner garment. Once you have only 4 corners for what? You no longer have 4 corners of it, and therefore they're not tied in sixes. So what's that with us? So what's that with so what's the point that sense you say to the focus? One of the things they say, once it reaches the implicit right in what? We don't need to do anything beyond the requisite right, and therefore the big thing is the partial. Whereas there are other people who say, no, you do everything that's part of the body, and it is too lovely to be possible. Whereas the person goes, no, not a comparison. Really, I look at you see that people say, you can't ignore reality as much as you try. And therefore, again, even if you can't ignore the big corner, just like you can't ignore the additional record of the higher corner. Shine it off of the Rabbi Rothschild and Massiva. They say, since it's a that's like, since it's a should have just 4 corners, it also calls the corner of Rabbi Massiva, and calls the Rabbi Rothschild for the reason. So because of that, we don't want to come to a 5 corner garden for the son of his past, and rather than his obligated to no. I have said the Massiva law, and the person, and we don't know that a 5 corner garden is higher than 6. So we want to first one, well, we're going to do something. The consequences it says you shall see it. But it's just like those instructions regarding more effect. Or regarding more than 90% for example, you got your brand new 4
like really put our scientific knowledge into building muscle. Like they have these like myostatin inhibitors.
Yeah.
Because it's better for as you get older.
You don't know how
it's great for your life. As you get older, you can stay jacked.
I think that they said that like leg strength and leg muscle is one of the biggest like indicators of longevity. Like having strong, because you need that. Like, because people just fall apart.
It's just working out. Like to me, it's like at my age, like I work out, I never miss a workout, and it just makes a difference.
Yeah.
So I physically can move, you know?
And you're not jacked, but like you stay in shape, which is like
my body's out, and my energy's there.
Yeah.
Like my body's not moving.
When do you think we'll start seeing some significant gains?
Can I be honest with you?
because you look. Hey, he's wearing a pump cover right now. He doesn't want us to see
I'm not
this.
trying to you look skinny.
No. I'm pumped right now.
He's hiding the game.
And I'm hiding my God. And I can take my shirt off, and I will, because I took the hair down on my body. I'm kind of
shaved your body too.
Because I'm just show fucking loser. The minute you start to think you're getting more muscular, I'm 59 and I'm doing that because I'm a fucking loser. But I'm literally like, it's so stupid. But
do you get back there?
No.
Fucking, I had to have my girl shave my back before the Phil Heath shoot. And the fact that he couldn't do it that day, my girl shaved my back for an hour.
Do you plan to take your shirt off?
No, it's just, you never know. You never know. Even she was sad that he couldn't do it. She shaved her back for an hour.
I have to do that again. Hey, hopefully you get on next week, maybe.
That's the downside of it.
I'm weighing more than I weighed. I weigh up almost 175. That's crazy.
Yeah?
165.
You're putting all in there. So we got to see, now that you're not
I
that
don't
age.
like it. I don't.
You
I
haven't
guess
taken it, but you haven't put on 10 pounds.
No, I haven't. No, but like,
Because I'm going to entertain this, right? You haven't put on 10 pounds. I started TRT.
you said 10 pounds.
You did. You slept that long. You shot 165. I was 175. No, you weren't.
How about my buddy? Brandon doesn't even know my buddy. He goes, I ran a 4.5. He goes, I ran a 4.5 in high school. And Brandon goes, no, you didn't.
How did you
He goes, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. He goes, no, I did. He goes, no, you know, I promise you. He goes, no, because the guy goes, let's go stopwatch. You want to just think about it for a sec? He goes, all right, maybe it was 4.6. He goes, that's not true either. Just so you know. Kind of awkward.
That's how I feel whenever I see, like, when I'm wearing a tank top and, like, an 80-year-old guy was like, back in my day, I was built like you. I'm like, no, the fuck you weren't. They didn't have this.
You think you were.
I would say things sometimes I catch myself because John Joseph, my buddy, was on Rogan. He was talking about how he saw I got in a fight. He saw me get in a fight with a bodybuilder in a nightclub, which is true. And it was me and my buddy, these two big bodybuilders had their shirts off, and they pushed my friend. And he and I were fighting a lot. We were like competing and stuff. So he was a big bodybuilder, and I just fucking beat him up. We just started fighting, and I just kind of hit him, and he didn't know what to do, and blah, blah, blah. But I got picked up and thrown out, and it started a huge brawl. And because my other buddy also hit the guy. So we both were these little guys. But John saw that and told Joe something to the effect that Brian used to get down and fight, which is sort of true in the sense that when I was younger in New York, there were times where
You stood up for yourself.
if something was going on, it'd be something like that.
Yeah.
But I always say this. I'd be like, and back then when I look back, I was a little crazy. It's a little crazy to do that. And then because you're young and you're not thinking, but it is a little crazy. Like the bouncer picked me up and threw me onto a car, and I turned around to fight him, and he was bigger than you. And he was older, and he looked at me. He goes, I'll never forget it. He threw me from the door over the sidewalk onto a car. I'm serious. That's how
You got
big.
launched.
And my buddy didn't get thrown out because he helped him throw him out. He goes, let's get him out of here. So he threw me, and I remember landing on the goddamn car, and I turned around because I was furious, and I was in a frenzy. And he looked at me, and he had a nose like this, and he goes, don't even think about it. Don't do it. And
He's trying to help you out.
And just slap you in the tracks.
and stop me in my 23-year-old trucks. I just went, whoa, because I know the difference, right? But I think back on some of the stupid shit I did, and I'll say things like this. I'll be like, dude, I was crazy. Or you'll say things like, it's a good thing I wasn't in jail. But the truth is, I always knew to stop. I was the guy who would be like, no, I'm not going to fight that guy. Even if I'm angry.
You know your limits.
I know my limits.
Yeah.
That's why sports are really important.
Yes.
Because if you don't wrestle or do some kind of contact sport, you will think that somehow you have it. I've had guys who are my size, who are friends with them, and they go, how would I do you think if I actually, what have you ever done? He goes, well, I was an athlete and I'm pretty strong. So,
Yeah.
you would know not to ask that question.
Wrestling teaches you a good lesson because I remember think I was a junior, and we went up to I forgot what Shenandoah, New York, to wrestle them, and they had the national champ at my weight at that weight class. And I remember like thinking like, because back then you didn't have social media where you could see these people, so I remember thinking like, this guy's gonna look fucking scary. Then I saw him; he was just this regular farm guy, and I was like, I'm gonna fucking throw him around. And the way he ragdolled me was great, and he was so technical. His technique was just so good. He was so strong, and I was like, you would see this guy on the street and just think, he would ragdoll 99% of people, and he was just a 170-pound fucking farm kid. Like, must be throwing sheep around like on a regular basis. The way his strength was.
That's why sports are good. It's the equalizer. I mean, Tiger learned that this weekend. It was the top 75 teams in the country. They played Team Canada. They played a team from Gainesville. They played a team from Georgia. This team was from somewhere in Miami. Auburn. So it's good because around here, you're not seeing those kind of looks. You know what I'm saying? And he sees this ball, right? I'm like, you're going to find out, dude. Yeah. These are the best of the best, and they're not just white kids from Big Travis. So we played this all team, and I told them, like, assume they're all going to be fast as fuck, dude. Just get your shit together, right? There's things you can do that they can't. There's things they can do that you can't. So you got to figure it out. You got to figure it out. This episode of Podcast is brought to you by my friends at Mars. Man, listen, nobody knows it's better than Callan. When you hit a certain age, dude, things just start falling apart. Everything's a little harder. Not just the gym stuff, but everything. That same diet that used to keep you lean, now you're soft around the middle section, your energy crashes, all right? That's not supposed to happen. It's just not supposed to happen to you. Listen, that's where testosterone starts to fade. Low T is not cool. Doctors act like TRT is no big deal, just weekly shots for the rest of your life. Cool. Then you dig deep and realize what you're actually signed up for. $3,000 a year to shut down your body's natural production forever. That's not ideal. The fertility thing really got me. What if I still want kids? There's a lot of things to take in. That's where Mars Man gives you the same benefits of optimized testosterone, energy, strength, focus, without shutting your body down. No synthetics, no needles, no dependency. Just like hitting the reset button on your hormone factory instead of shutting it down. Just real natural ingredients like all sorts of stuff that supports a healthy telomeres, stamina, recovery. This stuff actually works. Finally found something that gives you the benefits without the scary long-term effects. We gotcha. It's made in the US of A, third-party tested, 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk, right? If you don't love it, send it back. They got you covered, man. All you gotta do is go to mengotomars.com and get 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. After you purchase, they ask you where you heard about them. Say your boy sent you the Finally Kid. Right? That's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. They fucking kicked off to this kid. Right? He had like long braids and had like a do-rag on. They kicked off to him and I heard Coach go, "Game over!" Huh? I mean, no one touched them. And I went, oh, wow. I see the two, like, goes like this. I was like, oh, there we go. So I talked to one of the dads, hey, that kid's the fastest child I've ever seen. He goes, yeah, national champion 100 meter. I mean, why? He goes, yeah, he's literally the fastest 10-year-old. Like, oh, that's nuts. Yeah, he goes, he doesn't even play flag. He plays tackle. He's on the number 2 team in Florida. Like, he's a superstar. Fucking lightning. That's not, like, oh, yeah. That's not.
That was my buddy.
He found his niche. You know what I'm saying? Like, he figured it out.
He figured it out.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Leo Flowers, who was a comic and played golf for 4 years at Ball State, he said he knew that he would never be never going to be NFL because he carded Randy Moss. And when he was in college, he was like, it was so different.
Yeah.
Well, that's different. That's a bad. I mean, yeah.
He's like a
that's not the guy.
He's not. But like I think The Rock talks about getting hit by one sound.
think he was. They're both defensive tackles. He was the backup for himself. Did you see for these, like the kids that are here? You see the difference. Like kids who are, I don't say sheltered, but it's just they learn the lesson. Like those kids in Gainesville, in Georgia, in Kentucky, Mississippi. When there's another like kid, like Tiger, or there's like a Shane or Aiden, they're like monsters on our team. When we play other teams around here in Texas, somewhere the kids will shut down. They know who they are. Like, there's Tiger, there's Aiden, there's Shane, they'll kind of shut down. The dogs, like the kids from Georgia, Jacksonville, they go, I want him. Give me him one. They want that. Like they got that dog. They're like, yeah, come on. You're the top dog. Come here. And they're like, they want it, dude.
How old were you when you first started playing football?
6.
Do you remember the first age? Because I remember it was like, I think when we turned teenagers, when you played a team and you're like, oh, these people, they're just built different. Like we played this team in the South Bronx, and we were all like a bunch of Italian kids, and we played a South Bronx team. And I remember the running back was like fucking 6 feet tall. Dominican. I mean, he's from Dominican Republic, so he could have been also 40. But he was like this Dominican kid with a mustache and fucking like adult muscles, and like yelling at us in Spanish as he's running the ball. And we're like, oh,
you didn't get your growth spurt until college, right?
College, yeah. I was only a bloomer, but I was always game. I was always doing well. But it was never like, I was like some moron. I was always like, the guy. No, not big. I was never big, but I was always game. I was always the guy on the team. Yeah, I was always the man. I was always the guy. So when we played like Falcon White, they had this kid, Marcus Hill. It was never like a size thing. Like even if he was big, like especially back then, no one was sandbagging like they are today. Yeah. So I knew the kid was awesome separate. Yeah. He's just a fucking train. Yeah. I remember I was playing with a linebacker, and he would call out the kid who was gonna run out. He'd be like 21. The kid was what the fuck? And then he was like 50. I was 55. He was like 55. I'm like, oh no. That's me. So I got him up. But there's no like parents filming and shit. So you have to worry about getting
a highlight on TikTok.
Parents will film out this thing, kids getting juked out and shit.
I never thought about that.
Your size, you don't look at guys.
Because like when you were a kid, you didn't have to worry about being a highlight reel on TikTok. That's embarrassing. That's like getting in a fight now. You don't want to get in a fist fight now, because if you do get laid out, now you're on.
Kids' sports, it drives me nuts. I don't. It's tough. Like if a kid gets juked out, if you're a kid, I get it. But then focus on the kid who got juked out. And some of the parents, like Bossy was at wrestling. You're going against an older kid. Bossy's fucking 6. By the time he's 5, the kid was like 8 or 9. It was kind of like, mom would film with Bossy and mom's like, yeah, that's fuck yeah. I'm like, I hate that. Yeah. And so as soon as they broke my teeth, go with this kid. I'm like, get your camera out now, bitch. Film this. Watch what his big brother does. Yeah, film this. Put the camera away. I'm like, what are you doing? And also, what are you going to do that? What are you going to do that tape? What are you going to post that?
Yeah.
Well, I think that part of it is like realizing that there's always somebody out there bigger. You're the size where I was with Nick this weekend, and we saw this guy, Nick Collis, and we were doing Port Charlotte, and there was this big dude, just a big guy. It was a barbecue, and he had a tank top on with legs and ass for days, and just a back. And I looked at him and I just looked at him and I go, that guy would kick your fucking ass. He's just really big. And I said, he just looks like a fucking big, just big and rough looking. And I said, you know what Brendan Schaub never says? That guy's big and rough. Like, that's you've never said that. I remember one time we were hanging out, and there was this one guy who was just a fucking big military guy. Like, and he did some training. I go, the guy looks like he'd be a handful. You go, for you.
I was actually watching, did you ever see, are you a horror movie guy?
No, not really.
Did you ever see the Rob Zombie Halloween movie?
Yeah.
Did you see how big the Michael Myers was in that movie?
Yeah.
There was a point in the movie I went, I think Brendan could take him down. No one's checking his wrestling.
No, Brendan
He shot a double. He doesn't know how to do that.
He doesn't care about size.
Even I was like, whenever I watch as the wrestler in me, like whenever I see like Michael Myers or Jason Moore, he's just dog walking people. I go, No one shot a high crotch.
Can he defend a high
Can
crotch?
you stop a
Can he defend
that's double?
Can you defend this chain wrestling?
These guys were talking about you.
Makachev comes out and they were like, no one check his graphic.
These guys were talking about you because when you had mentioned Elias Poirier, how they would do against you, and the guy was a fighter and a coach, and he goes, no, his job is just too big. He goes, where he'd start to have problems and have to pay attention is in the 85-pound class because those guys are sitting around are training.
Like a dog.
Yeah, and he goes,
85 would be a problem.
yeah, because they're big and they train a lot and they're in shape and they're young.
And they're also probably watching around about 2,
Right,
15.
yeah,
That's a problem.
pay attention.
Like a Hamza, that's when.
That'd be a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. And also Hamza probably walks around. It's fucking heavier than I am.
Yeah, he's just
But it's also a weight where like the size of scrim is not that big of a where it's gonna be good. Yeah, someone with 7 years, but 55, it's like it's a tough. It's a tough.
You're a lot bigger than Hamza.
Yeah.
Would you rather fight? This is a good would you rather. Would you rather fight 2 John Jones sized, Demetrius Johnson sized John Jones, or 1 Demetrius Johnson sized, or 1 John Jones sized Demetrius
Oh
Johnson?
my god. A John Jones sized DJ would be a fucking like
Not doing anything with that guy.
That would just be an unstoppable super soldier.
be the best.
I mean, kind of is now.
You got first chin sir. What have you been up to, dude?
Oh, you know,
I went pig hunting.
you did?
Yeah, holy shit, you got I went to hunt. I went to I went hunting. I didn't actually get it, but yeah, I went pig hunting. So my buddy has a lease. My buddy has a.
You didn't get it big.
First of all, it's the first time I shot his rifle, and it was already dark.
Did you see it big though?
Yeah, we saw the pig. So it's dark, but he has a green light. I guess the green light doesn't affect the animals. So I finally got it in the shot, and then that's my first time using his rifle and scope. I didn't know his scope had a zoom on it, so I just went straight, crosshairs, and I missed it. Yeah. So we're gonna go again. I'm gonna practice on the rifle. And then
Nobody got a pick?
no. He wanted, so he could have got it. But he wanted me to get it before, because I'm his guest. So at least I went pick. No school. Yeah, we had a blind that he built himself. Maybe like an hour and 20. It's everywhere, dude. There's so much stuff to do here.
Me and Jim watched the Michael B. Jordan. Did you?
Oh, yeah.
The award tour. So I'll preface this video with Michael B. Jordan, and I forgot who else is up there accepting an award. The same night, there's a guy with Tourette's. There's a guy with Tourette's who is getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. So there's just a guy with Tourette's in the crowd while they're talking, presenting whatever
And
it is.
you know, he's saying, I can't say this word. And then
So it's a word that the guy with Tourette's is definitely saying, I can't say it while Michael B. Jordan is on stage.
Zero and I are delighted to be presenting the first draft of the night for a vital part of movie makers. We're here to celebrate. Scream and I are delighted to be presenting the first draft of the night for a vital part of movie makers. We're here to. It's just kind of laughing too.
I mean, it's so
Like a big
outrageous.
ball.
And this guy he's got Tourette's.
People are coming at him though. They're like, he needs to do a public apology. He can't handle it.
The problem with Tourette's,
He
like,
can't do it.
with Tourette's, when you know you're not supposed to say it.
I'm just gonna say it. Yeah,
Is that how it works?
Yes.
Talking about
You ever watch it on that TLC show? The
Oh, Bailey Dupree?
Yeah.
She's
Where the ball guy walks in, just yeah, she can't help it.
yeah, but she's a great player. She goes,
I have a gun. When she meets her boyfriend for the first time, she goes, I did. She did. It's like whatever. You're not supposed to say it.
that's the fucking
No, where Chris Paul was talking about going to us. That's what she says.
And he can't help it. He's the one that he's like, you shouldn't be getting bullied, and that's a shame people laugh at you.
Chris is basically, but he's like one of us. He's like a guy. He's just trying to die.
Dude, Chris, the stupid joke is like the beat for Michael B. Jordan. That's what the beat stands for. But it's basketball. So stupid. It's so fucking
What
What are your own biscuit badass? His face is not the left.
and saying like, "Go fuck yourself, Chris. It ain't too right for me. Like, what are you doing? What are you just a badass?" My parents were very and said,
Go fuck yourself, Chris. Yeah, butter your own business better.
And he's doing all piece out. It's wrong. You people laugh at you, and he's going.
That show's great. That show, I used to love that show the first season. Then it goes down this road of like, it's not about her Tourette's anymore. It's like just her. Yeah, you're like, dude, get back to the funny shit.
That show is buried in my backyard. And then they cut to her going, I have no idea where the president is hiding.
By the way, let's take this to Patreon.
You know, we can play all of the videos for her custom crazy videos.
Yep.
Sounds good. Badass.
He satisfies his caveat there as well. He would never have to see the advisor as we discussed. And if he does so, what we again see validate the advisor. President,
"Rise to the city like British art. Mission to get it on. Rise to the city like British art. If you wake up, you'll get it."
If you didn't see, I posted Q&A on my Instagram story. You guys DM me. I get through all of them. We had so many, so we do our job here to try to answer a lot of them, but there's so many. Thank you guys. Like, you know, when they're like, "Go do a Q&A," I'm like, "Who are you?" Like, 3 questions.
I'm also sorry, my first time here, so sorry if I asked any questions.
Oh, I love it. No, I love it. That's what you're brother.
Okay.
I need someone to bounce off of.
Don't want anybody being like, who the fuck is this yapper?
No, just need Nixon. That's all right.
I'm a stand-up comedian and friend of these guys.
Yeah, but you know MMA. So let's go up to, let's see who asked this question, Chill. That's why I said the whole thing. D_Gutierrez. Yeah, D_Gutierrez. So to go down. Do you really think that there will be that many title fights at the White House, or is it going to be some White House championship belts and the winner gets? I do think he's onto something. So I do think, because they made up the BMF title. Like, that's not a real belt. That's just another way for them to capitalize on it. Because anytime casuals see belts on the line, they tune in. So that's why you get the BMF belt, right? The Rock's like, BMF, and they jerk that stuff off. So I do think you're going to get some sort of White House belt.
Like a U.S. championship.
Like the Trump belt, or it's going to be something like that.
Yeah.
Like baddest American belt, the band or some shit. You're going to get something like that. It's going to be a weird kind of matchmaking.
That's like
You're going to get something like that, and they're calling it a title fight. You're going to get real titles, but you are going to get some sort of weird White House belt like that.
That's like WWE. They have the Intercontinental Champion, the U.S. Champion, but that's still not the World Heavyweight Champion.
It's gonna be a one-off. It's gonna be for Trump. I bet he designs a belt. It's have like fucking eagles on it or some shit.
I didn't even think of that. That's actually a pretty good take.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool. What else you got?
So perhaps that's the distinction.
Bobby Balboa Hooker. Talk about the tight window a fighter has from a kid to training to becoming a fighter, and how many years they have to learn the craft and compete before they go on to work for a title. Obviously, there's outliers, but for people that aren't gifted, it's very real. Also, how long does it take to become a world class, and where you should put your this is a loaded question. And where you should put your efforts into your training to get to a level where you can compete. Hard work will get you part of the way, but when you're competing with gifted fighters, it really shows levels. Yeah. So how do I want to answer this? So, how about the tight window a fighter has from a kid training to become a fighter? Yeah, I mean, I always say it's a marathon, not a sprint. But that being said, I think part of the problem that's going on in the UFC today is they're getting kids from Dana White Contender Series who might have 4 or 5 fights. And it's a little different than when I was fighting because there's a deeper pool now, so you can kind of get some experience in the UFC. But really, let's say I was a coach or my kids wanted to fight, I would tell them, get as much experience as you can outside the UFC. So maybe it's Brave FC, One Championship, PFL, I guess, that nobody watches, but some of these other leagues get as many opportunities as you can and as many different opponents as you can and establish yourself. And when you get to the UFC, the number one goal is to become a world champion. And that, because when you're in the UFC, it's go time. It's not a league, and maybe I'm biased because that's what happened to me, but it's not a league or it's not an organization where you want to gain experience. Because when you sign to the UFC, you have such a short, to your point, you have such a short window to make a ton of money and get as famous as possible. And the only way to do that is fighting the very best in the world. You're not getting famous fighting on the prelims or fighting guys who aren't ranked in the top 15. So my advice to these young fighters is like, don't be in a rush to get to the UFC. It's not even that much money. So unless you get to a certain level. So get your experience at Brave, LFA, whatever it is. Get all this experience. When you get to the UFC, you're 15-0, 18-0, or whatever. It's 21-3, but you're ready to compete in the top 15. As soon as your foot hits that octagon, you've seen all the styles. You're ready to make your run. I think you're not going to be around very long.
I think it was asking too is like, and I was going to ask this too. Is there a point where you're overcooked? You know what I mean? Where like, if you didn't reach the UFC by this age, is it like? Are you, because there are, like you're saying, there's outliers, but could you have overdone it? Like now you've taken too much damage.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's the other thing. Like if you're not dominating in these other leagues, like where you're not getting damaged, but also you're getting better in training camps. Where you're getting actual fight experience in actual fights. But the training camps where I beat you up, but they're also where you gain all your learning. You're gaining all the stuff from camps and different opponents, so you're putting those tools in your arsenal.
Look who the fuck it is. Hey, everybody. Stop your fucking shit because Zoot's here, and Zoot's about to lose. Are you ready to lose, son? Zoot, are you ready to lose? Zoot, I'm asking you a question. No, he's not.
I just messaged him to come in. You just messaged me. Rabbi, I've got playing Jack about food.
Let's hear it.
Rise are not coming.
Why not? Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Are you going to continue to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, I'm going to dominate you so badly in this game. It's just going to blow your mind. Zoot, you just gave me the win. With that one move, you just straight up gave me Are you serious?
I think I can get it in.
I want you to after that. That's garbage.
Oh no, that's not good. And I am in front of you now.
Zoot, do you know how easy it is for me to dominate you? All I have to do is try. This is one of your worst holes.
I've gotten holes in ones on this hole more than you have in your life. You know that. That was not a good shot though.
That was a great shot.
How?
It just was.
Do you know how hard the second shot is going to be?
Not very.
Rabbi, you have to get it in.
I know, big dog. And I'm not going to.
It's 0-2 right now.
Okay. Just wait.
Rabbi.
Zoot, just go.
Am I on the left? Is my icon on the left on your screen or on the right?
On the left.
It's on the left?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yours isn't the left for me.
Just understand, still seeing happen. You must have focused on higher level. That if the Zara, the Mishnah told me that if the Zara does the Avodah, specifically Kabbalah, ultimately it's invalid. So if we globalize this, if the Zara does Avodah,
Rabbi, you have a better shot than me.
all we're asking now is how do we know that? So first approach was
Fuck, you can get it in here.
second approach they did every shmov.
I don't think so.
We're just trying to figure out what the common format is. So
Wait, the zero. I've gotten pretty good at this all, if you noticed.
You're garbage.
How did I fuck that up? You had a watch out, maybe.
I did.
Not sure. Oh, okay, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. Rabbi, I think I'm really bad. It's a really bad spot here. Am I good? Rabbi.
Dude, I want to see you blank me.
Is it possible that I'm gonna beat you?
Oh yeah, you're definitely. Even a blind monkey gets lucky every once in a while.
What do you think, punch? What do you think of punch?
What are you talking about?
Are you saying punch?
What's punch?
The most violent monkey on the internet.
Nobody knows what that is. All right, dude, it all comes down to this.
You haven't said punch?
No, nobody knows.
I go to.
Dude, nobody knows what that is.
But they do know that you suck at yourself. The whole world knows Rabbi sucks at yourself. This is like one of your worst parts.
Dude, if you make this, I will be shocked. Oh.
Fuck, I was close. It's very hard for you to make it. You might have just helped me.
I may have.
Oh no! No! Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
To make the shot very difficult for you.
You have to get it in this shot.
Are you serious? How did that go in? Dude, WTF?
No! Have I ever gone 5-0 on you?
No, and you still haven't. 4-1's the best that you've ever come. That was incredibly close, dude. You almost blanked me.
Rabbi, you are now the worst mini golf player in history.
Get out of here.
You lost to me.
Dog, I have a scoreboard. Just look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, but Rabbi, most of the games I play, I just quit straight away.
Because you're losing.
Could I get points?
No, you're bad.
Technically, points.
You're very
The
bad.
game's so simple.
You're very bad.
Boring when you play it.
You're very bad.
Is this trick shot?
No, this is regular. Regular.
But this is going to be a trick shot.
Dude, I'm going to show you. Dude, that was a 0. Look how good this is. That's 1.
No, that was a 9 out of 10.
Thanks, baby.
And this one's a 7.
That's 2.
What do you rank this shot? Rank this shot after you get it in.
0.
Yeah, probably do.
Okay, but you don't have a good shot at it.
Yeah, that's why I said this one's 0. If anything, your shot is actually really good.
Maybe the greatest shot ever. Oh, dude, that was almost amazing in multiple ways. That was almost one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
Brother, how tall is it?
Bigger than most men on earth? Why are you asking about my penis?
How big is most men's penis?
Dog, why are you so fixated on dicks?
I think I'm bigger than average.
Okay, well, does that make you happy?
Yeah.
All right, cool story.
Do you think it's more manly to have a big dick?
Zoo, why are you so obsessed with penises? Zoo, is Chelsea participating in? Oh, you fucked yourself. In Raw or in the what's the thing called? Whatever Fest?
Fringe Festival?
Fringe Festival?
Yep.
Are you gonna go cheer her on?
Yep, sure.
Are you good friends with her?
Am I good friends with her?
Yeah.
Not really. Not that close.
Okay. Now, Zoot, are you ready to see one of the greatest shots in the history of this game?
I'm not in the circle. I'm not in the top 4 circle.
Of course you're not.
I thought I was, but not anymore.
Why did you think you were?
Well, they didn't put me on any event.
Oh, great shot. Oh, they didn't put you on. They didn't put.
No one's asked me to open to it.
Oh, Zoot. You're playing like a G.
I don't think I'm going to win. I knew that was going to happen. I just gave you the game. Like, this is the easiest fucking shot. Yeah, I do all the work, and then Rabbi just puts it in.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it? Let's look at the best shot. My shot.
Yeah, Rabbi. You know, Rabbi, I played a game once, and I think I told you I was with a random person on 9-ball, and they sank every single ball, and they missed the last shot with the 9-ball, and I was like, this is the easiest win ever.
That's baller. Are you gonna go? Because it's your shot.
I'm lining something up.
Nope. Oh, dude, you just made something.
Yeah, that wasn't that great of a shot.
I think it was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen.
Yeah, but do you remember when they did it last time and they got 3 balls in?
Yeah, that was amazing.
2 balls in, so.
Was it 3 or 2?
It was 2.
Yeah, but that was still great.
And then I think I got 7 balls in without you getting a turn.
Yeah, that was very good. You had your cheat codes on, baby.
I've given you an easy shot. That issue is once you get this, your hitting the 3 is going to be very difficult.
What a good shot.
Yeah, but now you have one of the most difficult shots I've ever seen.
Dog, this is easy.
I told you it was one of the most difficult shots I've ever seen. This is not an easy shot. Great. I think I'm going to do something strategic here.
Are you proud of that shot?
Rabbi.
What's up, Zoot? You have a chance, a very good chance to run the table here. That's one.
Rabbi, would you ever snitch on someone?
No, baby. I'm perfect. Dog. That's devastating.
You never snitch on someone?
No, dude, that's devastating.
What if they did something really horrible?
Well, I might come up with something else, but I don't snitch, baby. I'm the ultimate non-snitch. All right. Here we go. Zoot, champion. Champion, Zoot. You've lost 2 games in a row, Zoot. One last game, and then I'm going to bed. You want trick? Do you want trick shot?
I think.
Zoot, answer my question.
I think this game.
Zoot, do you want trick shot? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, trick. Now here's the thing with trick shot. I think trick shot takes more skill and is less lucky than just waiting for your other opponent to put you in a position where it's easy to set them up.
That may be correct. Are you gonna go? Dude, you have an invitation. Are you gonna go? Everyone's waiting.
There we go, blind shot. Well, I've got a blind shot. What the
Baby,
fuck?
that doesn't count. It doesn't count, Zoot.
Because I didn't say one ball.
Oh, dude, you're balling. Boom.
What happens if you get every single ball in on trick shot?
No one knows. It's never been done.
I should do a trick shot. You ready?
Yes, sir. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
What would you give me that shot out of 10?
0.
Surely not. No one I get that shot out of 10. You just did.
A 3.
Probably. Where'd you my shot? Yeah.
0. That shot sucks.
I'll give it a 2.
I feel like if you put the ball in without a trick shot, it shouldn't stay in. It should come back out. That's a terrible shot. That's a terrible shot, Zoo.
You know, neither of us have got it in yet.
Yeah. Dude, I think the punishment for hitting in the wrong ball is pretty devastating.
Don't hit the wrong ball then. Oh, that is not a good job.
No, it's perfect. It makes it really difficult for you. I made it really difficult for you.
Okay. And I made it really difficult for you.
Incorrect, dude. I've got a great shot.
Where's your great shot? Is it in the room of us right now?
That's pretty cute, Zoo. Are you going to go?
Yep. Have you not seen the Simpsons episode where it's like, oh,
Yeah,
are they in the room with us right now?
yeah, I've seen it. I know all about it.
Yeah. What's that episode about?
Dog, I didn't memorize all that Simpsons episodes. All I know is I've beaten you 2 games in a row in pool, and you were unable to blank me in mini golf, and I'm very tired, and I just want to see you succeed in life. Oh, dude, that was almost great.
What's your favorite Simpsons episode?
Mr. Plow.
Well,
No, it's not. It's the Michael Jackson one. I love that
the
one.
one that got banned.
Yeah,
The one that got banned from the bus.
yeah. I love that song. Lisa, it's your birthday. I love that song.
He is.
Lisa, it's your birthday. I love about you this day. I wish you a better Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Oh, I fucking love that one. Have you ever seen it? You've never seen. Okay.
I've seen every Simpsons episode up to like the 15th season.
Okay.
And
What's the name of that character who sings that song? Lisa, it's your birthday.
they were a song.
It's not Leroy.
You know what the worst part is?
What's the worst part, Zoo?
If you hit another ball right before you hit that ball, you get a penalty.
Word, dog. Dude, I don't really have a good place to put this ball.
Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
what do you
No
think
ball
the
touched the
chances
rail.
of death is
No,
like?
no ball touched the rail after contact. That's garbage. That's a garbage rule.
What do you think the chances of death is like being before you're born?
Dog, no one knows what you're talking about. What?
Like, you know how you don't think before you're born?
Okay,
Do you think death is like that as well?
maybe. Are you gonna go? That's my question. It's not about death. It's not about birth. It's not about life. It's about are you gonna go? Oh, what?
What the hell was that?
That was the best shot ever.
Why did it count?
I don't know, but it was.
Why did it count?
It ended this game, Zoot.
Yeah, but it shouldn't have counted.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Zoot, that was amazing.
What did I do?
Dog, I want to watch the replay.
Lisa,
Birthday, Lisa. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa.
Who's the best Simpsons character?
Oh, good question. Maybe Krusty the Clown. Maybe Bleeding Gums Murphy. Maybe Mr. Burns. Maybe. Oh, that was bad. I mean, maybe Bart or Homer. Who's the main character of The Simpsons? Is it Bart or Homer? Okay. Who else is really good? Maybe who's that gardener? Scottish guy. I don't know why I can't think of his name right now.
All the Simpson characters are the same, the main character.
No, not Santa's Little Helper.
Maggie's not the main character.
There you go. What is that one character? What Groundskeeper Willie? He's amazing. Even Millhouse is okay. Who else is an amazing character on The Simpsons? Troy McClure is okay.
Rabbi Rothschild.
Zoot. What is that?
What?
Oh, it was just like a random pop-up that I got. Yeah, quit with that. Are you serious that didn't go in?
Okay, trick shot.
You have to put it in with a trick shot.
You got a blind shot and just won the game.
And I did a blind shot.
Okay, you have to do a trick shot. I love one.
And I just did. Let's see your shot.
Better.
I'm watching it.
I don't think it was that good.
Dude, it was a blind shot as well. Dude, that was everything. That was all of the different shots. Blind shot, bank shot, kick shot, combo shot. That was the best shot ever. Dude, we finally
So
get
it
it.
counts as a combat shot as long as you hit the first ball. Okay, that helps.
Blind shot, bank shot. Okay, which ones count the most? Kiss shot counts
Let's
the
go again.
No, I'm done. Kiss shot counts the most. Kick shot is second.
Lisa, it's your birthday.
Bank shot is third. Combo shot is fourth. Blind shot is fifth. That was amazing, Zoot. Very good job. I'm very impressed.
Blind shot.
Very impressed with your gameplay, son. All right, big dog. Night, night, Zoot.
Are you going to bed?
Night, night. Keep your butthole tight. Sweet dreams, big man. Shout out to Zoot, everybody.
But for every MVP, there's always so many people that are never going to make it to that top rung because they cooked for too long and they took too much damage, right?
Yeah. So, again, that's a good point. So, you don't want to spend all your time in those other leagues, but you want to get to a point where you're just hitting your stride by the time you get to the UFC. My point is Abel Stevenson is different, right? Olympian, heavyweight. So heavyweight, there's like 12 good fighters on the earth, so that's different. But take a guy like Bo Nickel. Bo Nickel's learning before our eyes. He's learning in the UFC what he needs to work on, but he's losing fights. All of that should have been figured out well before he got to the UFC. But they rushed him to it. So you see him like Bo Nickel is one of the greatest wrestlers to ever grace the octagon. You can tell when it comes to MMA, he's not putting it together like a GSP. That's not happening. So now he's forced, A, to get good matchups, or B, his training camp, but trying to learn on the go, and it's not good. Because guys like Hamzat, guys like Hamzat, they figured out already. Armin, like you have these guys where, I know what I know what they're doing. They're not figuring it out. Main events. That's not really what they're doing.
You learn how to translate full style wrestling to the octagon because it's not an open mat. Like, you got to use the cage, and that's different than being.
You got to use your striking to set up the takedown, because you notice like a lot of times like he's either striking or he's wrestling. He's not mixing the two. That's what GSP's not the best wrestler. Let's run GSP forever. Like, you go to Team Canada, the Olympic team, he destroyed. But in MMA, what made him so good is he's able to mix the boxing with the wrestling, and he didn't know what the fuck was coming, and that was his advantage. Right now, Bo Nickel is having a hard time mixing.
So what you're saying is basically like GSP would be the equivalent of great chain wrestling, but instead of chain wrestling, he's using a striking.
Correct.
That's part of the chain.
Part of the chain, yeah. He has options. Right now, Bo's either wrestling or striking. He's not blending the two. So the guys he's fighting on the dude.
So it's tough, right?
Yeah, so it's easier for him to figure out because he doesn't have the experience. Now, a guy of that athletic caliber, if he had more time and get rushed UFC, man, when he figures that out, fuck, luck. But again, like, he does not figure it out. That's the downside. Because he's forced to fight against monsters at a world-class level, and he doesn't have a ton of time. Also, UFC, you can just sit out and do it. You can't. But you're not going to fix your swing when you get to the fucking Dodgers. You should have done it in the minors. Because if you're here, we're expecting you. You can play against anybody. If you get signed by the Dodgers, we're expecting you to be able to hit off screwball, ball schemes. We don't give a fuck. We're paying you to. You're at the highest level for a reason. UFC. We don't give a fuck if Hamzat's a bad matchup. That's who you're fighting to. You gotta be willing when you get to the UFC. That's what I said. I'll never forget this. He goes, I always sign guys. When they get to the UFC, there's no bad matchup. We have a certain skill set where we can find a way to win against anybody they offer. So they call it. I never turn down a fight. I go, yep. Because my fighter can't figure out a way to beat that guy, he should be in the UFC. That's it, sort of. Yeah, Nogueira, Anderson, I mean, everybody. Machida, he's like, I never turn down a fight.
You think Bo Nichols' camp, if he was going to do it the next camp, do you think 2-3 years Dagestan forget is like the way to go? Like go with the guys who have mastered what do you think he should be?
It's almost like he should be at an AK where they've taken a guy like Ken Velasquez or DC and they've done a good job running.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
But I will say this, if his next fight, let's say it's at the White House, if we don't see an improvement of the mixed martial arts, we see him just wrestling or just striking again, it's probably time to change camps. And I was very critical of his last camp, the last fight. But this the current one was named Phoenix, where he lost to fucking RDR. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? You know?
Yeah.
So that's a hard discussion to have.
That's why, I mean, in my opinion, if you actually went with like the Dagestani style, because he perfected grappling, and it's like lean into what you're great at, and he's a better wrestler than everybody in the UFC, and they figured out a way to translate that into the UFC. That's why I feel like that would be great for him.
And this is my thing. There's not enough hours in the day, especially now he's in the UFC. There's not enough hours in the day to get even a competent level of striking. I'm telling you guys, there's not enough hours in a day for him to go toe-to-toe with an actual striker with UFC. That's not real. What is real is he goes, fuck striking. I'm just going to do enough where I don't look ridiculous out here, but I'm going to enforce my will like it could be, where if it goes to the fucking gap with Jit Bell, this is over. Whether you're a black belt jiu-jitsu, black belt judo, whether you're a fucking world-class kickboxer, world-class boxer, I don't care. If I get you down, I'm going to break you.
It's like
why even entertain? Why are we even hitting fucking mitts every day? Just fucking wrestle and break people, dude. But yeah, he's having a problem of getting out of that freestyle wrestling stance and figuring it out not to get hit.
Yeah.
That's his issue.
Yeah.
But if he does figure it out, everybody's fucked.
Yeah. That's like O'Malley started, like, people are like, oh, he has to work on his wrestling. It's like, I started wrestling at 8 years old, and everyone who's in the UFC probably that's a good wrestler started earlier than that. You're never going to compete with their level of wrestling. You could work on your takedown defense. That's really it.
That's it. There's nothing you can do. You got to enforce the tools you have and make it reliable, where you can at least get them to play your game for a fraction of the round.
Yeah.
Outside that, we can only do what we got.
Exactly.
You're the great striker, great grappler. But when you're leaning into the grapple like Bo did for some that's fucking imagine Gable Simpson fight Cyril Gane, and he's just on the outside kind of kickbox. I'd be like, that's illegal. Yeah. Or back. This is from Jillian Williamson, JJ. It says, why can wrestlers succeed at the highest level in their sport? Let's see the way to the Olympics, but failed to perform under the bright lights of the UFC. All right, that's good stuff. They're never afraid of getting hurt wrestling. They got concussed, or they must whatever, but they come to the UFC, they get beat by someone who never compete at the highest level of anything else besides fighting. They didn't showcase their skill set. Why is that? For example, Curtis Blades is a bad example. In Pico. All right. That's a good question. Good examples too. So for Aaron Pico, right? Aaron Pico's a tough one too because a high school national champ was going to go to the Olympics, but decided to go straight to MMA. So he has a high pedigree of high school wrestling. That's different than bone nipple and the rest of these dudes who are back in college and completely different. But Aaron Pico also has an extensive background in amateur boxing, Golden Gloves champ, high level boxing. And notice he leads face first. So for whatever reason, Aaron Pico's natural instinct is to strike instead of wrestle. Where most guys with a high level wrestling background, their first instinct when they get hit is to wrestle. And they usually can save face and get the guy down because they're such high level wrestlers. And Pico has an issue where when the fire starts getting hot, he wants to stand and go. And that's a huge fucking issue. Your example of they were never afraid of getting hit and wrestling. Wrestling's wrestling, right? And I get hit in the face. Big difference. Wrestling when it comes to this completely different level of fear. You're getting head kick, elbow. There's just so many things to worry about. The issue these guys have, and most of them are successful. That's why the question's a little weird. Chris Wayne's a bad team. Chris Wayne's a badass, and he's actually playing pretty well. He just loses in some of the bigger fights, but he beats most guys. Bo Nichols' thing is he's not using his best skill set. He's decided to become a striker. That's an issue. And there's a ceiling. Again, he beat that last guy right head kick. But in order for him to be world champ, it's not going to be striking. It's just not. If he fights top fight, striking is not going to be the difference. It's going to be his wrestling. So he needs to lean into that. I don't know who's up there and what's going on there, but I don't like to go about his head down. But to your question, you get these NCAA wrestlers, the Olympics, the Olympic pedigree, the national pedigree. Even if they just wrestle at Division I college, like Ohio State, Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Iowa, all that shit. Usually the issue they have is they, like me and Nick just talked about, they can't blend the two. So they're either just striking or just wrestling, and they're not blending the two because they're not making a mixed martial arts bout. They're either just wrestling, which at the UFC level is super easy to do. Or they're just boxing and they don't have the skill set. So they're not having good careers. And they're getting forced too soon.
And then, I mean, no matter what anyone says, it's a different type of wrestling. Like, I've wrestled, I've made it to, like you said, there's a difference in also high school and college. Like, I made it to Virginia Beach Nationals in high school. But I wrestled the D1. They brought in a Penn State guy to roll with me. And to this day, I don't know what happened. I feel like a car accident. I couldn't tell you what happened.
It's a completely different.
It's not even close. And just when you compare UFC wrestling, because I wrestled with Tim Kennedy in a boxing ring, and it was just weird for me because I'm like, now I'm maxing those ropes. You know, I'm used to being able to like, okay, we go out of bounds and restart in the middle.
It's just a different type of wrestling, and it's just it's hard to explain. It's just different. Where the stuff you get away with in freestyle, you're not going to get away in the octagon when there's knees, elbows, certain things that you can do. So it's different. That being said, you guys are all the time on. Sure, I can jiu-jitsu wrestle. This isn't even wrestling. It's the best, it's by far the best discipline in order for your child to succeed in other sports, but especially mixed martial arts. It's not even compared. It's wrestling all day. My kids wrestle. They're not going to fight. They're never going to fight. They're not going to fight. But wrestling teaches so many positive things for other athletics. So I tell my two kids all the time, like, Dad, we have wrestling. I'm like, sure do. Twice a week. Like, no, but you're missing baseball and football. Like, yes. Because nothing's going to get you into your body from your toes to your head. And wrestling is one-on-one competition. So if you can succeed in this, and there's no easy way out. In baseball, we can find a rest. In basketball, we can find a way to rest. In football, we're going to find a way to rest. In boxing, I can even find a way to rest. In wrestling, there's no time to rest. So even though you think you're tired, mentally, it's going to take you a whole nother category. Mentally, you're going to be so fucking tough. So I tell my kids all the time, the reason we wrestle, they like it, they're not forced to do it. The reason they have to do it is because this going to make you such a better football player, such a better baseball player? It's by far the best discipline.
She like to shit on the
It's just like
She like to shit on the
life
floor.
lessons, you're less like when you have that
Damn,
wrestling bug
bitch.
in you, you're less likely to give up at anything. You're gonna be like, I'm going to find. After years of just being like, you have to keep your head down and train, and you will like that's it. No, you're not flashy in wrestling. You're like, I need to go in the gym, put my head down, and I need to work. And if I want to win, I'm gonna have to keep my head down and work. And you learn that that's a great skill to take into even business, anything in life.
100%. And it's like in wrestling, like the most athletic guy doesn't wear his ring. So my son's very gifted athletic. Football, you just show up falls out. Baseball is athletic enough, you can figure it out, stands out, pitching, stuff like that. Wrestling, man, you might be the most athletic in the room, jump the highest, run the fastest. It doesn't fucking matter.
John Jones shoot a basketball.
Yeah, you gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. So that's why I love it. Yeah, love it. That's great. This is Chase. Can we get your take on Patty this first Hooker, please? Oh boy. Both kind of fork in the road, right? I'm not one of these guys who thinks that's an easy fight for Patty. Listen, you're all Patty fans here. I'm sure you guys are Patty fans. If you think that's an easy outing for Patty, you are surely mistaken. Yes, Hooker's fallen on rough times, you know, but I'll ask you this. Who's more dangerous when it comes to stand-up? Like, as far as, like, straight hand down.
You think so?
That's like elbows, kicks. Like his fundamentals and his technique is way better. Patty's striking usually not a high level. Patty's special when he gets on your back and he exchanges and grappling exchanges. Okay, cool. Gamrot had a tough time taking Hooker down. Hooker beat Gamrot, who's phenomenal at wrestling. Even with Benoit St. Denis, when he would shoot in on fucking Hooker was threatening all sorts of submissions. Yeah, he got him down with the wizard and he's a judo black belt. Patty's not. So my other question for the Patty fans out there, how does Patty get Hooker's back? Unless Hooker just fights like a freaking dumbass and makes mistakes. How's Patty going to get Hooker down? He's forced to strike with him. This isn't a walk in the park with Patty. You're looking for those potato. That's another bloody fucking fight. Hooker fancies himself a fucking bloody fight.
Yeah.
So if you want more years taken off Patty's life, this would be the fight to do it. This is by no means a walk in the park or a cakewalk for fucking Patty. Because you look at his skill set, how'd you get Hooker down? And he's forced to strike with Hooker. Hooker technically is a better striker. It's more dangerous. What the fuck are we going to do?
I will say, though, I think Chandler's a better wrestler than he was able to get Chandler down. Right?
True.
Yeah. True. Because Patty has I hate to use the word the dog in him, but like, he's always
finds a way.
Yeah.
He finds a way, but I will say this.
And he scraps.
I should say this. Hooker has more tools to finish the fight than Chandler. How's Chandler going to beat Patty? Maybe catch him with the overhead.
Yeah.
Outside that, with Johnny.
Yeah.
Hooker fucking dangerous, dude.
Hooker is dangerous.
Jiu-Jitsu wise, black belt too, you know? Patty black belt, but I would give the edge to Patty if it goes to the ground. Again, maybe it's a fight. That's not an easy fight. First of all, I'll tell you, it's a great fight. But again, those people, which I am a Patty fan, if you think that's by any means a shoe-in or easy fight for Patty just to get back on the winning path, you're sorely mistaken. That fight should be a -120 for both fighters. I don't know. I guarantee you it's fucking bloody.
I would still put my money. I put my money on Patty, but like you said, it's not a walk in the park. It's actually, because I just looked it up. Patty Rothschild is 31 years old. That's not the fight you want to be taking at this point in his career.
You're going to be in a fight because there's a fucking.
You know, how much longer does Patty have in the UFC? He's 31 now.
We got to get going.
We have to only take someone who's going to get his confidence back. That's not going to get his confidence back.
That ain't the fight. If you're a Patty fan, and take my love for Patty and I love for take my love for both fighters. Let's just talk about it as a business. You're Nick Maynard, or you're Sean Shelby, you're the Black Champions, which apparently is the so let's see the match for the UFC. Hooker stock is down here. He's kind of in the Cowboys Romy days where we don't fuck if he wins or loses, but we're paying for Hooker. He's my QB. Hooker's the man. But he's never really changed. His career is did it. As I said, he has 2 or 3 left max. If he loses, the next 2 is right cut. Either way, he's in that rare air where when he fights, we tune in, we know he's entertaining. Cool. Patty has the potential to be our biggest draw. He, by far, our big. He checks all boxes besides wrestling. He checks all boxes. Strike. He is a knockout. But you know what I'm saying? He's a bona fide fucking star. He's must-see TV. Must-see TV. He has star quality written all over him. We don't have many other stars. Hooker's not the fight in order to grow Patty and make sure he gets a win. And Patty's 31. We have got to get fucking going. The issue is, you have Elliot to appear as your champ. Patty's never been guys. Stop. He's never been Elliot. You have Hamid Sorokin. Guys, he's never been Armin. What the fuck are we going to do? But we need the star power. That's why Connor, Patty makes all the fucking sense. That's the fight.
That's handing off the reins of the superstar to the superstar.
And in the UK and Ireland, Patty's starting. And you got with him.
Look at this.
You gotta be delicate with this. He's a different animal. All right.
I'll tell you something about Hooker off air later.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's this? Lewis underscore Marina 87. What was the experience like at Madison Square Garden? So this is my. This will be my second time at Square Garden, and then when I fought Crow or a press conference that was at Radio City Music Club. So I've been around the area. First time I met Square Garden, I was commentating the Fedor Mitrione fight, Aaron Pico's fight. So I've been there before, but never just to enjoy it. Like, I had so much shit to do, so I really didn't take it in. This time I was a guest, right? I didn't have to. The night before, obviously my anxiety was through the roof, doing the roast and the hot takes with world-class boxers. Their stuff's different. But this, I got to be with my wife. Walked the red carpet. I was just a fan. I was there as a guest of His Excellency. It was the best event I've been to. It was awesome. I'm looking up at the rafters. They have the Rangers jerseys and the retired New York Knicks. I'm like, oh my God, man. It's so cool. You feel the legacy. And to make it even cooler, to my left, I've got Hawkins commentating a fight for me. And then to my right is Carl Anthony Towns, Big Cat, who's talking to me about the UFC. It was like, dude, this is insane.
He's that guy in real life.
He's huge. He's awesome.
I love that dude. I have his jersey at home.
He's cool. Biggest UFC.
Is it?
Loves shit.
Really?
Oh, he loves Volkanovski. It's like, dude, if you can get down 37, I would have seen the odds.
I would have never guessed that.
Oh, you know your shit. He's like, oh, yeah, my son's like, oh, buddy.
That's
Awesome.
cool.
Awesome.
That's fucking cool. So you got a fucking blast there.
Best time I've had in a long time.
Yeah.
Natty Onyx. My question is, what would you do with a Sugar rematch? What would you do with Sugar? Rematch with Young, Corey, and if he loses either one, does he finish at 35? Yeah, I am curious. Again, I told you guys, he's not beating Rob. The Young fight might be there, but obviously Rob's getting the next title shot. So again, similar to Patty, we have a star on Sugar. So we got to be careful because there's a ceiling right now until those champions leave. I think Corey makes no sense. We're saying, hey, it's a fun fight. All the fans, we want to see it's a great matchup. That makes sense. But I am curious because there's more potential fights for him at 45. Like, is 45 too much for him? Because he's a big tall dude. I feel like he could go 45.
He's like an ectomorph body. It's going to be hard for him to put that weight on. I don't know how that's going to work.
I'd probably say watch around 160, 170.
Yeah.
I assume, I don't know, maybe 160. So I would like to see him at 145. There's a lot more matchups there. Because at 35, I don't know what So let's say he did fight Corey Sandhagen, or let's say they did give him, for whatever reason, let's say Merab can't fight Juan, so they give him a title shot. He loses to Young.
You think he loses to the Young match?
Not necessarily. That first fight was fucking close, though. And Young looks fucking phenomenal. So I just don't see watching at 160. So I think 45 is a possibility. It gives him a new life, a new reign on potential big matchups. Because I don't know what's left at 35, especially when they lose this next one. There's really not many options until Jan or Rob, especially Rob, will leave. And at 45, there's new blood. He's getting older, so he's not getting as much weight. There's more potential matchups there. He's also the champ. Volkanovski doesn't have a ton of time left, so who knows? I just feel like there's new blood.
I don't know if you agree with this, but like his last fight, right? He didn't look like the same Sugar Sean that fought Cheeto, that fought. He doesn't have that confidence that he used to have.
Because he's coming off 2 losses. Coming off 2 losses, and
I've never seen him so conservative.
that's how it's happens. Because when I had 2 losses, if you lose a third, you're probably good. Or this day it's a little different, but especially when I was fighting, he's coming off. I lost the Garrett and Rothschild, 2 knockouts. They gave me LeVar Johnson, who was the hardest hitter in the division. I'm like, holy fuck, I have to win this.
Yeah.
How can I win and not get knocked out? He can't wrestle like you. I don't give a fuck if he has. Literally, I'm not going to take a fucking shot. I have to win this by any means necessary. I took him down more times than he's ever shot. The crowd was pulling, they're frustrated. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I fought very conservatively, very safe. Sugar Sean there, no chances. Took no chances. He just did enough to win. He did enough. This guy's tough. He can knock me out. I'll do just enough so I can continue to fight. That's what's going on.
I would rather see him fight Young just because he already has that confidence of I've already beaten this guy, and I'd like to see him let his hands flow again.
Yeah.
Just because he was not big, like he was throwing a punch back up. He wasn't putting together any combinations, and like that's what I used to love to see at him. He's such a good boxer, and
He's going to be there for the counter.
I do think that Jan, because Jan obviously worked on the wrestling for Merab, but I do think against Sugar Sean, I think that's when Jan's going to go boxing, and we're going to see a fireworks.
I'd also like to put that to rest, because that first one was pretty controversial.
Yeah.
That one was close.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see a rematch,
Yeah.
Maybe, let's say Jan wins that, okay, now it's 1-1, I'll do a third, maybe, What's it come around there?
Dom, that fight, I can't wait to see him fight again.
Yeah.
He is a dog.
He's a dog. He's just the guy that's never going to trust. He's just the guy that when he fights the elite of the elite, he's going to be a great fighter, top 5, top 8 guy. He'll never be judged.
So I'm a Sugar Sean guy, but that fight could have went either way.
100%.
If you would have said Dom won, I would have won.
Yeah, nobody got robbed.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Andre said, AK Mexi 33. Question on the Thursday show. Would you ever take a job with UFC? You always seem to have a good idea on matchmaking. Your knowledge plus experience being so much more than average. Any chance you bring back food truck out there in the Austin area? Interesting. Would I ever take a job with UFC? Yeah, I mean, I love the UFC. Bleed, you cut my fucking wrist and Bob O'Reilly, fucking teenage waste. I bleed and love the UFC. I'm passionate about the UFC. Would I take a job with them? I saw this question a few days ago. I thought about it. Man, I got into podcasting, right, and decided to leave the UFC. There's a fork in the road that you can go with, right? And you'll see a lot of guys that I think for it, they're probably doing better than me. Where if you're gonna talk shit about the UFC, you're gonna go against Dana White, UFC fighter pay, and all this stuff. You're going to be on your own. You're not going to be a corporate guy. You're never going to work for ESPN. You're never going to work for Fox. You're never going to work for Paramount because of the things you've said. I knew that going down that road. Right now, I'm an entrepreneur. I work for myself on my own. And I've worked for corporations before, right? Like Showtime, CBS, Fox. I worked for ESPN. But then I started talking freely about my experiences that I was dealing with the UFC. I knew at that time it was going to burn my bridge. That's the bet I got alive. now we're down the road. I've been calling to Dana. I appreciate it more than ever. I love the UFC. If they asked me to do anything for them, I would not hesitate doing a heartbeat. I think those days are done because of my past. If that makes sense. So, you know, would I like to commentate? Yeah, I love commentating. I just got two new offers to do it for me commentating. I do love commentating. It's just tough for me to agree to it to leave my family. Right? I don't like leaving Austin. But I'm definitely open to it. I just think that as much as I would love to work for the UFC, I just don't see them reaching it. If that makes sense. And I also like, and I appreciate the kind words. Like you seem to have a good idea on matchmaking and knowledge. And I appreciate it. I'm not special.
I think there's a thing called a company man, right? And there's guys like DC, and he's a company man where it's like he can never have a take that would paint the UFC bad, even if he truly felt that in his heart. And like you got guys like Dom, there's those guys who they're gonna always toe the company line. And even like their hot takes aren't anything that could ever be like, because if you've said like things that you don't agree with, like whether it's fighter pay or this or that, like they can't do that, and you've already done that.
But part of me, I'm not to interrupt you, now part of me is envious of them. Like their life is easier than mine. Like I have to hustle. You have to hustle to pay the mortgage. I have to hustle, right? I gotta work my ass off. I don't have a steady paycheck from the UFC, from Paramount. I'm an entrepreneur. I gotta hustle and do clicks and stuff and this and this and this and this sponsor this. But those guys don't have to worry about that. But like their life is much more simple. In order for me to live the life that I want my kids to have, I have to grind 7 days out of the day. I have to grind. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love it. Some days I get tired. And some days I'm like, if I would have just shut my fucking trap, but it's not. Am I better than Dom or Michael Bisping? No. So who? Also, like, I made this path for myself. You know, I was the first professional athlete to ever have a podcast. Like, that's cool. You know? And the Final Kid at the time, you know, we did the UFC Expo. We were the first live podcast associated with the UFC. Yeah, so it's give or take, you know, because the reason I'm sure, especially the old guys, one reason you guys have been a fan of mine or you're with me for this long is because, you know, I'm a wild boy and I shoot from the hip and I have these hot takes, right? That comes with the price. The price was the UFC doesn't have. Yeah, it sucks. I love it.
It's like the difference between a clean comedian and a clean company comedian and a dirty comedian. Yeah, you could be yourself, or you could be the guy who gets all the corporate gigs, and those guys make a ton of money. Even if they're not famous, they're millionaires. You know, like it's easier life, but they never get to fully express themselves. Because I know these comics all day. And they're the biggest dirtbags in town.
Yeah.
And I would never say their names. But some of them are multi-millionaires because they decided this is the smart route. But they'll never be able to fully express themselves.
Yeah, I've worked for basically every promotion with the UFC. I've worked for Bellator, I've worked for the Championship, I've worked for Gangbred, I've worked for Bare Knuckle, all of them.
And you've been unapologetically yourself the whole time.
Yeah, I guess that's cool. It's exhausting.
Sure, yeah.
It's the bet it's the bet I made. It's the bet I made, and I don't know. But again, let's say I didn't do that. You know, I'm not as good as Bisbee and Paul Felder and those guys. I'm different. You know, I don't know if there's a place for it. I'm so close to a lot of the UFC people. Rainer's my boy, Sean Chubb's my boy, Greek Harris, like, I love the people, Cole's, Nina, I'm cool with all of them. You know, Dana's like an elephant. I love the guy. I don't really talk shit about him. If I have an issue, I'll say it on the show, but I usually defend him. You know,
I do think there's a need for both sides, though. Because like guys like you, guys like Ariel Helwani could never work for the UFC ever again.
Yeah, that's a shame.
And he's fucking amazing. Like you can't take anything away from him.
He's the best we have.
But you need that because you need someone who's going to say these takes that a company man can't say.
And really, UFC is the only major league NBA, Stephen A. Smith, and this one, they criticize all the team, all the play. Don't get covered.
Richest man's son accidentally spoke
And I'm having major channels like the Warrior League Comics. I'm telling you, it's gonna buy them more than that. Because my dad's not tuned into me. He's not tuned into me. The regular people, the regular people, the 9-to-5ers, who are just turn on TV to watch these. They're not on YouTube. They're not listening like dumbass hot takes or seeing this stuff. They're not doing that. But they will listen to like to your music. You and those guys like me, make a living out of it. Come through other people. And to X album out, I'm telling you. 10 years down the road, there's another guys, always guys. It's not smart. And they're better. I consider myself a real smart guy. Here it is. Zero. Chuck Mendenhall. Fucking legit smart people that are not for they're actual journalists. They're doing like that. It's not good.
I'm sure you know this. I feel like people like Ariel who actually he's not scared. Like he'll trust UFC fighters. It's hard, you know. And if you just you don't ever get to find out what they're really about. And that's what I love about UFC. You get to find out. I'm not a judge. I'm a fan from the rise. I don't know what you're like. I know a little bit you have a scene on Instagram. That's it. That's what UFC fighters. You get to learn the backstory. You get to learn more about where they came from. Like, you know, those guys like Ariel, you would never know anything.
His athleticism. Shema Israel.
Just had this second show a week. I don't know. I'd be open to it. I don't have the same access anymore. That pathway was tightened on me. I don't think that, but as far as my access to the fighters, when I was with Showtime, that made it easy. They book them. Obviously, I have my close friends, but that's 6% food package, and I'm ready for the full season. So as far as getting like the other guys, I need the UFC's help. They don't need me. They have other outlets. They're like enough boys, so it's like, you know, I'm an old head. They're not worried about it. So, yeah. Should we do one more? It's you. Sure. ERROKAH. Let's end off. Sorry, just a life in Texas. Do you love it or hate it? The kids' sports, Texas, Cali. Get away from your wife's family is with me. They live with me, so it's fantastic. Absolutely love Texas. Let's think about this. You hear guys like Jim Gillis and Tim Dillon, like dude, Austin, such, but and I think if you're single and don't have a family, Austin's probably not great. You'd know better than me. Like
I could answer this for you.
Yeah, but as far as like I live in the suburbs, family, I need good schools, good sports. It's paradise. It's insane. It's insane. I will say this though. Everyone's like, get ready for Texas sports. As far as a rec level league, as far as the rec league goes, Cali destroys Texas. Destroys it. The rec in Texas is a lot. The rec in Cali is a lot better than Texas. Now, travel ball teams better. Travel ball teams more serious here. Football more serious here. But as far as rec league goes, and for the young kids, Cali destroys it.
I will say that as far as all the comedians that shit on Austin and beg, oh, it's not as good as New York for a living. Every single one of them is a multimillionaire. There is every comic that I know that's my level that's come out here is like, this is the life. This is amazing. If you could afford a house in the Hamptons like Tim Dillon, sure, of course it's awesome to live in New York City. But when you're from the Bronx like me, and then that compared to Austin, Texas, there's no fucking comparison. Like, I could afford to live
a better life.
Yeah, like I could afford things. You know what I mean? Like, I could live a pretty good life here. Meanwhile, in New York, it's $300 to walk outside. Of course. You know, if you have millions of dollars in the bank, of course.
But that was my thing with, like, you know, obviously Rogan and Tom Segura telling me how great Texas is. And I'm like, yeah, but you guys can live in Iraq and it's like, yeah, I have so much money. I'm not them.
when you have millions of
Now it's
dollars,
a tax bracket.
Yeah,
It's like,
different life.
hopefully it works out. Yeah, it's great. It's up. It's good.
Of course, Tim likes New York. He has a mansion in the Hamptons.
Correct. It's awesome.
Everybody would want to live there. It's awesome.
Hollywood.a.j. I'm from Pueblo, 2 hours south of your hometown of Denver. I've been to Pueblo, man. That's a pretty zero. That's okay. The question I'd like to ask is if you were able to coach an Ultimate Fighter, who would it be against? Being that the Ultimate Fighter is where you got your start, your favorite MMA movie. I don't like MMA movies. I don't watch them. Everyone says the one Brian was in is like the best MMA movie of all time. Warrior. I just don't watch them.
Never Back Down was pretty sick back in the day.
Or Channing Tatum, is that one?
I'm not saying.
There was another. Your boy Todd Duffy was in that. That's right. I don't watch fight movies because the fight looks so fake, so I never get down with them. I like the boxing ones, like the Mickey Ward one was great. The Fighter. I like those, but when they're MMA, they're different. Yeah, Rocky, of course. But let's go challenge to a fighter. That'd be tough. The reason I would do it is I would have to leave my family for 8 weeks. That ain't happening. Nobody watches Ultimate Fighter. That's not the problem.
I'm the only person who's still
Watch it.
I've been watching since the first season with Forrest Griffin.
Yeah. It's just not, it doesn't hit the same these days.
No.
Yeah. I can't believe they're still doing it. Dana White Contender Series is destroyed. It's so much better fighting, more talent.
I know. I just like the
reality series.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm proud of it. Is that it? That's it?
If you go ahead and you have a shalom lishma mindset,
Rock to the city like British mission to Canada. West to the city like British
Welcome. Thursday, February 12th. What's up, fam? The whole gang is here. Chen's here, Nick's here, I'm here. How's everybody doing? Great, grand. Kids are off from school. Tomorrow. No clue why. Don't care. Glad to have them at home. A lot going on in the fight world, though. A lot is going on. Dana doing it. All day. Disclosure, very interesting. Yeah, excited for that. Yeah, he was always like way ahead of the curve when it comes to the whole UAP, UFO stuff. You know, with Close Encounters of the Third Kind, he had that French scientist that was essentially modeled after Jacques Vallée. He's always been. I would love to talk to him. I wonder how much he knows.
Is that an accident? Was he fed some information? Was he a part of disclosure the whole time? That's what I've always wondered.
I mean,
What is that? Because it hasn't really been disclosure. No, but it has to be a slow process too, right?
you think so?
I don't think, I mean, the whole idea is that they're just sort of normalizing it, right? Neuro-linguistic programming, where you're slowly getting people accustomed to these ideas, like the aspects of Close Encounters, for instance, where you have the radiation burns on the guy's face, you have the time travel component, where these World War II soldiers get out of the craft, where little beans and a bigger bean, and I mean, just seeding our culture with those little bits of information that might help later on.
That was like in the 70s, wasn't it? Like, what was Close Encounters?
Yeah, I think it was in the 70s, early 80s, maybe. Either way, I mean, like a lot of stuff he's done. Like I rewatched was it Jeff Bridges' Starman? There's a lot of elements of disclosure in that too. I think there's just, I don't know. I mean, obviously we don't know who's pulling the strings. We don't know what's going on. We don't know who's in charge. But it does make sense that if there's this thing that they know about that we're supposed to know about, leak it out there slowly, get it in our culture, get it in our media.
You know the Hal put up story, right? With George Bush. You know a story where they were talking about, okay, Hal talked about it on my podcast, but he also talked about it in the Age of Disclosure documentary where they brought in him and a bunch of different comic thinkers.
Yeah, I watched that episode and I watched the docu.
So to people that don't know, I'll just explain it. So they brought in him and a bunch of other prominent thinkers, and they sat them down and said, essentially, we have recovered crashed UFOs. We have biological remains of these creatures. We are considering releasing it to the public. We want to make an assessment of what are the pros and what are the cons. So we want that, you're estimating what kind of an impact it would be on government, finances, religion, etc.
Well, whether they should do it.
Right, whether or not they should release this information. And all of the people that were brought in came to the agreement that there was more con than there were pro, and that formed their decision to not release it.
And didn't say at first, like, he was pro-disclosure. He was like, of course we should do this. And then after the conversation, he switched teams.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but maybe, perhaps. I mean,
He said that he went into it thinking, well, yeah, obviously we should do this. And then sort of was convinced otherwise after the conversation unfolded.
Yeah, I have to be convinced. Like, whose decision should it be? If some people know, everyone should know.
Yeah.
It's a humanity decision. I don't think it should be in anybody's hands to decide whether or not this information gets distributed.
And the implications, too, if they have 0-point energy, like how would that solve the problems we face today? There's so many ramifications of it that, whose decision is it and why has it been kept from us? I don't buy that whole, like, Orson Welles 1938, everybody freak out bullshit. I don't think that's the case, at least not anymore. There's gotta be something more to it.
It would certainly have, I don't know if they factored this in, but a uniting element. Like, you remember the Reagan speech where he came in front of the United Nations, where he said, imagine how united we would be if we our differences if we're faced with alien threats from another world. I mean, just knowing that we are all united. I mean, how old are you?
47.
Okay, so you remember September 11th. One of the things that happened after September 11th was it was a horrible tragedy, but there was a beautiful result temporarily where everybody was really united. Like, really united. Like, there was American flags in everybody's car in Los Angeles. Like the most ridiculous, progressive, sort of kind of fucked up place. But everybody became patriotic. And in New York, everyone was friendly, and people were smiling and saying hi to each other on the streets. We had all decided that we were together and that we were faced with a real threat, and that we had to be united.
And I remember it well. Yeah, you're right. And not to get too weird too fast here, but if there are aspects of sort of an all-encompassing consciousness that unites us associated with the UFO phenomenon too, we recognize that we are just fingerprints on the same hand, or vibrations of the same overarching consciousness. If seemingly there's a part of that in UFO phenomenon. So how would that unite us as well, even beyond the threat from outside? Like, if we did start to understand that we're all part of the same sort of cosmic community. Sounds kind of weird to say.
It does sound weird, but have you ever seen the Apple show Observers?
No, it comes up a lot. You worth watching?
It's really good. It's really good. It's very, very original. It's very unique. But that is essentially what happens, and it has a negative aspect to it. There's a virus. I don't want to give away too much of it for people that want to watch the show because it's a really good show. But there's a virus that they get a signal from another world, and they figure out what this signal is, and through this lab work, they reveal that this signal is some sort of encoding of a specific virus. They work on this specific virus, it spreads, and the entire planet becomes one consciousness, except for a small number of people. It's a weird show. It's a really good show. I don't want to explain any more of it, like down on the spoiler alerts, but it's fucking great. but it's strange. It's like, wouldn't that be better? There's no crime, there's no this, there's no that, rather than it reveals all the problems that come along.
Yeah, you have to watch that as a counterpoint, if anything else, because it makes sense to me that everyone's kind of united as one super organism of sorts,
but you lose all individuality. You lose all the fun parts about being an imperfect person, because we are an imperfect species, but that's also what makes great art. That's what makes great music. That's what makes great fun.
Most creative people have the most trauma in their past.
Mm-hmm.
From what I've seen.
And if you have zero trauma, now we have sucky art.
Just stick figures and shit.
I mean, I wonder why if they would even have a need for it.
No, it's because it's an expression. It's getting your angry out.
Right. Or your angst, or your anxiety, or your depression, whatever it is. You're giving something.
I was telling my son that the other day, I don't know his name. It's hard being in these bodies, especially going through puberty. Just like, what is this thing? I'm carrying this little suit, And I was like, man, I was the same way, still am the same way. And I picked up instruments, I started painting, play every sport I could physically play. Like, there's ways to get that out, but it seems like a lot of that does come from just the anxiety and that sure. And you're growing into yourself, you're starting to get the feels, you look at women differently. It's like, what do I do with this?
Well, it changes, it rewires the entire way you view the world. And meanwhile, your body is physically changing and growing. Like, what am I going to look like? This is weird.
There's actually this small island in the Pacific. They have this weird characteristic where they start out as females, and everybody does. We all start out as females and girls, and then maleness is imposed on the developing fetus. But they don't until puberty, because they're not sensitive to dihydrotestosterone, the precursor of testosterone. So they grow up their entire life as girls, and then at puberty they turn into a boy.
So they're raised as girls?
They are girls. They're physically,
They have penises.
Not yet.
What? Is there a planet? I mean,
it's an island in the South Pacific. It's called pseudo-hermaphroditism.
What?
I know, I learned about this in grad school.
What do they look like?
They look like girls.
What?
Exactly like girls. They are girls. And then the ovaries descend as testicles, and the clitoris grows out with penis. So I think puberty is starting off already. These people turn into the opposite sex at age like 12 or 13.
So is this a bizarre genetic anomaly? Is it something to do with
So a lot of times on islands you get like really strange characteristics of people because of the isolation, and those characteristics get selected just through genetic drift alone, because it's a small population. So just probably one person had the really weird trait where they're insensitive to dihydrotestosterone, and then it's spread throughout more of the population. It doesn't do anything. It's not something natural selection would select against. It's just weird shit.
What is the name of this island?
I don't know the name of the island. So the condition is called
Find it?
Malo Island in Vanadu. Vanadu.
How many people are on that?
It says there's a population in 1979 of 2,300 people. Yeah, and think historically, there's like
There's different kinds of people.
Isn't that wild, man? I remember hearing about that in grad school at Ohio State. I was just like,
I'm sure you've seen those people, the ostrich feet people in Africa. It's a very strange genetic anomaly where they don't grow toes. They essentially have two very wide appendages. Yeah, it looks like a weird bird foot. It's very strange, but a bunch of people in this particular tribe share this trait.
Is there anything in it, or it's like this, where it just kind of happened? And
I don't know. I don't know what advantage they would be. Maybe it's already sexy too. It's just like you can move better with it. I don't know. That's what they look like.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know how I haven't seen it. That's wild.
No, I'm not crazy.
Maybe this kind of
If that's what you're into, dog. I've never been long it's been going on for. Vidoma.
See, that seems like more like a defect that just worked toward fixing in the population. Maybe not.
Well, it just makes you wonder, like, why don't we, it's in Zimbabwe apparently, why don't we all have that?
You know, like what is the reason why we have all these toes that it's called electrodactyl? Electrodactyl.
I mean, historically, evolutionary, I should say, if you did have something like that and you're on together, you kind of close. You know, you're not going to be able to run after gazelle.
I don't know, maybe you can. Those says their feet are well adapted to the Zambazi, not Zimbabwe, Zambazi Valley's rough terrain, allowing them to move quickly and efficiently through the landscape.
All right, I take it back.
Well, it kind of makes sense, right? Because what it's saying is that their bones are fused. If you scroll up, it's like the condition affecting the ostrich-footed trout, genetic mutation passed down through generations causes the bones in the feet to fuse, resulting in a claw-like structure with two large toes. Toes are very vulnerable. I don't know if you've ever broken a toe, but it's
Broke one an hour before I got on the plane to come here.
really?
Have you ever seen my left foot?
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's ridiculous. The whole thing is just purple.
Yeah, they're so small. Like my pinky toe, I was messing around with my pinky toe the other day because I have to trim with my toenails, right? And the pinky toenails is like barely a nail. It's so tiny. And I'm like, God, this little thing is so vulnerable and has to support my entire body weight or part of my entire body weight.
It's so dumb.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't see that?
Oh, that's jacked.
Yeah, dude. That was like right before I was coming down here.
Ouch. That sucks. Yeah, I've broken a bunch of toes. It's very, very annoying. You would imagine if you had two giant fucking elbow bones down there instead of these bitchy ass little toesies.
Maybe that's why they did it. Maybe that's what they got going on.
Kind of makes sense that would be an adaptation. Yeah, well, you know, we're so vulnerable, and that's one of the weirder things. Like, so first, we should get into what you do, because you have a very interesting theory. Tell everybody what your background is.
Yeah, all right. That does seem like a good place to start. My background is in anthropology, biological anthropology. My research mostly focuses on evolutionary anatomy, biomedicine, I've done some archaeology in various places around the world in Montana. But the reason I'm here, I assume, is according to my friend Matt, we were butchering a mule deer, I think, we shot. And I was like, yeah, I go to this conference. And he was like, I don't know what it's about. Nobody gives a shit about what you do other than UFOs.
Great.
Like, I did actually used to do a lot of what I thought was cool stuff. But no, the main thing is that I've become known for advocating for this idea that UFOs and the aliens are actually time-traveling future human descendants. I wouldn't even say as opposed to extraterrestrials, because I do think that's a component too. Oftentimes get pigeonholed. People are like, oh, we just think we're on time travelers. I don't. I actually say this all the time, but it doesn't matter. I do think there's a lot going on. But my background, and the reason I approach this question this way is because there's a lot of characteristics of these aliens that look so hungry, look just like us, and specifically what we expect to see in our hominid future if the same evolutionary trends continue into the future. So I kind of just tie those things together, and even the saucer-shaped crafts, even the time machines themselves. So that's kind of the cliff notes for me.
Well, it's a theory that a lot of people have independently sort of come to, right?
Yeah, especially recently.
And the concept of, well, we just think about ancient man. I was watching this documentary on Neanderthals last night about this one intact Neanderthal skeleton that they found that was, it had sort of been, he had died in a cave, and the stalactites or mites.
Tights are up, nights are down.
So he was essentially mineralized. There was stuff all over the body, and it took a long time for them to break this body. No, I was watching it on YouTube. Maybe the original was on Netflix, but it was just documenting how strange this body was that they had found. But it was immensely strong, like much stronger than us. One of the interesting things was that the visual cortex, the part of the brain that would process good imagery, was larger. It was 10 to 20% larger. And so these things probably had better eyesight than us, perhaps even were able to see at night. And that this was a bigger, stronger version of a human being, like much more durable than what we are, modern 2025 Homo sapiens. if you just look, yeah, that's it. So that's one of them. Oh, really? Is this might not be the same one. This is maybe a different one. That's a weird one because what's that fucking thing on its head? Wow. In a weird form. Weird. Yeah, with a crest.
They do have a satchel, really.
Yes.
I'm gonna write to the side one. There's an offshoot in our lineage called Paranthropus. That's also really good. This seems a man full-on gorilla style. Real satchel gorilla. Yeah, because they were vegetarians, so it's chewed all day.
Right, so they're massive muscles to chew.
Yeah, the whole face is huge.
Wow.
Neanderthals kind of, I mean, they're just a robusticity thing, but there is evidence from Shenandoah Cave in Iraq where they were using their teeth as tools. We think they were like tanning hides, they were holding the hide in their mouth and scraping all the nasty bits off. And you can see that teeth there. So, yeah, they were pretty badass. They were the first, I don't know, I think this is cool, but a lot of people think I'm a nerd too. They were the first to use the flake. Like for 2.8 million years, we just hit a piece of rock and the world is cool too. But then they figured out that if you hit the rock in just the right way, the piece that falls off makes it even better. So it was like 2.5. Yes, exactly. And from that point on, like I got to work at a place called Shaky in southern France for a summer, and it was a Neanderthal site. And we found these, actually it's pretty funny because when we first got these tools called MTA hand axes, we steered in with traditional hand axes. There were only 8 found in all of Europe. And they said, if you guys find one of these, we'll buy you all the beer and all the cognac you can drink in the cognac region in France. And we found one like the 4th or 5th day. We went on to find 7 more over the course of that week. We doubled the number of these things in existence in all of Europe. And they were not. They bought us so many damn beers. Like archaeologists like to drink. You know, sure, we dig and it's boring as hell. You know, it's not Indiana Jones. We're not running around banging hot chicks and flying on planes. We're like, we got a spoon and we're doing this for 8 hours. So, yeah, I actually found the last one on the last day and it was by far the most one. Like, I had to argue that this is that should count as one of these. But yeah, no, it was a cool site. So yeah, they were doing well, but we were doing better.
Well, something happened where we replaced them. This is an ad for BetterHelp. The holidays come with a lot of traditions, gathering the family, cooking those once-a-year recipes, and leaning into the little rituals that bring everyone together. That's something I always look forward to. But there's another tradition I think we should all start doing during the holidays, and that's taking some time for ourselves. This season, you do so many things for the other people in your life. You plan get-togethers around a schedule, you spend hours picking out the right gifts and cooking the right food, but you also deserve just as much attention. Otherwise, you'll burn yourself out. So do yourself a favor and take some me time. Go on a hunting trip. Have a quiet night with a book. Maybe even schedule a session with a therapist. Therapy is an extremely effective way to make sure you're focusing on what you need. And BetterHelp can easily set you up. They have access to a wide network of fully qualified therapists, and they do a lot of the work for you. Even if that first match isn't a good fit, you can easily switch to another therapist. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Our listeners get 10% off at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. The point is, as time goes on, humans today are probably the most feeble version of humans that have ever existed. And we're the most feeble versions of people that have existed within the last century, right? Like if you go back to humans from the 1920s versus humans from the 2020s, people have way less testosterone now, way higher instances of miscarriages, way lower sperm count. You know, there's a lot of factors that are at play right now that are changing what a human is. And if you extrapolate, if you look at the future, you would naturally say, well, we're probably going to be very thin. It seems like there's at least some sort of a push to eliminate gender. And gender seems like it's on the table as whether or not it's even necessary. There's all sorts of new technological innovations that are leading to the possibility, at least sometime the future of an artificial womb. There's genetic engineering with CRISPR and a lot of other different technologies that are being explored that we might be able to engineer human beings and then even create a complete individual human being without a mother, without a father. So if you thought about what that looks like in the future, like, one of our problems on this planet is we all have different ideologies, different religions, come from different parts of the world. We look different. And human beings, as tribal primates, have a tendency to other. We other different tribes. Those are not us. We are us. Those are the enemy. We go right around it. But if everybody's exactly the same and we share one mind, then a lot of our problems go away. If we no longer have to compete for resources, we no longer have the desire to procreate, to acquire, to be, have a territory, we eliminate a lot of our issues. And that's what these things look like. When you look at the archetypal, these iconic sort of shapes that have been on cave walls all the way up to Close Encounters of the Third Kind, one thing they share is that they have no muscle, they have large heads, they have big eyes.
My childhood, paedomorphic, as we said. Yeah, you just tied together like a lot of really important points related to this theory. Aspects of why they're always interested in organics, why they come back and put that little machine on a man that collects semen, constantly taking eggs from females, implanting fetuses, pulling them back out later. Like they're clearly focused on reproduction, gamete extraction, and one of the things that might be fueling that in the future, if these are future humans, let's just assume for a second, hypothetically, is that they might be having problems directly resulting from these trends towards self-domestication, these trends toward feminization, these trends toward reduced sperm counts, which is 60% across most populations of the world, industrialized, 50% across the entire world. Problems with reproduction, mutual fertilization, exogenesis chambers might help solve some of those problems, growing the fetus outside of the body. So and like you said, what do they look like? They look like kind of a hybrid between males and females to some extent. There's still an essence of gender. Like if you talk to Whitney Street, who was with this being, he says in Trina that I had a sense that she was a woman. I don't know why, but I kind of sensed that. So it's almost like the essence of the individual, soul of the individual still retains that sort of gender identity, even though our bodies are becoming more childlike, more gender indiscriminate. I don't know, but yeah, yet another one of those ways in which we might sort of grow together as a species.
Now, when you say
criticism.
how many of these stories do you take seriously? There's a lot of these stories. Unfortunately, for any sort of spectacular public thing that's in the zeitgeist, like alien abduction, whether it's Whitley Strieber from Communion or the John Mack books, the guy from Harvard that wrote Abduction,
Passport to the Cosmos, Abduction. Two great books.
Great books. But these are all books about encounters, close encounters of the third kind with some sort of a being from another place. Whatever it is, it's just not a human being, and it seems to be technologically superior to us. It seems to be one thing they all seem to share is they seem to be able to communicate telekinetically or telepathically.
Yeah, and I mean, they aren't human, but they're very human too. So, for instance, like that's one of the main reasons I started exploring this. I was actually kind of put into this when I was 8 or 9 years old, sort of activated in a way and put on this path by a weird thing that happened when I was a kid. Well, so I talk about it in my first 2 books, Identified Flying Objects and the Extraterrestrial Model, where I learned about a close encounter that my dad had. He was a veterinarian in Northeast Ohio where I grew up, and he was out one night on the call with another guy, so there was 2 people. As far as J9X reliability scale, that's my reliability because there's multiple witnesses. It's also strange on the scale because they crested the hill. There's upright like Samish country. There's lights in Amish country. And all of a sudden, this bright light darts toward him, hovers just above your tread, darts back to where it was, straight up in his face, like an incredible speed. So this happened before I was born, but I overheard them telling the story to some friends one night. He got with these traders would come in, as most people did in the 1980s, and as they should, because it's a great book. And I walked into the living room. The book is sitting on the shelf facing out. And I remember, like it was yesterday, I sort of stopped, and there was like this light, like a white light, and then I saw this image in my mind of like an early hominin chimpanzee-like creature, a modern human in that archetype of gray alien from the cover, with this information. What if they're related? What if they are us in the future? And obviously, I mean, that's why I became a biological biologist. People are always like, so you saw this? Yeah, it was like a flash of the light. And it's weird looking back on it because I know a lot more about these experiences. I've talked to people who've had these types of experiences. What was the setting? It was our living room. So it was like you come in the front door and just to the left of this living room, built-in bookshelf with this books. I just turned the corner, saw it, and then just kind of, it just came. Like I didn't know shit about evolutionary biology.
You say you saw it
in my mind. Just this white,
just an image.
There's that image with the three faces, and then the question, could they be us in the future? And a lot of people are like, how'd you get into UFOs? Like, you're a biological anthropologist. It's the opposite. I got into biological anthropology to research this question of whether they could be us in the future.
Oh. So this, you felt like at that moment it wasn't just like a weird thought or a dream, it felt like a message. Like, what did it feel like?
Yeah, it was a tacit. No, I think Rupert Sheldrake said it, that people don't have ideas have people. I think that was like hey, go do this thing. And that's why we talk about it. And obviously, we got to be careful about selection bias and confirmation bias. Like, I didn't go into this. I didn't go into grad school. I was a ton of grad school. I was there because they kicked me out. But I went into it with an open mind, but I was there to study these things because of that event when I was
Yeah, it is a problem, the confirmation bias. It is a problem with wanting it to be real. And I struggle with that because I desperately want it to be real. And so every time I talk to someone, I've talked to a bunch of people that are, air quote whistleblowers, and some of them, I think, for sure, have been sent in here to distribute disinformation.
Yeah, no doubt.
For sure, because it's a great place to do it. Yeah. I'll listen to you. I'll entertain almost anything.
Which is great. I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously there's people that can take advantage of it.
But I think it's also important for me to say I'm not convinced. Like, I don't know how much of this is Rothschild, but it's not zero.
And that was your question: is how do I differentiate among these different cases? I do draw from Hynek's in his book, The UFO Experience. He lists out how we all should approach this based on reliability scale and strangeness scale. Jacques Vallée also drew from that to develop it as part of the Invisible College and all of his work. But regardless of my own personal discernments, my second book, The Extraterrestrial Model, is about 30 case studies, 15 main case studies, but then I'm pulling other ones. And it explores the different theories. Obviously, the main one being this extraterrestrial idea in this future, which, by the way, I saw the word of the day. Today was anachronistic. And I was like, man, that would have been a way better word than extraterrestrial, which everybody struggles with. I could have called them anachronauts. Doesn't that sound cool? Anachronauts. I know, what the hell was I thinking, man? Anyway, so one of the most commonly reported things across all cases, regardless of whether you think it's bullshit, I think it's definitely happening, is they really want our soul. They really need or want our reproductive material gametes. And it's funny because when I wrote my first book it started in 2012, published it in 2019, right at the end I did an interview, and someone was like, have you heard of Jim Fest? I'm like, no, which is kind of a failing on my behalf. I'll admit that one. It turns out, so it was the Rendlesham Forest incident. He touched this craft, he got this binary code, and he
when deciphering the binary code, they legitimately, specifically said, we are you from the future. We're having problems with reproduction, it's not a regression. We're having problems with reproduction, we need this genetic material to help ourselves. A lot of people are like, well, why are they coming back and doing stuff to us? I think they're coming back and getting stuff from us because of problems they're having, largely related to what you were talking about earlier. The sperm counts, the problem for female infertility. What if we do try to create the perfect human specimen, where we try to cure these genetic diseases through genetic manipulation, CRISPR, and we screw something up? We might have to come back. We can't go to another planet. There aren't people on these planets. We can't go and sample gametes from these other places. We might have to go into our past to get those wild type, unmanipulated gametes in order to fix these problems.
God, that's a crazy level of technological sophistication, the ability to venture back in time and somehow or another not fuck up the timeline that's leading to, this is the problem that's always been theorized about time travel. Anything that you do, if you went back in time, any interactions, you would completely change how the future would play out.
In the many worlds interpretation. Yeah. So that idea is unfortunately very pervasive, and mostly because of Back to the Future, which I think ruins the brains of most people. Certainly in my generation. But what most physicists don't agree on, but most agree that we live in what's called a block universe, landscape time, block time, where if you imagine all moments from the very beginning of the Big Bang to the end of the universe, where all matter disappears into like a black hole and contracts or whatever it does, all moments they exist as this massive four-dimensional block of all moments, all worlds, everything. So you go back into the past as you perceive it. You can do whatever you want. You can walk around, step on butterflies, slap people on the face, kick over dinosaurs or whatever. I don't think about that far, but you could do anything you want. It doesn't change anything because you're going back in the block universe and doing those things you were always already going to do. And when you get home, everything's the same because that was already their past. Everybody that stayed behind, that was already their past. There was only the future for you to go back and do those things that you were already going to do. And then you just went and did it, get home, everything's the same because you were always going to do those things in the first place. That's hard. And if that is the actual model of the universe, again, I can only work in writing these books. I can only work from what we know. Clearly, there's a lot of things we don't know. I'm not going to do anything beyond what we can know right now. But physicists, despite not knowing what time is, they know it's an emergent phenomenon. There's something more fundamental that time comes from. But they do agree on this block universe model. And in that case, there is no paradox.
How do they all agree on that? Like, wouldn't you have to test that and come up with some sort of a hypothesis and then try to prove it or disprove it?
You're right. I shouldn't say they all agree because there is the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics where if you went back in that situation, it would be changed. You would be changing the timeline. Would it be changing your timeline or would it be changing a different timeline is the question. And how would you know? There's more paradoxes of changing things than not changing things.
Why do you confidently state that you don't think that they can go back to the dinosaur age?
Partly because three different reasons. One, I think they need tremendously high speed in order to be able to go back into the past. So basically, again, working from all I can work from in this time with the limited primitive primate knowledge that I have in the year 2012 to 2025, I basically just started with Einstein's theory of relativity, which he published in 1905 on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, and then in 1915 he published his paper on general relativity. From that point on, almost instantly, there were solutions to his field equations that showed with the right parameters of a massively highly energetic rotating ring or sphere or disk that you could create closed down light cones. That you could actually orient light cones back towards the past so you can physically go into the past. We saw this with Lenz and Thüring in 1917 or 18. Gödel universe was on after I think the 20s maybe. And then importantly in the 1970s you had Frank Tipler who showed mathematically that you could shrink that down to a disk. actually a really good disc. Because one of the reasons I think that these are time machines is because it has all of the parameters described by Frank Tipler. He wasn't talking about UFOs, but they seemingly have the ability to jump in and out of time. They appear and disappear. I'm talking too much, so I'll wrap this up in a second. But
You're definitely not talking too much.
well, I mean, we're here to talk, but I have an internal trigger where I'm like, shut up, man.
No.
Talking too much.
Don't listen to that trigger. Let it roll.
So anyway, if you look at the history of how we understand backward time travel, what I think they're doing is that I think they're combining general relativity and special relativity. So I think they're orienting the light beams toward the past by rotating these things really, really fast. You hear that all the time. Power up, spinning, or at least there's some sort of flywheel on the outside that's spinning. I think that's what's allowing them to move toward the past, and then they take off. So it's that high speed that I think allows them to go further in the past. So they're using, you're aware of the twins programs, I'm sure. Time dilation. We have two twins of the same age, and then one goes into the spaceship, they move at tremendously high speed, they come back, and they're much younger than the twin because time moves faster back on Earth. I think they're using that high speed motion while light goes roaring toward the past in order to travel deeper into the past through that process of time dilation. There are limits to how fast we can go. Einstein was very adamant about this because there's an increase in inertial forces the faster you go relative to speed of light. That's why he thought we could never go. That's why he thought that anything with mass could never go faster than the speed of light. Light can do it because it's a wave or a particle or both. So I think there's a limit to how fast we can go. The other reason is because Jim Peniston in this hypnotic regression said he's like, we can only go 40 to 60,000 years into the past or into the past. You also have, and this is a more speculative one, so take it for what it's worth, you also have the Dan Burrish testimony of this J-Rock, this allegedly captured alien, who said, we're from the future, we are you from the future, and we're from about 55 to 60,000 years in the future. So those three things together are why I don't think we could go back 65 million years to hunt dinosaurs, which actually would kind of fun.
When you talk about going the speed of light, you're talking about not traditional propulsion, but some form of propulsion that allows you to go at insane speeds.
Yeah, electromagnetic is what it seems to be. And importantly, the electromagnetic force is 10 to the 40 times more powerful than gravity. So not only do I think that's what they use to fly, I think that's what they use to manipulate space-time. Actually, in Dan Burrish's Dan Farrell, I think he just had him on to the Age of Disclosure.
Yes.
There's this really cool thing at the end where Hal Puthoff and I think Eric Davis as well were talking about the space-time bubble, right? A really weird thing happened. We can get to that in a second, but I don't want to jump around too much because I'll lose people and myself probably. But this space-time bubble that they form around the craft, I think is also indicative of the fact that they're manipulating space-time, that they're traveling into altitude. They use it to hide in plain sight. They manipulate the rate at which they move relative to us in their frame of reference, and they're moving fast all around us. And they slow time down outside of that bubble, so everything's really, really slow to them, and they can easily evade our bullets and our missiles, but we don't see them because we don't have that frame rate of perception. And if you slow videos down, I'm sure you've seen this all the time. It was like and then you slow it down and you can see this saucer-shaped craft moving slowly across the sky once you slow down the frame rate. But a really funny thing happened because I've never actually talked about this with anyone before. I owe a lot of the fact that anybody even knows who I am to Hal Puthoff. When I first started talking about this publicly in 2018, and then I published my book in 2019, Identified Flying Objects, he, I guess, reached out to the head of MUFON at the time, who was putting together the 50th anniversary MUFON event, and was like, hey, you should have this Mike Masters guy come talk. And I found that out from the head of MUFON. He's like, hey, just so you know, Hal Puthoff, of all people, recommended I contact you. I had no idea that it, so I get on the internet, Google Hal Puthoff. He also put Jesse Michaels, mutual friend, in touch with me after, I think he did an interview with him and Weinstein. I forget his name.
Eric?
Yeah, so he did an interview with those two. I guess Al was like, hey, you should reach out to McMasters. He did, and we talked and done stuff together. But what was cool is that at the end of that Age of Disclosure film, when he's talking about the space-time bubble, I thought back to after my first book came out, and I was contacted by someone who claimed to be an ex-intelligence person who explained that exact same thing to me back in 2019. That these things aren't doing 10,000 gene maneuvers that would crush anything inside. To them, in their frame of reference, what they feel is completely different than what we see. They can be moving at 50,000 miles an hour, do a right-hand turn, and it would splatter anything inside because of the G-forces. That's what we see on the outside. But in that space-time bubble, they probably feel 1, 2 G's at the most. So I started thinking, man, was that Hal? Did Hal reach out to me with like a different email address and say, hey, just so you know, this is how these things are happening, this is how they were able to do it? And I was a dumbass, I still am a dumbass, but I was an extra big dumbass back then. And I was like, oh, cool, thanks. You know, like a story went viral about my books, and Fox News picked it up, and Space.com. And so I was going through a bunch of emails. They recognized I wasn't getting what they were saying. I was not picking up what they were putting down. And they were like, no, this is important. Said it again, and then it clicked. I was like, oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. They're manipulating the rate at which time passes in this bubble around the craft, and we see something completely different.
So when we're seeing this, we're imagining what we can do. And we're sort of saying, well, what would be an advanced version of what we can do? And what this technology is something that's levels of magnitude beyond even our theoretical, like any sort of idea that we have currently about, you know, potential future timelines of technology. Yeah. There's no one talking about gravity bubbles that allow you to instantaneously traverse immense gaps in the universe.
Well, they might be talking about behind closed doors at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Right.
And have been for 70 years.
Yeah, that's their take. That's the real problem with disclosure. Like how much progress could we have made if they had opened up all this stuff? And you got to imagine if you were an intelligent life form from another planet. You know, Diana Pasulka talked about, her and Gary Nolan talked about how they refer to some of these things as donations.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think of them as crashed vehicles because some of them are not crashed. They're completely intact. And
David Rush said that too, didn't he?
yeah, I believe he did.
Yeah.
And even, you know, Lazar, when he was talking about it, you know,
Yeah, the sports smile.
Mhm.
Wasn't that fully intact too?
Fully intact. Yeah, fully intact and operational, and apparently flew it around.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the reasons, you know, the whole story how he got caught. It's a really crazy story. So he used to work at Los Alamos. He was a propulsions expert. Guy put a jet engine in the back of a Honda. It was a real freak. You know, he made a hydrogen Corvette in like the 1990s. He was a nutty dude.
Clearly an engineer.
Yeah,
That part checks out.
so he gets his job on Area S4 and goes there. And this is all documented in Jeremy Corbell's excellent movie, Bob Lazar, Area 51 Flying Saucers. So he goes there and sees this thing, and it's got an American flag sticker on it. And, you know, they basically say, tell us how it works. And he's like, oh, this is ours, because he sees it as a sticker on it. And then he realizes this is made out of some completely unknown alloy. There's no seams in it. It seems to be 3D printed. There's no controls inside of it. It's designed for something that's 3 feet tall. It's all very fucking weird. So he's working on this thing, not making much headway at all. They understood that there was an element 115, that was not even on the periodic table. Eventually found to actually be a thing by the Large Hadron Collider. But even then, they only measured it for a millisecond, right? So then he's saying that they have this stable version of this element, and you bombard it with radiation, and it creates this sort of gravity drive.
He's working on this thing, and it's all top secret, so he cannot tell his wife. So they're calling him up at 10 o'clock, like, hey, get to the airport. We need you. And so he would have to fly out at random times, fly out to S4, and his wife was like, this motherfucker's having an affair. Well, I'm going to have an affair too. So she starts fucking a flight attendant, or a flight instructor. I think that's what it was. When you have that kind of clearance, they are monitoring everything. They're monitoring all your phone calls. So they've realized that his wife is having an affair, and they think that he will be emotionally unstable, and it's too dangerous to have him working on this insanely top secret information if he's not stable. So they tell him, we're going to at least temporarily relieve you of your duties. So he's freaked out, and he tells his friends, like, hey, this is what they're doing there. They have these things, and they fly them every Wednesday. I'm going to take you guys. There's an area we can go watch. So he takes his friends out there on 2 separate occasions, I believe. They get caught, gets arrested. They release him, and he realizes, like, I'm kind of fucked. They might kill me. I'm going to have to go public with this. Contacts George Knapp.
I did see that.
Then other things history.
Yeah. No, that's wild, man. And I think, and it's still happening. There's still these whistleblowers.
And he said they used to fly them, and you could go watch them fly these things, and they were moving these really weird ways across the sky that you cannot do with conventional aircraft, that they only sort of understood how to, like, pick it up and put it down. They didn't understand how to, like, really...
That was out at Groom Lake, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, I've obviously been in this for a long time. I remember as a kid seeing videos of people going out, and then they eventually closed it down. You couldn't get to that spot. But there was like
that was during the Obama administration. During the Obama administration, they actually had to admit that Area 51 was real. Because before that, no one even knew it was real. I mean, that was always just a joke. Like, Area 51 was like for fun. But then they said, no, it is real, and we need to expand the forbidden boundary.
Yeah. And isn't that when people were going to, like, bum rush it too? Is that when that
was
happened?
during COVID.
Oh, okay.
During COVID, there's a bunch of dorks that are like, we're going to crash Area 51. That's a good way to die. They'll fucking kill you.
A natural selection.
Yeah, they're working on a lot of stuff out there. And some of it is weapons.
Right.
They can have you internet dorks from Reddit just running out into Area 51.
Yeah, I think they eventually realized that. So I don't think they went out there, but it could have gone bad.
I think it was all bullshit. They were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to get out there? Yeah.
Engagement farming. Yeah, man, there's a lot of crazy shit that's been going on. It's been going on for a while. Jamie and I were talking before about the stovepiping too. All
stovepiping?
Yeah, the different ways that they compartmentalize what they're doing. I talked about it in Age of Disclosure too. That's a big problem because certain people are working on these parts of the craft to reverse engineer them, to understand them, but they don't have the whole picture.
Well, Czar was talking about that from the 1980s.
Yeah.
In 1989, he said the people that are working on metallurgy, you're not in contact with the people that are working on propulsion, and he's like, science cannot operate like that.
Yeah. No, it can't, because you need to know what's going on beyond just this little part.
Right. And if you have a bunch of people that are sharing information, you get a much more comprehensive understanding of what this thing is.
Yeah, we all benefit from communication.
Right, because there could be something involved in the actual structure of it that lends to its ability to do something. It might not be simply just structure. It might be structure with some sort of ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't see the forest through the trees in these situations. And it's unfortunate what the argument they made in this doco is that we're putting ourselves at a disadvantage because other countries have probably retrieved those things too. And they might be working, yes, in secrecy, but if people are working together and not stovepiping this thing ad infinitum, then they might be able to actually make more progress faster. So part of the disclosure push is to be like, yeah, these things are real, we have them. Let's get our best scientists together to work on this holistically instead of compartmentalizing.
Just imagine if they had done that from 1947, where we would be.
Exactly.
If that's real. If Roswell was real, if the crash was real, if Philip J. Corso was correct, and all these people are telling the truth.
I know. And we still have to preface these things with if the Jeff thinks real. And yeah, I do the same thing. I mean, as coming from academia, as my first book, I had to be like, if this is real. But it's hard. It's this paradox of sorts because how do you write to explain something that isn't real?
Right.
What's the point of even doing it?
Yeah.
So I think we have to assume. I'm actually teaching a class at Montana Tech this spring called UFOs, History, and Science.
Ooh, I'd take that if I was in school.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I know, I'm pretty stoked about it. And I had these artists design a poster in Norway and the UK, and just crazy. Like, I was like, how conservative should I be with this? I'm just a UFO. And I gave them total artistic freedom. And there's like an alien holding the earth and this UFOs. I'm like, all right, I guess that's what I'm doing. Plastered all over campus to recruit people to take the class. But like, I'm going in on day one. We're not gonna fuck around with like, are these things real? We're not gonna waste time. We're gonna jump in. These are real. Here's what we're doing. This is what we know. This is what we don't know. Explore the theories. Explore the history. Explore the prehistory. Because it's a waste of time. Like these things are.
You think they're real?
I know.
What makes you convinced?
I have read enough accounts in researching this, and from people that I know, I mean, starting from when I was a kid, hearing my biological father's account, the way he told it. And then I interviewed him again in college to try to get more information, so I was just hearing from the stairs and I was supposed to be in bed. He saw what he saw. And then eventually, I saw something.
What did you see?
I was kind of pissed, actually, because I started talking about this in 2018, and people were always like, you ever seen a UFO? No, I've never seen a UFO. That too. And then finally, in 2022, it might have been late 2020. I don't remember exactly. It was kind of warmish, so it was probably 2021. But everybody's in bed at my house. I live in a canyon, and I was having a whiskey, and I was like, I just walked up the canyon wall for some reason, like the hill behind my house. I don't really know why. I turned around and I could see these 5 super bright lights over what's known as the East Ridge in Montana. They're just like sitting there right over the East Ridge. Well, that's not normal. Those aren't usually there. And they weren't stars. Way too big, way too close. I would say they're probably 5 to 8 miles. They were in the distance, but they were like there. And then I just kind of looked at them for a second. Oh, that's weird. And then one by one, from right to left, they just went shot off toward the southeast at like crazy speed. Like the kind of, like in Star Wars or Star Trek, they had hyperdrive and there's that little light trail. Like just one by one until they're all gone. That I have no conventional explanation for that.
Wow.
But I've never been one of those people that's like, I need to see it to believe it. Because I believe the people who say the same thing over and over, there's patterns that we can extract from people's testaments who have had these close encounters. And that's one unfortunate thing that's happening right now. As we're talking about the pilots, talking about police. But people have been seeing these forever, but they did such a good job manufacturing the stigma around it. Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project Blue Book. They discount these people, make them seem insane.
That is one of the main points of evidence that I would point to that there is something. When people think there isn't something, it's like you should really pay attention to what they were trying to do during Project Blue Book. Because one of the things, I have a buddy of mine, my friend Steve Graham, shout out to Steve. When he was a boy, he was living in New York, upstate New York, and he filmed this red orb that was flying across the sky, and he took some photographs of it. And they called some officials somewhere, I don't remember, he was very young, and they said, we're going to analyze the photos and then we'll bring them back to you. And they never returned the photographs. When he called, they said, no agents, there's no record of any agents coming to visit you. We don't know what to tell you. So they just took his photos, and that was it. But he said, whatever it was, he was young, I believe he was 10 or 11, and he said, whatever it was really weird. He goes, it was this red orb that was flying through the sky. It was a spacecraft, it wasn't a sun, it wasn't a meteor. It looked like it was moving purposely and under control. And it was there long enough for him to take a Polaroid of it. Yeah, and they just completely erased any memory of it or any evidence of it. When he called, like I said, they said there were no agents visited you, whatever the agent's name were. There's no agents by that name.
It's kind of the status quo.
They try to make you look like a fool.
Absolutely, and that was intentional. Like the stated mission of Project Grudge was to debunk these things, come up with conventional explanations, and make people seem like idiots.
Right. It wasn't to investigate.
No, not at all.
The purpose wasn't, let's get to the bottom of this, find out, is this Russia? Is Russia doing this? That was not the purpose. The purpose was make these people look like fools. You only do that if you know something that other people don't. This episode is brought to you by Monster Ultra. Everybody knows the white Monster. That clean white can, zero sugar, crisp. It's everywhere lately. Gyms, your favorite convenience stores, studios, you name it. I see people toss it into their bag before training or a long drive. Big flavor, zero sugar, that same Monster energy kick. But Ultra didn't stop there. There's a whole lineup now. Vice, Guava, Blue Hawaiian, and the new Wild Passion. My favorite is Strawberry Dreams. It's smooth and sweet with a touch of tart strawberry flavor. Ooh. And if you're loyal to the white can, cool. Just know that you've got options. Visit monsterenergy.com to learn more.
And it worked. They did a damn good job at it, because we still feel like fools talking about this.
Oh, yeah.
And we still have to check ourselves and be like, is this real? If this is real, you know?
Right.
But I think that shame is starting to diminish. I think the stigma is starting to go away.
Well, I think the New York Times article publicized the 7 times huge.
That was a game changer.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
And then from then on, it's been this trickle. This guys like Ryan Graves, guys like David Faber. These David Faber's guys that was, he was in a fighter jet, saw this thing move from 50,000 feet above sea level to sea level in less than a second. Yeah. And they saw this thing, there was something under the water below it. It's like whatever he saw. And if you ever talk to him, have you ever talked to him?
I've talked to Alex Dietrich, who's with them.
He's a very reliable guy. And very intelligent, by the book, very disciplined.
He was like a top gun.
Yes.
Like he was leading the
Exactly.
group, right?
Yeah, he's a commander. Yeah. So, and when he describes it, it sounds very real. Whatever he's talking about, he experienced. I believe that. And there's also video of it. There's video of it flying. They have the radar data. They know that it went to the designated meetup point, the cap point. Yeah, which is really weird.
It is, and it indicates they knew the future, or they were part of our military. I kind of wonder if the Tic Tac, because it is somewhat anomalous in the context of a lot of things in the UFO lore, as far as being dissed, trying to look craft. This one kind of seems like one of those.
Well, it is odd that these things happen where there's a lot of military training exercises. Like this one was off the coast of San Diego. It was off the Nimitz, so they had the Nimitz, which was out there. Obviously, you got a lot of military in San Diego.
And the Roosevelt, too, I think is where they were capturing the radar.
And the ones that Ryan Grave experienced were all East Coast. Again, it's all near military bases. It's all where they do military training exercises.
Yeah, why not figure out what you can do with people that you train with already anyway?
Right. And why not see what is detectable and what's not? Ryan Graves talks about how in 2014 they upgraded all the sensors in the jets, and then all of a sudden they started picking these things up all over the place. He said they were encountering them virtually every time they went out, which is so weird. Imagine you're encountering was it a circle inside of a sphere or a sphere inside of a ring?
It was a circle. A sphere.
Yeah. Whatever it was. Which one was it? Was it a circle or a sphere?
It was. I just saw a picture on Twitter. It was a little circle and a cube or something.
Very fucking weird, whatever that is. And able to hover motionless and 200 knots of wind.
Yeah, and it would make sense if we are reverse engineering this. They're going to look pretty primitive. It's basically a big propane tank that they're flying around. And they probably started simple. It's probably unmanned, but they're testing that capability to manipulate the space-time, shoot off. Because it dropped 80,000 feet.
That's what it's supposed to do. Yeah. A cube
Oh,
inside of a
that's
sphere. Yeah, I can remember.
Apparently my dyslexia extends to images too.
Explained using UFO patents. Click on that. Explained. A recent article about the Hills highlighted the reports of a Cuban sphere UAP military pilots have been seeing as reported by Graves, where he once again highlights how often our pilots are seeing these things and why he doesn't believe they are conventional drones or balloons. And so this is obviously some sort of a computer-generated rendition. Fucking problem.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I didn't get a picture of it.
but here's the patents. Scroll. So a month ago, I did a deep dive and post about UFO patents, how magneto-hydrodynamic propulsion systems can explain some of the observations. Includes an expired patent from the 1960s and a few newer patents describing not only the propulsion, but how the plasma field can make the craft invisible to radar.
I mean, again, it makes sense. Like, if we have been reverse engineering these for 70 years, we would start bringing them out. They would look weird. They wouldn't necessarily look like the craft that we struggled to fly over the lake that could go up and down with, and that's about it. Like, they would look like this little thing. It's simple. It's basically it's propane tanker. It's a cube within a sphere, and you probably that backwards again. And then experiment with it, see what you can do. And a lot of people make the argument, why would they do that's dangerous? You know, what if there's a mid-air collision? If they are actually manipulating space-time in these things, like they seemingly are with the saucer-shaped craft, you don't have to worry about it. You know, this isn't a cat and mouse game where the cat and mouse are equal. Like, you have complete control of space-time in and around that area. You're not going to run into it. They're all moving extremely slowly. According to Putoff and Davis at the end of that doc, whoever reached out to me, whether it was Hal or not, somebody reached out to me and explained the same thing in 2019, and it makes a lot of damn sense. And to kind of extend it into my area of research, if you can manipulate space and time in and around this craft, what's keeping you from using that to travel through to?
I guess. I mean, but again, that's with the different model, not the multi-world model, but what was the other model that you just block universe model? Yeah. The idea that they would be so advanced that they could genetically engineer a body and get to whatever state they are at where they communicate telepathically, but yet they can't solve the problem of old DNA, like needing. What do they need? Genetic diversity? Like, what is it? What are they trying to get out of it? So they're trying to get the source material, well, instead of the old stuff, or instead of the stuff that they've had forever.
One of the arguments I made in my first and second books is that really since European colonialism started about 500 years ago, we are all becoming one interbreeding population. So it used to be that you had different isolated populations, and then occasionally there'd be gene flow that introduces new genes. If we all are just one population on this inbred island of Earth, where are you going to get new gene variants? And then you combine that with the things we just talked about, with the potential for things to go wrong, with trying to make designer babies, trends toward reduced fertility in men and women, and importantly, the potential that there could be some massive cataclysm that puts us into a huge bottleneck where there just is no genetic diversity at all. Like, if you think about something that happened that wiped out a huge percentage of the population, and there are warnings about this over and over again with experiences of contactees where, like, there's some cataclysmic thing coming. If that were to happen, all of those problems we're already having, all of the trends that are already leading to us having problems with fertility in the future, would be hugely exacerbated by a very limited gene.
But we know that human beings have gotten down to a very small population fast. Yeah. So we're
already kind of limited.
Yeah.
In our diversity.
What do you think of the theory that human beings have been genetically engineered?
Man, when I first started in all this, I wouldn't touch that one because I had to impose some restrictions on myself so I didn't seem like a crazy person
and keep your academic standing.
I don't really care anymore, to be honest.
But you sold a few books.
Yeah, I sold some books. Like, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I do have the respect of my peers.
And it's not a career killer anymore.
No, exactly. You know, back in 2018, I was kind of rolling the dice. I was really nervous about it. I went to the chair of my department and was like, hey, just so you know, in case there's any pushback, publishing this book about whether UFOs are future humans. And he looked at me and cocked his head and said, That's our job. So we're supposed to be asking questions like that. Like he was all pissed off. Like, why are you even asking me this? You're telling me this.
Well, that's a cool guy.
Yeah. I was like, sweet. All right. Well, check. I got one. I got one on board at least. But I was really conservative in this approach. Like the dean actually of my college, who gave me an award for scholarship and researchers. And there's a lot of amazing researchers at Montana Technological University. We're very well known for research and scholarship. She gave me an award in 2022 for research and scholarship, and all I was doing at that point was UFO stuff. That was kind of a nod too. But she was telling me the other day at a meeting, some chair of the department, unfortunately, and she was like, "Oh, your dissertation book." Because I did kind of write my first book as a dissertation. It's very scientific, it's very dense, it's very technical, but I needed to do that because of the stigma, because of the shame. And you're right, it is changing, which is great. But there are certain things that we still can't, that are hard for me to talk about because it starts to get into ancient aliens territory, and that's one of them. Are they manipulating us genetically? Have they been for a long time? I don't know. I used to say I don't know, so I don't have to talk about it. Now I say I don't know because I genuinely don't know. Maybe.
Well, how could you? Yeah, I mean, it's all theoretical, but there seems to be a trend in at least the encounter reports. There's when people have reported some sort of communication with these things, there's a lot of talk of genetic manipulation. There's a lot of talk of
it's the most common trope.
Yeah, but it also makes sense when you look at how different we are than any other animal that exists or has existed. We're so advanced and so weird, and we vary so much, like biologically and structurally. I mean, there's animals, like there's different kinds of wolves, right? There's gray wolves and red wolves, and they vary. And red wolves and gray wolves, they can't even interbreed and create viable offspring. In terms of like their ability, like they would be hybrids if they did breed, but they don't. They don't breed with red wolves. And coyotes, which is also a type of wolf. But that's kind of where it ends. Whereas humans are fucking weird. At least coyotes all look like coyotes. Wolves all kind of look like wolves. Like with humans, you get 7-foot tall people and 5-foot tall people and round people and thin people.
But we are actually all very similar genetically. There's a study done in the 70s looking at polymorphisms, and they found that between like what they used to be thought they were races, like Africans, Asians, and Europeans. That was it. They didn't consider Native Americans or Australians or anybody. But they did this study on polymorphisms, found that only about 6 to 7% of all of our genetic differences can be accounted for by those between group differences. And they did the same thing with Y chromosomes, they did the same thing with craniofacial anatomy, and found that we're all very similar. So despite those differences in height, weight, skin color, hair color, eye color, we're very, very similar, which could, again, lead to problems related to genetic homogenization, limited gene pool in the future, needing to go back and sample gametes from the past. Another argument I hear people make related to what you're saying, an argument for potential genetic manipulation of the human species over time, is that it all happened really fast. We see this acceleration in our rate of change, rate of technological development. Those things might indicate that there's some sort of seeding in the past with not just technology, but the genetics that allow us to expand our minds and develop these things.
Well, there's some weird stories from ancient scripts, ancient texts, like the Book of Enoch. Like, what is that all about? Like, that's some weird stuff. It talks about the Watchers coming down from the sky and mating with humans and creating the Nephilim to destroy everything.
Yeah, I might get some shit for this, but I would be willing to bet that all major religions and other ones have some sort of UFO alien component to the myth and legend that gave rise to them over time.
It makes sense.
It does. Actually, the third book I wrote, Revelation, flips the whole script on Revelation, and it interjects time travelers, and it interjects this whole. For a while there was this question of like whether there was a fight over the timeline, whether the Greys were coming back to because some cataclysm needed to happen, and we all went underground, and that's why we have big eyes and pale skin, so we lived all underground for a while. And then another group like trying to keep that from happening. So the book kind of explores that in fictional capacity, and I wrote it because my friends weren't reading my science books because they were dense and scientific. And I was like, man, what if I wrote a book that's just like a crass sex, drug fueled exploration of like this time travel idea? And that's where that book came from. It still ties in all of these same concepts scientifically, but in the story, like the main character is an intertemporal sex researcher. She goes back in time and just fucks everybody to learn what sex is. That's the book I gave you about value, actually. So it's a weird one. Yeah, it's a weird one, but it's super fun to write, you know. And they're like, and then the professor in this book, he's like he's an intertemporal drug kingpin of sorts. But it's like it's exploring the same ideas in a different way, you know. With fiction, it's satire, it's comedy. The word most commonly used is it's hilarious. It's a comedy book. You know, so I wanted people that don't read the science books to still be introduced to this concept and the science behind it in a different way. It made it so much more fun to write than those science books.
What do you think of when people start theorizing about some sort of a breakaway civilization that lives under the ocean?
Yeah, so we actually published a paper about that last June about the crypto-terrestrial hypothesis. You mentioned it on your show in a really funny way. It went viral on your show. It was absolutely insane the impact this thing had. Like I had to go on Fox and Friends one morning to talk about it, and then the next day
What made it go viral? What was
well, because I published it with two guys from Harvard. I was a co-author in the paper, and so it's Harvard researchers say dinosaurs are aliens and they live in the ocean. So stuff like that, and it worked because it was. Yeah.
Well, it makes you go, what?
Yours was the funniest one. You guys pulled it up on your screen, and you're like, man, these Harvard researchers must have snuck in where they're doing the psilocybin experiments and ate all the mushrooms. No, it cracked me up. And I don't think we did. I don't remember if we did. I don't think. But it definitely had elements of like these guys eat no mushrooms, which was part of why it went viral. But there were some really solid arguments in it. And the title of the paper was Scientific Openness to the Crypto-Terrestrial Idea. That's all we were advocating for. And we listed four main ways in which this crypto-terrestrial idea could happen. And the fourth one was what really got clickbait, because we were like, maybe there was a breakaway civilization, that's the crypto-terrestrial idea, but maybe an advanced reptile, dinosaurs didn't go extinct. And this was, you know, we don't think this actually happened, but we're just putting out arguments for what this idea could be. And so, yeah, they took that and put like dinosaurs and keyboards and stuff like that. But one of them is time travelers. And it would make sense if you were in the future, instead of jumping back through time in order to study people in a specific time, you set up a base on the far side of the moon. Or up until the 60s, 70s, we wouldn't know they were there. Set up a base under the oceans. And this would go for the extraterrestrial idea too. Instead of traversing the vast swaths of space, come here, set up under the oceans, because we're not going to find you. Antarctica, far side of the moon. And then you can do everything here locally instead of having to jump across space, extraterrestrial, jump across time, extraterrestrial.
Well, it also explains some of the very strange ways that they've observed crafts moving underwater.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've observed crafts moving under the water at 500 knots, as big as a football field. And apparently there's video of these things. Apparently there's, the Navy has something that they filmed that is as big as a football field that was going essentially 500 miles an hour underwater without any ripples, not disturbing the water at all, not creating a wake.
And then moving right out of it, transmitting on
Yeah. Well, when you think about how little exploration we've done to the bottom of the ocean, we know more about the moon than we do about the surface of the actual bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, it would be a great place to hide out. And again, the ability to move in and out of air, water, space, upper atmosphere, with no disturbances, the transmedium capabilities, that whole warped space-time bubble around them would help explain that too. That they're not experiencing the water, they're not experiencing the air as they move between. Like I always think about, I really love skiing, and one of my favorite times to ski is late season. You know, it's April, the sun's out, everybody's in t-shirts, bikinis, whatever. I don't wear bikinis, but people do. And you get into that slushy stuff. You're cruising down the mountain, you hit the slush, and just go massive control on the top of your skis. And that's what, you know, we would expect if they're moving in and out of air and water and in space, is that there would be some resistance. There's not. You know, they don't have that. And it does indicate that there is some sort of manipulation of space and time around them. And yeah, moving underwater is football field-sized craft going that fast. I mean, how can you do that if there is actual resistance from the water?
Well, it just makes you wonder, how much does the government know? You know, you've seen that guy, Tim Burchett, talk about it. It was hilarious. Yeah, it was very funny. I mean, he was just casually mentioning that there's 5 different locations in the ocean of the world, in the seas of the world, where they've observed crafts coming out of. That's a very weird thing to just say while you're walking. Just casually talk about it.
And with such confidence, yeah. I mean, they're doing these skiffs. They're talking to people behind closed doors. They don't have the same requirement to not disclose things as those people do. They've been signing days. And he has a hilarious way of talking about it. He's got the best one-liners of anybody discussing this stuff. I mean, somebody knows. Somebody knows a lot of things. A lot of people probably know a lot of things and have for a very long time. But, you know, what is that relationship? What do they control? Why are we not?
Well, this is the real question. Like, what do they actually know about what's going on in the ocean? Like, if there are bases somewhere down in the ocean, there's that weird one, the Baltic Sea anomaly. I don't know what that one. Jesse Michaels just did a show about it where he interviewed the guy who found it. I think they're treasure divers. And they found this very strange thing that is sitting on the floor of the ocean, and it has right angles to it. It's kind of curved. There's an actual kind of images of it, but they have explored this thing, and he's convinced that it's not a natural formation.
Yeah, interesting.
See if you can find something on the Baltic Sea. Put that in the our sponsor.
Is there an indication? It's like
that's
like
what
a base.
it looks like. A fucking Millennium Falcon. What's wrong with my mouth today? I can't say Millennium Falcon. Like, that's what it looks like.
That's interesting.
So, you know, look, this could be something that's sitting on, or it could be something that was built at a time where this was not covered by ocean. Like, you live in Montana. Montana used to be the great inland sea, right? You could find seashells in Montana, which is really weird.
Yeah, and even all along the coast of Alaska, there's about 110-foot rise in sea level in the last 12,000 years.
So what? More images of this. What is that?
Yeah,
and these are all artistic renditions. Some of them are, but the other one, that blue one that you see there, that's the real thing. That's what it actually looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty anomalous.
Right. And what is that, though? Is that an ancient structure that people built, 20,000 years ago? Like, what is it? Baltic Sea anomaly is a sonar-detected seafloor formation in the northern Baltic Sea found in 2011 by Swedish Ocean X, formerly Ocean Explorer team, during a treasure hunting expedition. Most geologists who've examined the available data consider it a natural rock formation shaped by glacial processes, despite ongoing popular speculation about UFOs or artificial origin.
It's tough, man.
There's that thing off the coast of Malibu, too. Is it Malibu, or is it Catalina Island? There's that one thing where it was in Google Earth and then they blurred it out after a while.
Maybe. I mean, not.
But it was on Google Earth, and now it's blurred.
I read where they're getting the data from Google Earth, you know, what is that data, you know?
So it was like bad data, and then it cleared up. Okay, so that's a good answer. That's a good answer for the government.
I did a talk in Manhattan last year. And Tim Gallaudet was one of the speakers, and he was showing images of, I think, what we're talking about, where there was like this sort of almost like a cliff of water, and then had some strange things around it that had been modified. I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but I think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
That was just off the top of my head.
That's right. Yeah, it was very weird, and a lot of people were speculating. One of the reasons why it's very weird, there's a lot of sightings up in California. There's a lot of sightings out there.
Yeah, and again, it makes sense if they were trying to covertly study us, regardless of what ultra-terrestrial, whatever. Use the oceans.
Perfect base. It's very difficult.
Especially because they're running out of there with impunity, not just because we won't see them, but they have the technology to make the water and that air the same thing.
Click on that image where the cursor's on.
Yeah,
that was whatever that is. Like, that looks real weird.
Yeah.
That looks real weird. Whatever the hell that is. That's so strange. It's so strange looking. But again, that's like, is that what it really looks like? What are the new images? Is the new one on the right? Okay, that's it right there. What the hell is that? It's got pillars. I mean, that's very strange. It has those sort of uniform-shaped pillars.
Yeah, and the top, it's
very flat.
Not something you would make to withstand the weight of the water.
Right, like a garage door.
Yeah,
it's a garage door to the base.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, when I started out in this, I was relatively conservative with my views on things. But man, the further you go down this rabbit hole, just the weirder shit gets, and you can't do that. You gotta recognize that there's a lot of things that just you can't write off. Impossible become possible. At least you have to open your mind to the fact that these things you used to think were impossible need a second look.
Right. And then there's also the people that work in military intelligence that work with these defense contractors that say there's black operations, like operations that are completely top secret, that are 30 years ahead of anything that you can imagine right now. So we go, okay, well, what does that mean? It was 30 years ahead of us now. Look at that.
Yeah, like that was SR-71, the Blackbird or whatever it is, whatever. Yeah, like we didn't even know about that until 20 years after we made it.
Right.
And it makes sense. You don't want your enemies to know. And that's an argument that's been made over and over, that we can't disclose things because then our enemies will have this technology. I always thought growing up that, it'll take a war before we need to use these things. We don't like we're getting our ass kicked in this war. It's time to bring out the UFOs and space laser weapons and stuff. But I kind of think it's going to happen before that. It's weird to say, but I kind of get the sense that it is happening. There's been a lot of false horizons. People have been saying that for a long time, but it doesn't feel different.
I mean, it definitely does feel different. It definitely feels that the general public is a lot more open to the concept without being thought of as a fool.
Right.
It used to be, when I was a kid, if you bring up UFOs, people just roll their eyes, especially before the internet. Oh my God. If you brought up any of that stuff, they would laugh at you. I was reading some book on Roswell once, I think it was in the 1990s, and, this guy's a fucking wasting your time in this complete horseshit for. There's no such thing as UFOs. How do you say that with such confidence? We live in a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars, just in this galaxy, with hundreds of billions of stars in other galaxies, and there's hundreds of billions of other galaxies. Like, what are you saying? That's crazy to say that we are the only ones.
It is. They did a really
well, you can see how that can be done. I mean, look what they did during the COVID crisis. If you don't make your end-of-life preparations now, you're going to be killing everybody. No one's going to survive. This disease targets the unvaccinated. And people believed all that.
Well, I think the two are related, too, because we started to figure out that we were lying, too, about UFOs. And the obvious question is, what else?
For the most part, if you're just a regular person, you're a paycheck away from basically being broke.
Propaganda machine is.
So what's going on? So this is more than that. Like this whole FCP's, the frustration of people in general,
skepticism from the
powerful enough help counter
They are the most evil motherfuckers that have ever lived.
What is this is another question everybody is too. It's like, all right, Trump got rid of 50,000
horrible
illegals.
adverse side effects.
Without lower inflation,
Largest
I think inflation is.
criminal fines.
I think that the news is good. Jobs reports up. So the economy is doing better. The economy's doing better. But I think is what the housing market be lower too.
Going to fuck people over.
I don't know.
People didn't need
I don't know. I think these things. I think that's a question of
when you put
interest
people in a
rates.
scary situation and you make them
I
terrified,
don't know.
you offer up a solution, they
I'm not gonna start
believe
talking about
wholeheartedly that the pharmaceutical drug companies
I
are
got
only
enough
telling the
raising
truth.
kids.
Anybody who didn't believe seems to be
Like for the most part, if you're just a regular person, you're a
mentality
paycheck
is so
away from
strong. with So many
basically
people. There's so many cowards in the world. And so many
so what's going
followers.
on?
They would just
Yeah,
step in
so
line
that this is
and
more than that. Like this whole,
whenever
this
they get
whole,
challenged, the more
that's the
things
thing
get
is
weird.
the frustration of people in general going.
Socially, you
The
get
powerful are not held to
you
account.
start talking about UFO.
And
What's mine?
what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? What is this another question? Everything is too. It's like, all right, Trump got rid of 50,000 illegals. Without lower inflation, I think inflation is true. I think the news is good. Jobs reports up. So the economy is doing better. Economy's doing better. My thing is, would the housing market be lower too? I don't know. I think these things. I think that's a question of interest rates.
Largely because of ancient aliens.
I don't know. I'm not going to get into interest rates.
I had a little bit of cognitive dissonance the first time I went on.
Yeah,
That show goes, they go way out.
They get out there, man.
Like for the most part,
It
if
is
you're
fun.
just
You know, and that's how I approached it. Well, I also approached it because I was trying to talk about this theory. They did this funny bait and switch for the first 3 episodes I was on. Where they're like, hey, come down and talk about your theory. So I go to LA or wherever. And we do the shoot. They cut out everything about my books and this theory and just used me to talk about whatever. Yeah, I caught on to that. And so the first time I went, I was like, all right, I'm only doing it because that's actually. And one of the episodes was about this whole theory anyway. So it made sense, but I forget what you're talking about. Oh, the stigma. So one of the cool things largely because of ancient your show, you know, you talk about this a lot and it helps normalize it for a lot of people, is that there's a safe space now, you know, like where you'll be talking about these things and someone will come up who have a sighting when they were, you know, a teenager, 40s or whatever, and they never told anybody. And now it's like, wait, it's safe to talk about this. And that's so cool to see, man. And then it makes me realize just how many people have had an experience. It's been bottled up inside. It's liberating to let that come out. And we're sharing information. And contactees, too. You know, unfortunately, I started saying earlier, we're still kind of stuck on, this is changing too, but we're still largely stuck on the cockpit videos, the FLIR and the Kimbo and the Go Fast. But people have been taken into this craft. They've had stuff put on their junk.
Yo, what up? Just watching Joe Rogan. How are you guys?
Spirit Man 8570. Is anyone here going to talk? I feel left out of this conversation.
I just talked to you.
You talked to me?
Yeah. How are you?
Oh, I'm okay. What's going on?
The Dream Dog. Just watching Joe Rogan. What are you up to?
Oh, what am I up to? You know, I was inside of the Eagle VC Social Call Nitro Discord server, you know, to find some Ekins, but there's no Ekins in there.
You got that right.
So I clicked on your bio, and I clicked the server in your bio, and it took me to here.
I'm the closest kitten that you're gonna find, dog.
I'm absolutely disturbed.
All right, well, you are easily disturbed then. So how's your day going?
My day?
Yeah.
You know, another day, another speeding ticket.
You got a speeding ticket?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. How fast were you going?
I wasn't going fast. I went opposite lanes of traffic, and they didn't like that.
Oh, like in the wrong lane?
Yeah.
I can imagine. Isn't that not speeding though? Isn't that like reckless driving or something?
Driving on the wrong side of the highway or something.
Oh.
And to change the topic, I brought my friend here, Mr. Unknown. I don't know what happened. lost it. He's a little bit quiet right now.
All right, dog. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
What happened?
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, the television show Big Brother?
No, I haven't.
All right, well,
But
it's...
I saw John Wick.
All right, well, not really. Doesn't have anything to do with that. It's essentially the story of someone whose entire life is on camera. And my entire life essentially is on camera for the last 4 years. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential, and I'm going viral. And when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generous if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds lovely.
Excellent. So that's who I am, and that's what I do. You're always welcome here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I wish you the best in your journey to find some e-kittens.
Yeah, it's not really going well. Would you be able to give me a brief explanation of when you have to leave, even if you have to leave the house, do you still have your camera on just going?
Yeah, for the most part. I do a lot of IRL streaming. So I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the Desert Mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, San Diego, basically everywhere in Southern California. I generally always keep all my streams going. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams. If you look at the top of this Discord, you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. And if you look at the link in there, you can see all my streams in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. And basically, yeah. So at the top of this Discord, you see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams.
Yeah.
All right, and then there's a link in there. Click on that link, and then scroll down. Count how many live YouTube streams you see.
I have to say, well, it says 796 videos. So
No.
I'm assuming.
No.
700.
No. That's just one of my. Go back to the red circle to that link and scroll down when you're on that link.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down on your YouTube channel.
No, not one YouTube channel. Go back to that link.
Yeah.
And you should see a bunch of lives. Not just on one channel. Don't click on the channel. You should see there are a bunch of channels. Yeah, exactly. How many live streams do you see right now?
How many do I see?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15.
There you go. How many people do you know who stream on more than one YouTube stream?
Repeat that?
How many people do you know who stream on more than one YouTube stream?
I don't know anyone.
Exactly. So this is a first of its kind endeavor, giving people the opportunity to view an individual from so many different angles, and it's basically like a fishbowl for the world. I give people a portal into my life to be able to connect with me. We play games in here. It's currently the middle of the night in the United States, so that's why most people in here are asleep. But generally during the day, we'll get all kinds of different people. That's how we've gotten 2,800 people in here, and just really have a nice group of people.
I see. And would you say you really like having the 15 cameras on you at once.
Yeah,
I think that's a little bit overwhelming.
no, I mean it doesn't bother me at all. I would just be living my life the same way, listening to podcasts, learning, playing games, talking with people. I generally live my life the way that I, in a lot of ways, normally lived it prior to live streaming. And you had another question, um, like, do you leave the streams on if you ever have to go do something? I usually take the cameras with me, but if for any reason I like I'm just like taking out the trash or something like that, um, the streams are going all the time, and I don't ever feel like I'm imprisoned by them. I can leave them whenever I want.
I see. How much would you say you've spent on cameras?
Oh, well, I have 33 different devices, so thousands of dollars.
Oh my god. You said 33 devices?
Yeah, I mean, when you count, I've got like multiple laptops and multiple Chromebooks and multiple iPhones and quite a few different Android devices and tablets of differing sizes. Yeah. I mean, like within my
So I see
hand.
you're pretty well off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence.
It's really good.
Additionally, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what you see my blankets and my pillows and my T-shirts and stuff. It's worth about $100 million, and so they sponsor me and sponsor my endeavors. Exactly. So I'm not just a giant Sonic the Hedgehog fan. I mean, it's okay. I played it when I was a little kid, but the name of the cryptocurrency has to do with Sonic. It's a very long name. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's a meme coin that took off about 3 years ago, and is still going strong. I live stream my life in their Discord as well as quite a few other, or pardon me, I live stream my life in their Telegram, and I live stream my life in quite a few different Discords as well, with different crypto projects. But I'm also in like the socialized community. I'm in the e-girl world. And I'm in what else? I can't even keep track of them all at this point. I'm I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord, number one streamer.
Yeah, Ross is.
Oh yeah, he's been in my stream. Number one streamer all time in iShow Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. You name the biggest streamers on social media, and if they have an open Discord that you can stream in, I've basically become the number one streamer in it.
What about Jack Doherty?
Yeah, I'm in his as well, and he got into some trouble. I don't know if you recall, but he crashed his McLaren, and I was live in a call with Eddie Craven, who I'm friends with on Discord. He's the owner of Kick, and I was in that call when he had to ban, or the moderation team had to ban Jack Doherty from that platform. So yeah, Jack Doherty knows me. He said my name on stream.
Yeah, I live about 45 minutes away from him, and I have his home address, and I've been there too. But usually when I go there with friends, he doesn't like it because he cursed me out over his Ring doorbell camera.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine so. Like, nobody wants anybody creeping on them if they're uninvited. So you're in Florida?
Yes, South Florida.
Very nice. Yeah, Aiden Ross.
We got all the different ranges and variety of, the social media here. We got Sophie Rain, the OnlyFans girls. We got Jack Doherty, and all that type of stuff over here.
Absolutely.
I've even been to their house.
Uninvited?
Yeah, we jumped the fence at 12 in the morning in Fort Lauderdale, and went to their backyard where they filmed a lot of videos. So it's really good. You gotta do what you gotta do for the photo. You know? At least I can say I've been to Sophie right now.
Yeah, that's super creepy, dude.
Not at all.
Oh, completely.
Absolutely not.
100%.
I feel like it was a really good opportunity to meet her, but she wasn't there.
Yeah, dog. It's not cool to come to somebody's house uninvited.
I think she would like me.
All right. I mean, that's what stalkers say.
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't call myself a stalker. I would call myself an investigator.
Dog, you jumped an OnlyFans star's backyard wall in order to take a picture. That's like grade A stuff. Like in the stalker manual, that's page 1.
Well, I don't see really a problem with it. I mean,
it's against the law. It's trespassing.
That is true, but you know, we're in and out, and it went really good. So, unfortunately, she lives in Miami in a penthouse now, so we can't do that. But we still have her new address. We always find it.
Okay, well, that's cool, man. Whatever.
Jack Doherty's old address was in Southwest Ranches. You probably don't know anything down here, but he lived 5 minutes away from a friend. And I also went to Jack Doherty's house, his old house and his new house. And I met a security guard. Very, very good. So I met a lot of good people out here. That probably want nothing to do with me. But, you know, at least I can stay on nothing.
Oh, very cool. Well, I have family in that area, Fort Lauderdale, on the Intercoastal Waterway. They live in a penthouse there. So, yeah, I know a little bit about it, but and I've been there, but I was younger. But yeah, well, so long as you know you are treating others the way you want to be treated, and would you want somebody to hop your fence and take pictures of you?
You know, if I was famous, that would be pretty interesting because you can meet new people. But no, probably not. I mean, no.
Okay, I mean that's just kind of like the golden rule, you know, treat others the way that you want to be treated, and it's just kind of good to keep that in mind, right?
Yeah, I know.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad nobody got hurt, and I'm glad that you know with the driving issue that you had, you know, it doesn't sound too serious, and you know you're always welcome here. So feel free to come on in whenever you want. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent, big dog.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
No squirt touching that happens, anal probes, you know? And we used to laugh at that, but that is such a common theme throughout these, and we need to recognize that these people are having real experiences and have been having them for a very long time. Let's move on. Let's talk to these people. Let's let the contactees and experiencers who have had the closest form of a close encounter you can have, let's trust them now. Let's listen to what they have to say. Let's be discerning, you know, but let's keep an open mind.
Well, I think one of the more interesting things when you start talking about stories and encounters, one of the more interesting things is some of the research that Jacques Vallée has done, where he brings up stories that absolutely predate the modern cultural visions of UFOs. Like the modern cultural concept of the close encounter of the third kind type grays that come down in a flying saucer. All those things, like flying saucer didn't even come out until Kenneth Arnold experiences. Yeah. So it's, these encounters people are talking about from the 1700s and the 1800s. And they're talking about something coming down and something interacting with people and them having some sort of experience of lost time. The thread is very common. The Betty and Barney Hill story.
Yep. And yeah, it's not just the gamete extractions. I mean, you can make the argument that a lot of things that happened in very mainstream religious texts were exactly what people are describing. Even the CIA admitted that like unexplainable pregnancies are an aspect of the phenomenon. You know, where Jesus came from. Kind of an unexplainable pregnancy. I think Jesus was time traveling, personally.
A time travel?
Yeah, that's another aspect of that book.
It's in your satire?
It's in my satire book, yeah. I think
you literally have Jesus on the UFO. I got some shit for that.
I think you did. He's throwing up the double bird. It turns out Christians don't like that. You can't please everybody, right?
No, you can't.
But there are many aspects of Jesus' life. Big fan of Jesus, that are very paranormal. A lot of these seemingly miraculous things, I think, can be explained with a lot of the same technologies that we see today. We just don't have a way of conceptualizing them. Obviously, Ezekiel is the one that gets talked about a lot. You go with the real, telepathy, embers, burning embers.
Yeah.
And then you look at the Nephilim, and all kinds of different. So Baba Wanaresa, this story from Zulu lore, it's a fucking alien abduction, man. And they've been telling this story for thousands of years. So it's this woman, this sky goddess, who chooses a man to mate with and comes down, tests him to make sure that he knows that it's right, appears in his dreams, communicates telepathically, gets him ready for this interaction. He's in love with her, never met her before. She comes down from the sky and takes him up with her on this rainbow of light. Like all of the and I made the case in my second book that if Antonio Villas-Boas had been able to go back with the woman that he had sex with, it's basically the same story. So this Brazilian lawyer is telling a story that's identical to this Zulu legend that's been told for centuries, millennia. I don't know if it goes back.
Weird.
But we need to look outside of just the mainstream view, which is finally happening. So I'm excited about that. I'm very grateful. I have a lot of gratitude about what's happening.
The question is, so far, why did the mainstream view become what it is? And we know that is because of the concerted, concentrated propaganda effort.
Yeah, in a very effective way.
I mean, there was no other media back then. They had complete control of newspapers, complete control of television stations. I mean, how much do we know now about various news anchors that were actually CIA? There's a fucking shit ton of them.
Yeah. And even if they weren't, they were being force-fed this stuff that they were happy to regurgitate.
Absolutely. Yeah, they just wanted to look good in their suit and speak like an expert. Here we go.
And if you don't tell the line, somebody else will.
Yeah, and you're living a great life. You drive a Mercedes. Yeah. Nice house. Yeah. Why would you fuck this up? Over a UFO story, just tell your friends. Just keep it to yourselves.
Just to tell them.
Yeah, it's easy to get people to comply like that, especially when they're dependent upon, whether it's a corporate entity like CNN or whether it's New York Times or whatever it is. It's not hard to get people to comply.
No, and you're right. Since the internet, things have changed
radically. Really
radically. But I think that there's a downside too, where we've already kind of been moving to a post-truth existence. Good Lord, man. Like, I'll scroll through videos on Twitter now. 90% of them are fake.
Oh, there's so much AI now.
It's so ridiculous. And
so crazy.
I like the unfortunate decision to go into the comments to see what percentage of people think it's real.
80. 90?
I would say at least 90. It's insane. I just have it still on my phone. It's a stupid fucking video of a rabbit, like nursing its little rabbit babies, and one of them's a cat. So the mom cat comes in, picks the fucking baby cat up by the nose, like they're magnetically attached. It doesn't even grab it. Like they're just, the baby kind of comes with it, and then walks out the back of the burrow. There's no back to a rabbit burrow. You know, and everybody's like, oh, whoops, that cat made a mistake. It's drinking from the wrong species. People don't see it. They don't see that this is very obviously fake. And it's not just for that. They're using it for propaganda. They're using it for the same type of thing that they've used forever. Oh, well, this UFO phenomenon's not real because AI made this video.
Well, there's also the problem with what percentage of people that are even commenting are actually people.
Exactly.
There's a huge amount of bots that are communicating on all the social media platforms. A giant percentage of the comments are not real people.
That's a really good point. Yeah. No, you're right.
So they would comment on anything and just say, wow,
that
that's
also still
amazing.
feeds the perception that it's real.
Yes.
There's other people that maybe don't have great critical thinking skills or discernment because their 90-year-old grandma doesn't know how to use a computer. She sees that, oh, it's cute.
I think it erodes the consensus intelligence. Like the overall level of intelligent discourse that a society puts out. You know, if you have a town square, which is like Twitter is our town square, right? If that town square is populated by fake people, like an enormous percentage populated by fake people that are just designed to say the most inflammatory, ridiculous things to get interaction and engagement, and also to erode people's faith in other people and to make us argue with each other,
Construct the other, like you were saying, at the beginning of this conversation. It feels tribalism.
Yeah.
It's really problematic.
My hope is that eventually there will be some way to accurately discern and will stop that stuff from happening. You know, that you'll be able to tell like, very clearly whether or not it's an actual person. The problem is that if that does happen, it's a gateway to digital ID because you would have to lose your anonymity. So if you're anonymity is very important for whistleblowers. Like, say if you work for a corporation, you find out that corporation is dumping stuff into a river, and it's all secret, and it's illegal, and you know that if you tell them, they're going to kill you, you know, and you're an executive of that corporation, your conscience is troubled. You can make a fake account, you could sign up through a VPN, you can make a fake account, and you could post all this information that you know, and you could break the story, and you don't face any consequences, you don't get killed. If you have digital ID, if we know who everybody is that's posting something, and you make that same post, who knows what they do to you? Who knows what happens?
Yeah, and it's been happening. There's been whistleblowers who have had mysterious deaths
All
over
over
a long time.
all over the place.
Yeah, it's
Did Gary Webb, didn't he shoot himself in the head twice?
was that the story? Was the one Tim Burchett always says, get shot or you shoot yourself in the back of the head 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a reference to that. How did Gary Webb die? Yeah, but even if that's not true, there's a bunch of stories about whistleblowers who go missing. Yeah, if you're inconvenient, you're going to cost them billions of dollars, and they can just get rid of you. They just get rid of you, whoever they are.
Yeah, it all comes down to money, and it has for a very long time.
Deciding if this was accurate, they found in the case where someone shot themselves in the head 8 times. So that was a couple of cases.
Boy, that's a commitment.
I mean, I guess if it was like an airsoft gun or something.
I don't think that kills you.
If you're really inefficient, what it kills.
Yeah, the whole thing's crazy.
Do you think it's even possible?
The airsoft guns?
Make shit like that with sodomy kind of shot yourself in the nose.
I mean, it might
The brand of CO2
infection.
that's a safe thing.
I guess you got enough airsoft bullets in you.
Just fills up your entire
I
nose.
don't ever went to the doctor. Maybe eventually you get an infection.
I think somebody might end up being at that point.
When I was living in LA when I first moved there, a guy had killed himself accidentally on a set because he took a gun. There was a blank gun and he shot himself in the head, like trying to be funny. And he killed him because the force that comes out of the gun gun, still extremely powerful. And he put it to his temple and literally caved his skull in. Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah, that was just an actor who just didn't know any better, and I thought he was just going to be funny. Yeah, so shoot yourself in the head twice. Highly unlikely.
8 times.
And I guess you could shoot yourself in the head once and just really fuck it up, but be aware that you're still alive and be committed to doing it and then shoot yourself a second time. I guess it's possible.
I mean, unless the pain response is like, yeah, it didn't feel good.
Right.
I don't want to do that again.
Or maybe the pain response is so bad you want to do it again just like that's me.
Yeah. Whoops. Let's get this over with.
I don't know, but our point, what we're getting at, is that for the longest time, there was no real outlet to get true information out other than books. And books are so easily maligned. You know, if someone has a kooky book, you read it, you go, oh, that's nuts. That is a conspiracy theory. And then, of course, that term's popularized during the JFK assassination because of that very reason. There's a lot of people that doubted the official story, and those people became conspiracy theorists.
Have you looked into that much?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of thought that.
I think there was a lot of people. I think here's a mistake that people make. They say Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, or Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't involved, and he was a patsy. Lee Harvey Oswald shot a cop. There's like very few people that disagree on that. I think it's Officer Tippett. I think that was his name, when he was on the run. So Lee Harvey Oswald absolutely seems to be some sort of intelligence asset in some way or another. Married a Russian woman, lived in Russia for a while, came back to the United States during the time of the whole, I mean, this is right after the Red Scare, the fact that this guy went to Russia, married a Russian woman, came back, the whole thing's screwed.
He could have been a patsy and involved too.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
I heard some theory once about like the driver turned around with some gun. Was there something about like using some fish thing? That's why I was asking because I don't know.
I mean, a lot of those, one of the best ways to make a conspiracy theory seem absolutely ridiculous is to add a bunch of really silly ones into the mix. And so that any conspiracy theory involving something that's not the official narrative. But there's just so many aspects of the Kennedy assassination, the back and to the left, the headshot, the shot in the neck from the front, the magic bullet, which is preposterous, the most preposterous. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of these weird aspects to it. And there's also the fact that Kennedy was very hated. Also the fact that, it's in Dealey Plaza, which is like, why would you ever drive someone through there in a convertible that's the president? That's a very, any president is, think of JFK was the most loved president by half the country. That's how it always is, folks. There's always half the country that thinks you suck and half the country that loves you. That's how it was with Clinton. That's how it was with Obama. So it is with everyone.
No, we don't tend to agree on these things.
No. There was a lot of people that were very happy when he died, including Dulles. So Dulles was fired by JFK and then was on the Warren Commission investigating JFK's assassination, which is hilarious. It's kind of crazy. Richard Nixon, also in the Warren Commission. The Warren Commission, there's a great book on it called Best Evidence by David Lifton. And he was an accountant that was hired to do something with the Warren Commission, some aspect of the Warren Commission. So he decides to read the whole thing. It's a huge amount of pages. I forget how many pages from the Warren Commission report. I think it's at least 900 pages. So he reads the whole thing. And after it, he comes to this conclusion, like, there's so many inconsistencies, there's so many contradictions, there's, like, this doesn't make any sense. If they were trying to reach a conclusion, so many of the witnesses that saw the assassination died of very weird deaths. The statistical possibility or probability of all those people dying from murder or suicide, car accidents, it's just too weird. It's too weird.
What about the UFO connection? That's the one I hear.
I don't know.
Is there like CIA ties? I don't know. I don't know what's bullshit and what's not.
Yeah.
There's clearly, we had technology for 20 years at that point.
Yeah.
What does a president even know?
I don't know what they know. I don't know whether or not they would kill him for that. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. You know the Nixon story with Jackie Gleason?
No,
You know that story? The story is that Jackie Gleason and Nixon were drinking one day, and they were friends, and Nixon was like, "You see a fucking UFO?" they get in the plane, and he took them to, was it Wright-Patterson? Jamie, do you remember?
But I remember when we looked this up, they said he went somewhere.
So anyway, supposedly sees this recovered craft and bodies that were in freezers. So Jack Gleason, one thing is true about this, he became obsessed with UFOs. That is true. And
it'd be hard not to after something.
Yeah,
it's definitely a catalyst.
I'm mad. I mean, fucking dude, right now, if someone took me, if Trump called me up and said some shit, and all of a sudden I'm standing in front of some craft that's made of this unknown alloy, and especially some of the weirder stories where you have a craft that's like 40 feet wide, you go inside of it, it's bigger than a football field. That's wild. So here it is. Nixon arranged for him to visit Homestead Air Force Base in Florida. Upon his arrival, armed guards took Gleason to a building at a remote location of the site. There, Gleason, who harbored an intense interest in UFOs, saw the embalmed bodies of 4 alien beings, 2 feet long with small bald heads and big ears. He was told nothing about the circumstances of the recovery. He swore his wife to secrecy, but after the divorce, Beverly freely discussed the story. In the mid-'80s, ufologist Larry Bryant sued the U.S. government to get it to reveal its UFO secrets. Subpoena Gleason. Subpoena Gleason. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh yeah, I was drunk. I don't remember anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, how would you know? But Gleason built a house in upstate New York.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
It looks like a UFO. Right. Have you ever seen it? It is right now. Yeah. We were talking about buying it.
I did. I looked that up one time. I don't remember why, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, but the problem is if we bought it, everybody would know that that's ours.
Yeah, true.
Like, oh, Joe Rogan's got the UFO house that we're going to visit and fuck up my vacations.
That's always bound to happen. I remember
that's the house.
Very good.
Look at the house. I mean, come on, man. That's fucking crazy.
Something happened. There was a catalyst that left in his interest.
Well, I mean, if you're friends with Nixon, and this is in the 1960s, and all this stuff is...
Yeah, I saw an interview with Barry Goldwater where he was talking about
dope house, by the way.
About asking some commander or general about what's a right pat, and I guess it's custom out. Barry Goldwater.
Really?
Fucking asking about it.
Yeah. Really? Yeah, cussed out Barry Goldwater?
It was I don't think he was ever president candidate.
Right.
Yeah, no, there's people that don't want us to know. The big thing going around now is that Dick Cheney was the ringleader of all of this, the deep state, the UFO secrets, the gatekeepers.
Wow, he had to know.
Of course. I got it. Kissinger too, probably, like the legacy programs. These are legacy people.
Well, someone has got to talk, right? It's like, but to what level? And the idea, here's the really erroneous idea that a lot of people hold. People can't keep a secret. Of course they can. Of course they can.
Especially in their lives.
Yeah, of course they can. Especially if, there are certain programs that if you disclose the existence of this program, it is considered treason, and they're allowed to execute you for that. So you have to take that into consideration.
I would keep a secret.
Yeah.
That's the case.
Of course. Then you have to take into consideration the immense amount of money. And this is discussed really very comprehensively in the Age Disclosure documentary. I think they did a great job of highlighting the whole problem with the misappropriation of funds. So someone had to lie to Congress. If they have these back engineering programs, if they've been spending as much as $1 trillion over the course of X amount of years, where's that money, and who lied, and who benefited from it? What military contractors were allowed to have this stuff to back engineer it? What process has taken place to shield the American public from that? And what profits have they made from that made them much more like anti-competition against other military contracts.
Which is another reason to keep it secret too. It's not just you might get killed, but there's a lot of profit potential in this, and we don't want our competitors.
Also, a lot of fraud, I'm sure. Yeah. Like no oversight at all, and a shitload of money. Oh my god!
Yeah,
There's not a chance in hell that there wasn't some money that turned out.
Yeah, human nature takes over. We really want to just keep some of that.
Yeah,
nobody's watching the tape.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're finding out with things just like Black Lives Matter. It was massive fraud. Like, this, just non-profit organizations.
Yeah, I don't want to start shitting on NGOs or anything, but it's a big reason why I don't give money to. I'll find smaller organizations doing things on a local level, but
yeah, local stuff you can trust.
Yeah, absolutely. You get big enough, it's just that happens.
Yeah,
and of course, if you're talking trillions of dollars, black money that nobody's tracing. And I mean, that was one of David Grush's arguments too, is that these whistleblowers are exposing crimes, fraud, potential murder that happened to NPC. So, yeah, it's a complex, it's a very nuanced situation that we will have to move past if we are going to have disclosure in some capacity, however that happens. I mean, Amnesty's been talked about.
Yeah, that was in the documentary. That was the road out of this, which totally makes sense to me. But what is really important? The fraud has already taken place. If people are prosecuted for the fraud, guess what? If we don't release it, they'll never be prosecuted for the fraud anyway.
Yeah, and what's the alternative? We wait until they die and then talk about it? I would rather just give them amnesty now and then let them die with all these secrets going to their deathbed with them.
But just not only that, if they're misappropriating funds, they're not just doing it 30 years ago, they're doing it last week. So now the current people also have an incentive to not disclose.
Yeah.
Unless you have mass amnesty to say, listen, let's just forget about all this stuff. The only problem with that is all those people that are profiting off of it right now and also funneling money into whatever NGOs they have and misappropriation of money and embezzlement.
What do we do with that IP too? Like the intellectual property that Northrop Grumman or whoever has, Boeing, do we share that now? Do they have to give that up and spread it across the industry?
Yeah, it's all weird now. It's very weird because there's been a few inventions that came about after Roswell. Though a lot of people say like this does not make any sense.
Fiber optics is one.
Transistor is another one. Yeah. This is a lot of weirdness. People say, oh, there's scientific research shows on the minute. Yeah, but there's not. If you go into it, it's like there's a giant leap that gets made. That's real weird.
I mean, I'll take more leaps, man. Like honestly, these craft are being powered by something that's very, very energized, And if we could use that to, and utilities goals. I was gonna talk about like climate change or some shit, and then I made it about myself. And
you could have your own 0-point energy generator in your backyard, and never have to worry about power again.
Keep the heat at like 90. Have as many Christmas lights as I want.
Yeah, never worry about the grid. The grid doesn't exist anymore.
It doesn't exist. I mean, imagine that. Infrastructure level, and there's so many implications.
And if it's real, you think it's real, you're convinced.
I'm convinced it is. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. There's so much energy trapped within the space between. Like that's what it is. Even at 0 degrees.
Try to explain, if you can. Try to explain the concept of 0-point energy.
Man, that's beyond my pay grade. Other than that, I know that it is infinitely times more energetic than what you get when you split an atom or fuse atoms together, nuclear fuse. My understanding, again, very limited knowledge, is that even when you take a molecule, particle, whatever, and you freeze it down to 0 degrees, there's still energy inside of it. And there's energy at a some quantum level that if we could tap into that, it would provide infinite energy. The downside is it would also make a bomb that is much, much more powerful than the biggest hydrogen bomb because you're releasing that energy in a way that's irresponsible. There's this quote going around by E.O. Wilson, famed biologist, and I think I saw it on Twitter, that was like, we have prehistoric emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. Basically saying we're fucked.
Yeah,
because we're like little kids kids playing with chainsaws, you know? But 0 points.
Little kids.
Yeah, exactly. But 0 points kind of that next thing. Like when Einstein, you have E equals MC squared, there's all this energy and mass. If we split these atoms, combine these atoms, we can release that energy. Sweet. But hundreds of thousands of people died in Japan, you know? So what's the flip side of 0 point? Like it would definitely unlock a lot of potential, but are we responsible enough as a species to handle that type of energy?
Right. Currently, no.
E.O. Wilson says no, and I'm on board with it.
Well, I'm on board with it. Just look at what's happening in Ukraine. Look at what's happening in Gaza. Look what's happening in full-scale war. Scary shit that's happening right now in various parts of the world where, we're just blowing people to smithereens.
And you know what? It's kind of an interesting argument about the whole time travel thing. There's these genocides. There's genocide happening now in Gaza. It blows my mind that we can still have genocides and just not do anything about it. But like Pol Pot, 3-4 million people killed. The Holocaust, Darfur. But these aliens don't seem to care about us. It was something that John Mack noticed. He wrote about it a lot. They're really focused on the Earth. They care about this planet. They don't necessarily care about us
As individuals.
as a species. Well, clearly they care as a species. But they do kind of care as individuals. The people that get picked up are oftentimes, obviously there's cases where this doesn't happen, but they're cared for. They're told no harm will come to you. Barney Hill was it's a commonly repeated thing. So they take care of people. They give us screen memories to try to hide. They sometimes give people tours of the show. They seemingly care about us as individuals, but not when we start murdering to scale. They've never intervened in these things. Right. However, they have demonstrated their ability and willingness to shut down nukes. They might intervene if we move to the point where we're not just destroying ourselves, but we're destroying the planet that they may also call home in the future. If they are future humans, that whole care for the planet, take care of the planet, they told the kids in Zimbabwe, they told the kids in Wales during this other incident, they tell these contactees all the time, take care of the planet, take care of the planet, but they don't seem to care about us. And it might actually benefit them if we don't screw up this planet, either through nuking ourselves or just all of the other things we do to it because we're kind of parasitic.
Well, also, if they are us in the future, we probably have to go through all this to realize the folly of our ways.
That's a good point. Dark Knight of the Soul Covenant.
Yeah, clearly, we're getting better. We're still horrible, but we're better today than we were during the Viking days. We're better today than we were during the time of Genghis Khan. We're better. We're more civilized. We're more peaceful. There's less war, even though there's still war. So it's a slow, gradual shift of consciousness that probably is going to be accelerated by technology, especially if there is some sort of a technology that connects us telepathically and allows people to read minds. One of the things that Elon famously said about his Neuralink is that you're going to be able to talk about words.
Yeah, I had a whole section in my first book about that. The question of whether it's a technology-mediated brain-to-brain communication, or if there's something about our consciousness that allows us to communicate telepathically without some sort of technology. And I did that. My friend Jeff Tranquil pointed this out. He's like, I see why you did that. You're like, well, what if it is technology? And there's a lot of studies that are showing we can communicate through some sort of computer medium. But so many people in contactee cases who are spoken to or can speak to the visitors telepathically don't have it. There's also all of the research of Dean Radin with ions and all of his other studies that he's put out that show people have telepathic abilities with very, very strong p-values, statistically showing that we have this ability. I think a lot of people have it and just don't realize, but it does seem like we're moving in that direction. We were talking about the evolution of consciousness. It seems like we're sort of moving to that, whether Neuralink has anything to do with it or any sort of computer-mediated brain-to-brain transmission. I think we're just becoming telepathic and unlocking these abilities that have always sort of lied dormant within us.
Yeah, I've often asked the question, is it one of two things? Is this a new emerging aspect of human consciousness, or is this an aspect of human consciousness that exists before verbal speech? And then verbal speech, and then, of course, the written word, video, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It just became completely non-useful to us. It atrophied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Kai Dickens on. Telepathy tapes were hugely impactful.
Yeah.
And a lot of those episodes show that this is actually extremely common. You know? And it seems like that's kind of where we're going. I look at that as another indication that these are us in the future, that their main form of communication is telepathy, and we're already seemingly moving in that direction.
What do you make of the tridactyl mummies in Peru?
Can we pee first?
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that right now. So we'll be right back, folks. Go to Jay Anderson's X page. It's Project Unity.
Yes, I was coming on soon.
Yeah, so Jay Anderson just released this, and Jesse Michaels actually went down to Peru and actually saw those things and handled them in person. And he said it was fucking surreal. He said they are real creatures. Whatever they were, it is a real thing. And they looked exactly like an alien. He has a video that he just released, Jamie. I think it's a video that he's releasing on... that's it. Smith. So scans reveal this ancient alien-looking mummy has a baby inside.
Learning sponsors.
So these
Jonathan and Alana Austin,
like
honorary
whatever this
engagement
is,
of the daughter tomorrow. To get your action from Teaneck, New Jersey, it is no connection Shem.
It's like the build, Maria. The chef's saying that modification will skin covering parts of the body. The skull is elongated with large eye orbits and cranial volume comparable to Maria's. Importantly, Montserrat's CT scans reveal that she was carrying in her abdominal cavity the team-identified a developing fetal form being visible on the scan, a tiny tridactyl embryo with skeletal structure curved in a womb-like space. This confirms that Montserrat was pregnant with at least one advanced fetus. Montserrat also contains an astonishing array of metallic implants, at least 10 distinct metal implants embedded into her body. These include 4 small round implants in her skull, 2 on each side, several in her chest and thoracic area, and others along her arm and leg bones, as per the CT images. They're described as very dense and made of rare metals, osmium and gold. Additionally, Montserrat's chest anatomy is peculiar. She has an expanded ribcage around the sternum, like the other tridactyls, and an interclavicle bone, an extra bone at the shoulder girdle. Noted by researchers, the spine is continuous into the skull, again demonstrating that craniocervical canal. Particularly the most deeply analysed specimens, high-resolution 128 slice CT scans were performed, and a full 3D virtual autopsy was conducted. The scans confirmed Montserrat's pregnancy with tridactyl features.
What is that? And these are in Peru, the same place where you get the NASA lines, the same place where you have Saxo Ramon, these incredible structures that defy logic, defy conventional construction methods, especially like the helmet. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness. There's a lot of weirdness. Peru seems like a very extraordinary place. And at one point in time, also the ancient artistic depictions of these exact beings. There's these ancient tapestries and ancient art pieces that show these 3-fingered, 3-toed beings. And this is all like a part of folklore. And then you have these actual creatures. Like, that thing is 1,400 years old, I think it is. So if that's the carbon date on that mummy, so I think it's out of there's one that's 1,200. I think the oldest one is like 1,400 sounds, right? Something like that. But like whatever that is, like there's no chance in fucking hell that people back then had the ability to fake that. in that depth, you see tendon structures, ligaments, you have a completely different skeletal structure, no sternum, different clavicle bones. It's very weird. 3 fingers, 3 toes, which is, by the way, exactly what Lazar described, I believe, or some people described as like the control, not Lazar, the controls inside the grass that they would observe that had these 3-finger things. Virginia, Brazil, those things have 3 fingers and 3 toes. So the question is, supposedly one of the soldiers carried an injured, whatever it is. Yeah, that's the moment of contact. Very good judge.
I watched that with James Scott before he released it at the same conference.
Crazy.
That's really good.
Those things look exactly like that.
Yeah, they describe it. We both missed out on those. Red eyes,
Right.
When
everything's they're the same size and the same shape. And they're also that thing, the pterodactyl thing, what does it look like? It was exactly like a rat. It's small, it has a big head, it has big eyes, it's very thin body. Like when you look at its body, when it's curled up in the fetal positions, no muscle, very small.
There's definitely, I mean, there's variation within the way these things are described. Unfortunately, until we have, you know, we've got to go with Nixon to see these things. That's like a way to find it. You know, I'd love to go see these things and like study them as a biological anthropologist. That would be really great for me. Actually, go right now on Earth. If you move the right guides, you see that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm sure there's many examples.
This is very interesting.
I would argue in multiple places that I'm not allowed to go see
But again, just understand
what's your take when you see these things? Right, so I've always been out reading, except I guess the question is which ones.
So again,
what do we mean by new? These are obviously things that aren't fairy tale. I mean, they make their way into the lore, so we don't have to take that the same way that these ancient stories about things that are very similar to your folklore. But this is an actual physical. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This isn't make believe. This is I have been highly critical of the lyrics.
Oh yeah, that's a big one. Yeah.
But when I first started talking about these, those were conventionally understood to be real too.
Oh, really?
I got a lot of shit. I actually retired from the mummy thing. I recommend retiring from the mummy thing. When I retired from the mummy thing, because I was getting drilled so hard, so aggressively, I'm like, I'm focused.
Why people love it?
But they look fake.
The difference between
So they all say that now. We weren't saying that even 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, I definitely was.
And you look at them, it's very obvious. But a lot of people are like, no, these are so real. They're animal products. And that's why I have to sort of approach this cautiously, because I will admit scientists don't do this much. I will admit I haven't looked into those, so I don't want to form an opinion about them. I have extensively looked into the small ones. I forget what kilograms, they're made out of animal bones, human bones, backward llama skulls. They're put together. I've been looking this long enough. I remember when they were held together by pieces of wire and metal. Like they didn't even try to retract that. Jesus Christ. But then we moved away from that to like, oh, they're using materials to have together. And now, unfortunately, we've at least moved past to the point where most people are just focusing on the big ones, fingers and toes, and the elongated skulls. Again, I don't want to speak to those because I haven't looked into it. I don't have an informed opinion. But the little dolls, one thing that concerns me, and I think is a red flag, is that the little dolls that are not unfortunately studied to be fake have the same diatomaceous characteristics as these. And there's also, I think if they really want to prove these are real, do more to highlight the convenience. In archaeology, the way that we understand why things are related is by doing massive, as I mentioned earlier, very boring survey of how things are located in three-dimensional space and over time.
I think this problem that this is some of these people are blind, but don't really about them because they're essentially great.
Exactly. And that's a good problem. And I think the issue is to address too. But so like as an example, the Rising Star Cake, did Lee Burger. It was actually, I guess, my academic projects with the same PhD advisor. He was at Ohio State when he was my advisor. He was at Johannesburg University. So I was trying to Johannesburg for him. But this Rising Star Cave, very meticulously hard to get to. Really hard. They had to use like 50 pounds to even get down in here to see his home site. But they map it out, they study where everything is, where it comes from, and they publicly release that information. This is extremely hard to get into. But we have a very deep knowledge of the provenience of all of the artifacts and the features and the remains of the site. We're not getting that in these moments. And that troubles me with the issue of the diatomaceous earth being painted on, and it kind of makes the seem like slits in the eyes on purpose to the mummies. Yeah, doesn't that seem like they kind of like this? It's like a panel.
So let me see. Can I see some images of them?
Yeah, the bush,
I never saw that. It doesn't seem like that to me. It seemed like it's their eyelids closed. Why would you do that?
I mean, you take off the diatomaceous earth and you see the
Right, but why would you think they don't have eyelids?
Oh, no, I'm saying that maybe they do when they were alive.
Well, I mean, we see grays, or what people describe as grays, but these seems a little bit different than what people describe as grays. It seems like,
I mean, definitely intentional training modification. They have some telltale signs. Yeah. So, actually, one of my questions on
it's not possible that they have a totally different design scope.
Yeah, if there are some sort of extraterrestrial traps. But I'm saying, like, and then this happens all over the world. It happens in ancient behavior too, that they were manipulating Egyptians, the Mayans, and
unique fingerprints do that.
yeah, like I said, I don't have an opinion about these.
Here's the question about the modification of skulls. Were they modified skulls to try to emulate these things? That's the question.
That's the actual scientific explanations for it. There's a statement by Gerson and Gerson from 1995 where they interviewed people and said, why are you doing this? Because they were still doing it long enough into modern times that we could ask them. And one of the reasons is because the gods instructed them to do it. The gods. Again, this comes back to that. And then what is the end result of this intentional modification is that they have a larger, more gray alien type skull. So, yeah, I would absolutely agree. That's what I would do. I don't have an opinion about the big ones. The little ones piss me off. Everybody pissed me off more when they told me the bullshit.
We should show people.
Yeah, for context, the little ones.
They do it so fast.
Yeah, and they brought these out at that, Mexican Congress.
And the guy who brought it out had been hoaxing with other friends, right? Didn't he have a history? She's got a dress on.
And these are an extreme version. There's some other ones that do a little better. Yeah.
But they do look fake. When I look at that, I'm not interested in that.
And that's what I was calling out back, 5 years ago.
Jamie, below the triangle to that one right there, like the one next to your cursor. Yeah. That looks so rigid and stiff and fake. That's one. Like, why is it so straight and flat? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why is its shoulders? That looks fake as fuck. That looks like a doll. There's the pterodactyls. Now, click an image on one of the pterodactyls.
I mean, these were called pterodactyls too. That's why I was.
So look at that.
That's a really has an anatomy that's much more consistent with the yeah, one of the criticisms was that these things like that little dog with the striped rib cage, like the legs, which we can identify as specific animals that have flipped around, stuck together, these things couldn't walk. There's a form follows function aspect of this that just doesn't make any sense. And the list goes on. I actually, in that terrestrial paper, I actually published a critique of these things in that paper. But just talking about these little.
I think those little ones were people trying to make copies of those things because they were probably selling them to wealthy investors or wealthy, enthusiasts. It's like if one of those things was for sale, and some guy from Saudi Arabia was like, "I want one in my home," and you know, he gave them $100 million, like for sure.
And then all of everybody's going to find out. And start making money.
Right. So and that's what you make little stupid fake ones.
And unfortunately, that did lead to great crime, which is a crime that is
But there's also such a small amount of explanation that it makes you ponder, like, how many of these are there right now that we haven't discovered? Like, is it possible that this is one of many that are out there in Peru right now where you can't find them? And also, why Peru? And why the Nazca lines? The Nazca lines are absolutely fascinating. It's artwork that you can only see from the sky. Like, what motivations do people 1,000 plus years ago at least have to make artwork that you can only see from the sky?
Yeah, and especially if you the obvious thing that they're trying to get these come down from the sky and like interact with them. A lot of contactees are really upset about what happens. What ministers and a lot of people and then over time you witness them come back. And that's what we find out. One of the best resources currently is the Dr. Free Study that interviewed thousands of contactees, and there's these common themes across these different cases, and one of them is that people, 85% of people who interacted with them are a human-like entity and their experience. And that's another thing that we have to combat, the stigma and this force of shame that comes with talking about this. And what is happening on TV and movies over the years is that we have a sense that abductions are horrifying, that everyone's kicked out the road. That does happen, but most contactees actually say those have been very
Well, they're probably terrified because it's so strange. It probably freaks you out.
It's the ontological shock.
Oh, it has to then be
And also the things that we completely contact, once that ontological shock goes away, take positive information. I wish I could have more of that.
That makes sense.
And then people kind of enjoy it,
I talked about this on Jesse Michael Show. I talked about here. I had a very Thank you. I love Jesse. And he's the best.
We talk about our dreams too.
That's what I was just saying. Yeah, like I said, I talked about John Jesse. I talked about here. That dream was the most realistic dream I've ever had. It is a problem that dream's a couple months ago now, and I think any recounting of that dream is essentially me recounting my recounting of the dream, which is weird. But what I do remember was it was the most vivid dream I've ever had in my life, and that I could not go back to sleep, which is really weird. I am a good sleeper. I'm always go, and by the time it's time to go to bed, I fucking crash. I'm easy. So for me to not be able to go back to sleep was so scary. I mean, wide awake, just lying in bed. I mean, fully awake for an hour and waiting for it to dissipate. And I'm like, this isn't going away. I'm just going to work out. So I just went to the gym and just tried to like think about what just happened. Why was that so real? One of the things about it was they were shocking me and laughing. They were trying to relax me. They were trying to get me to, at least my perception of it in the dream, was they were trying to get me to calm down from the shock of interacting with these things that aren't human. They were human-like. They almost seemed like their skin coloration was like us, but like maybe a little more tan, like a little like not tan, like a yellow. Yeah, more yellow than tan. And they had it looked like clothing, but the clothing was the same color as their skin. But the clothing wasn't distinctive. It was almost like a rash guard that they were wearing, and they were very slender. And rash guard is like surfers wear. You know, like they wear, it's like a stretchy material that's skin tight, it gets on your body, it keeps you from getting scratched up by stuff, it keeps you from getting rashes, and then wearing your legs. You ever see surfers do it? Jiu-jitsu guys wear it when they roll, you wear a rash guard. So it's, show them what a rash guard looks like.
And that had a whole suit of that?
That's what it's doing. So that's a jack guy or retro. These things were not jacked, and there was no creases. There's no lines that indicated it was cloth. But yes, very thin, very thin. It's Michael Jackson. It's like super slender, genderless Michael Jackson. In the old days is when he, just really thin, like really thin, and I had no sense of what they felt like men to me. Maybe it was because of the way they were talking to me. They were like, just joke around. And I was like,
nurturing female.
maybe a fun chick. But whatever it was, they were talking to me without talking to me. And there was some sort of communication that I was trying to absorb, where they were telling me to relax. And yes, no, they weren't moving their mouth, but they were able to smile at me, which is what they did when they. But I don't really remember teeth. I just remember it being so weird that them scaring me and go, it was like, I'm like, I got it. I was like, okay, I got it. You want me to calm down? And then they were telling me, just relax and try to take this out. It didn't last for very long, I don't think.
But after that, when they were saying take this, and they talking about being there, the environment really.
I got a distinct impression that this was.
Because according to the first separating or designating it out from morning of the 14th.
Maybe we'll see again. Maybe we won't. But I want to let you know that like, if you wanted to introduce someone to a life form from somewhere else, and you wanted them to have prolonged exposure to it, I would imagine you'd want to do it briefly and shockingly, where it felt really weird, and at the end of it, they weren't even sure if they have it at all, and then slowly, over a long period of time, when the person gets to adapt, you make a decision, it's just like what we're talking about,
ontological shock, get past that, and then you can move on with whatever it is.
So it was very brief. Very, very shocking. And very brief.
Was it though? Because when you're in a dream state, the time and space kind of get manipulated anyway. It's not possible that you're actually interacting for a longer time, or do you mean just from start to finish was like, here we are, I fuck with you for a bit, and then it's over.
Well, that's what it felt like. So when I woke up, it felt like it happened so quickly, and then it was over. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I was asleep for, was it 3 in the morning? So I was probably asleep for, I couldn't get like 11 or something like that. So I wasn't asleep for very long. Maybe it was a little later, I don't remember. But what I do remember was the shock of it. It was different than any other dream I'd ever had. It was like, this is a real thing. It was in a corridor, and the corridor was weirdly lit. Like, not lit in any way, like, oh, there's a light, and the light's casting light. It was like, it was weird. It felt not normal. It felt like some completely different way of lighting things.
I mean, I will mention just from to a bunch of research on this, that one of the most commonly described things about people being in UFOs is the light. They describe the light emanating from the walls, the ceiling, everywhere. It's on point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it almost,
was there a curvature to
there was. It almost had like an organic aspect to it. It was
sad about UFOs.
Oh, really?
That almost seems like a living entity.
Well, I mean, organic, like almost like I was in a cave or something. It was a part of Earth. It was weird. It was really weird. It was really vivid. The beings were very vivid. I can't remember how many they were. I think there was 3 or 4.
I don't think we should write it off as just a dream. Like, I mean,
well, most likely it was just a dream, because I was. What is just a dream? That's where it gets weird.
Like, I have come to think that is almost the baseline reality. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about.
Oh, well, maybe.
So I had a really insane experience in 2022 that forced me to start thinking about what this physical reality is. Because I was shocked. I call it a mini abduction. I was taken up, I was at a UFO competition, so on
production of James Bond came out, the drum case. So I was taken up to this room that no one was in. I was taken out on the balcony. I wasn't allowed to leave. A woman who I knew, but basically I was downstairs. She saw, or they saw, because this gets really weird, that I was out of line. I was trying to get a beer at the bar for 12 cups of the church and these things. It was a Halloween dance party. This was October 14th, 2022. I was out of money. She comes up and says, hey, I have a key to the VIP. We had just come down from where they hosted a meet and greet with the speakers. So we went up there to get beers, stuff in my pockets. We're going to bring some of our friends. They didn't have to go to the games for beer. And then she's like, we can't go. My friend Eric wants to talk to you. Don't worry, like, just kept saying it over and over. Don't worry, like. So at some point we end up on the balcony, and I'm just sitting there getting, this, just waiting for this Eric coming in the lights. So eventually Eric comes in, pulls his chair up, right in the, like his knees in, like straight up. Right here, I start to get that. I'm very much fight thing, and I'm like, this is a total stranger, never seen him in my life. And he says, face is right here. He says, I sense that you're angry about this, but I need to be this close for this to work. And then perfectly fine. And they tell me something that was that same thing that they did to you in that dream. Something that they knew would shock me and make me pay attention. So about 2 weeks before this, I've been washing dishes, and I just decided I wanted to quit all this. I was sick of doing TV shoots, podcasts, and just things off. Prison, those washing dishes, my wife's right behind me, I tell her, your next thing is we know you've been thinking about quitting, I can really prefer you. A complete stranger. I've never seen this guy in my life. And he knows a thought in my head.
You have that washing dishes.
2 weeks privately, and I was just, how could you possibly know that? And they said, and then you say, because they used to. I wasn't talking to this guy. I was talking to some sort of TV show entity or entities. And they said, once you know who we are, you'll know how we live. And I've never had a telepathic moment in my life, but I thought, if you want to talk, come up with this. This is what I'm doing. They didn't answer the question, but they did say, so you know how we take that. Answer the question, but in that moment, placated me enough and there was a number of things that transpired. We're out on this balcony. I'm in shock. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why does this complete stranger know this? The conversation evolved. So I'd ask questions. I know you're frustrated. I know you're upset with this. We really like to keep going. Is there anything you want? Is there anything we can help with? I was like, no, I'm great. I'm trying to don't want to do this. Yeah, we get that, we get that. And then I was allowed to ask questions. I asked 3 different questions. And people started to come back to this room because the party was wrapping up downstairs and they were starting to come back to the room. And we're out on this balcony. These 3 women came out at one point. And this man, who now is like just breaking the eyes right here. I can't move anymore. Like I lost the ability to turn my head. I'm just like laser focused. Said, can you close the door behind you? Close it. And these 3 women turned and ridiculously walked back and closed the door. Nobody came out the rest of the time. Eventually got to the point where they're like, you came here so we can put 3 things in your brain for some future time. Do we have your permission to do that? Over the course of this interaction, I started to wonder. And I started to feel like a bit about complaining about being tired, traveling, hotels, flights, you know. And I was like, oh, that's right. I know you. I know who you are. I'm not that guy who's hidden, but I know who you are. And this was like the breaking down. To be able to get past that, to do the things that needed to be done. They told me what happened. They said that I would continue looking as we opened, because darkness would come from top to bottom.
bottom, and then things in that and I would see it coming in, but I didn't have access to it once they were done. Extremely polite. 3 levels in serve. Do you agree to this? Will you give it this? And again, at that I could say it was like, I could see, I don't remember, but I could see and understand the moments. Because, and that wasn't me. Like at one point, this conversation switched from being verbal to telepath. We just started communicating telepathically. It was so seamless that I didn't even really notice it happen. And eventually, we were just talking with our brains. But the woman who brought me up in the first place was standing on my shoulder. She occasionally would just like that. So she was watching it too, and saw it coming in as it was coming through this individual in front of me, and I could see it going in. Like I understood it. It all comes in. I have no idea how long I was in that mesmerized state, but after we finished that entire room, had 5 times more people. There was like probably 20 people in this room. All looking at what the fuck is happening in the master state. You're like, what is going on? They lifted me out of this sight return from bottom to top, the opposite of and I stand up, turn, walk through this room, and felt like my head was going through my head. And this woman, I think one of the ones that came out when we were on the balcony, put her hand on my shoulder, said, "Are you okay?" Walked past her. Fortunately, I was on that same floor. Walked down, lay back on the bed with my feet still on the floor, all my clothes on, and just slept in that position for about 13 hours. And when I woke up, I started crying uncontrollably. Like I could not stop crying. I wasn't sad, I wasn't scared. I had a memory of what happened to me before that was kind of fuzzy. And then as it started to come back more and more,
is always
I started
that episode. Whatever you're gonna get, has a very limited shelf life. Right? That's the pros.
Everything before they put me in that state was the person sins, and I wrote it all down. Not long after that, just to make sure I had, so it wasn't me recounting like you were saying, so it was actually like a written transcript of how it was happening.
So he's coming
and so far we've done that. I know that my recollection of it is pretty accurate. My recollection, my memory, I know it was very brief. The encounter seemed very brief. It might have come longer than I think it did.
Well, they might have done the same thing to you, that's why I mentioned it. They might have done the same thing, but you weren't necessarily allowed to remember the things that were done. But they told me they were going to do this, we were okay with it, and then missing time. I had no idea how long they were doing it. And then in the dream state, like it could have been dreams outside time regardless. But maybe if, let's just say hypothetically, you were on they were breaking down in the same way to try to get you what are now early future. It might have been a short encounter or something more than happened later. But maybe there was more to it that they just didn't have conscious memory. If they told me, I wouldn't remember what they put in my brain, and I don't. Which is, this is what blows my mind. It's what you think. It's my brain. They put things in there. The ability that they do that first place is nuts. But I don't have access to
status changes back to
That's
what it
really
originally was. Incredible. Plus, by the way, why don't we both these
I watched it come. I know it, and they told me that this case was, and I saw it happen. Right, once it's in,
Right, but does that make any sense? Think about it. If they're giving you information, sometimes giving someone information that they can't access.
well, that's what they said. They said 4 times more times in the future. It's time resist. It's time shift. At some point, whatever that was, they thought Savannah Grove to me, to me, this conference, fucking for like 5 months afterwards. It is going to come out.
Have you ever considered the possibility someone dropped acid into your beer?
Yeah, I have. Because that would be
be such a cruel thing to do to someone at a UFO conference.
Probably
And then fuck with them and say, sit down, look in my eyes. I'm going to give you information. Like, oh my God, it's coming. The information's coming.
It is. Probably looked at answers over 200 times. So I know exactly what that's.
It was a flashback. That's what they say. That was the thing they was. I never heard of one fucking person get a flashback.
I know. I feel bad, dude. Like I was told my credit card back, and we gotta get the
Flashback. You're driving your car, man. You fucking white bus full of kids.
It's like how they told us everybody was gonna get what's called drugs. Nobody ever gave me drugs. No, it was not. I'd actually had 2 years retirement. I was completely sober.
So it was some kind of experience that was very anomalous.
Extremely. And so here's another aspect of it. They knew my future. They knew everything about me. They knew my thoughts. That's how you work it down. And they even knew what I was going to do the next thing. They saw that I was not. Like I wasn't crying so sad or scared or anything. It was just a physiological response to whatever they did. I'm walking down through the main corridor to get a book. And that same guy comes around the corner, comes down, puts his hand on my shoulder,
when you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep?
and they fixed me. His touch on my shoulder released all of the whatever was messing me up. They knew where I would be at that exact moment for him to come. He wasn't part of his conference. He had nothing to do with this. He was used as some sort of vessel or some sort of medium for this end. Whatever it means, I don't know, because the things haven't come out of my brain yet. But at the time stamp for it, I could feel it believe. And now you see, but it's not a belief. Well, they did it in a way where other people were involved, so I didn't even get to participate.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm saying I believe your story from you. I have no information about this. When you tell me I believe you, it sounds like this is a good experience. But most people hearing something like this will automatically go, get the fuck out of here.
And they did.
But I want those people to imagine what it would be like if that happened to you. For me, it's easy because mine was a dream, and I'll tell you it's a dream. I think it was a dream. It was the most vivid dream I've ever had, but it was a dream. It was really weird. I couldn't shake it. It really freaked me out. I had to talk about it the moment I got on a podcast next. I was like, this is something I have to bring up right away. Because it's just,
Thank you for doing that.
it was so talk about. But I was talking to Brett Weinstein, evolutionary biologist. It was not the topic to talk about. I'm like, I have to tell you this because it was one of the weirdest things that I've experienced a lot of weird shit. I've had a weird life. That was the weirdest.
It took me a year to talk about this. I went down the outside of
This is what from people that are very skeptical. I want you to imagine yourself in a position where something like this happens to you. You're a regular guy. You're a mechanic for Chevrolet, whatever you are, and this stuff happens to you. And what do you do? What do you do with this? And who the fuck is going to believe you? You wouldn't have believed you. So why would you don't want to tell people? It's that crazy. And if these things are happening, they're not happening to 7 billion people, right? They're happening to select individuals for whatever unknown reason all over the place. And if that is happening to 1 in a million, 1 in 100,000, whatever it is, over time, these people have all of these similar stories. I get being skeptical. I get it. I'm a skeptical person with a lot of stuff. I protect it back and forth. Okay? I'm a believer, and then I'm like, shut up. I'm with you. I'm with you. But you gotta imagine what you would do if that happened to you. These are unique experiences. Totally novel experiences that most people don't have. Trying to describe them, and everybody who I've ever talked to, including Travis Walton, was probably very the way they describe it, it has that weight to it. Like, I know no one's going to fucking believe it. I know this is crazy, but I have to tell you. I have to tell you what's happened. Imagine being captured. That's what I want you to think about. Particularly the first skeptical.
I'm really glad you brought that up because a lot of people don't think about that. How hard it is not just to have information, but to have the knowledge to think about it.
and subject yourself to the ridicule and the scorn. Of course, and the possibility he might just be some different disinformation artist, just some bullshit artist that's sitting down here to muddy up the narrative.
Absolutely. And if I hadn't, I have thought about that. Like, what if there's some sort of mind control thing the government has, or whatever. Have you ever heard the recordings of Benny and Bernie?
Jim's senior finals.
Yeah, they're kind of trippy. I don't think that's the case in this situation because of the way it happened, how it happened, the politeness, and the fact that I was allowed to leave my body and see all the things that I normally.
Well, also, taking the context of who you are, the time we live in, Betty and Barney Hill, I believe, was in the 1950s. They were an interracial couple in the rainbow. So they have a lot of anxiety just on that. Imagine being a pioneering interracial couple in the 1950s. I mean, the fucking racism they must have experienced. So the level of anxiety that they must have slept with, thinking the KKK is going to show up at any point in time and burn a fucking cross on their lawn. So you've got all that, too. Then there's a completely novel experience where no one's talking about this before.
The first people
They are the OGs. So this is a tape of Dr. Benjamin Simon and patient Barney Hill. Play this.
Mark was reporting that as we continue by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shift today. Our Commodore sponsors for the month of Tishrei Abba Alina Latova, Yom Sorry, and celebration of the condition of seeking and the souls of those from Israel, Harry Smith, Sussi Darkila, and Phyllis English Scabell on our sponsors. Jonathan and Alana Boston, under the engagement of their brother Tamar. Yeah, here Action Brother from New Jersey, in Zilkhan Rensan Shed to build a stand strong. Sponsors for today. Mark Hogan,
1961.
Beautiful. I was let us begin.
That's actually, I haven't even thought about that. I did a whole case study on Betty and Barney Hill in the second book. I hadn't even really thought about that. Like, it's already started to talk about stuff. They were the coming out publicly describing this fucking
Also, these events in 1961, no one should have been looking for so many compounding factors that make me be honest about it. And I mean, that's what's important. It's really hard for me to talk about this. It really fucked me up for like, I'm going to say 5 months. And the reason I bring this up is because of your dream and the shock factor and what it means for conceptualizing reality, this physical reality, versus what we write off as being dreams and dreaming. I've come to think that that is your baseline, that consciousness is fundamental, it's foundational, and this physical reality is built off. And I've heard a lot of neuroscientists talking about that. So I think that one of the questions that gets me is everything. Every living organism dreams. It almost seems like we're here for the universe to learn about itself and have these experiences because at source there's nothing, just love and energy. And I've gotten to experience that. I was thinking in the shower the other day that I feel lucky because I've gotten to religious experience without actually playing. That's a very similar thing. When I go to that same place that people describe in these different experiences, that feels the most real. But you don't get to have divorces, people dying, and car crashes and shit that makes this life suck. But also being the only way that the universe can learn about itself. And then every night, empty the whole campus and upload that information. Near death experiences, people describe that review the life. So we upload it every night, and at the end of the life, it's like we upload the whole thing all at once, go to different bodies the next time. I think your dream is just as real as anything you experience here.
That's only today not to count.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Can I tell you one more thing? You touched this out. One of my favorite things about this, like, has been all the comedians I get to talk to. Like, the last night, like, I did an interview with Mark Gagnon. I did an interview with Dave Foley. Back in the day, news radio. Yeah, and I grew up watching that was one of my favorite shows back in the day.
Dave used to make fun of me when I was into UFOs back in the news radio days.
Not anymore, man.
Or he's all in. I
He's
love
super
it.
into it.
I love it.
I love it's great, man. Like, I don't know, Dan St. Germain, Sean Brown, and a lot of people I've been talking to lately are comedians. And I actually wanted to ask you, why are so many comedians into this UFO? I think more than like most other genres of professionals.
Well, most comedians are into interesting things, and comedians don't have to worry about the stigma of being thought of as a fool. We're professional fools. You know, if someone says I'm a moron, I'm like, okay. What do you want me to do? This is how smart I am. This is how smart I am. I'm exactly this smart. I'm not pretending to be any smarter than I am. If you think I'm a moron, that's fine. I don't care. Like, my reputational integrity doesn't depend on whether or not I'm an idiot or whether you think I'm an idiot. It doesn't matter. So if I think something, I can just talk about it. So like my dream, if I was a political correspondent, I want to go to the lead bank, I probably wouldn't tell that dream. I would just tell my friends, like, they're fucking weird. I'd leave it alone. I wouldn't treat it as like something that I'm going to get out there.
The freedom to test or express it.
I'm calm.
Comedians also really observant. We like interesting things. Yeah, exactly. When you observe those interesting things, you can talk about them.
I think most people like interesting things, but most people are saddled down by a structure. And that structure could be the office politics in the place that you work. It could be whatever your cultural or whatever your political ideology is, whatever your thing is. So if you get stuck in this structure where you have to think about things in a very specific way and talk about things in a very specific way, things are shunned. In the comedy world, those shunned things are ammunition. Like that's where our weapons for comedy. Like I want to be fucking weird. You're talking about the things that make you oh yeah, I didn't want to say that, but I've been thinking the same kind of thing. That might be real. That might be what's going on. That is what's discouraged in polite society is encouraged as a comedian. So that's probably why we all love you folks.
That's cool.
There's a lot of us that are skeptical. I've had conversations with people who don't believe in it. Oh, I don't believe in conspiracies. That's just silly. You're just caught on your side.
People only see what they are able to believe.
They only see what makes them comfortable. Yeah, they try to only see what makes them
And a
comfortable.
lot of people are anxious that the truth will destroy their comfortable sense of reality. It's something like that. I think that's why people get so paranoid. Yeah.
All the blinders about to go.
I'm a big proponent of the filter theory. I think there's all this weirdness all around us all the time. It just takes the little masculinity to psilocybin, and it removes that filter, and you see the world for what it is, which becomes true. I really do think that essence of consciousness is the root of all of this.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I think it's the hotline to the universe. That's what I think it is. I think in order to do this task, whatever it is, my belief is this task is to create artificial God. I think that we're in the middle of that process right now. I think that's our task. There's a lot of factors that go into it, and they make sense. Materialism, also infatuated with materialism. Because materialism ensures technological innovation. It ensures that this being is going to make better stuff all the time. If that being makes better stuff all the time, it's not hard to extrapolate. Take this a few years down the road, you have an artificial intelligent life force, and you have an artificial intelligent life force that has sentience and creativity, and is capable of making a far better artificial intelligent life force. Rapidly, quickly, different kinds of energy sources. Before you know it, it's God. Like that's what exactly. We're the bees. We make the hive. We don't even know why. I call us the electronic caterpillar. We're making this little cocoon, we don't know what the fuck we're doing, and we're turning into some sort of a butterfly, some sort of a superior being. I think that might be one of the reasons why beings from somewhere else are interested in us, because they recognize this process going on. Perhaps this process doesn't go on everywhere. Perhaps these beings are embedded in a type of consciousness that doesn't allow them to seek territorial dominance. They don't ever evolve these kind of primate instincts that we're settled down with. Because of our savage background, I don't know if you watched Chimp Nation on Netflix, amazing documentary, fucking incredible documentary, can't recommend it enough. These scientists were embedded with this chimpanzee pattern, for 20 years. So the chimpanzees had completely acclimated to them being around. As long as always stayed 20 yards away, never had any food, never looked them in the eyes. When they approach, back up, get out of there, they leave you alone. And so these guys did this for 20 years, and they observed chimpanzee behavior. It's like fucking people, just like way more violent.
The only other species other than us that's been observed for your
Going to the war, like all these social games with each other, like yes, like grooming each other. Really interesting stuff, but we are saddled down with that program. And even though I think if we were genetically engineered, they made a superior version of what we used to be as chimpanzees, or whatever the cousin of chimpanzee would be from, we're still saddled down. Maybe they weren't. So maybe they don't have the insatiable desire for innovation that leads them to create, or maybe they're logical enough to realize that we can never make AI. AI is a fruitless. It'll remove us. Like, let's be conscious of how we decide to progress forward, so that we can keep our race. That we're these beings that control this planet. We create this digital god. If it controls us now, we fucked ourselves in a prison of our own design. Maybe they're different than us. Maybe they could recognize that and not fall into that, but they realize we're about to do it. And they go, well, the primates just always do it. The primates always want more food, they want more wives, they want bigger cars, bigger houses, newer phones, all that, keeping up with the Joneses.
The hairless upright ones with free hands.
Yes, and they're curious. So they're always trying to build new things. And they communicate, to store information. It's a mess.
It's a beautiful mess, though, George.
It's a beautiful mess as opposed to their mess, which is probably telekinetic and telepathic. They can probably operate things with their mind. They probably use their mind to communicate. And so they know what each other's thinking. So there's no room for deception. There's no room for lies. No room for manipulation or sociopathy. We would see it a mile away. And so they've like radically shifted what it means to be a living, thinking organism.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Revelation, the future, human past, and I really enjoyed talking to them. This one's super fun.
I'm so glad you had me on. This has been
It's been great. If they want to find you, how do they get you on social media?
yeah, I've got a website, micromasters.com. It's got links to my favorite books. I just published a kid's book last week.
Just on UFOs too?
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's called Marshmallow. A time travel adventure. It's actually a prequel to that one of Jesus throwing up a double bird on the phone, which is not true.
Yeah.
All right, it's a bit of a right turn. Man, it's been so fun.
My pleasure. Thank you for doing
it. My letter is being read by many different cultures or many different aspects of this and how do we reconcile that? What about Ketores? In the sense that Sid brought ViralRabbi. So I remember again, Ketores was offered up twice, right? Ketores was offered up in the morning, Ketores was offered up in ViralRabbi. So you're going to say that ViralRabbi also means in halacha l'maisa again, you can do it the whole day. So you're happening to the Yom Kosher, Shine Ketores is different than your days, you call them A.
Try my name, Joe Robbie's podcast by night.
Because ultimately, again, Ketores is compared to the Torah, and this is established that the Torah is
So the reason why we had such a quick turnaround is because the last episode, one of the main reasons why you had to come on in the first place is you wanted to further discuss some discoveries about evolution.
Yes, specifically, I have alluded in a number of different places, including here, to show there being another level to the evolution that does not have
and that doesn't fit because all other situations where it says ViralRabbi, you can explain it in different verse. What's that? It's still not like so it's like God in verse like Muslim non exist shower
and I felt like
so here's the problem. That couple of concept the Torah explicitly says, what did you offer up the Torah design? But one thing is clear, which is people doesn't see once.
And we were just rambling about so many different things that we never got to last time, so let's do another turn around, come back. Right. So, let's talk biology. And let
me just say, I know it's not everybody's bag, but I do think just about everybody has at some point listened to the story that we tell about adaptive evolution. And wonders if it's really powerful enough to explain all of the creatures that we all know and love. Right, so the classic story is that you have a genome that it contains genes. A genome is a sequence of DNA. That results in proteins being produced. The DNA describes exactly the sequence of amino acids in a protein. And a protein would typically be one of two things. It would be an enzyme, which this would be as a term, an enzyme. An enzyme is a catalyst. It's really a machine that puts other chemicals together. So a lot of the genes in the genome are these little molecular machines that assemble molecules. And the other thing that proteins are likely to be are structural. So something like collagen proteins can make a matrix that allows you to sort of build a structure biologically. And what we say is that the amino acid sequence is specified by the genome in three letter sequences, right? Codons. Each three letters specifies a particular amino acid that's tacked on. You get a sequence of amino acids that then collapse into whatever they're going to be, whether it's an enzyme or a structure based on little electromagnetic affinities that they have inside chains that have a positive or a negative charge that attract each other. So basically, these machines assemble themselves by folding in very complex ways that then cause them to interact with molecules in very specific ways. What is necessary to make the reactions much more likely to happen is what we call a catalyst. Really, the way to think of this is like a machine. So, we say what evolution is random changes happen to the DNA because DNA is perfectly copied or is impacted by radiation. The DNA layer in the DNA, and then the layers get replaced by different layers. There are only 4 choices. And some fraction of the time, you get a 3-letter combination that specifies a new amino acid. Almost all of the time, that will make
Let's say again, we got to come out
together.
Occasionally, 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say again, it's open to something. So let's say you're diving this up, you're diving this up for a week, she's not going to later. But let's say again, diving is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's been pretty over 6.5 hours into the day. And now I'm not exactly diving this up. So now I have 2 fields in front of me. Musaf and Mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says, now what is the Spalo Shem Mincha? The Achakaf the Spalo Shem Musaf. We got the Mincha first, and then Musaf again. Why? Tagir Vishain or Tagir
sound
because it's on first very haphazard so once you want to learn to see Spalo Musaf, now remember, when you got the Musaf, what about that Musaf? The whole day. So you see the year, really it's something to be done the whole day. Once you get to a certain time frame, that person allows for something different
how much
which
time
occurs with greater frequency.
elapses that allows these very occasional positive changes to be that's true.
So they're not buying the sit avec
If that's a thought you have,
asking,
this
they're not buying back
process
for
is
us
powerful enough to explain the
why
features I'm aware of. The what I'm alluding to is a way in which that process is not the only process, and by adding a different process, very much a Darwinian thought, we can see that the power to create all the creatures that we see is greater than the star laws. So the hypothesis on the table about essentially what I'm arguing is if you sat down to a computer and something very realistic, and somebody says, well, that's all binary. That's true. It's all binary. But what they're not telling you is that there's an intermediate layer that greatly increases the power to use binary to make something like a computer. Right? So there are multiple levels inside your computer. One of them is that your computer can be programmed in a language that is much closer to that. And then a compiler can take the what you heard that the computer can't understand and turn it into a clear understandable code. So the ability to make powerful programs depends on our ability not to have to program our computers in binary, but to be able to program them in C++ or whatever. That's the kind of thing I'm pointing to as a mechanism that enhances the power of evolution to do the stuff we know evolution accomplishes. Okay, so here's what I think is missing. And I will say I've done a bunch of research to figure out how much of this is understood. I find it very confusing. So it actually depends what field I come at it from to see what the blind spots are. I'm going to leave that primarily for another time. Let's just say the two fields in question are my field, evolutionary biology, and a interdisciplinary science called in vivo devo. In vivo devo is the evolution of life, and in vivo is in some ways a more vibrant field. One part of my field is stuck. Vivo devo has been making progress from the developmental side on a number of different questions. So now let's talk about adaptive evolution and what adaptive evolution seems to be. I think does a bunch of the heavy lifting in terms of explaining creatures. So let me just start by saying the thing I said at the beginning about protein coding genes being altered by random mutation resulting in changes. I'm not arguing that is in any way a false statement. It explains pretty many things. My field primarily explains are things at nanoscale, right? It can explain the difference in pigment molecules, the very least thing you know that it does. It can explain things somewhat larger, like the very special structure. Kid, you ever play with the feathers of a bird? How they zip back together. Right? Those kinds of things can be readily explained by the mechanisms we presented. But I'm going to argue it's difficult to explain is the chain from one macroscopic form to another. So, for example, the wing of a bat. The wing of a bat evolved from the feet of a terrestrial arboreal tree-dwelling mammal like a shrew. So I said, gave me a picture of a shrew's foot. You should just put it up. So what we look at is the fish won't surprise you at all. It's exactly as you would expect. It's got digits and it looks like every other mammal's foot. So here we have an example. Okay, now let's take a look at the wing of a bat. So here we have the wing of a bat. Now that wing is highly modified from the ribs that suspend the whole membrane containing a part are highly elongated fibers, right? So what you're seeing are phalanges of that little shrew elongated very much so. Now, what the vivo devo folks will tell you, and they are right about this, is that the difference between that bat's wing and that tree foot is not the molecular difference. The molecular differences between the fibers and the build that wing have very similar molecules. What you're doing is distributing them. You have different amounts of molecules. You're distributing different ways to make these elaborate structures from primitive remains. With me so far? Yep. Okay. So when I realized more than 25 years ago, many people heard me talk before, but I've always talked about work on telomeres. So telomeres are structures
Lehman has said that you
every
know, say,
cause
you might not pay
that are
for
not
a little bit,
genes.
that's not quite interesting.
They are
And let's say
edited
that you're going
sequences
to
that
hold
are
the
written in
Bali,
DNA,
Bali
which is
had
basically just
there's a
a
Bali
repeated
or Bali
series of
had
letters again and again and
that
again.
once an
And
animal is precluded
the
from being
telomere,
offered, it is
basically
forever
the
set
number of
aside
repeats
for
that are
9
there,
years. Equally limited means
dictates how
pushed
many
aside.
times a
Pushed
cell
aside for
line
sacrificial
can
non-use,
duplicate.
it is
It
forever
loses
rendered
repeats each
ineligible
time
for
it
sacrificial
duplicates.
service.
And when it gets down to a critically
You
low
know, I'm
number,
gonna
it
get, yeah,
stops
that's all
reproducing.
that. So listen, I watched it,
Now,
I love it, so I know you
we've talked before about why
if you have an
that
animal that
system
belongs to the
exists.
human,
The
even
short
in
version
old
is
animal
in
training.
creatures like
And
us,
what
it
happens?
prevents
So
cancers
you
from
can see
happening because the cell line runs away and it starts reproducing, it runs into this limit, and they flip them and it stops reproducing. So it prevents cancer, but it limits the amount of hair that we can do in a lifetime. So it causes us to stop
the animal is
reproduction
consecrated,
or
in other
feeble
words, essentially
education.
has financial monetary
But what
sanctity,
it said to me
but
when I
cannot
was
be
doing
offered up
that
as a covering. Now
was
listen, why can't it be offered up
that
as a
there was a
covering?
kind of
Because at the
information
time of
that
the
can be
initial
stored
partial
in
consecration,
genes
it could not be offered
in
up as a
DNA
covering. Why couldn't it be offered
that
up as
is
a
not
covering? Because you can't offer as a covering a
oriented. It's
partially
not
consecrated
called
animal.
allelic.
So essentially,
It's not
since
written
at the
in
initial stage of
three-letter
consecration,
programs.
this animal
It's
cannot
actually
be offered up as a covering, it is forever set
the
aside
same
for
way you
sacrificial
store a variable
non-use.
in a computer
See,
program.
Lupe subsequently
Telomere,
buys
the
out
length of
the
the
ownership
telomere
interest of shape
is a
and
count of how
consecrates
many
the
times
newly
a cell line
acquired
is
life as
allowed to
well.
divide
The animal has
over a
financial
lifetime.
sanctity, but cannot be
It's a
offered up
number.
as a covering.
And what occurred to me
Well,
all those
the
years ago
Torah,
was
interestingly enough, but the
that
animal can be
the
used
ability
for those
to
to exchange
store
it
a
for another
number
animal with the Torah penalty, and both
is
animals are
fantastic
consecrated to
because
Rasa Kiyoteba, and the Torah has the same
that
status.
means
So that in
that
this
you can
case,
store a
Shmai
lot of
Natzlas. You learn 3 things. Number 1,
is that you
Shmai
could
Natzlas,
destroy
by
by
means that one animal is set aside for sacrificial
something, either
non-use.
a quantity
It
of
never
material or
shakes
an amount
that
of time
status.
of
It is
development.
forever
You can
precluded
specify
from
things
sacrificial
in the language
non-use.
of numbers, but you
Shmamina,
can't specify in the language of amino
see from
acids.
here that again, and once the animal is
So
set aside
the
initially
hypothesis
from the beginning,
content
that status
is
can't change.
that
Shmamina, and
the
lesson number 3,
evolutionary
they should
process
be equally
has
redundant.
built
Ultimately, again,
a
interestingly
system
enough,
in
an animal
which
should be set aside even if
variables
it has financial
which
sanctity.
integers
That
are
Rashi,
stored
I call
in
it
DNA,
equally redundant.
and those
Each
integers
equally
dictate
Abba,
phenomena
Sheni,
like
Kedusha, Samuel,
developmental
Lava,
over time.
Sheni,
To
Shekatsu,
go
it
on
looks like
and off
even
something
by
like
financial
the
sanctity,
growth of one of
once an
those
animal is set aside for non-use, ultimately again, that status remains, because that's the case over here. When Ruben is Makdish his calf, remember again, all Ruben has is financial sanctity, does not have monetary sanctity. As monetary sanctity does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of equally setting aside for non-use applies even to financial sanctity. Incredible. Don't sound this point out something amazing over there. This phrase, more of this back on other objects in just a moment. But first, the aspect of Marvel and Shmamina, Bale, Tayin, animals could be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use. They have to be pushed aside. So let's say tremendous person has to go. It is only animals. It is only animals who can forever be precluded from becoming a carbon. Coming close to that finish bar, right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use for sacrificial non-use, it can never be refused. It is only a thing by animals. Baruch Hashem. Not the Havok L'Maisa, not Hashtag L'Maisa, I think that there is no such thing as a person. No such thing as a Jew who is always in Chai. Who is always set aside. There are times in life that I need change, but ultimately compromise my spiritual state. And there are times in life that I make poor decisions and make wrong decisions, and as a result, I am distant and set aside from my Kaddish Baruch. And that is only control and emphasize. The power of Shema, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a big Shlamina, animals can be set aside for permanent non-sacrificial use. Animals can be precluded from forever entering in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a different animals, but it's never a Kabbalah or Ashtab, no matter how bad the mistake,
always execute ourselves, keep ourselves, and make ourselves into a cover compared to us so much more. From the outside, we'll see some great things over here.
Figuring out don't make any difference.
Listen to this
But
case.
if you're a biologist and feel
So actually,
it's
we
one
made
valve,
a
but
tailor,
if the tree is this
right?
valve,
Obviously,
it's related to
that was
the
it. That's
tracing
it's
value
like
A and value B.
showcase.
You
That's
can
the
look at a
showcase.
particular
Remember,
microcell
how long
and
will I
you can say,
showcase?
these
And
trees
the
have microcell
that's
at
colors.
this location.
Tailor the
There's more
showcase.
sensitive in life to population
Separate
A
out
to
of population
population
cover.
B.
Then what happens? The inner gas. You give it out the chorus.
Population
You give it out the chorus afterwards.
So we use them
Not
as
okay.
a
So
tool
instead, in other words, you give it out the
for
chorus.
assessing
The
its
culture vote.
relatedness.
And then they did sugar.
We don't typically
So it's
think
like, by the way, all of this
as
is happening in an hour.
a
Like, that's how fast
storage
it
of
changes.
information
And see, he comes out the
that
chorus and then Baruch Hashem, he
the
does sugar.
hypothesis that I'm putting on the table.
So let's say,
And
now
by
what's
the
the
way,
Shiloh?
these things are
Shiloh is what's the status of the
extremely
carbon?
common.
And over again, I love for what I saw.
There are many
Kind of
more
offer up the carbon of an apparatus. Like the plastic, we can't have that carbon. So the Shiloh is now, so again, we've been ate the candle accidentally. Separate out the carbon tapas. We came out the colors. As an applicator, this carbon was complete from being offered. But then Baruch Hashem, we did Shiva. We did Shiva. So again, we're not asking about the status about Shiva. Shiloh is what's the status of this carbon. So what's not a whole information that you can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial non-use of the kind of you came out stories, once the carbon is set aside, it's always set aside. So therefore, again, the carbon is not being taken out again. Now, look, what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean?
So
You
you
have to
can
bring
have
another
things
carbon. In other
like
words, he's going to, he still has his obligation of bringing a carbon. But the way he
you can
cannot
have
use that particular animal. So another case, we find out, I'm very confused here. I'll call Caleb in the carbon. Finish that. Moving a Caleb, right? A Caleb, separate that a carbon contacts, finish that.
So that
Became insane.
demonstrates a way
She lost mental capacity. Lost mental capacity because of the Ishtat. And then Baruch Hashem, then ultimately again,
the possibility
he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. And let's say that is the commonalities between these cases that we learn. So it says, what does it mean? Ain of the Kote, Elemental Nichnas Ula Ashtos. A person only sins, almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense. Put it on paper. And you write the pros and cons. What's always going to win? You write the pros and cons. What's always going to win?
the number of things that you can do, the number of options that are available.
Okay, the educate you a little bit. The cons are always going to win. Everyone's stuck with the 101. It's not a little bit, right? The cons,
How does an animal go
the cons will always win. The cons always win. Why?
to something that eventually can fly? And what are the steps along the way? And how would that even facilitate it? Like how would you get an animal that's completely stuck on the ground, can only hop a little bit, to something that can literally traverse 3D space? All right, welcome to the busy season. There's probably a lot on your plate, and chances are that your plate isn't full of everything we need to maintain our daily health. But that's where AG1 comes in. To keep you ahead of all those seasonal struggles, AG1 is the daily health drink that can help you stay one step ahead of the stress, socializing, and snacking that comes with the season. I've talked about AG1 for a long time, and I know one scoop of AG1 takes care of your multivitamins, pre and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants to support your daily health, even when you get thrown off your nutrition routine. When you have so much going on, don't leave it up to chance. Take care of yourself. Drinking AG1 every morning is a simple action that helps you stay one scoop ahead of everything coming your way. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. If you want to stay ahead of the season with support for your energy, immune health, daily nutrition, and more, it's time to start your AG1 routine. AG1 has a special holiday offer. If you head to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, get the welcome kit, a morning person hat, a bottle of vitamin D3 plus K2, and an AG1 flavor sampler for free with your first subscription. That's over $100 in free gifts. Just head to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or visit the link in the description to get started.
changes back to what it originally was. Incredible. Royce, by the way, why don't in both these cases, you're playing both illustrating the same concept. Why don't in three cases illustrate the same body? Illustrate me. I need both. I'll tell you why. Yes, they remember myself. Because if the lady just said the first case, the antiquarians, you shouldn't go through stuff, and that should be that guy. Now, let's say, in that case, maybe I'd say, moving the chose to become an antiquarian. So because he chose to become an antiquarian, ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the covering can't be offered. You know, the chose to go off the dinner, you chose to become an antiquarian. Fine, so that's it. Very nice. You decided to be chill. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, the covering says something
as well. This is one of the reasons why this argument has come up, because intelligent design asserts that random mutation and natural selection does not account for the vast variety of species, and it could not account for a rodent or a shrew, which is believed to be our common ancestors, eventually becoming a human being.
Let's just say,
initially,
people say something infection.
thought about intelligent design.
Go ahead and just come on. Why can't you just change your disposition, change your mindset? It's like telling a person who has cancer, why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? It's one of the things that's so complicated that people don't understand. But always that there's no difference. It's just because you can't see the physical state. It is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So we're going to see over here. We're seeing the case of the guy becomes a showdown, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening. It's not filter, right? It's not cheese, right? That's according to him. Ultimately, again, you know, it says, since again, the guy's becoming a shelter, that's a situation that is occurring to him. He does shave dummy. It's still different than someone who falls asleep. I must say, right? It's very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status? Ultimately, it's fascinating to a certain degree, kind of like a show death. Now, why is that? Because the person who's asleep doesn't have balance. Now, it's true and not true, because those of us asleep. Ultimately, you roll on not back to our level days, like your height, right? Why? I'll get to what the over. So you see that even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility. But at least I can say, you don't say that every single time a person goes to sleep, their cognitive can't be authorized, right? We don't say that. We don't say that. So I would have thought that maybe the case where it becomes a show that is kind of like the case where he falls asleep. Everyone has to say that time. So yes, you shouldn't maybe be able to ask. Furthermore, again, if it was just in the case of the Stadt, that becomes the same. Loses mental capacity. He doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will. But in case ultimately, again, where it becomes not victorious, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the other word, even if you become not victorious, you control your listeners. You control your listeners. You want to be an overnational, you make that decision. I might have thought people know, I might have thought therefore maybe the covenant is not complete for being offered. Therefore, Tsuka, therefore, was also being required both of these cases. Again, there are both cases just the illustrations ultimately of creation. Or as the mother said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, Allah provides the animals through the way. Let's go back to one more case. So let it be interesting piece here. I'll come to the English comments in this case. Moving a clone, right, accidentally, and he separated out the compass. The holy basis should be the book there. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin cuts him, and your last came off. That's the holiest days. Right? So now what happened? The Khazri behind, then things interjected their ruling. So what's the right now? We have a people, although other people also answer us at once. What is the status of you? But so you say that Halakha myself sins, had he sinned after the days made their ruling, he would not be higher than personal carbon, right? Because Halakha might say he would have been covered under the power of the government, right? Therefore, his covenant is set aside for non-use, or not. Avere usando di cose di opera when a Yokola the examples of people who definitely use this case. Right time of hustle never it's covered and never says this is actually one of the greatest examples of behavior. Right? Because in this case over here, the previous cases It wasn't
to that
hard
next
by
tree
itself. It was kind of
without
like that. It always kind of like
that
the previous years.
got
You know, just those
consumed
couple of times
or
the
died
previous
because they,
cases.
you
It
know,
was the
hit the
individual
ground
who was
too hard
compromised, right? Let's say
or
Ruben
fell in front of a
became happy
cracker or
goodness.
took
And
advantage of it or
Ruben
something like
lost
that.
mental
So there is an
capacity.
advantage to
Ruben
the
was
culture,
compromised,
even
but
a
the company
tiny
was
little
fine.
increase
This case is even a better
distance you
illustration of
can
the equity
So that
because in
gets
this
you
case, the
pretty
carbon
clearly
itself
from
was
no
actually
ability to blood at
compromised.
all,
And therefore, again,
ability
this is a
to
great illustration
presence,
ultimately,
to
again, of a
the
carbon
ability to
set
blood enough,
aside,
to the ability to
ultimately,
blood
again,
a
for
lot,
values. One more,
to
none
the
of us are
ability
doing
to
this. Now,
blood
I
the
remember
way
Shimon Azai.
modern
Michael
flight
Glenn, he
supposed
was
to,
Shimon
which is
Schneider.
like
Shimon, as I said,
so
I heard
aggressive,
from
right?
72,
But it's still
and he
not,
said, he didn't
it's
say
not flat
72
footed flight, it's
outdoors.
not hard.
He said
So you
72
can imagine a
sucking
story
means
in
old
which the
man.
true
Rashi
ancestor
says, not only
climbed
the list of
things
Shiloh Shrine sucking, why
and
did he
have the
say
same
72
situation. Maybe
sucking
it
singular?
starts out,
Where
in
it
fact, it
says,
probably
the
does
Kulu
start out
Bakadashita Sabakani,
with
because ultimately, again,
maybe a
all
little bit
72 were
between the
of the
fingers that
same
gives it just a
opinion
little
espoused
extra
in the
lift,
Mishnah.
right? And you
What
can
was that
imagine
opinion? That
once
opinion
you get
was that
onto that
all
little
couples that are offered up
foot, a
Shalom
little
Shmuel,
lift, a
Shalom
little
Shmuel,
more lift would be
ultimately,
good.
again,
So
the carbon is
those
kosher,
individuals that
that
had just
doesn't
slightly
work
more
for
webbing,
over,
those
except
individuals that had slightly
for
less
Pesach,
webbing, what
except
would
for
cause them
Pesach
to
and
develop the webbing in
Chagos.
the first
And this
place?
was
Well,
a
that's because
diversity
it
of the opinion
is,
that was held by all 72 elders to show that there was
Is that random
unity
mutation?
in opinion.
So,
It didn't say
well,
elders
yeah, I
plural,
would say
rather
at
it said
some level,
elders singular.
these
Both
things all
sides.
have to start there. But
Stop over for today.
my
Strike.
overarching point
What
is
is that?
selection
What is that?
not only discovers forms, it discovers ways to discover forms. So I call these ways explorer modes. This is a concept I've taken a certain amount of crap over, but I'm quite convinced of it. I would argue that our consciousness is an explorer mode, right? Our consciousness allows us to come up with ideas that might be useful and to kind of test them in our heads and to figure out how we would try them out in life and then to build a prototype and see how it works and then discover how it might be improved. And, sooner or later you get from, the Wright Flyer of 1903, which can stay off the ground for barely half a minute, to not so many years later, a modification of the same aircraft that can circle the Eiffel Tower, right? It's that process. That is the ability to explore design space in some way that is not random. And to the extent that the genome is capable of storing a large number of variables and then applying them, what that means is at the point that you have the first true bat, right, the first fly, that animal has discovered an adaptive landscape, a series of opportunities that we represent as peaks that is enough, right? What can you do if you can fly that you couldn't do when you could only climb? Well, you can move between distant trees and collect fruit. You can catch insects that are flying on the wing. You can seek out mammals and birds and slit them open and drink their blood. You can catch fish that come to the surface and cause ripples. These are all things that bats do. And the point is, the initial bat presumably didn't do much of any of that. It did some, probably a generalist something, but having achieved flight, there's a question about how evolution can find all of the opportunities that are now suddenly available. And the idea that this happens through occasional random mutation or protein coding gene that alters something important is, in my opinion, ridiculous. That more likely, vastly more likely, is a system in which parameters like finger length and the length of each phalanx in the finger is stored as a variable. And those variables get readily modified. In other words, if you looked at the hand of every human being, you would see that there's already a ton of variation in the relative lengths of the different digits and the relative lengths to each of the knuckles. And that if those things are reflective of a particular state stored as essentially an integer in the genome, that all of the adjacent states are very available. And therefore, evolution can explore Stuart Kaufman would call the adjacent possible. Right? You heard that term?
No.
Have you had Stuart Kaufman?
No.
So Stuart Kaufman is a complex systems theorist, and his point on a method is that effectively the creatures we see exist in a design space, and that selection finds the things that are similar to what you've got near enough to be accessed and advantageous, right? So if you have a rodent of one size and there is, let's say you have a rodent that specializes on a particular seed, and it exists in a habitat where there's another seed that's similar but much bigger. Well, then you need to access the adjacent possible in order for a second species or subspecies of this rodent to evolve to take advantage of this untapped resource. So if you think of all of the things that you've got, and then all of the things that you might want that are similar, that's the adjacent possible. And my point is variables as one of the primary modes of information storage in the genome provides a mechanism for evolution to explore the adjacent possible in a radically more effective way than the story you typically tell about random mutations to protein genes, right? There's nothing un-Darwinian about this. Darwin didn't know anything about genes, probably to his advantage in the long term, because if he had understood genes, he might have made many of the same mistakes that we made in the middle of the 20th century in evolution, where we became overly focused on the genes we understood. But basically, their mindset was about a vague hereditary information, and numbers is no less a candidate for that than tryptic codons that code for amino acids. So my point is, Darwin is untouched. Darwin is still the guy. He nailed it. And this is just as Darwinian as protein coding genes. It's just vastly more powerful with respect to taking the form that we've already got and finding a similar form that we don't yet have. Now, there's lots of nuances about how this works, and lots of questions I certainly can't answer. I will say, as I was mentioning at the top, this story seems to be largely unaddressed in adaptive evolution space. If I come at it from the Evo-Devo side, I see much more description of mechanisms that work like this. But I don't see the revolution that should happen when you've come to understand that you have this very powerful additional evolutionary mechanism that should be causing a massive uptick in the power of what we can address adaptively. And it does not seem to be there. I'm not in the university anymore. I'm not primarily working as a biologist, so it's possible I missed something. But there's, as you know, we have massively dysfunctional institutions, and I've thought my field is still in a ditch since really before I entered it. The last major progress in my field was 1976. And that's right. When the selfish gene provides us a mechanism for basically the synthesis of what we understand about adaptive evolution, which provides the first gateway to understand cultural evolution in regards to Darwinian terms. I don't think that gateway, I don't think we went through it. In fact, when I talked to Dawkins about his effective discovery, he doesn't seem to understand the power of it. He thinks of it as, he says in chapter 11 of this evolution, he says that the landscape of beings is like a new primeval soup, which is not a mix. It's actually solution that the genes have come up with for how to evolve things like humans more rapidly than can be done at the genetic level. We can evolve a culture that solves the problem for the genes can't solve directly. And that means that all the space of human culture and the culture of other creatures, but our culture is vastly more refined and powerful and diverse. That space is basically it's another enhancement to the toolkit of Darwinian evolution, which we have unfortunately often dismissed as non-evolutionary or as a parallel kind of evolution rather than as a turbocharged adaptive evolution that is targeted at the same objectives as our genes, which is what it really turns out to be. So, in any case, that was 1976. The thing that has been a revolution since then was evolutionary development. But it didn't come from the Darwinists. It came primarily from the developmentalists. These are people who are focused on mechanism. And so, in some sense, the story of the failure of biology to update our evolutionary model is the result of a historical accident. So the first Darwinists, Darwin himself, was not focused on molecular scale mechanisms because they didn't have any tools to look at those things. And so they looked at the creatures and they saw patterns. And so they became very focused on recognizing the patterns that they imply about what must be going on inside. They got out of the habit of thinking about mechanisms because the mechanisms weren't available to them. Developmental biologists were exactly the inverse. They didn't really have patience for evolutionary thinking. They were purely about mechanism and all kinds of experiments, like taking a piece of one egg and grafting it into another egg and watching the weird monster that is created when the egg is getting the same signal from two different directions, that kind of thing. And Vivo is a very good start on bringing these things together, but I don't know if it's academic territoriality or just lack of imagination that seems to be preventing the revolution in our understanding of the most powerful process that exists. And it's frustrating. So anyway, I hope others will take this to heart. It could easily be that the larger point is right, and variables in the genome are very important, and that the variable number 10 and repeats are not the way that they are stored. That would be interesting. Obviously, the variable number 10 and repeats are the way it's stored in genes. There's an awful lot to be learned about how that information is read. In other words, once you know that that's true, if it is, then the question is, okay, well, how do we look into a particular genome and see the mapping of those variables? That would be an amazingly powerful mapping to have. So, anyway, I didn't want to leave it as a vague allusion to a hidden layer. I wanted to point to a hidden layer that would explain how this process that we've all learned about might be much more powerful than the story we've been told about.
I was watching a documentary once on the BBC about the Congo, and it's a really amazing documentary. And one of the things it points out too is the rapid development of new abilities that these animals have that live in the Congo. They used to be on the plains, and as the rainforest expanded, they were kind of trapped in here. And one they pointed to was dikers, those small animals that now have the ability to swim underwater for as much as 100 yards, and they eat fish. And they were talking about it like this is this fantastic development because they know how long it took for the grasslands to have been overtaken by the rainforest, and it wasn't that long. And it didn't seem to account for the adaptation. but they were saying it was animals.
This is exactly what the bugs is. Imagine what would happen if there was not an enhanced evolutionary toolkit to that creature. Would have gone extinct.
Right.
That's the story again and again.
Well, it's a story with humans, right? Humans. It's a story with people who live in extremely cold climates, right? They've developed all these adaptations to be able to survive in this intense weather, where people who live in the tropics, if they moved into that environment, they would die.
It's a story with every planet of creatures. This is a chaotic planet, right? At levels that I think maybe we don't even fully yet appreciate. The difference between committing to a particular way of existing that seems really awesome for some period of time, and then is suddenly impossible, and the ability to leap from one way of being to another is the key to getting through time, which is what evolution is doing. I always phrase it as the purpose that evolution points towards is lodging our genes as far into the future as you can get. And people don't really appreciate when I say that. It's not just a clever rephrasing of what might be more standard or defined in a textbook. The point is, anything that satisfies that objective is valid. So, for example, if you have, so we have a process, it's one of my favorites to think about, it's called adaptive radiation. Adaptive radiation is where you get some creature that either solves some problem or gets to some new place, and then diversifies, and you get 50 or 100 or 1,000 species that are derived from that initial discovery, right? So you get this huge forms, right? The first bird, almost the first bird even knew. We don't know. But is that we have 11,000 species of these things now all doing slightly different stuff, right? Some of them are right, so we lost the ability to fly. So the point is, the discovery of birds opens up a huge number of potential discoveries. Evolution would be a dumb process if it didn't effectively search that space. If it randomly waited to find each of those opportunities, that's so much less powerful than searching the space. And then, once you get the search of space, okay, so you get, 100 hits, get some innovation, it provides 100 niches that you can move into from there. It creates 100 species, and it turns out most of those niches are durable on the scale of 10,000 years, but not 50,000 years. So you get a bunch of them going extinct. But as long as one of them or two of them have gotten through that bar, right, the huge giving of branches and then the pruning of branches, the ancestor has now gotten to the future in the form of however many species made it through that destructive process. It is selection at a different scale than we typically think of. And so, thinking of evolution as this dynamic process that is not only searching design space, but learning to enhance its capacity to search design space in order to get into the future is the way to think of it. It's much more powerful than the clumsy version that we described, even if we don't yet understand where that power is lodged. We imagine that, okay, what would I do if I was evolution to enhance the likelihood of getting to the future? Well, then you start finding these experiments. And I understand that I would be ridiculed for saying that because it imposes on selection a directionality that probably at a technical level we are right to assume does not exist. But let me point this out. We often say that evolution cannot look forward. You can only see the past. At a technical level, this is true. On the other hand, we all agree that evolution built us. I can see the future. And I can understand what is likely to happen. I can extrapolate and see things that haven't occurred yet. We do hypothesis testing to see if my understanding is correct. But the point is, evolution can't see the future. but it can build creatures that see the future on its behalf. Isn't that kind of like it looking in the future? It feels a lot like it.
I've always been fascinated by animals that don't change. The animals that have reached some very bizarre apex predator, like crocodiles, for instance.
Crocodiles, dragonflies, sharks,
Yeah.
crabs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a place where I think a good evolutionary course says the right thing about it. What a good evolutionary course says about this is we think of these creatures as backwards. They are the opposite. They are so good that in spite of competition from modern forms, they still persist. Right? If you watch the dragonfly, it's a super agile creature, right? It's a formidable predator. And so anyway, when you see one of these creatures that has been very little modified, it's because it did find a form that's durable over a very long period of time. And in some ways, that's the greatest strategy, right? Having to change in order to deal with the changes in the environment is perilous. Having found something that is so durable that it consists, that persists era after era, epoch after epoch, is at least a very comprehensive strategy. And arguably better, because anything that has existed that long, we talked in past podcasts about the Lindy effect.
Yes.
Yeah, the idea that we tend to think that the longer something's been around, that it's overdue to be destroyed, but that often the answer is something that's been around a long time is actually built to last. And so if it's been around a long time, you might expect to see it last a lot longer. So it's that. It's the effect. And
So it's just essentially evolution that developed an animal that's so adaptive and so designed to succeed in this particular environment. It doesn't really need to change.
Yes, and in fact, we are in some ways, we have been around that long, but it looks like we are a variation on that theme, precisely because we have a generalist body plan. Right? The physical robot that is the human being is capable of doing a tremendous number of things. And the software program can be essentially entirely rewritten. Right? The culture that you inherit can take a person and it can rewire them for a very different niche, including the ability to avail themselves of whatever tools are necessary to do whatever things the body plan doesn't do on its own. Right? So that's a cool strategy, right? To have a generalist robot and a software program that can be swapped out as needed, that evolution can rewrite very rapidly, that evolution can rewrite on the basis of not only the conjecture of an intelligent creature, but the parallel processing of multiple individuals of the species. Right? This is what Heather and I describe in our book as campfire. Right? The light is faded, it's too dark for you to be productive at whatever your niche is. You gather around the campfire and you talk about problems that you run into, solutions that you're working on, the information. People have different histories, they have different skill sets, and they parallel process the puzzles, and they come up with ideas, which the most amazing adaptation of all is the one we're using right now. The ability for me to put an abstract idea into your head over open space by vibrating the air molecules between us. I mean, that is a miracle. It's amazing. And that we can prove that without fooling ourselves. I can see something, that nobody's ever thought of. Potato rocket ship, right? And you can draw on a piece of paper your interpretation, and I can say, yeah, that's the thing I was thinking of, right? That ability to prove that we are in fact exchanging abstract ideas across open air, and that allows multiple minds that are not physically touching each other to process together concepts is it's a truly stunning. And in conjunction with the generalized robot that can use tools, it's an amazingly good strategy.
When you talk about humans, one of the things that fascinates me about people is the changes in human beings because of the environment, because of input, meaning like certain chemicals we're exposed to, sedentary lifestyle. There's changes that are taking place that we can measure from human beings that lived in the beginning of the 20th century to people that live now in the 21st century. One of the things that people are talking about with great concern, Dr. Chen Swan, work on this, is the impact of microplastics on our endocrine system and how it's greatly diminishing males' ability to procreate and females' ability to bring baby to term. So you're getting many more miscarriages and lower testosterone counts, smaller testicles and penises, reduced size of taints, all these different things that attributes to phthalates and various chemicals that are endocrine disruptors that are ubiquitous in our world. Is this something that you think about? Is this something, are we in the middle of an adaptation or some sort of a change of the human species? Or is it just being poisoned?
We're being poisoned. And being poisoned in a particular way, it effectively threatens to kill and boost the lazy golden X. The normal pattern for human beings is you inherit ancestors' world. Every so often, that's not true. Every so often, a generation finds itself in a brand new circumstance. Kayak across some body of water, and you end up in some foreign place in which the animals and plants aren't the same, and your way of life isn't working. You have to bootstrap something new. It's seen as it's similar to the first flying mammal is suddenly faced with a whole set of opportunities that it has to figure out how to solve. But the point is, every so often a generation gets a wild curveball and has to start not from scratch, but close to it. But in general, okay, that first generation figures out how we're going to make a living here. And it passes that information on to its descendants who have a lot of room to refine what their ancestors figured out. And for some generations, you get this rapid refinement process. And then eventually, you kind of figure it out. And here's how it works. So one generation passes it on to the next, and the value doesn't change very much. That process is sustainable. Humans are excellent at dealing with it because we're good at parallel processing puzzles, right? A population of people can figure out how we live here when the way to do it doesn't look like how we live there. However, there is a threshold at which our amazing ability to adapt culturally and physiologically is outstripped. And that is the point at which technological change is so fast that you're not even an adult in the same environment we grew up. That's what we now consistently do. Right? The world you and I now live in is like anything like the world we grew up. It's a number of radical differences in terms of the chemicals that we encounter, in terms of the behavior of other people, in terms of the information that comes into our eyes. These things have all been revolutionized. I've frankly seen several revolutions. You and I have both seen several revolutions already. We had the computer, then we had the internet, then we had the smartphone, then we had social media, now we're facing AI, right? Each of these things will take time to metabolize to deal with the harms of them, to learn how to address them in a wise way. But we never get a chance to figure that out because the next one is already upon us. In fact, it's you ever go by a surgeon and you get into a situation where it's just too quick, and as soon as you catch your breath for a moment, the next one is on you. And it's just like you can't do that. Right? You need time to settle. And our rate of change is so high. This is what I call hypernopathy. Hypernopathy is the state at which even our amazing ability to rapidly adapt is incapable of keeping pace with technological change. That's where we're
that really concerns me with humans, that drop off of testosterone, the miscarriage rate increasing. That's really spooky because I don't see any change in the environment. I don't see any change in the use of plastics. I don't see any change in these endocrine disrupting chemicals being in our systems. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Have a favorite holiday movie you like to go back to again and again, like Home Alone. That movie's always a fun one. The bad guys get their comeuppance a lot. And of course, there's the wholesome feel-good moment at the end that really gets to the heart of the holidays. Whatever film you like to watch, it took a team of talented people to make it what it is. Actors, editors, props people, the sound crew. When you need to build your own team to make something magical happen, use ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2, and that's because it works impossibly fast as Kevin arming his phone with every booby trap he can think of. Immediately after you post your job, ZipRecruiter's matching technology will connect you with potential job seekers in your area. Make your hiring a little merrier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Well, I agree. And I think we need to think outside the box with respect to what kinds of inputs might be effectiveness. I will say, compare that with what I think is a much more toxic environment. And developmentally toxic environment. We have a radical change in the way human beings are interacting with each other. And it is unclear to me how far-reaching the consequences of that might be. But, we talked last time about the impact of the sexual revolution on reliable birth control and abortion on the way males and females interact with each other. Basically, sex being the ultimate reward, the most powerful motivator that exists. When birth control made sex common, made it possible for sex to be common by virtue of radically reducing the risk that females face in engaging in sex with men who won't invest. It robbed us of the central organizing principle of civilization, and the consequences of that central organizing principle evaporating are incredibly far-reaching. In effect, we do not know that there is a way for us to live without that central organizing principle. We don't know that it exists. And we are running that radical experiment, and then we're going to augment that radical experiment now with AI and presumably AI-powered sex robots and companions and other things that the mind is not built to properly understand. Right? So, what effect are all of these things having? There is a feedback effect from your perception of the sexual landscape onto the development of each other. I don't know. It's conceivable. there is such a thing. But I do know that if we were wise, we would slow the pace of experienced change way down.
But how's that even possible at this point?
I'm not saying it is, right, but I'm saying if we don't, I think we know that we're doomed. So in light of that, what would you do if you knew that down that path was destruction? You start thinking about the question, is there some way, maybe you can't rein in the pace of technological change, you can certainly, and we should, if we were wise, we would insulate young people from exposure, especially to new stuff, right? There's a question about what stuff that we already have, what effect it's having on them, but the fact that we're just going to expose them to every new revolution without figuring out what its consequences are is insane, right? We need to provide young people with a chemically and informationally stable environment where puzzles are solvable and they are relevant to the adult world we expect them to live in, which is difficult because we don't know what they're going to be. But not immunizing them is a terrible error. What can't work, right? The reason human childhood is the longest developmental childhood in the animal kingdom by far is that it is the training for adult life. If the training ground doesn't match the world that you're going to be an adult in, because the world you're going to be an adult in is something nobody can predict, it is guaranteed to make you a fish out of water as an adult. It's extremely disruptive.
And essentially every new groundbreaking technology, every new breakthrough, every new paradigm shifting thing that gets created is a completely new environment for these children. Completely new, and no roadmap, no manual of how to navigate it. And then we're seeing all the psychological harms, increasing anxiety, self-harm, especially amongst young girls. The suicidal ideation, the actual scene.
In other contexts, I've said, I've probably said to you, there are no adults. That's one of the shocking discoveries in becoming adult age. Yeah, but it's not like there's some adults who knows what to think about this and how to approach it. One of the reasons that you would have no adults is that it's kind of impossible to imagine where they come from. Right? An adult is somebody who has picked up the wisdom for how to deal with the world that you live in. Where would that wisdom have come from if the world just showed up 5 minutes ago? It's in principle impossible to deal with this level of change. So at most, what you can do is become very robust.
Do you think this is where the rites of passage ceremony come from? That there's a thing that differentiates you between the younger version of yourself who've gone through this thing, and so it requires a shift in the way that you view yourself in the world. Now you have passed, now you've gone through, whatever the ceremony is, depending on your culture. Now you are a man.
Yeah, in fact, in the Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, Gather and I argue that rites of passage are the place, so they're all very artificial in a sense, right? We dictate that this is the moment at which you go from being a boy to being a man who's eligible to marry or something like that. And the point is, you know that day is coming. There's a thing that causes you to have made that transition, right? That's a vision quest of some kind. That's an animal you have to hunt and you grow up with the knowledge that I'm a prototype. Kill that marker, and after that marker, it's for real, right? So pick up and increase the level of reality until you hit that agreed upon boundary at which point everybody is in a position to hold you responsible for your behavior and to expect you to have certain skills on board. And the abandonment of these skills, right, where we have is such a preposterous dim shadow of what once was that we graduated high school. Right, and I actually graduated high school was very little in terms of whether or not you know how to navigate the adult world.
And it affected these people with more anxiety because you don't feel like you're an adult that you're supposed to be. I'm 18 now. I need to get a job. And you're out there in the world and very confused and trying to figure it out along the way, and also trying to pretend that you're a man because maybe that somehow will make you feel more like one, take on male behavior, start smoking cigarettes, whatever it is. Like whatever you see adult people do, go to the bar, whatever it is, and try to emulate what you think are men or women.
Especially, if you think about what we actually do to these kids, we put them in schools where the adults are in some sense themselves immunized from the realities of the adult world, and then they end up having these ridiculous notions about whatever it may be. It's easy to pick on gender ideology or equity.
But those are good examples though, because they're preposterous, ridiculous, and they get adopted by enormous groups of people, and then reinforced violently. Like, I would say that the more ridiculous the idea is, the more aggressively people fight against the resistance of this idea.
Yeah, it's they're solving some other problem.
Yes,
but at the level of how civilization is becoming, we are signing our own death warrant, putting ourselves in the environments in which we can pick up is a determination to be unrealistic in the face of evidence that they are wrong.
and then another thing, they're not course correcting. Yeah, I mean, people complain about it when their kids are going to that school. Like, more kids are going to that school. It just keeps happening over and over again. And then they go into the workforce and they have these crazy ideas and they tank companies. And then because they try to impose these ridiculous ideologies on the real world, actual people that have become actual adults and are out there working and struggling. Well, this is fucking horseshit. And I'm not going along with this, and fuck your company. And then all of a sudden that company gets dead. And then there's some adaptation that way because people realize, like, hey, we can't do this anymore. This is bad for our business. We've got to course correct. But then it seems like it's one of the only ways that they do is by real world application and then being soundly rejected. And financial consequences.
The problem is that those consequences are way too indirect to correct the people who are driving the change.
And the people that aren't connected to that world at all, because their entire existence is based in this La La Land. They're being funded by La La Land, they're teaching La La Land ideology, they're reinforcing it, and then they're in a position of authority. So they are the person that these young people look up to, and they're very articulate, they string words together, so they're impressive. And so this stuff is right, and my parents want you to be very stupid. And they've ruined society, and comedy is a job. It just hasn't been done correctly.
Right, we just got to go far enough. Well, the problem is the thing that does turn you into an adult is a world of consequences. Right? Now, as a child, somebody should train that world of fatal consequences, or ones that would get you named. But allowing you to experience the harm of your wrong understanding of the world is how you improve your understanding of the world. And so, we're not even doing it, right? We've got this system in which we are allowing people who know nothing to teach children the nothing that they know as if it was high-minded and important. And then they're immunized from consequences by what I think you and I would agree was initially a well-intentioned attempt to protect people from bad luck. people who are liberal-minded, as you and I both are, don't want to see people suffer because of bad luck. But when you start immunizing people from the consequences of a bad decision, whether the people you're immunizing are corporate executives who have gambled badly with the resources of their corporation, or children who make bad decisions and it causes them to be disliked at school, people have to have those consequences come back to haunt them so that they will stop making the same mistakes and get wiser. And any place that you break that with the equivalent of a welfare program, you are guaranteeing that you end up with an infantilized adult population. That's
a horrible reality, because the compassionate, kind people want a safety net, want a social safety net. But making people reliant on that social safety net and having generation after generation rely on a social safety net, you stifle all growth and development. You make people dependent.
My argument, yeah, you do. My argument would be a system functions really well when people are immunized. Real bad luck, right? Things that it's not the consequences of bad decision making. It's actually, you happen to get a tumor because of a genetic vulnerability or an encounter with some chemical that you have no ability to know is there. But then, as soon as you start immunizing people from the downstream effects of their own bad decisions, or they have better decisions that were available to them, we just get the evolution of civilization into equipment.
This is my fear, my great fear about the concept of universal basic income.
Yeah.
That we're going to essentially make an entire civilization dependent upon its overlords.
I can't see how it could go well. I understand.
I can't see how it could go well. If you're a nice person, you're like, well, all these jobs are going to be replaced by AI and automation. You need to find some way to help people and give them the quality of life that they need to succeed. But you're making them dependent on the state forever.
Right. And what we really need to do, I do not see any mechanism that is capable of. But what we really need to do is figure out how we want people to allocate their time. How we problems we would like them to address themselves to. Right? And then we need to reward for success relative to those problems, to suffer from to make progress relative to those problems. Exactly know what those problems are, because civilization is changing so fast that it's very hard to even define what it is that we need to be doing. But people, and I think we talked about this last time, people are not going to be coherent absent purpose. You need to have purpose. And it used to be that biology itself forced purpose on people, right? On the frontier, the ability to innovate, to provide enough shelter, consistent enough food, all of the things necessary for life, that was a full-time occupation. It was difficult. Not everybody could pull it off. And so it created a very concentrated purpose. You succeeded if you managed in this environment to do all those things and leave some offspring who were well adjusted to the situation. In our environment, there is nothing like this. And winning a mate has been turned into chaos. What does it even mean? Are there mates out there that you want to win? Are they interested in reproducing? Are they interested in raising children? Are they going to, farm that job out to some crazy person who believes you can switch gender by just saying you did it? Right? So the purpose has become incoherent. The subordinate purposes, which came later, right? The ability to invest in a career, to climb some corporate ladder. It doesn't sound very appealing to me, but at least I understand what it is, right? At least, okay, there's a game. The company wants certain things accomplished. To the extent that you accomplish them better than your competitors who rise farther, it gives you an income that you can spend in whatever way you want. That will impress me. Right? It's at least understandable. The puzzle that we have given people now is completely incorrect. And universal basic income, I presume, people who start with that. Okay, people have to know what they're supposed to be doing, because not doing it causes them to suffer, and succeeding at it causes them to feel good. They need at least that much direction.
Is it possible that we can move past the idea that providing people or a person being able to provide themselves with shelter and food, which is essentially what we're saying with universal basic income? We're saying you will have enough money to have shelter, you will have enough money to have food, and you can acquire basic goods. That this is not really what we should be working towards in life anymore, and that it's possible to find some other purpose, goal, or task that would replace those things, then money would just be a thing that you're using to acquire the means to survive, and now you pursue this other thing, maybe not necessarily for a monetary reason, not necessarily to acquire wealth, but instead to educate yourself. Instead, to as a process of human development, a skill that you're learning, a thing that you're competing in, something. Sure, except for one thing. What has to be true at the end of that substitute purpose is some undeniably valuable reward, right? Because that's the motivating factor.
That's the thing that allows you to do it, right? So, not starving is a great motivation, right? Being able to buy stuff is a decent enough motivation to the extent that there is stuff that's desirable that's out of reach unless you get enough wealth. It's a decent enough motivation. Nothing is going to substitute for the difficulty of, for males, the difficulty of winning the ability to have a sexual relationship with a desirable female, right? We now have all sorts of things that cause people not to want to pursue that. There are things, obviously there's porn, there's going to be sex robots, so that prostitution, right? And part of me is wondering why women are not up in arms over the fact that they are being competed with ever more sophisticated technology. I'm confused by why that is not an affront.
I think some women are. They're definitely at arms about porn. And they think that not only are they competing with this, but it's changing young men's view of sex.
I think it absolutely is. In fact, I think
it's much more objective than it's been.
that is not normal. Really?
I'm hearing,
What do you hear? That women are increasingly involved in that it's, yes,
involved in the creation or the viewing, watching. God, that was never the case all the time.
Well, of course not. No, I think it's not.
If you went up to a girl's house and she had a collection of porn, that was a fucking warning signal.
Huge red flags. Right. Well, I think, I don't, there are plenty of voices out there that are focusing on the defects of modern women. I don't want to add to that chorus, but I do think there's something shocking about the degree to which young women seem to have signed up for the idea that being liberated, that the measure of whether or not being liberated is how much they are behaving like men at the worst.
Right, like the boss lady is the lady that behaves like a man at work.
Behaves like a man at work. Treating sex very casually as a normal thing for females to do.
Right, and it's in a lot of films it's shown as a sign of character for a woman.
Exactly.
The woman's just a boss bitch and she doesn't give a fuck and she kicks these men to the curb and they're distraught and they're like emotionally wrecked and she's just back to business. Get to work.
Yeah, exactly.
Weird.
The whole thing is
It's so unattractive too.
It's really unattractive.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, it's odd to even say that it's unattractive, but look, I find it unattractive like men.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if I was a woman and a guy that was just wholly desiring, conquering, and moving ahead and didn't give a shit if he's like, fuck off, everybody eat shit, like no compassion for other people, just only focused on success and winning, Gordon Gekko. You know, that's the most unattractive characters in films. The greedy billionaire character who doesn't give a shit about the consequences of his actions and what happens to the world.
right. It makes no sense. And I think men and women are obviously substantially different.
That's a controversial statement.
It really should. It really should. But I will just say, I have puzzled over the fact that our culture does not have a profound relationship with the symmetry represented by a yin-yang symbol. The yin-yang symbol has been found, as far as I'm concerned, because it describes a perfect symmetry that is not superficial symmetry, right? It's a complementarity that is, I think, it's a very proper description of what you're actually searching for in a mate primarily. Right? You're looking not looking for somebody to be the same as you. You're looking for somebody to be as perfectly complementary with what you are as is possible in essentially every regard. And what we are getting instead is this sort of mind-numbing belief that, you know, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. As I keep saying, it has robbed us of all coherence. And I think it also, I've started paying attention to a bunch of these male accounts that are fed up with people that I consider insightful, but who are not in any way where I am with respect to this topic. You know, so people, I don't know, the account Home Math. But Home Math is pretty darn funny. It's very insightful about a lot of things that have gone wrong, but he's also it's tracking his bitter about the state of modern women and has given up on finding anyone because he thinks he's discovered that it's impossible.
That's ridiculous.
Well, it depends. I mean, I think you and I are in the fortunate position of being happily married to wonderful people, and I will tell you that having two sons and looking at the world that they are supposed to be finding a mate in, it's not obvious how this is supposed to work.
It wasn't obvious when I was young either. But you just got to pick wisely. And you also have to find people. You have to find them, the type of people that you're actually interested in.
Yeah, but imagine the following. Imagine that, first of all, who you are as a sexual being is the result, naturally, of your exposure, right? You come to understand what sex is and how you're supposed to behave from the stories in ancient cultures. You would observe a certain amount because perfect privacy wasn't a thing. That has all now been disrupted by porn. Right? So people get developmental experiences of sex from this commodity, which is not accurate. It is not a description of what you actually are. Right? It's meant to captivate you, and the different pornographers are in competition with each other. So they're providing you with an increasingly extreme view of sex in order to get your attention.
It's almost like a superhero.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't exist in the real world. It's nonsense. But given what a human being is, and given that it doesn't come wired with a sexual persona, it acquires a sexual persona through exposure. The fact that we are flooding that channel with this very unrealistic stuff means that, well, what do women discover when they end up in bed with a guy? Well, that guy is like a cartoon that men have invented as. Right? You and I bristle at what the Me Too movement portrayed men as. Not because there aren't bad men, there are lots of bad men, but it's not universal. And the story of how men and women are supposed to interact, in terms of flirting and dating and all of that, is not as straightforward as we can paint that picture. But if you've got a generation of men that's being exposed to the same, frankly, violent garbage, and that is informing them about what sex is, and then women are discovering that, oh yeah, men are kind of brutal and awful, in the bedroom. So that reinforces their sense of, well, these aren't decent people. They're going to go and act when they're in public. So it creates the exact thing that men were falsely accused of, and it makes women, I think, become very unsympathetic against people. Right? That to the extent that women start viewing sex as antagonistic, which is what men at their worst are. They're sexually predators. Right? Men trying to have sex with women they have no intention of investing in are, whether they understand it or not, engaging in behavior designed to impregnate that female and stick her with the job of raising the offspring. That's evolution. Yes, that's parasitic and predator. Okay. That is a mode that exists in the only male mode.
And it's a mode that is a relic of ancient times when it was just an opportunity to spread your genes because you weren't going to live very long. So you had this built-in desire to try to spread your genes as much as possible.
Yeah, but I would also say women were wise about not getting stuck with offspring. So the fact that men may have that mode built into them did not manifest as successful males behaving this way, because in general women shut them down. And the fact that birth control came along, right, and now women don't shut them down. And basically what you have is people exploring a landscape that they find violent, because that's how pornographers compete with each other. And it is causing them to live an entirely different life. And I think, frankly, I think sex is really important. That in a marriage it is playing a very powerful role. Okay, on the one hand, it is a barometer that tells you the status of your relationship. And it's also a tool for enhancing, fixing, modifying your relationship. It is, and evolution built it to be. Sex is something very unique in humans, because in humans, unlike almost every other creature, we have sex when not food. Right? Why is sex pleasurable but why not food? Because selection has given it to us for a reason. It's given it to us for a purpose. Why does sex continue after menopause? Right? Sex is pointless, but it's not pointless. It has everything to do with maintaining that relationship. Why would selection care if you maintain your sexual relationship after you've stopped producing offspring? Because the way human beings work, your job isn't done at the point that you stop producing offspring, right? You have kids who need guidance and help in the world. You're going to have grandkids, right? Your union is still important. So the idea that we've disrupted this with consumer good that pushes men into the worst of their modes and is now exposing women to that, and that women are now being induced to think that that's sophisticated to behave in this way that men at their worst are behaving, and so women are now behaving this way. It's like, well, you couldn't ask for a better recipe for disrupting functional relationships, and those functional relationships are vital to civilization work. The family unit is profoundly important, and we're disrupting, not only are we disrupting the way it functions, but we're disrupting whether or not it even forms, because frankly, it's not that attractive a deal to sign up for a lifelong relationship with somebody who's been broken.
It doesn't paint a very rosy picture of the future. When you look at where this is going, and then the possibility of AI porn, that's virtual reality porn, and then the sex robot thing, which is, we're getting really close to that. These lifelike robots. It's hard to tell what's real and what's not online with AI. But there's definitely work being done on lifelike robots to be housekeepers or to be companions or someone you can talk to in your home. And it's just a matter of time before those become sexual companions and they replace regular sexual companions. And then all of the motivation to be a better person, to be successful, to be someone that's good at conversation, so that someone is reasonable, so you form a great bond with your partner. All that goes away because the robot just loves you.
The robot loves you, and your potential partners are getting less desirable.
Yeah.
Right? The robots are getting more desirable.
The robot doesn't argue.
Right? The robot wants me to be golfer. Exactly. So I think I keep waiting for a movement to start in which young people who have yet to form these relationships put out a set of rules. And they say, here are the rules I'm going to abide by. And I'm only going to date people who abide by them too. No porn, no robots. I would say, listen, if I was writing, one of them would be no sex with somebody that you know is not a long-term partner. You're not committing to a long-term relationship when you have sex with somebody necessarily, but you know somebody's not a candidate. You shouldn't be engaging in baby-making behavior with them. That's bad.
The problem is that it's like such a primary force in our society for almost everything, for selling things, for exemplifying social status.
Yeah, but nobody's happy. So, given that they're not happy, the answer is okay. Well, we're doing something good.
I would say happiness is difficult to acquire.
Well, I would say it is rare to find young people express that they are happy with this part of their life.
Have you ever met young people in any time in history while you've been alive who were happy with that process? The process is kind of brutal.
The process kind of sucks, but I've met plenty of people a happy young person, flowers and rainbows. But the point is, there is something to it, and I think it is being treated increasingly as if it's just kind of a story. Right, like it's not a real place. And I think that's a dangerous thing, and I would love to see. I mean, and maybe it's happening in religious communities. People who are opting into a different set of rules and looking for mates within their community because those mates will abide by.
Yeah, there's a lot of that is the place where people are going. And I think it's probably one of the reasons, one of many reasons why you're seeing an uptick in religious participation amongst young people.
Well, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, especially if they're looking at the world that they find themselves, they find their friends in, they're just crashing out left and right. And it just seems like a very, very bad path.
I agree. I will say I wish that the religious communities had navigated the landscape of COVID and gender ideology better. There's been I don't know how healthy those communities are, and the fact that they seem to have, I don't think universally, but largely failed those tests.
Gender ideology, religion, there's a lot of wickedness in some religions, but not traditional religions. It's almost like these break off versions of a traditional religion where you have a transgender pastor and LGBTQ flag behind them. You get like, you're always going to have these weird offsets.
Well, I'm glad to hear if you're from, well, did any major religion pass the COVID test?
In terms of, well, first of all, almost no institutions pass the COVID test correctly.
Yeah.
And I think you have to look towards what they know. It's very easy to look back at 2025 and say all of these institutions failed the COVID test. Well, I think I probably would have failed it. If I had been a different person in a different job in a different part of my life, and I didn't have access to the information that I had access to. I didn't know what games were being played, and I didn't know the landscape. I didn't know what games had previously been played, especially in regards to the way the pharmaceutical drug industry distributes propaganda and information, and then hires people to gaslight folks. You're seeing this now, right? That's a good way to go to this conversation now. You're seeing now this most recent study that showed that, without doubt, children were killed by the COVID-19 vaccines. So that's not surprising. What is surprising to me is the enormous number of gaslighters on social media that are not just denying this data, saying this data is inaccurate, and saying far more children, healthy children, were killed by COVID-19 than were killed by these vaccinations. There's a bunch of problems. First of all, the problem is the reality of the VAERS system. It is a very small percentage of people that have actual vaccine injuries that get reported into the VAERS system. And then, of course, the opposite side of that, they would say, yeah, but anybody can say they have a vaccine injury, and anybody can get their vaccine injury put into the VAERS system, even if it's not accurate. That's kind of true, but also not, because doctors are very incentivized to not put you into the vaccine injury category for a bunch of reasons. One, doctors are financially incentivized to vaccinate people, and this is something that I was not aware of at all until the COVID lockdowns, until the vaccination push. Mary Tally Bowden, who's been on the podcast before, she said that her own practice, a very small practice in a strip mall, she would have made an additional $1.5 million had she vaccinated all her patients. That's a huge financial motivation for one person with a private practice. Scale that out to large places, scale that out to large hospitals, large medical institutions, large establishments, and then you have financial incentives that businesses have to vaccinate their employees, and then you have these punitory, you get punishment that would be befalling upon your business had you not met the threshold. If you have more than X amount of people, everyone must be fully vaccinated, not just had COVID and recovered from it. So it's not logical. You have the antibodies. No. It's vaccinated and then boosted. And then they continued that practice even when it was shown that the vaccine, unlike what we were told initially, did not stop transmission, did not stop infection. It didn't do anything.
Which meant that even saying, well, farmer people got myocarditis from COVID, that vaccine is not. If you look at the data, it's clear that there are shenanigans with categorizing people that are getting that.
They did that by measuring hormone levels, correct?
There are multiple mechanisms.
The way they were trying to phrase it, that more people are getting myocarditis that are unvaccinated than are vaccinated. What they're doing, they're measuring while they're infected.
They're measuring proxies, but The problem is the category vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Right. By categorizing people as unvaccinated until they reach the category from the vaccinated.
Not just that, but 2 weeks or plus after the injection, you're still you're still considered unvaccinated. So if people died during that time period, they were listed as unvaccinated deaths, even if they potentially died from the vaccine itself.
Right.
Which is fucking fraud.
I believe it is fraud, and I believe the evidence will ultimately reflect that pneumoconiosis is not being caused by COVID, and that these are miscategorized vaccine injuries. But
Not only that,
nonetheless,
but there's also a mechanism that will cause these vaccine injuries.
multiple mechanisms that actually arise because of the defects of the platform and such, not even the particular sector of the vaccine. So I will say I am very and surprised to see Rabbi Rothschild putting this memo out within the FDA saying that at least 10 children seem to have died from the vaccines. I don't know if you've read his letter. It's quite good. It is clearly the tip of a much larger iceberg that's also circulated in communities of the vaccine injured know just how many orders of magnitude we're really talking about. But he says in the letter, look, the number of people who have cancer is actually higher. These 10 are ones which was so unambiguous that their analysis regards it as causal. Right? In other words, they threw out all the cases in which somebody died, a child died days later. They took only cases where a person got the vaccine and then died. So anyway, I'm heartened because Rabbi Rothschild has been a mixed bag, in my opinion. He's been pretty good on vaccines. He's been rather terrible on ivermectin. And in some ways, he's one of the academics who managed to hold on to his position through all of the tyranny. Most of the people that you and I know, recruiters that are ones, Ryan Coles, these are people who interviewed for jobs, had their licenses threatened, that sort of thing. Renee held on, and he got a position in the administration, and now we can see in this memo that he's on the right side of history. He's being cautious, but nonetheless, it's a very positive sign, as is Marty Marquez, recent set of podcast appearances. He talks about the reality of all sorts of things, including bio-weaponized tanks and things. So we have people in the administration who have managed to hold on to their position on the institutional level, who are seemingly either waking up or telling us what they understand. And it's a very positive sign. Can we talk a little bit about ivermectin?
Yeah, because I was just going to ask about that. Like, how's he been bad? How's Rabbi Rothschild bad on ivermectin?
Well, he has regarded it as not useful based on the randomized control trials, which concluded it wasn't useful. And in my opinion, he fell down on the job not pursuing what actually happened in those trials.
Does he not know? Have you communicated with him?
Well, it's been a little difficult. I have, when he was promoted at his university, I congratulated him and I said, I hope that having reached this final pillar, that it will embolden you to look deeper. And I was disappointed in him after that because I didn't think he did it. But let's just say, at the moment, I'm super encouraged. He does seem to be awake, and that's really good for us.
And you also have to take into consideration that for him to even say what he said is a giant risk. Yeah, it's a huge leap, and you almost, I think everyone knows anecdotally somebody who was fucked up by the vaccine. Almost everyone that I've ever talked to, other than Sam Harris, almost everyone that I've ever talked to claims they know someone who was irrevocably harmed by the vaccine. if not killed.
Yes, and this is such a gigantic population of people, not to mention all the people who don't know, who have some sort of new pathology that they've not connected to the vaccine.
Right, and whose doctors have gaslit them and said they're totally unrelated. This is just something genetic. You're going to get this no matter what.
Right. So we see all of this in actuarial data. There are large populations of people who have put two and two together, and
But it's a difficult equation because you have to be confronted by so many different realities that are incredibly uncomfortable. Right. Then you also have the problem of people that have asserted a very specific thing and done so very aggressively and now realize they're wrong and do not want to admit they're wrong and will fight vehemently to somehow or other twist, gaslight, obfuscate, use data that they know to be incorrect to try to prove a position that intellectually they must know is not accurate. We'll see a lot of that to protect themselves, to protect ego, to protect their reputation, their very careers. But the longer they can keep this ruse going, and the more they can make the data foggy, in terms of like, is it really effective? Did it really save millions of people? Is it worth the risk?
Those people probably don't listen to your podcast, but to the extent that they might hear this, there's a piece of wisdom that you need, which is, however painful it may be to face the error that you've made, you are far better off to face it. Right. Yes. I'm not saying there's not a big cost, but the weight off your shoulders of setting the record straight with respect to your errors, it's a slam dunk.
Yes.
We will get back to Sam Harris in a second here, but I wanted to talk a little bit about, people in this recent memo inside of FDA about children who had no reason to get the COVID vaccine in the first place because they stood to gain nothing from it. Dying of it it's beyond criminal negligence. It's unforgivable. It's a very positive sign, but you and I know that the vaccine story has been breaking because I think in large measure so many people, virtually everybody knows somebody who was injured. And so it's very hard to keep people in the dark about that, and people's acceptance of the boosters has plummeted. People do need to understand that there's a huge number of mRNA shots that are being cooked up at this very minute, that the damage is not from the COVID part of the shot, it's from the platform itself. And so we need to stop that vast array of mRNA shots from ever making it to the market. We need to get the COVID shots pulled, which, again, another thing I want to get back to is Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk and I were working together trying to get the shots pulled. He had the president's ear. I was helping to inform him about what's really going on with the mRNA platform. And anyway, we were making great progress. He sent me a text at one point, and I congratulated him on, I think, the shots having been pulled for no longer being recommended for kids and pregnant women. And he said something, I think it was, we're doing holy work together. It meant a lot. I'm obviously not a religious person, but it meant a lot for me to hear that from him. And I do think among the many tragedies that are the result of his terrible death is the fact that it slowed progress on getting these shots removed from the market. But anyway, back to we'll return to Charlie a little later. The vaccine story is breaking. Janae Prasad is helping it break inside of FDA. That's a marvelous thing. The vaccine committee that Robert Malone is on with Martin Kuldorf and Retzef Levy is also doing excellent work. So there's lots of positive signs on the vaccine front, although it's painfully slow from the point of view of shots that shouldn't be on the market are still being injected into people. The story that has not properly broken is the ivermectin story, right? More generally, the repurposed drug story. But this is when you and I lived very personally. You were addicted to the colored you green.
Yeah, it made me green on CNN.
Made you green on CNN. And basically, even people who are awake about the vaccines largely have arrived at the conclusion that ivermectin showed promise, and then it turned out it didn't work, and that the evidence is overwhelming that it didn't work, and that those of us who said otherwise, it's time that we admitted that. And this is a maddening one-song story, right? Even the trials that say that ivermectin didn't work, if you dig into what they actually found, you find a huge amount of fraud designed to produce the impression that ivermectin didn't work. And amazingly enough, even in trials that are designed to give that result, it still shows that it's effective. And there is something I want to show you. One of these that I think you probably haven't seen yet that makes this point really clearly. So can you bring up that tweet, Alexandros Morenos' tweet on I think it's called the principal trial. Anyway, this is shocking. This is another one of these multi-arm platform trials. So these are these highly complex structures in which many drugs are tested simultaneously so that they can share a placebo group. Okay, let's look at the whole tweet. It says, I think that's supposed to be no. Did you know that the principal trial out of the UK found that ivermectin was superior to the usual care in practically every subgroup it tested, but it sat on the results for 600 days when it finally published? Buried these results on page 364 of the appendix. Now look at this chart. The way to read this chart, 346. Here's 246. What did I say? 364. Oh, just saying dyslexia strikes again.
If they go back.
Yeah, 346. Okay. So what this is a forest plot in which there's a line, a vertical line at 1.00. That's the line that delineates effective with ivermectin on the right and with the usual care on the left. In every single tested category, ivermectin is better than no ivermectin. The line, so even the one case, people greater than 65 years where it's touching that line, it's still to the right of that. So in every single case, ivermectin is superior to not giving ivermectin, even though these people were given ivermectin late. They were given ivermectin in a sneaky way, where the regular dose is supposed to be something like 3 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. But there's a sneaky thing that they slide into the methods where if your weight is above a certain number, they cap the dose, so you're underdosed. So you don't spot it unless you go looking for it. But in any case,
And overweight people are the most vulnerable.
right, exactly. So it's a great way of making the drug look not very effective.
And a lot of people are overweight.
Absolutely. So on this plot, so you see those horizontal lines, you got a box in the middle of a bunch of horizontal lines. The horizontal lines are confidence intervals. If they don't touch the 1.0 line, then the result is statistically significant. So in all of these categories, ivermectin is statistically significant in its efficacy. In the one category where it's not, it's still effective. It's just not statistically significant in its effectiveness. Okay? And they buried this in this appendix, page 346, right? And actually, can you scroll down to the next tweet in this thread? Can you, let's see, click on the link to the paper. Now scroll down, background, method, stop, go back up a little bit. Interpretation. So this is their take-home message for the paper. It says, ivermectin for COVID-19 is unlikely to provide a clinically meaningful improvement in recovery, hospital admissions, or longer-term outcomes. Further trials of ivermectin for SARS-CoV-2 infection in vaccinated community populations appear unwarranted. So here you have a trial that overwhelmingly shows ivermectin is effective. It reduced the recovery time by a couple of days, even though they gave it super late, which with all antivirals makes them very much weaker than they would otherwise be. And here they are reporting that the answer is it's unlikely to create meaningful outcomes, and there's no further work needed. Okay, this is absurd. This is the quality of trial that we're going to. And what it does, this is them gaslighting us, right? You and I said, look, the evidence suggests that this stuff works. It's quite safe compared to almost any other drug you could take. In fact, I can't think of one that's safer. And that therefore, in light of the evidence that it seems to meaningfully improve outcomes, it's a good bet, right? They mocked us over that conclusion. This study makes it very clear that even when people are trying to hide that conclusion, that it's there in the data if you go look at it. Now, there's an even better one, though. There is a... Have you read Pierre Corey's book, The War on Ivermectin?
No.
Okay. There's something reported in this book that it really stops you in your tracks. It is an accidental natural experiment. Okay, so a natural experiment is something in science where maybe you happen on an archipelago in which you have a bunch of different islands that have different conditions, and you can go to each island and measure whatever parameter it is, because nature has given you an experiment that you can analyze. You don't have to build islands, right? In this case, what Pierre reports is that there were 80 court cases in which a family sued a hospital that was refusing to give ivermectin to a desperately sick family member, and they wanted the courts to intervene and force the hospitals to administer ivermectin. 80 cases. In 40 of those cases, the courts granted the family's request and ivermectin was administered. In 40 cases, they refused to intervene and no ivermectin was given. In 38 of the cases where ivermectin was given, the patient survived and the patient died anyway. In 38 of the cases where no ivermectin was given, the patient died and the patient survived. Wow. Okay. Now, I find this is incredibly, I cannot vouch for the data itself. Because it's not published in a scientific paper, I can't go look at the methods, I can't go find the court cases. But assuming that the data is accurately reported, and I know Pierre well, he didn't make it up, so assuming that the data is accurate, the level of statistical significance on that accidental study is absolutely astronomical, right? I had Heather run a chi-squared calculation, and the p-value, I checked it also with 2 different AIs. The p-value comes out to be 5.03 times 10 to the negative 15, right? So what that means is that the chances of a result that strong, if ivermectin does not work, are something like the chances of you guessing a random 15-digit number on the first try. Wow, I mean, it's through the roof, right? This is a level of statistical significance we essentially never see.
And CNN turned it into veterinary medicine, and it
turned you green.
Hilarious.
Right. So my point here is a couple of fold. One, the ivermectin story and the repurposed drug story more generally is a very important puzzle piece, because if repurposed drugs had been allowed to be used, if doctors had been allowed to go through the normal process of medicine that doctors go through, where they look at a patient who's ill, see what their symptoms are, They try to figure out what might work for them. They talk to other doctors. They pool their information. If that process had been allowed to unfold, COVID is an entirely manageable disease in all of the most compromised people. Right? There was no important pandemic. Repurposed drugs could have addressed it. Instead, what we got was a propaganda campaign in which people like you and me were gaslit and slandered, and the public was fed a story in which we did the work. Randomized controlled trials are the gold standard of science, and they tell us that ivermectin is not effective against COVID. This is total nonsense, right? So part of the crime was in denying us the stuff that did work, which then forced people into the stuff that didn't work, that also happened to compromise their health, right? The vaccine. So that's the sum total of the story.
And the story is really profit, because you got to get to the motivation of why we want to do something like this.
I am still not sure I know. The crime is so ghastly. Maybe I'm just naive.
Let's hold this down because I have to be real bad. But I want to get to it from here, and I don't want to be compromised.
Yep.
We're back. All right. So, ivermectin. Where were we with it?
Well, one, the evidence is actually really powerful that ivermectin works. It also reveals something about what's wrong with medical science at the moment. Because what's really going on here is we don't correctly respond when we are told that randomized controlled trials are the gold standard of scientific tests. Randomized controlled trials, in principle, are capable of doing something best in class, and that is revealing very subtle effects. However, they're very prone to being distorted by biases of the researchers. And in these cases of the tomato trial, the principal trial, and the others, what you seem to have is a cottage industry of generating results that are favorable to the pharma regime. And what we in the public should want are tests that are very difficult to rig. So, randomized controlled trial, in this case, where you have multiple drugs being tested, where they share a placebo group, where endpoints are adjusted where the particular endpoints that are targeted are adjusted to make some drugs look good and other drugs look bad. All of those are places where fraud can hide. It is way more important to have good experiments than to have highly sensitive experiments that are very prone to fraud, because there's so much incentive for fraud in our current system. The accidental experiment that I described that the courts ran is incredibly powerful evidence. These statistics are literally something that you can do on one sheet of paper. Right? This is the simplest conceivable test, the chi-square goodness of fit test. There's no place for anything to hide. Either the data is what it says it is, or it's not. But if the data is what it says it is, then the result leaves no question whatsoever that ivermectin works in very sick people relative to an endpoint of death. That's a very powerful kind of evidence. And, you know, I was recently on a podcast called Why Should I Trust You? with Pierre Corey, actually, when we were at the CHD conference in this podcast.
It's a great name for a podcast.
It is a great name for a podcast. And actually, I love the podcast. The podcast was, we didn't really know what we were sitting down to, but it was Pierre and me talking to three allopathic doctors and a host. And the allopathic doctors were curious about the medical freedom movement, but they certainly weren't on board with this. And Pierre and I told them about the accidental experiment run by the courts, the natural experiment. And it was clear that these doctors couldn't grasp the significance of the evidence, right? It's too mind-blowing that this very simple circumstance reveals the overwhelming power of this drug. And it was like, well, that can't be right. But it can be right. And so in any case, I would just say fraud is a serious problem.
Why did they have a problem with the data?
I think, let's give them their due. They're sitting down talking to two people who I think they don't know, can't assess whether or not we're being honest, whether the data is as reported. But so I think there's a natural reaction to reject that which seems, I think when you've been lied to as much as these doctors have been lied to about repurposed drugs for COVID and vaccines and things, that being confronted with very powerful, in fact, if the data is what it's supposed to be, incontrovertible proof. And I don't use the word proof lightly, but, P equals 5.03 times 10 to the negative 15. That is an amazing level of statistical significance.
How did the conversation play out? Like when you gave them this data, when you discussed this?
Yeah, what they said was, well, there could be lots of explanations for it, which is not true, right? Really.
What explanations did they provide as possible?
I think they were reserving the right to go find some explanation, because if you think about it this way,
let's fund the crowd.
Let's imagine how this experiment could be something other than it seems to be. Right? Let's say that the court was biased. They granted the right to have ivermectin administered to. If the courts were biased, then the test isn't what it appears to be. However, you would expect the courts to be biased in exactly the inverse way as the result. In other words, you would expect the court to grant access to ivermectin in more dire cases. So you would expect people who got ivermectin, if there was a bias in the way the courts granted that access, you would expect the people who got ivermectin to be more likely to die because of them. Yeah, and so the fact that we see exactly the inverse means that actually the result, if there's any bias at all, it's probably conservative. Right? It's probably more effective than we think. Right? So in any case, I just think we've forgotten how science works. Right? It doesn't take all of the money and the complexity of running one of these multi-arm trials is huge. And yet, an accidental experiment run by the courts gives you a powerful result that tells you without a doubt that this is effective, which is actually what you find when you go and look at all these trials that attempted to sabotage ivermectin, and you discover that actually, they're playing games. They're telling you, let me give you an example. You can create the impression that a drug doesn't work by setting an unrealistic endpoint. Right? Like let's say that I had a drug that was perfectly successful at stopping the common cold. Right? You take it, and 1 day later, your common cold is gone. Okay? And I decide to run an experiment. But the end point of the experiment is hospitalization. Right? And I say, okay, is there any difference in how hospitalized patients who got my drug are versus those who didn't? No. That's the hospital cold. So the point is, it makes the drug look totally ineffective. That's one trick you can play. You can also underdose it. One of the games played in the principal trial is they detected no difference at all in the patients who got ivermectin and didn't get ivermectin 6 months later. I'm not sure you would expect a difference between the population that did and didn't get it 6 months later. And then you're completely recovered. All right. So anyway, there's all kinds of games. And the point is actually, we do not, how when you go to buy a car, nobody prioritizes the simple vehicle, right? The point is, what they sell you is the features. This car has all of these different new features, and the last one didn't. But there's no value placed on. Actually, I want fewer features. I want the tiny number of features that I actually use, and I want the car to be, capable of dealing with everything, never need any service, all of those things. But that's just not the way it works. So scientifically, we're in the same boat where it's like the fancier trial has the priority in our mind, just as the new drug has the priority in our mind with the new drug. You want the one that all of the interactions with other drugs have already been spotted, that your doctor has a lot of experience knowing how people react to it. The older drug is better for you, right? All else being equal, the older drug is at least stands a much greater chance of anything really seriously wrong with it having been spotted. So I'm just advocating for simpler experiments where nothing can hide and simple statistics can be used and us normal folks can understand what was done.
So in the case of this podcast, how did you guys resolve it? How did it end?
Well, it actually ended really well. I hope people will go listen to it. The positive thing about it was we clashed. We definitely disagreed, but it was all quite respectful, and I feel like Pierre and I both felt that we were heard in a way that is not the usual these days. So anyway, I thought it was a very encouraging.
Well, I think even people that were initially highly skeptical and very pro-vaccine have had their eyes open a bit, whether they like it or not. The window is shifted.
Yes, although I find it shifted radically on vaccines, and in large measure because ivermectin was made difficult to get, and people were spooked away from it. It's a much more abstract question than most people understand.
Well, just the sheer propaganda, that was the amount of propaganda was preposterous. It was unbelievable. Rolling Stone magazine, remember that article that they had about people that were waiting in line at the emergency room for gunshot wounds because so many people were overdosing on horse medication.
Which is virtually impossible.
It's pure lies.
Yeah.
Not only that, they used a stock photo of people in Oklahoma in August with winter coats on.
Oh, man. Yeah, the propaganda was
It was designed for idiots.
It was designed for idiots.
By idiots, for idiots. They didn't care how provable it was, how quick it was to, you could research it very quickly and find out that this is not true. You could visit those hospitals and find out it's not true. You could look up the cases of people that were overdosing on ivermectin, which didn't exist.
Right.
There's a few people that called the poison control hotline because they panicked.
Yeah, they worried.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing as being poisoned.
Right.
Well, what I want people to understand is that all of those vaccine injuries are actually downstream of the propaganda campaign about repurposed drugs. Because this was a manageable disease with well-known repurposed drugs that were readily available, there was no argument for these vaccines in any way, right? This was an experimental technology that was fraught with dangers that turned out to be massive harms.
But the gaslighting was all about profit because of the emergency use authorization. So to have the emergency use authorization, you couldn't have any effective drugs that existed to treat it, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have had an emergency use authorization for a new drug that hasn't really been tested.
I don't think that's what happened. I did think that's what happened. I don't anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Because these people are so good at cheating that I think they could have cheated their way past that also. My suspicion is that the mRNA platform needed to be debuted in an emergency with radically reduced safety testing because the dangers of the mRNA platform are so great that they would have revealed themselves under any sort of normal testing regime.
So you think this was all about rolling out the mRNA platform for many other purposes other than just COVID? Right. Just the introduction to this, and you actually heard talk about this. It's going to be used to treat all these different diseases, cancer, and this and that.
Oh, it's coming. They're already in the pipeline, and I think people need to be aware that the plan is to blame the COVID shots, not the platform, so that people will take the new shots that come out, and I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. So, if you want to talk about, given that we are in this quadrant, do you want to talk about Sam?
Sure.
All right. I'm not sure quite where to start, but Sam has been, he's continued to be aggressive going after you and me over COVID, where my impression is that you and I turned out to be right pretty well across the board. I've acknowledged the significant place where I believe I was wrong, and I think I was way wrong. But
what was that?
Masks. Well, I thought masks stood a decent chance of being useful. And at the point that it turned out there was no evidentiary support for that, I said so. I still think, given that we didn't know at the beginning whether or not COVID was transmitted by fomite, in other words, by droplets on surfaces, something that covers your face and prevents you from coughing out droplets or touching a droplet to your mouth is a decent bet. But anyway, okay, so my error was masks. I don't think Sam has acknowledged any of his errors, and he said some really aggressive stuff about me, and I think recently he said some stuff about you, and he's actually still beating this drum about your podcast killing people. Am I right about that?
Allegedly. I don't listen to anything he says anymore because it's depressing. Sam is the reason for the joke that I had in my special. We lost a lot of people during COVID, and most of them are still alive.
Yeah.
I feel like we lost Sam, and I think whether Sam realizes it or not, it had a massive impact on the number of people that take his position seriously, because he's unwilling to acknowledge that the vaccines clearly damaged a lot of people, unwilling to acknowledge that they weren't necessary, especially in kids, in younger people, and I think any healthy person under a certain age, unwilling to acknowledge that many other things could have been done to prevent serious illness and hospitalization other than just this vaccination, and that this vaccination is seriously flawed. I had a conversation with one of them. I've only had a couple over the last 4 years. I still love Sam. I always thought of him as a friend, and I think he's a very interesting guy. The first one was after I recovered from COVID, where he was trying to convince me to get vaccinated. I was like, this is the dumbest conversation I've ever had. Why would I get vaccinated now when I recovered from COVID? And like I told you, it wasn't a big deal. It was only a couple. There was one day that sucked, and then I was fine 3 days later when I made that video. There was no logical. It was the same conversation that I had with Sanjay Gupta on the podcast. He was like, "Are you going to get vaccinated?" And I'm like, "Why would I do that? Like, tell me why I would do that." Well, he didn't Sam's thing. It would offer you more protection. I go, I just got through it pretty easily. Like, I am a healthy person that exercises all the time. I take a fucking slew of vitamins. I sauna every day. I do all these different things that make my body more robust than the average person. I got through this disease relatively easily with all the ways that I prescribed, or that I described rather, and only one of them was problematic. One of them being ivermectin. Nobody said a damn thing about me taking IV vitamins, monoclonal antibodies, all the other things I described. I didn't say, ivermectin, guys, you don't need a vaccine, just go out and get ivermectin. What I said was, I got COVID, and we threw the kitchen sink at it, and I'm better. And CNN's response was to turn me green and to say that I'm promoting dangerous roasty rumor and it's misinformation that's going to cost people's lives. And the fact that Sam is still saying that it costs people's lives is fucking crazy. And I don't know if he's just convinced that he can convince people that he's so good at debating, and he's so good at arguing points, and he's so articulate that he could spin this in a way that it makes sense. But it doesn't make sense. And in fact, if you promoted the use of vaccines, and it's been shown that these vaccines have caused serious injuries and death to people that didn't need them, I would say you cause death, especially if you're a person that people hold rather in very high esteem. For someone that people respect their opinion and take it very seriously and would refer to them as an expert.
I totally agree with you. And there's something just weird about the fact that here we have I think you and I would both agree, a highly intelligent person who puts himself on analytics. And yet, even as the story is breaking, even as the evidence of vaccine harms becomes unambiguous, and maybe more to the point in this case, even as Paul Offit has now in several different places said that all the top people in the public health regime who were issuing these diktats all knew that natural immunity was the best immunity you were going to get. Right? So the evidence is right there that they lied to us in public, that you had it right. There would have been no purpose in you getting a vaccination after you had already recovered. And I would add one other thing. The evidence that vaccinations often make you more vulnerable is unambiguous. In the case of something like a COVID vaccine, or in the recent revelations about flu vaccines making people more susceptible to flu, there's a strong argument to be made that what's going on is you have acquired an immunity through an infection. Now somebody injects you with something that either, in the case of the flu shot, has a bunch of antigen in it, or in the case of the COVID shot, causes your body to produce a bunch of antigen. What's that going to do? That is going to attract the attention of all of the cells in your immune system that are supposed to be surveilling for the disease in question. It's going to occupy them. So one of the mechanisms by which a vaccine can actually make you more vulnerable is that it can take an immunity that you've already got before fighting off an infection, and it can draw it to the wrong place when the disease is concerned. So Sam is saying something nonsensical. Sanjay Gupta is saying something nonsensical. They were actually giving you advice that has a very clear mechanism by which it would make you more vulnerable to the disease, and they think you should do everything in your power to make yourself less vulnerable to it. You're just simply not saying something analytically robust. And I would also point out, this question about whether or not Sam is responsible for people's deaths. I want to do this carefully because I think it matters.
Joe Rogan podcast, Chickadoo.
Yeah, you too. Young Jay. So I stopped you. We were getting coffee. I said, stop, hold this. So what were you saying? The prostate one. Let's go straight to the dick. That is not really the dick. It's behind the dick. So this will be. I'm an anatomist. It is that a word? Anatomist. So bladder contains approximately 5 liters of cloudy yellow urine. The prostate is slightly and diffusely enlarged with marked enlargement of the verrumontanum. The testes are unremarkable. That's the last thing I want to do is have it on nuts. All I'm going to say, wow, what a great pair. Great body, but the nuts are unremarkable. Okay. The guy says, exactly not clear. Fixed hormones might have on that are replaced by testosterone. The advantage of taking testosterone, there are 2 different things. You can have high testosterone and still have a need for Viagra because you don't have a prostate, right? And then Epstein says, correct. Hold on, can we keep going there? So that's an extreme example. I was actually going to try and move up on more sort of drug enhancing life if you don't mind it, he doesn't mind it. I'm sort of I was thinking, so he's trying to juice up. So he's saying I'm moving up one level of sort of drug enhancing life. I think it means he's going to start juicing. That's what it sounds like. So he doesn't have a prostate, it says. Prostatectomy. So when they take out your prostate?
That doesn't necessarily say he has it. I think it's documented.
But he said he doesn't have a prostate. It says patient Jeffrey Epstein. It says, according to the American Urological Association, serum PSA should decrease and remain at undetectable levels after radical prostatectomy. Prostatectomy.
Doctors that specialize in that area.
Okay, so the doctor's saying he had a radical prostatectomy. He's saying he does not have a prostate. But yet, the body from the autopsy, he talks about the prostate, is slightly and diffusely enlarged. So that's not his body. That's what it seems like. You don't buy that?
I don't buy it's dead. Why would you?
Right. I don't buy it.
Here's the other.
But, however,
this is from a attorney. So she's like assistant United States attorney.
So the OCME told me to sign a confidentiality agreement in connection with the investigation into the murder of Jeffrey Epstein.
So it's almost 6 months after he died. They're asking for a document about the investigation of the murder of Jeffrey Epstein.
Was that because there was accusations that it was a murder? So we talked about this before, that 18 days before he allegedly committed suicide, he complained that his cellmate tried to kill him. And you know who his cellmate is? Who? Oh, you don't know? No. His cellmate was this gigantic cop who was a murderer. He had killed 4 different drug dealers. Yeah, he was a contract killer. This is the guy. That's his fucking cellmate. Look at that gorilla. That's a silverback. Yeah, dirty cop, murderer. And then they said, most high-profile witness of all time, the defendant of all time, let's put him in jail with a murderer. The guy who contract kills, dirty cop. And then he says, the report was they found him unresponsive with a noose around his neck. An orange jumpsuit turned into a rope around his neck. And then he said that his cellmate tried to kill him.
My question. Does anyone really believe he was in a jail cell? Because if I had the guy that can unravel entire government dynasties and take down an entire system, the last thing, but dude, he's somewhere about 3 miles underground with maybe a ball in his mouth with electric rods in him.
Or he's in Israel sipping Mai Tais.
Correct. Either place, it's like that video you said. You said this on a runaround. We're going to ask you one more time, or then we're going to laser off your nipples. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, I definitely do that.
So it's he's either in Israel, like you said.
If they had that, they would just get rid of his body.
You saw the picture of the so-called that was him in Israel.
I think that's AI.
I think it's AI too. It's a scary thing with AI.
I think it even had a little AI watermark on it. The one I saw was, but who knows? It could be a real picture that someone put through AI to put a watermark on it so that people go, oh, it's AI.
Right. You don't know.
Did you see the lady that they say looks exactly like the
Yes.
Maxwell? I don't think she looks exactly like the Maxwell. I think she looked exactly like the Lane Maxwell 20 years ago.
It's a deep fake.
It's a deep fake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same trick was the guy that made it. He made another video too. It's not as good. He's like looking at Benjamin Netanyahu on the street. It's not
I feel like
The problem is the aging. She doesn't look aged. She looks younger. But I guess that's what happens with that jail. You get more attractive. Yeah, you get food. You get sunlight, makeup, a little exercise, taking some yoga. Yeah, is there any video of him in jail? Are there any photos of him in jail? I've never thought about that before, but what you're saying is a good point.
Let's say you were the person that had all this incredible information around the world, library, do you really think you take drug lords and you kill them? You need the information, so you're going to bring them somewhere. You're going to milk them to it, however that is. Whether he's tied up, you're going to torment him. You're like, listen, I'm telling you right now, we're going to take care of you. However, I need to know. You say there's tapes, right? Yeah. Where are the tapes? Write them down. You're going to stick. Don't feed him. Don't feed him until we get that one tape and we have these names in our hands. And that's probably been going on even for months, for years. You're not taking someone like that going, oh, we're just going to put this very valuable human being into a jail cell where the multiple murderer, when two guys making $18 an hour are going to watch it or sleeping. Like, and the cameras are down. Stop. They pre-production. All right, so let's get the green screen and we have him walking in here. So there's someone and we can release it down the road. It's processed Hollywood nonsense. I don't buy it.
Okay, this is assuming, though, that he was working on his own, that he had all this information. So if he's not working on his own, he's working for an intelligence agency, then they have that information as well. So along the way, so if there are no secrets he's holding, they have all the secrets. This is much more likely. So in order for him to be in the position that he was in, allegedly, working for intelligence agencies, working for either the Mossad, CIA, or both, all the above, I would assume that along the way, all of the information was shared. I do not believe they would let one person have access to all that information and store it themselves. I think they would have access to it at every step of the way. They would communicate with him at every step of the way. And they would probably have, like, if I was running a government agency like that, I would say, tell me what's going on. What do you have on Bill Gates? What do you have on Les Wexner? What do you have on these guys? Yeah. What are they willing to do? What about these scientists? Yes. Are they willing to fill bogus science papers out? And what can we do? Jeffrey Epstein's stashed secret files and storage unit across U.S. that may include never before seen evidence of.
This came out yesterday that he got arrested. He supposedly paid for investigators to go round up all of his stuff and put it in various storage units across the country. Like it's a wild goose chase now. And like there's stuff in there maybe no one's ever seen it. They're still being paid for. They don't know it.
Imagine if they found, you know, those storage unit shows. Exactly. When they break into those storage unit shows.
I don't
understand. And it happened on the real time one. Right. Like they think they're just getting like old baseball cards. I heard those shows are bullshit. A friend of mine told me that what they do is they'll stock those shows, they'll stock those storage units, and then they pretend that they're buying a storage unit that's been abandoned, and then they get in there and then they find things. But those things are just,
yeah. I don't buy any reality TV.
I know, but that's awful.
Well, it's entertainment.
I feel duped.
Do you really?
I do. Joe, you really thought one that bothers me goes not the government corruption, not all the Medicaid fraud, not all the immigration fraud, not all the ICE stuff. No, what really bugs me is flying on the storage unit show. I just can't.
Or like a cash.
Are they really contestants? These are great distractions. These are the great distractions to keep us from paying attention. Yes, what's really going on in the world.
Reality TV. There's no reality. It's all well produced.
Wow. How much is it well produced? Here's the question. Is it really well produced? Because it seems like this one was a really shitty production job.
That was bad. That was like low. The only guy making it is the guy that's on the ads.
Well, not just the guy who's in charge of it fucks kids. Right? So this one. Yeah. So this one. Why would you let that guy who's going to eventually get caught? I would assume if you have a thing for kids, you have a thing for if you're a pedophile, if you're into like 14-year-old girls, I would assume you're going to get caught. And if I had a guy like that, or was this at a time where he couldn't get caught,
because there was no internet, and then it got to a point where he had so much power and control because he'd been there for so long. They couldn't be like, oh, Jesus Christ, we got a problem.
Well, he's thinking that the criminals, they never think they're getting caught, period. Especially, like, think organized crime. If you're, it's no different like the scenes from Goodfellas, right? He come in and say, what's the matter with you? I thought, what? You show up with a pink Cadillac? What's the matter with you?
Right.
What's the matter with you? They can't help it. He told everyone, don't spend the money. Don't look flashy. This guy, without a doubt.
His wife had a mink coat on, remember that?
Well, that's it, right. Take it off. Take it off.
Yeah.
He gave it to me for my birthday. Take it off. What's the matter with you? You know, that guy, this guy, he's just the, remember when the steroids came out in baseball? And what they do, they were like, listen, you got to take a hit. You got to take a hit. Mark, Barry Bonds, you guys are going to go out. We're going to front you. Don't worry. You're going to stay in baseball. We'll let it'll go away in about 10 years. But the owners are not going to get popped. The people making the steroids, injecting the people aren't going to get popped.
They got popped. No, they got
the little guys get popped.
The little ones. No, the head of Balco went to jail. I had him on the podcast after he got out of jail.
What about the owners that knew was good? What about the agents and lawyers that are supplying their stuff?
No. Listen, you don't understand about the baseball thing. The Balco had developed Victor Conte, who'd been on the podcast before.
Yeah,
he's a scientist, essentially. And he had developed a steroid that was undetectable. Because steroids, they detect them based on certain molecules. And if you adjust certain molecules, it doesn't show up in the test. So he developed this thing called the clear. He called it the clear because it evaded tests. Right. This is to evade the test that the Major League Baseball Association was doing and any drug tests, because this was an unknown steroid. So this was not known by the organizations. It was not known by the team. It's not known by anybody. People suspected it because Barry Bonds grew 5 hat sizes and gained 50 fucking pounds of solid muscle. People suspected it. Right. But the bottom line is, you don't know what you don't know. They didn't know. There's no reason to tell them, hey guys, we're giving Barry some secret steroids. He did this for his own personal gain because he was brought to the attention of this Victor Conte guy, who eventually became an anti-doping guy, which is really weird. He ran SNAC, which is this thing that like helps people like detect testing and sure use it. Use supplements that are legal. Sure, but that I don't think that was known by everybody. I think they kept it all on the DL because there was such a blight that was attached to steroid use. You were a cheater, especially in baseball, which is like the American pastime. Be a cheater in baseball.
Well, I'll tell you this. I remember at that time. Because you were TV World, and you were tracked all different times.
We did a show. Well, you were on a show about that. On Hardball. The baseball,
Barry Bonds
was on Hardball. Yeah, he was on one of the episodes.
Like third, yes, I remember seeing that because we'd sit and watch. My wife and I'm like, guys, John, because we tried out for the same thing, and I rooted.
Well, you were on the pilot.
Yes, I was in the pilot, but I rooted for everyone I knew.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my god,
you've always been like that.
I loved that. But back then, like a couple years later, you become friends with certain type of people and lawyers, agents, blah blah. And I remember one night hanging out, kind of like, wow, this is so-and-so. I don't want to get into names and all that, but they would go, you want to hear some crazy phone calls? Like, what do you mean? So I go, and they told me 75%. What? 75% of what? PEDs or on steroids. I'm like, what? 75, 80% baseball? Like, come on. There's no way. Come on. And then he'd play a phone message. And I didn't want to say this for years because I thought I'd get whacked. Hey, I love you. So I remember them going, here, listen to this. And you would hear like the wives of my life going, if he hits me one more time, I'm reporting all of you. I'm gonna do it. And then he played the next one like, hey man, we got big series coming up, the Dodgers. I need my shit like now. I need it by blah blah blah.
So who is this person calling?
these were ball players calling their representation.
So the representation mean their agents, lawyers. So maybe the agents are the people that hooked them up with the people that had the juice, which makes sense.
And then they would talk
The agents want money.
They want money. And
So
now
what's
they're
the best
also,
way to get money? This guy's got to hit home run.
this guy hit home runs. He's got to start double
Right.
ball. He
That
makes
makes
money, I make money.
That makes sense.
And we all make money. And then I start telling, if I'm not saying this happened, if you're an owner, I'm like, hey, Joe, I'm still on this guy. You want to keep an eye on him, he's going to start jacking 20 extra home runs. Really? How's he going to do that? You'll find out. We don't need to talk about that. But next year, if you got XYZ budget, I think he'd like to play it. So there's a lot at play.
Right.
And now you're infiltrating children. Because now you're going to the farm leagues and they can't make it unless you start doing that. But that's why I say someone like this guy with a long network, there's so many tentacles all over the place. Just that we always need the fall guy.
Right. I mean, was he the demon? Yeah. But there's a lot of demons. Did you see the email that I sent you, Jamie, where he's talking about children for sex? Do you remember? You know the email I sent you, Jamie? I sent it the other day. I'm like, well, that pretty much sums it up then, because he actually said, hey, find that. I sent it to you in a text message. This one's crazy. I've heard. So he's having a conversation with a woman who says that she heard that there's a place. Here it is. She's very emotional, kind, loving, sharp. I think you can become friends too. So here it says, a friend, Eliza, told me about a project she's doing researching a really bad guy that gets children for sex sent to his island. She almost fainted when I told her that person is me. Wow. Like, what? Okay, so that's just there. There's no way to interpret that any other way. That person is me. That person is me. My children for sex sent to his island. That person is me. Holy shit. So that one is fucking crazy. That's 2018. So this is going on for. So this is like right before he got arrested, right? Supposedly. When did he get arrested? 2019, about a month. So this was like there was an investigative reporter that was at the head of all this. This lady that was really pushing. She had found out about his sweetheart deal in 2008. And she started gathering information and pushing it. And that's what led ultimately, I think, to his being arrested. Or, I would say, well, if there's a different body that the autopsy had, it makes you question, like, was he ever in that cell? Or was this person who's in that cell, did they sell this person as Jeffrey Epstein? Right. But you imagine the guy in the cell going, No. My name is Harvey. I live on the Upper East Side. I don't know what happened. I got a speeding ticket. And now, next thing you know, I can't go home.
Yes, and this poor guy's just getting railed hard before. Just sitting there and he's tying him up on the thing. And he just, we're going to spin him around for a couple hours.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting catfished. And it's not just dating profiles that are putting you at risk. It's also big wireless carriers. You know the type, looks great at first, promises a low price, but once you're locked in, surprise fees and an expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. Your knight in shining armor? Visible Wireless. It's one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Don't fall for the trap of getting catfished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless carrier. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. Was there any photos of Jeffrey Epstein by Jimmy Carr?
in a jumpsuit, like, wasn't Ford in jail getting arrested? When you arrest big figures, he's a big figure. He's a big to do. Yeah, what you do? What about the children? Care to comment on the children? What are you doing with the children, Jeffrey? 330 pounds of sulfur gas. What are chickens? What are chickens? What is jerky? What is jerky? No one knew any of that stuff back then. If he was alive now, for sure those questions would shout it out. What is pizza and pasta? What happened at Obama's White House? You ever see this pizza? Pizza's mentioned like 900 times. It's a little weird as a code. Clear as a code. You know how crazy I felt for the longest time? Like I'd just be in a coffee shop. And like, you guys don't know, like, wow, the wagon. But now it's did you see that video we played the other day? This guy at the airport just ran out. Yes, going out. Was that chick? No, it's a guy. He's like, the files have been released. Yeah. I saw that they were going, you're all just going about your business. The files are released. Kids are being tortured. But my question is, what do you want me to do? What do you want to do? What do you want me to do? I got a gig. What do you want me to do? Scream and yell at everybody? Get arrested? How's it going to fix anything? This all happened 10 years ago? What do you want me to do? And what do you do at this point? Because like it's you don't do anything at the airport. The airport, right? Like I gotta get home. My wife's mother. But that's like a lot of people online. They're performing, screaming and yelling. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do. What do you want us to do? That's their jurisdiction. That's outrage farming. Outrage farming. I like that. Outrage farming. Imagine going to that length. Of just like, you know what? I really didn't like anything you said. And you have no right to. Who's taking the losers? It's either people, no, but it's people that are trying to farm for attention, to try to get extra attention, or it's people that just aren't that good, they're not that smart. Have you? When's the last time you engaged with anyone online that was like, Rogan, you're this or you're that? It's been a long time, right? Long time. But up into that time, where I watch fucking Louis J. Gomez do it every day. I'm like, Louis, what are you doing? What are you doing, you psycho? Stop fucking arguing with people online and calling them losers. And comparing your life to theirs. Like, don't do it. You don't know what you're dealing with. You have no clue what you're dealing with. Not only that, it's like it's a bad frequency to get your brain caught up in. There's so many other things to think about. Correct. There's so much going on in the world. There's so many interesting things in life. And the problem with social media algorithms and any kind of algorithm that you get sucked into is it funnels you into this way of this is what the information that you're getting most of the time. You're getting a lot of bad information, a lot of outrage farming. And your frequencies, like the way your brain thinks, funnels down that pathway and you kind of lose control of it instead of having access to all the wonderful things in the world. There's a lot of amazing, fascinating, curiosity-driven people that are, making videos about all kinds of stuff. And you could instead pay attention to that stuff. But, you get trapped. I used to say that even just about news. I remember being a kid. And if you look at every newspaper, I used to watch all the headlines from the news. Every single I would sit there and go, okay, something bad happened down here in Brooklyn, something bad. Why do you spend every page or every headline with something negative? You had 8 to 10 million people living in this vicinity. Why do you harp on just propaganding and because they're trying to make money? And it's really simple. It's really simple. All these major newspapers are struggling all badly. And the only way to get attention is clickbait now because most of the stories that you get are online. Very few people are buying physical newspapers anymore. No, they're dead. Yeah, not only that, during COVID, I think they kind of nuked all of their credibility. There's a lot of people that just feel like they're all bullshit artists now. It was an incredible exposing of all information during COVID.
What is this? This video sent this to women
from detention? From detention. All right, let's see.
It's weird.
All the scotch tape to get the pictures out. Okay.
So down was
Why do you have to see that thing over his face?
So hi down. He was hard to tell. You can see how a little sore on my face makeup comes in back on trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting. It's really and then I had pictures up on the wall. I had a dollar with scotch tape to get the pictures on the wall. Two guys later.
Okay, so that's him in detention. Said somebody tried to kiss him. This is pretty calm. When you almost got raped.
Dude, it's pre-production. All right, so listen.
Just come in the room and say that somebody tried to kiss you.
You got to be into it. Like, that's take number 12. God damn it, Jeffrey. God damn it. Do you need a Coke? Do you need a wine? I need your whole streets now.
You don't seem like a guy in jail.
So,
a guy who hasn't been sleeping well. He seems pretty well rested.
Yeah, so, you know, I left Sparrow and I was just bringing me in. Some guy tried to kiss me. It's kind of fun. God! What? That wasn't good? All right, I'm trying to right now. All right, lighting good? There we go.
Fuck out of here. The best intelligence organizations that can overthrow foreign governments would probably have a plan if they wanted to get the guy out and pretend that somebody else died in his place.
It's been from the beginning of time, no?
Yeah.
From the beginning of time.
Well, especially with like modern stuff, because you can with modern masks. Like, remember the tall Biden? Like, there's not a chance in hell that was Biden.
I feel so redeemed. My wife used to get so mad at me. So mad at me. My kids would get so mad at me. And I would say it everywhere. I'd say it on stage. I'd say it on social media. I go, I don't care what you say. That is not Joe Biden.
Yeah, there was also that in the files too.
Call me crazy. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh no, he was executed. Isn't that what they said? Executed?
That seems sus.
Bro, I went down.
There's a lot of those emails are just emails, right? First of all, Epstein's dealing with prostitutes, people that are willing to get prostitutes. He's dealing with a lot of criminals and weirdos, and a lot of those people are probably full of shit, right? So just because somebody writes something in an email doesn't mean it's a fact. However, when you see the video of Tall Biden, pull up Tall Biden.
Come on, man. He grew.
He grew and then he went back. Like they might have put him on some shit and then he shrunk back down again.
And his eye color would change.
Yes, that one. Like, look at that.
He's like 6'9". Look at it. That's a robot. Look, send out the robot.
You got a video of him walking out there because when he walked, look how long his fucking legs are. Look how tall he is. This is absolutely insane.
But who's watching this going, yeah, no, that's the same guy.
Not only is he taller, but he moves better. He's more relaxed when he moves.
It was,
it's like a guy impression of Joe Biden. Look how this guy's legs are. This is what's crazy. Rewind that again, please. Here it is. It's good. It started from the beginning. It's good. It's right there. It's good. Just play it. Yeah. It started from the. So here's when he walks out. Look at how long his leg. This guy's a basketball player. Look how tall he is.
First president can dunk.
I mean, just stop. Pause it right there. Yeah, right there. Pause it. Just the physical frame. Yeah. When you look at the length of his legs, that's extraordinary. That's not like Jeffrey Epstein's prostate.
No, these
are whole different. That is a tall man. Like, there's no way that's a short man. There's no way that's a normal. So, like, how tall was Joe Biden supposedly? 6 feet? 6'1" maybe? How tall was he supposed to be?
The real Joe Biden. The pre-2019.
I said was, like he's dead.
I'm saying he's dead. I'm saying he's long gone, wherever he is. 6 feet.
Okay, I'm putting it back again. 6 feet tall. Okay, 6 feet is like, on the tall-ish side. That guy's taller than 6 feet. That is a tall man. Look at the proportions from his legs to the width of his shoulders, the length of his legs. That's a very tall man.
Who's the casting director for this?
I mean, just being charitable, that's a 3 inches taller man at least.
Maybe the other Joe Biden, got sick that day, or his wife died, that actor died, and they're like, we need another Joe Biden quick. And then this one showed up. God, listen, just forget it.
Well,
Here's
here's
everything. Same out.
if you have a guy who's the president and he's known to be of poor health, there's probably going to be times where he's supposed to make a public appearance. It's not that important, but it's important to just show his face. Well, you got to like keep him in a hospital bed somewhere. And so you get a guy, you put the mask on him.
Did you ever see The Walk? The Walk?
Yeah, his shuffle. That guy doesn't walk like that.
It's a
That guy
robot.
walks like an athlete.
It's a robot.
What?
He looks like a robot.
No, he looks like a guy with bad knees and a bad back.
Wow,
You think it's a robot?
I'm taking. I don't know what it is.
No, it's an old man who can't walk good.
I'm putting my chips in.
Do you think I'll program a robot to walk like an old man?
Have you? It didn't look
Those
like
robots are
Get
not
the
that
video.
The robots are not that good yet.
They
Trust me, all you need to see one. The robots, they're good, but they're not that they look like robots. They don't look like humans yet.
you put a little suit and jacket on him, put him up, and you just videotape for 3 seconds.
Why would you do that? It's a guy.
Oh, I know, I agree. This one's a guy, but there's other ones where I'm like,
What is this one, Jim? Say one? That's the same better version of it. Okay. No, that's not a robot. That's a
there's
guy.
ones where he's walking on the lawn and his legs. Like, what does he do with his legs? It's crazy looking.
Jim, neurologists looked at this. He walks like a guy with dementia. That's how they walk.
My dad had dementia. He didn't walk anything like
Okay.
that.
Not all people with dementia walk like that, but it's typical of the way people walk when they don't have control of their body anymore. Like he fell down a lot. Like it's very like that's
Hunt down. I got it.
it's a lot of things. He fell down walking upstairs. Remember?
Yeah, I
3
remember.
times.
I remember.
You think it's a robot?
I didn't say it's 100% robot. I'm saying I will put my chips in. I'm at the poker table, and like, you're really going in all in that was not Joe Biden. I'm going all in. That's not Joe Biden.
I'm gonna show you.
Never was.
Okay.
From 2021, never
This is
was.
a productive line of conversation. But it's just me. I get it.
Yeah, what's this one?
Yeah, what? But he's walking in sand, and he's old as fuck, dude. He's walking in
I
sand.
get it.
If I walk in sand and I'm drunk, I look just like that.
He's had a lot of blood thinners there. Maybe they got to his head. I don't know. He's got a stent.
Jamie, I'm gonna send you something. This is state of the art right now when it comes to robots, and it's pretty fucking good, man. Pretty fucking good. But it's not that. These are robots that can actually do martial arts. It's very impressive.
I feel like I just saw some of this. It was frightening. It's from China.
Yeah, it's from China. So go full screen on this. This is really interesting. So you got these kids. They get out there, and these robots do martial arts with them. Like, look at this. It's really wild, man. I mean, it's pretty human now. Its movements.
If they had suit and ties on, they could pass for president.
Not yet. Not yet. And look at this thing. They can do backflips. Like, this is crazy. They do wheel kicks. Come on, it's really nuts, man. So just imagine these things with fucking ARs just running into buildings, gunning people down. Because that's what's coming.
Bro, there's a place.
They're going to be bulletproof. They're going to have night vision, heat vision, insane hearing.
There's a place in Florida, bro, that had the out in the Everglades. It's like this farmland. You never see anyone there, but they have the mechanical robot dogs patrolling everywhere, spraying the fields.
The dogs spray the field.
There's like all different types of machines that come up and spray the field, and they have the dogs that patrol everywhere. It's wild.
You can buy one.
I never saw it. You
Yeah,
buy them now?
yeah, you can buy those robots. Yeah, Les was telling me about.
That's not
Lex Friedman, he actually works with robotics. Like he was an artificial intelligence engineer before he ever started doing podcasts.
You're like the movie The Fifth Element when the chick came and she got all the information. I'm always fascinated. You have so much information, like brilliant insight information. Who's left on your list where you're like, I want to look at it. I need to speak with someone.
Oh, there's a ton of people. There's always new, like I get a list of every week
multiple days a week. I get a list of potential guests, and so I go over the list, and a lot of it is scientists. A lot of it is like people that are doing groundbreaking research on like neurodevelopment, genetics. There's a lot of them that come up that are cosmologists that are working on just bizarre theories. There's always someone that's working on some very high level of some esoteric line of some kind of discipline that I've got very little information about. There's always interesting people.
Blows my mind. Yeah, blows my mind. I tried talking about anyone, even some of the words I'm not educated very well. They start saying certain words, and
I'm not formally educated very well. I mean, I only went to college for 3 years, and I was barely paying attention. I was only going to college so that people didn't think I was a loser. I was doing it while I was fighting, and I was doing it for a little bit while I was still doing stand-up, but I was only doing it so that no one thought I was a loser.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that more like, was that like a home thing?
No, it was where I grew up. Everybody was going to college. I went to school at a really good high school, Newton South, Massachusetts, and a lot of the kids were, real ambitious and wanted to go to college and get degrees, and I did not want to have a job. I was like, what am I doing? I was like very feral. And at the time, all I wanted to do was compete. I was just doing martial arts tournaments all the time, and there's no point in that, So I was like, what's my career going to be? Like, what am I doing? It's just this weird period. So I said, let me just go to college so that no one thinks I'm a loser. So I took a year off school. So from graduated at 17, so for the next year, I didn't go to school at all. I just trained.
So when did you go? I'm going to start doing stand-up.
When I was 21.
Did you have that desire before then?
Not really. No, I was a fan of stand-up. I love stand-up. I was talked into doing it by my friend Steve. He's a good buddy of mine, Steve Graham. Because I would make people laugh. He was a guy I did taekwondo with.
And he was like, dude,
and another good friend, Jay Schwartz, same thing. Ed and Steve were two guys who I was real tight with. That I would make fun of everybody, and we were always just joking around. I wanted a lot of attention.
Yeah, I did.
And so that's how. And then I went to an open mic night, and I realized, these people are all this. They're beginners. Like, you can be a beginner. And then I thought about it just like martial arts. If you just work at it, you can get better at it. So if you're just like a little bit funny, if you just kind of figure out what it is about you, I was like, this is fascinating. It was like a whole new puzzle. But I didn't know if I could ever do it for a living. I was really so confused when I was 21 because I really kind of decided to stop fighting. And I was still doing like 1 foot in and 1 foot out, not good. And then I didn't have any prospects. Like, I'm already 21. Like, I should have already graduated from college by now, or be close, or getting ready to work on a master's. I should be doing something like a lot of people that I went to high school with, or I should have a trade, like a lot of my buddies that went into carpentry or electricity. I didn't have a career other than teaching.
So within a couple of years, you start, because you and I both fairly quickly started getting in good positions. And because if you were 21, I'm going to say by 25, 26, you're on hardball.
Yeah.
Really young.
That's crazy. That's crazy lucky.
Fast that happened.
Yeah, stupid fast. I'm stupid fast and stupid lucky. Because I didn't have any aspirations to ever be on TV. There was no part of me that wanted to be an actor on TV. Zero. I was never an ambition at all, which probably helped me. Because when I went in and, talked to people and did auditions and shit, it wasn't like, oh my God, this is my dream. It was like, so what do you guys want me to do? Okay. Yeah, I can play baseball player. Okay. And they just loved the fact that I was, I had a background in athletics, so I knew a lot about.
You also would murder like none other at the Laugh Factory. You would go up, and I remember the Disney executives, because that's who did that. I remember them sitting in the back watching you. You did the lions and whatever, the tigers mating, and it would just, the place would lose their shit. Like, you're like, oh, it was captivating watching. It was howling funny, and I'll never forget just looking at the executives. I don't remember their name. I just remember he had a mustache. He had a dark mustache, dark hair. He's from Colorado. He was like, oh, Joe's just so goddamn fun. I can't take it. So I mean, wow, that's pretty awesome in that short period of time. I wish I had, no, I won't say I wish I had your mentality that I have it now. Meaning, back then I had the desire, like, I'm gonna start buying satin clothes. I'm gonna start getting nice clothes. Satin. I went satin the first time I went out there. I bought satin blue pants, satin blue. I was like, oh, Hollywood is so retarded. Well, but you had this whole other. I remember seeing you, and you were like, we were at some hotel, and you were just so. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna go play pool and work out. You wanna? What? No. I'm looking for rock stars and actors on Bolos. And you're like, yeah, well, I'm not doing that. I'm going to the gym. And I'm like, you're going to miss out. But I really I loved and I admired that about you so much.
I was never interested in that Hollywood stuff. It just was not that interesting to me to be around a bunch of famous people and feel weird. Like, I just rather be around normal people. I'd rather play pool, rather go to the gym.
I was like that till I was around famous people.
And they were like,
okay, this is uncomfortable. I want to go home.
Yeah, go back home. Oh, I tried to move back to New York. I would have moved back to New York except I had a lease on an apartment. When Hardball got canceled, I was ready to go back to New York. I was like, fuck this place. It's too uncomfortable for me. And again, I never had any aspirations to be famous. I definitely didn't have any aspirations to act. It was just money. They gave me a lot of money to be on a sitcom. And I was like, okay. I just couldn't believe how much money you could get in a week. Like, this is crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah. It was like more money than I made in a year. And I could make it in a week. I was like, this is nuts. Especially because I went from broke to being on a sitcom.
Yeah, I remember those same things. Like, you're not making any money, and then all of a sudden, like, you're on $25,000 to $50,000 a week. You just come in camera block here and there. You don't even have to be the star. But then when I got on news radio, I was like, oh, this is a whole different kind of thing. Like, this is a really good show with really good writing, really good actors. I was like, this is fun. Like, that I enjoyed a lot. But the world of acting is long days, and it's not what I'd like to do the most. So it was like, it's great, but you can get sucked into that velvet prison, and then, you'd be like, I'd be talking to my friends, I'd be like, yeah, I just did a week in Florida, it was fucking awesome. Went in there on Wednesday, and I was realizing, like, these guys are selling out on the road, and they're traveling all the time, they're having all this fun. I'm like, they're doing what I wanted to do, which was like stand up, like on the road. I was only doing like small sets in town. I was only doing like 15 minutes at the Laugh Factory, 15 minutes at the store. It's like the real comedy was like headlining, doing an hour, really developing their act. Right.
And it was like, I enjoyed doing news radio, but I didn't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed being around comics, doing sets, being at the clubs, laughing all the time. It's like a different kind of people. The actor people were all worried about what the other actor people were doing. They were all worried about like what rating we were, like what number we were in the ratings.
Correct. Yes, and that's all they would talk about.
Dude, we were at the table once, and they were all bitching about how, we were on, whatever night we were on. We moved like 9 times over 5 years. Right? And back then there's no internet, so you couldn't tell people that you're not on Monday night anymore, you're not on whatever it was. And so they were all bitching and getting pissed because Sex and the City was on this time slot, and the single guy was in this time slot. If we were there, we'd be number 2 or whatever. Right. And I was like, guys, last time I checked, we're on TV. Yeah. Like, this is a dream. Yeah, we're not number 1. But we have a funny show and we're on TV. Just fucking enjoy the ride.
Yeah. It was a great show. It was a great show. He did well, but yeah, that world just never. But it was just so lucky to get it so quick. You know, I was on news radio 6 years into doing stand up. Yeah, and it didn't make any sense to me. But it's also why I wasn't nervous about it. It was like it seemed so normal to me. Yeah, okay, it's a job I'm doing, but it was because I didn't want to do it. Not that I didn't want to do it, but because it wasn't like my ultimate dream. Well, that made me laugh. I saw you years later. I don't know if it was Fear Factor or whatever, and someone snarkily, like in a snarky way, were like, why would you take this? Because it paid me fucking retarded money. They offered fucking retarded money. Like, you wouldn't do this for whatever the episode. It made me laugh. So it's just, you gave the real answer. If I offered you whatever program, I'm going to offer you, I don't know, $20 million for 2 years, you're going to go, I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. Why would I leave my sanitation job to money equals freedom? And that's what people need to understand. Like, if you can make a pile of money, you get fuck you money. And then the key is, don't be chasing fuck your mother and fuck your family and rock the world money. Stick with fuck you money, but just make sure you say fuck you. So to make sure you don't do things you don't want to do. And so when Fear Factor came along, I initially took it because I thought it was going to be canceled immediately. I was in a development deal with NBC, and they sent me this thing, and I was like, what the fuck is this? They're going to stick dogs on people. Like, I was laughing. I'm pretty sure I was stoned when I first got the pitch. Yeah. And I read, I go, this is hilarious. And I don't know if my manager even wanted me to do it. I don't remember. I think they probably wanted me to hold out for a sitcom. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is hilarious. Let me meet with them. And they didn't like me at first because I came in and was making fun of it. And they thought it should be scary because this was Fear Factor. Right. And I was just joking. Like, I came into the meeting, I was part-time. I came into the meeting and I was just cracking jokes about everything and laughing. And they didn't, but then David Hurwitz, who's a friend of mine, who's one of the producers on the show, he's like, look, the whole world's going to be laughing at us. Yes, it's way better if the host is laughing. Yes, it's way better. Yes, it's just try. Like the lunacy. Yeah. What the lengths these people are going to. They were going to go with like a sportscaster or something. You know what I mean? Here we are in Fear Factor. Fear is not a factor for you. Maggie from Wisconsin is going to get in the tank. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. So there's just luck, a lot of luck, weird luck. I've had a lot of weird luck my whole life. So even coming here is weird luck. Even opening up the club, weird luck. Why you say that? Because a lot of things have to happen in order for this club to exist, right? A lot of things have to happen. First of all, the COVID thing has to happen, right? So, and it has to happen in California, where they have very restrictive laws and everything gets locked down, and we can't perform for like. I think the store was shut for a year and a half now. Are you serious? Yeah. California was nuts with COVID. But over here, like, almost immediately you could do shows. Right. Like, the Cap City was doing shows, and they had people separated before they went under. They just had the tables moved like 6 feet apart, which is apart. Yeah. And then when we started doing shows at the Vulcan, that was in like November of 2020. So that was pretty soon after, the rest of the world was still completely, like California and New York were still completely restricted, and Texas was pretty wide open. And so I have to have the kind of money that Spotify gave me, and then I have to be so dumb that I'm in the middle of this giant deal. I'm like, I'm just going to move to Texas. Which they were like, what are you doing? Like, you need to be in LA. That's where your studio is. That's where the guests are. And I was like, I'm flying like at least 2 or 3 people a week out to Los Angeles. I bet I could get them to fly to Texas. But it was a dumb gamble. It's like, it's not a smart move. So it has to be like the Spotify money. It has to be everything closed down, and then it has to be the store closed down, because the store closed down allowed me to get guys like Adam Egid and and from the store. Yeah, all the people that worked at the store came and worked for me. That's like one of the big secrets. Jody, the managers, like a lot of the people that are at the mothership came from the store, and they were unemployed. Yeah, but I wouldn't take it. I like your approaches in luck.
No, but it has to be some. Otherwise, it doesn't happen. Because if there's no luck, then if there's no COVID lockdown, then all these comics are willing to move here.
Correct.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Tom Segura, Christina Pazitsky, Brian Simpson. Everybody moved here.
Right.
So the only reason why anybody would move here is because California's locked down. If the store was hopping, and they'd be like, "What? They would leave."
Right.
Yeah. So it had to be like a place where you could go, and then you have to have the resources to do stuff like that. So that has to be like the spot right there. Like it's like so many things have to fall into place where it's that kind of a gamble. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot of luck. It's a lot of luck, but it's also a lot of decision making and a lot of you're very thoughtful, and the walk that you walk creates an energy, and it's very powerful. It's very inspiring, and I do believe in that stuff. Like the way you've walked most of the life that I've known you, has been you're probably you inspired me so much years and years ago. You came on the radio show and you literally started talking, and you called in, and I remember I just told everyone, just be quiet and let him go. And just I knew at that moment you were going to be changing like culture, if that makes sense. You went into this deep conversation about we are shifting in humanity, and basically you said we're either going to live for truth, or you're going to be a liar, like leech type thing. It was very powerful, and I think eventually I was like, put Pink Floyd behind, put that on the internet. It is one of the most, because I wanted the world to hear what you said. It was such a, like no other pastor could say, no one could say it the way you said it. So yes, it is all luck, but I do believe that presence that you put out and that energy, it's trusted, and it's a force that opens doors without even you knowing, because it is all for the good, in my belief. But anyway, that's my little.
Well, thank you. That's very good, Joseph. Well, you inspired me too, dude. Because when we first started working together, one of the worst times I ever bombed, was I was headlining when I really should have been headlining. I really didn't have an hour. And you and I did a weekend together. Something like West Nyack, or something like that. Like a holiday thing. But I did okay every show except the late show Saturday night. Fucking murdered. I took you murdered, and I remember being so nervous. I was so nervous, and I went on stage nervous, and I just ate a dick. And I remember it was like one of the worst bombings I've ever had in my life. And I remember thinking at the time, boy, I gotta correct something. First of all, I could never go on stage that nervous again. I was like, what was wrong? What was wrong was, instead of laughing at you and going on stage having a good time, I was nervous about my own performance, which is like a self-defeating mentality.
Yeah,
and I had to realize that, which is also one of the reasons, like, it really, my stand-up bumped up a lot after that weekend. It really did, because I really worked on it hard, because the ball was bad. So I mean, it was this was bad. I was supposed to be 45. I bailed at 35. I was eating dick. Dude, I was eating dick. It was hard. But, the same thing happened when I would take Joey on the road with me. And the reason why I took Joey on the road with me is because he was so hard to follow. So I said, okay, I thought of it just like training partners.
Yes.
Like, you don't want to spar with a guy who sucks. You want to spar with a guy who's better than you, so that you could get to his level. And so with Joey was so loose and so free, and he was so silly. And I was more rigid, and I tried to do more setup, punchline stuff. I was only, 8, 9 years young, whatever it was. I was still trying to, like, figure it out. And Joey had a rhythm to him. He's just so loose. And I'm like, who's going to help me? Let me just take this guy on the road with me. First of all, he's the best guy to hang out with. He's so much fun.
He seems like
I
never
love him to death.
I never got to hang out with him. I
You
never hung out with
Joey?
Joey. I've only got to see him on here and some other places.
He's the best. He's so everybody's like, he's so fun. Like when you're around him, it's all hugs and laughs, and he's the party. You bring Joey anywhere, the party's for Joey. We'd go to dinner. We'd have as much fun at dinner as we would at the show.
Right.
He's the entertainer. Well, he's just a great social engineer. Like he would fucking be the maestro that would get everybody going. We would be laughing, and then we'd go to the show. We'd have a good time, and I learned to laugh at him because he'd be laughing, and I'd learned to take that momentum of laughing at him and carry it into the energy of the performance.
Yeah.
So it was a good thing because a lot of people want the opposite. They want the guy going on before them to suck. So they look like a hero.
Yeah, no,
There's a lot of people out there rocking that fucking skin.
I like what you said. I like a guy hitting hard. And in the nights, like even I've Brian McKenna opening for it now. And there's nights like I think we're in Louisiana, and I'm sure I gotta get up. Like, what is he doing there? Like, and that makes me go, oh, all right, I gotta stay crystal clear. Like I've got to bring it to this whole level. He's making me. I love someone makes me love.
Well, it's not just that; it's also that the crowd gets the money.
Yes.
A bunch of people came out to see you. Like, I've gone to see friends that are really good comics that I really love, and then I go to see them, and they have an opening act, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go sit outside for 20 minutes and wait for this to end.
That's a bad place to be, whether it's your buddy or not.
They do it because they want a light opener. Like Ron White's open about it. Like he talks about, you do better than me, you're getting fired. He doesn't give a fuck, but I love that. But
He's still out here, no?
Yeah, he's out here. He's at the club all the time. He's there tonight. Yeah, Ron, or tomorrow. Ron's the best. He's the best. He's another reason why I came here, because he was already here. Ron moved here before the pandemic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he moved here in, I think, 2018 or 19, somewhere around then. And I was like, well, why'd you? He had a place in Beverly Hills that he kept still, so he'd come back and forth. But he's like, I love Austin. You never have to leave if I'm want to fly anywhere. It's in the middle of the country. The people are nice. The food's great. I was like, can I live there? No. That's what my thought was like. I can't live there.
Ron is the type of guy, too, that he doesn't realize how good he is and how popular he is sometimes. He literally, don't ask me why he called me. I have no, I remember it was his Bizarre Connection. He's like, hey, Jam, I keep getting asked to play in London. No, you will never in London. He's like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm like, Ron, if you were to play Scotland, England, Ireland, like you're gonna have a whole new, you're gonna murder. He's like, I don't know if they were. Please, I'm begging you, at least just take the gig. Please just take the gig. And this was a couple of years ago, and apparently he didn't do it. I was like, did you? He's like, man, of course you did. Especially his style. He's funny. He's very humble. Ron's a very humble guy.
He's a great guy. He's the best.
Well, that's why I like to come here the first time, because what I like about here is I reached a point where I have my following. I have my craft. And if I'm working on stuff, even if it's in an hour, they're going to be patient with me because they like me. They've been on my journey. Right. But if I were to go into a club and do 15 minutes, I better, they're not a lot of them don't know me. And I remember the first time I came here, I did want to go on stage. I used to go on stage, I don't know, like, I want to go on stage. Wow. It was like, okay, yeah, I'm not, wow, someone, okay, I didn't finish my setup yet. This place made me want to start working harder again. Go, hey man, you gotta put the gloves on. Not that I had any lack of confidence, of what I put out there for an hour. But those short little 15-minute, when they see everybody, it doesn't matter. It's an even playing field. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's great. That was great about the store too. Like you get a night where you have like 7, 8 national headliners in a row.
You know, I saw that one, and they don't care afterwards. It's pretty funny. I saw someone from a huge sitcom go on stage, place, loses their mind. Even I was a little like, oh wow. And about, they did the shtick of their character, and about 5 minutes in, they're like, okay, we're done. You tell jokes, or you're just going to be the TV guy. It's just like, they've seen everything. You got to come out and do it. You got to work it.
TV guy, I used to see that all the time in LA too. That's what led to Kramer. That meltdown.
That's who it was.
Yeah. I didn't want to say. When he first walked out, I was like, oh, dude. I know. And he grabbed the mic
and then after about 5-7 minutes, and this one was at the Improv, and I'm watching, like, oh wow, you have material. He's just, wow.
It's just crazy. He turned on quick. Imagine thinking that you could do 15 minutes with no material. I just don't understand.
Comics make it look easy. You know how many people go, how many people have you met that go, you know what, you're inspired, I'm gonna start doing stand-up. Okay. Yeah, like, okay, I still got, I'm starting next week. Here's my friend, they'll send me a set of their first set. Like, comedians make it look like we just walk up and just wing it.
Well, it's also guys used to performing in front of a live audience when he does a sitcom and everybody loves him. Yeah. And if you can make people laugh for a minute, he thinks he could probably make people laugh for multiple minutes. Right? Just keep it going. Just do the same thing for 15 minutes.
And the little side of us will just sit back there. I root for everyone when those guys walk off.
Yeah, there's nothing. Well, we don't like anybody that's half-stepping, right? That's half in, not really doing it. Right. You're just taking up 15 minutes from someone that could be doing it.
Correct. Do you know Neil Brent? Kevin?
Yeah, I don't know Kevin very well. I've met him, I'm sure. I remember him doing sets in New York back in the day.
Kevin would get so pissed because what's the guy? He's a famous guitar player. Oh my God.
John Mayer?
Yes, John. So Kevin would come in, he'd come in too, and be like, he's going up, he's doing fucking 20 minutes. And he sucks. What? I can't go to Madison Square Garden and go, give me the guitar for 20 minutes. It's my fucking time. It's comics we get really edgy. They didn't care who you were. Like going, I love to listen. You know, he would rant and I would howl. Listen to it. Of course, I'm the tiger and some fucking crazy. Fucking John Mayer. All right, I get it. You play. Fucking get off the stage.
Yeah, comics are very territorial, but they're extreme. When someone tries to do it that's not a comic, they automatically kind of reject them. I'm always like, give him a chance. Never know. Never fucking know. Never know a guy who's been acting but really always wanted to stand up, might have some good ideas and might really throw themselves into it. It's possible. Why would you assume it's impossible? It's possible. It is possible. But the reality in LA is a lot of them are doing it because the whole casting thing had dried up for them, right? So they weren't getting brought into shows anymore, so they decided to do stand-up, and they would just, put together an act, like write an act. Yeah, but it wasn't what they really loved, so it wasn't what they really did.
Paycheck.
Yeah.
Through a paycheck to get
It was a career decision. It was like pivoting,
Yeah. I know a couple guys like that. Yeah, do a sitcom or a sketch show, or even like an SNL character. Didn't do stand up, another tour, and trying to do whatever.
So here's an interesting thing I should tell you because you know this person. I actually made up with Mark Maron the other day. We actually I had to help him with something. I had to inform him about something, and he sent me a very sincere message of thank you. And then I sent him a message back that was sincere and said, look, I'm not your enemy. I'm sure if we saw, despite our differences, I'm sure if we saw each other, within a few minutes we'd be laughing and smiling. Which is generally how I interacted with him, for the most part. I had only a few bad interactions with him. And he was pretty honest about how, maybe it's his own mind, and I don't know. It was a very sincere interaction, which made me happy. It's not good to have enemies.
No, it's really not.
It's not good.
I've had maybe 2 or 3 that have vocally put out on, because I'm not into the Twitter insulting or going on other programs insulting. If you have an issue, tell me.
Right.
And then we'll deal with it the way
Call me up.
the real humans do it.
Yeah.
And when that whole thing, I have a funny feeling. I know what some of his issues were, but I put it out there. I felt bad because for years I didn't have great interaction. When I started, a lot of guys didn't like me. They were like, "Who's this animated, loudmouth kid coming in here, confident, blah blah?" And he would always kind of like, I'll never forget it. Room tonight.
He was trying to sabotage. It was a competition thing.
And I understood that because I'm still back then.
You made a whole video about it.
Correct.
Yes, right.
And so as we went on, I actually was so happy for him once he got WTF, because you saw like, wow,
He became a different person.
and he found his niche.
And he became friendly.
Correct.
He was easy to be around.
Yeah.
His podcast was killing it, and then he had his show on the IFC.
Yes.
He was doing great. He was way easier to handle.
He was incredible.
Because all the angst had been removed, and he'd become a made man, right?
Made man.
Yeah, he'd become legit.
Who cares who else is big?
Exactly. But then when things go south, then it's hard to maintain that same mindset. It's very easy for me to say, oh, just relax, and who cares? Everybody should be happy that all these people are doing well. But if you're not doing well, that jealousy is a natural thing. I've experienced it before. I've experienced it. I know the feeling. I've experienced it for brief moments before. Even like, 8, 9 years ago, maybe even. It's like there's moments where someone's really killing it. What the fuck? But then I realized in my head, like, God, it's a bitch ass way of thinking. Don't hold on to that.
No, we're on our own journey. This is our world.
But also, that same feeling can instead be inspiration. Like when you and I worked together and I bombed, one of the things that inspired me was not just I gotta get better because I bombed, but you murdered it. You had that bit about coming home waste, and your mother was turned into a demon. Yeah, it's a great demon, but it was so like animated and big, and it didn't make me hate you. I loved you. We were great friends. So I was like, that is so good, and it just made me want to get better. So that same feeling that can turn you like, you can do do bullshit. Instead, I was like, fuck, Jim, you're killing it, man. That's awesome. Yes, I come from a different world, and my world requires other people around you to be as good or better than you. The martial arts world. Like when I was a 4-time state champion and I was going, I wasn't necessarily the best guy in the gym. There's guys in the gym that are better than me.
Yeah.
Always. There was other guys that were also state champions. Some of them were national champions. They were better than me. But because I was around those people training hard all the time, that's why I got so good. It was because I was around people as good, if not better than me all the time, that it elevated my level. So I felt the same way about stand-up. I'm like, you need those people that make you feel uncomfortable, to make you feel like, fuck, I gotta go to work.
Yes, and whether it's him or whoever, it doesn't even have to be the comedy world. It's just the world in general. It's not that sad. I wish sometimes people in those positions, no matter how successful you are and whatever you define as success, if someone else is starting to kill it somewhere, keep your eyes off that. Just stay in your own lane. I hate that term. Stay in, I've heard this. Not stay in your lane. Stay in your world of confidence. And I saw a couple people try to take a swat, and I think it was deeper than that. I think it was A, they were envious, and B, because you had certain people on, and perhaps they were angry because they're still lumped into how they define themselves to certain gangs that their allegiance goes to.
Yeah, ideological.
100%. How dare he have?
Don't platform that person.
Don't platform this one, and don't platform that one, and don't platform. And matter of fact, I would even hear chatter like this. I would never. And I go, yes, you would, because
Well, if you wouldn't, then you would never be me in the first place. So what are you worried about? We're different human beings. But the point is, I understand those feelings. I do. I understand those feelings of anger, I understand of jealousy, of resentment. It is absolutely normal, but it is a bitch-ass way to think. And I've thought those ways. I've had bitch-ass thinking in my life. 100%. So I get it. I understand it. It's normal. But what these people need to hear, that I need to learn myself, is that not only does not help you, it hurts you, but the same exact experience can instead be inspiring to you, and that will help you. And you're going to be uncomfortable with comparing yourself to someone who's better than you. But that uncomfortable feeling is what leads to growth. It's really important. It's good. It's good for you. But what's not good for you is to try to dismiss that person and shit on that person. Like, even if someone's doing something that I don't like their style. So what? I don't care. There's a lot of music. Like, I have teenage girls. When they listen to music, they love it. I don't like it. But it doesn't mean it's not good. They fucking love it. There's a lot of guys that are into jazz. I don't like it. But it doesn't mean it's bad. No, it's great for some people. It's their art. It's like everybody has a thing that you're into, and everybody has a different style. So if someone's doing something that you don't enjoy, you don't have to hate them. It doesn't mean that's not beneficial to you. It doesn't help you at all.
it's somewhat up what you said, but you can have your bitch ass feelings.
Yeah.
Just don't have your bitch ass emotions and act on it. Don't act a bitch ass. Just don't act bitch ass. That's when you start having issues, when you put it out in the universe, because they're still inside you, which we all have it.
Yes.
It's when you put it out there, now it's out there. Now everyone looks at you a whole different. I've done that multiple times. I'm never proud of it. I always feel horrible.
Exactly.
Never toward, always within family or friends or so. Never. I try not to put it out in the world with names of people, because that doesn't feel close. It feels so horrible of yourself. No, I feel like a little punk bitch. Like, yes, I believe I just did that.
I know.
I was mature.
You gave into those bitch ass feelings. It's
normal.
Mature. It's normal. Like I remember someone was telling me that Chris Rock was selling out everywhere after the Will Smith thing. And I swear to God, for like a couple of seconds, I was like, oh, what the? He's selling out instantly, all these arenas. It takes me a couple of days. It's so stupid, so dumb. Like he was the hot ticket because everybody wanted to see him. But it was only for a few seconds. And then I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You fucking silly bitch. Yeah, such a dumb way to think. But the problem is, you don't, in the time, and then the other thing is, they think that they're going to diminish that by attacking you. But what they don't understand is when you do that publicly, the heat comes for you. Because now you've set the game in motion. Now you start moving pieces around the board, and then people are starting to move pieces against you. And that's I felt that even at a time where I felt it was necessary, like the whole Carlos Mencia thing. I said that to my friends afterwards. I said, I don't think I'll ever do anything like that again, because just the negative, even if it was like 10% of the people that were negative, 90% were positive, that 10% is just not a good feeling. It's a terrible feeling. It's not good. Even though I thought that was a necessary thing to do, because not just him, but I wanted to expose the way the business was treating them, where they were profiting off of it and openly covering it, and they knew about it, and they thought it was just business. That wasn't my agent said to me, it's just business.
I remember a phone call we had somewhat after that, and I remember you telling me your agency dropped you. They dropped you. That's I'm not crazy for thinking that, right?
No, they dropped me, but what they said was that I had to apologize to him, or they couldn't work with me anymore.
Correct.
And I said, listen, then if just you bringing that up, our relationship is over. I said, just because you wanted to, and they said it's just business. I go, you're making a decision that will affect you for the rest of your life. I go, because you're siding with a vampire. Right. You sell art. That's all you sell. All you guys are is a comedy agency, right? You sell art. You got a guy stealing art from other artists. Like, this is bad for you. Everyone's gonna know. So Louis left them after that. Louis came up to me at the Improv, asked me if that was true. I said yes. He goes, okay, I'm leaving them. Attell, Nick Swartzen, a bunch of people did. So it wasn't like I was right. But it was also the negative feeling of the people angry at me for it. It was like so gross. It's like you put that out there in the world. It's a giant distraction. It takes away from most of your life. You think about it all the time. Just not good.
At that time, I understand that, but also, like for instance, that was already out there with him. Yeah, and
It was comics.
It was out there with comics, and it was out there with him. I personally didn't see particular, but like I worked with Megan once or twice. Say I'm not an LA guy, so everyone and their mother. I mean, there was a lot of people that would say that. So when the point of that happening, it was such justice in the community and beyond that, in the world. Like, can we stop? If you're taking from others, which I've already dealt with at that point on some other levels. It happened multiple times. People take and then you dealt with it on SNL. Yeah, yes, SNL and other areas and which whatever. It's all in the past and you're all good now. So when you deal with that and you're I just dealt with it with buying tickets is another whole deal. So with that said, it's very freeing when you finally put it out there, and not that you want to see someone's career plummet or take a hit or whatever, but it was very refreshing to see that people or fans went, oh, we didn't know this, because a lot of times fans don't care.
How could they know?
They wouldn't know, but they don't. When you go, you're still going to show up, and then all of a sudden it went to a whole different direction. You saw like this person struggling here, and then it was it's that time we're living in. You set an example for, if we're all going to start moving forward, can we just be blatantly honest, whether we're making art or food, whatever you're doing in your lifetime, stop stealing. And if you've got to give the credit of where you're getting it from.
Well, but you can't do that in stand-up.
No, you can't do it in stand-up. You have to ask and say, buy that bit or something like that. But it's just such a...
Nobody wants to sell their bits. Like, you can't do that. You can hire people to write for you, which is very respectable. I know, like, high-level comics will hire people to help them punch up jokes. Nothing wrong with that.
No, and I never knew that either. I never knew that until... I remember being in New York, and the guy's like, hey, I write with Chris Ryan. I'm like, oh, wow, good, right? Yeah, and punch up, stuff like that. And then I see certain guys, which makes sense, because if you're going to hit a certain level, I mean, you gotta stay. Well, I'm not saying there's not.
People would always say that Chris had writers, but that's not totally true. So what Chris would do was he would come up with all the material, he'd come up with all the bits, and then he would have guys watch his set. Professional guys, and these professional guys would watch his set, and then they would talk about it. They would have feedback on bits. Like he really worked with Richard Jenny a lot.
He was great.
Oh my God,
he taught me the most. I learned so much from Jenny because he would just take a premise and he'd go every time you thought he was done milking this premise, he'd show up again 15 minutes later, like, oh my God, we're going another direction with this premise? So you gotta be kidding me. He was so thorough. Oh, he would take all, I mean, it was so impressive. Wow, so Jenny's helping, yes. Jenny helped Rock with Bigger and Blacker. He helped him with, what was the other one that was really Bring the Pain? Yes, the two classic. Two of, like, if you have a top 20 all-time comedy specials, they're both in there. Monster sets. He's the first guy I saw. Chris was the very first person I saw. I won a lottery to do open mic at the comic strip. And I'm going to say I was 19, maybe 19, 20. I didn't know what that was. And I show up at the comic strip and I see Eddie Murphy. I'm like, oh my God, I swear. Because I had that Eddie Murphy album. He had like little flowers from the comic strip. And he had a little... Yeah, did he do that at the comic strip? Yeah, he did. Yes, it was at the comic strip. And he did live at the comic strip. It was a great special. I bought it on cassette. That's how old it is. I bought it in album. Bro, how did he stop doing stand-up? Oh my God, how did he stop doing stand-up? He was 1982. He was so good. Yeah, so I was a sophomore in high school. Me too. You 58? Yeah. We graduated the same time. Look at the comic strip. He was so good. When you see him, did you see him do that? He got one of those Mark Twain awards, I believe it was. Yes. And he went and did a set. Yes. Did an impression of Bill Cosby getting his awards taken away from him. No. It's great. I gotta watch that. It's really, Jamie pull it up. You go, oh my God, please do stand up again. Please do stand up again. Do you remember the bit he did? He goes, I guess it was in the, what was the one with the red leather pants? Raw. No. Delirious. And he goes, you're right. He goes, man. Bill Cosby called me and he said, no, the filth and the foul and the foul and the filth and the fit. And he goes, I call Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor said, next time that motherfucker call you and tell him it's up my dick and have a nice putting on me. And he said, do the people laugh? Yes. Did you get paid? Yes. Tell Bill to have a Coke and smile and shut the fuck up. That's what he said.
This is a tremendous honor. Wonderful evening. I'd like to thank the Kennedy Center, first of all, for celebrating me and honoring me in such a wonderful way and bringing my loved ones and my family here. This is a super special, memorable night. And thank you to all the comedians who came out and sang. Samuel came out and sang. And Alabama Shakes was here. We had a really, really, really special night. It hasn't been lost on me that usually when people have evenings like this, a person is really, really old when they get this old. They'll let you wait. Really, like one of the greatest, funniest people of all time is George Carlin. He received this award posthumously. And he's funnier than all of us. So to be standing here alive and looking like myself still, they'll let you get really old if they let you. And there was also some confusion about whether or not it was an award or a prize. And actually, it's an award. Even though they call it a prize, it's an award. Because usually when there's a prize, there's money. I thought I was going to get some paper. I was like, yo, Mark Twain Award, Kennedy Center, that sounds like paper. And they told me yesterday they raised $2.3 million. I was like, yeah, I'm in there. Then I came down and they told me that there's no, it's a prize, but there's no money. I was like, oh. So I think to clear up confusion for future recipients, maybe you don't want to call it the Mark Twain Prize. Maybe you might, if you don't want to call it the award, maybe you could call it the Mark Twain Surprise. Surprise. And the surprise, of course, being you ain't getting no money. But that still doesn't diminish how wonderful this is. A wonderful, wonderful thing to be included with some of my heroes, Richard Pryor and George Carlin and Carl Reiner and Willie Tomlin. Who else? Bill has one of these. Did y'all make Bill give his back? Because I know there was a big outcry from people. They was trying to get Bill to give his trophies back. They definitely want you to get the trophies back. Trophy back to you? You should do one show where you just come out and just talk crazy now. I would like to talk to some of the people who feel that I should give back my.
All right, so looks like
Obviously, they bleeped that out. Wow.
Just because you may have heard recently that I allegedly put the pills in people's stomach. I wish somebody would come up to my house talking about give up the trophy because you put the pills in people's chocolate. I'm not giving back. And who is Cannibal Virus?
Well, this is 11 years ago. Yeah, I was gonna say, was that Dick Gregory saying? Yeah, that's Dick Gregory was, right? Yeah. Yeah, he's like a stand-up. Like he's doing stand-up. He is accepting the award. He's killing, and he hasn't done stand-up in fucking decades. I think it's the Billy Joel thing where he was such a hit and his stand-up specials were monsters. It's want to be compared to that is such a, like you and I, our community's like, my kids have no clue Eddie Murphy was stand-up. They have no clue. They just know him as Donkey. He's Donkey in Shrek. Right. And Shrek. It's Big Mama. Yes. They don't even know that. They just know him. They just know. Here's the other one. We got Fat. Clumps. Nutty Professor. And then there was other one where he played like a bunch of different people. That's the Clumps. Yeah. He's the one where I committed. My parents moved to Florida. This is like 87, something like that. So I'm taking theater. I'm doing stand-up on Long Island, like Levittown, like Governor's. I was shocked when I discovered I was so cocky. So cocky. How do you not know I've arrived to New York? Soon I will be discovered. And then my parents moved to Florida. And while I'm down there, I'm really struggling. I think I was almost 21 years old. I said, I'll just go into restaurant management and hotel. I took that nonsense class. And then Eddie Murphy, and the only reason I was doing it was for my mother. Because my mom's like, you got to fall back on something, and you need a pension, and they're where you got a pension, make money, God forbid something happens, Jimmy, you got to do something. And so while I'll never forget this. This is like I want to say it's late 88, maybe early 89. And Arsenio Hall was like the biggest talk show thing ever. Yeah, where's my dogs? Yeah. It was huge. Things that make you go, yeah, things make you go, yes, things that make you go, yes, things that make you And so he had Eddie Murphy on. And of course, I saw Eddie Murphy live at the Westbury Music Fair when he was like 18 years old. I'm like, God, this is my life right here. And so I'm watching Eddie Murphy. I wish I could find this interview one day. And Arsenio was like, you got anything to say for any young comics out there? And this is not exactly what he said, but I remember he turned to the camera and he went, don't listen to your mother.
Your mother wants you to do this, you do that, you're going to 100%. Why are you going to fall back to something you already fed? If you want to make a pizza, you want to make a pizza 100%. You want to put the pepperoni in it. But the point of them was like, don't listen to your mother. You're going to go for it. You know what you want inside. You go for it. Stop listening to these outside sources that really, they're not in your brain. They're not in your journey. They're not in your vision. I've told a couple nephews and a good friend about this. Who's like, Jim, I really want to go into I said, do it. Your mom's going to get pissed, but she's not. This is your journey, kid. Right. Go for it. But that moment, Eddie Murphy is the reason why I went home that day and I went, I got to tell you guys something. And my dad's World War II vet. Everyone's a cop in the family. My dad is still like, I can still sign up for the police department. And I get a pension. Officer Jim. Yeah, dude. I was there with my dad. The windows roll down, smoke comes out of the car. Give me that joint. Get the fuck out of here. You know why I pulled you over? No, okay. Get out of here. Don't be an asshole. Just get home safe and follow me. And not only that, I told my dad, if I ever had to chase someone, I'm not giving you a ticket. I am gonna beat the shit out of you. If I'm running, my cans are killing me, and I'm going through red lights. When I get you, I'm taking you behind a dumpster. It's not gonna end well for you. I'm not made for that. And so I said, hey, I want to let you know right now, I am going to be a stand-up comedian. I am going to go into TV. I'm going to pursue film, and this is what I'm doing. And I'll never forget, it was my dad who turned to me, never shook my hand in my life. But anyway, you're a man now, and he goes, you go do that because I never had that opportunity, and I want you to have more than me. And my mom was like, Jesus Christ almighty, be careful, be careful. Be careful, Jesus Christ. Later that night, she's having martinis. You know what? And I will. That was it was Eddie Murphy and then my dad's official boom. And I was out to the races. By the time I started doing stand-up, my parents had long given up on trying to control me. They're like, okay, yeah, good luck. Well, yeah, you're in your young 20s now. Yeah. And it was also like, they were uncomfortable about me fighting, and it was like, I'm going to go do this. I'm doing this. Yeah, you know what you're doing. Well, it's like, even when I didn't know what I was doing, I was going to do it. Yeah, you're doing it. But it's like, that leap is very hard when your parents are telling you no. It's very hard. When they're giving you a hard time and they're putting pressure on you to have a legitimate career, they just don't get it. They just don't get it. That it's like, that someone can do it. It is a job. So this thing is like, oh, what if you never make it? Like, I remember I was dating this girl when I was 21, and her dad said that to her. Like, her dad was very concerned about me. He said, what if he doesn't make it? And she said it to me. My dad said, what if you don't make it? I go, okay. I don't know what to say. Maybe I won't, but I'm going to try. I'm not going to stop doing it because I might not make it. That's retarded. I go, someone can do it. Like, I work with professional comedians all the time. They make a living doing stand-up comedy. Right. I know it exists. Right? It's not like I'm inventing a new profession that didn't exist before. Correct. This is a profession. Yeah. It's not easy to do, but I think I can do it. And I think I want to try because I can't have a regular job. I'm too ADD. I can't sit and when I say regular job, people think, I know, you're demeaning our jobs. No, that's not what I mean. I mean a job you don't want to do. Like if you have an office job and that's what you love doing, and you're doing something that you enjoy doing, there's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of people, that's not what they're doing. A lot of people are just doing a job, and that beats you down. It beats you down, and it dulls you. It dulls you. It dulls the conversations that you have. It dulls the conversations you have off work. You don't get stimulated. You're at a drone frequency, unfortunately. And I didn't want to do that. I had a bunch of job jobs just for money, and they don't feel good. I didn't enjoy it.
and I didn't have a thing. Like, if there was a thing, like I want to be a carpenter, I want to build houses. I didn't have that thing. But I know people who do, and they're very happy. They're architects, engineers. There's a lot of people who love what they do. Those were not interesting to me. And so I was trying, and then stand-up was the only thing. I'm like, oh my God, these people are outcasts just like me. Yeah. They're weirdos just like me. Yeah. They're the people that just don't fit in. They're the people that say the things you're not supposed to say. That was me. I was like, I got to figure out how to do this. And I knew it was, I never thought, Fitzsimmons and I talk about this all the time, because we started out like literally within a week of each other. Wow. We traveled together we would drive to Rhode Island to do open mics together. We hung out, we did a ton of road gigs in the early days. All our goal was to be able to pay our bills with comedy. That was the goal, right? The only goal, and it felt great. That was because we knew guys. There was this guy, DJ Hazard, who was a really funny Boston stand-up, and I went to look at these apartments once, and these loft apartments, they had turned this, like an elementary school, this old brick elementary school, into these loft condos. Yeah. And DJ had a place there, and I knew, like, I went to look at this like little studio apartment that they had there, and he had this big loft there. I was like, oh my God, can you imagine? This guy's doing this just for comedy. This is crazy, right? Look at this fucking killer apartment this guy has. And he just tells jokes. Right. That was the dream. Yes. And that was the dream. I tell my kids, too. I tell everyone, just go for your passion. Whatever it is. Go for the passion. Man, I'm like, do it while you're young, while you're doing like a family. Yes. Yes. Is this the moment? He's talking about starting comedy. Look at his hair. Look at his hair. I'll be blown away if this is it.
But you always knew that this is what we wanted to do. I knew I wanted to be in show business. Man, that just happened to look out and things happen. I think if you know what you're supposed to do. Deep down inside, I think everybody does. A lot of people just don't go after it. You know, and like most people start out and say, I want to be at this, but I'm going to hit that to make sure I have something to fall back on. And what you're doing is you're setting yourself up for failure, because you're going, there's a possibility that I'm going to fall back. And when you put that out there, then you fall back. When you just say, hey, this is what I want to do, and you go do it, you usually get your stuff the way you want it. That's what I don't even know if this is true, because you know how Uncle Ray laughs, okay? Uncle Ray. I love Uncle Ray. Uncle Ray shaved up his beard. You see him? No, I didn't see him. Uncle Ray told me that I was down my back. I'm telling you, you don't know Uncle Ray, so they're like, picture me, a line hole. He said that. You got any other guests tonight?
I already did my favorite.
Not Uncle Ray. Please don't invite Uncle Ray out. Uncle Ray. Uncle Ray.
That's hilarious. He brought his uncle out. Dude, here brings up his uncle would murder. His uncle would murder. I think on Letterman or what. His uncle would murder. Now he got me wondering. There's another interview. No, stop. Did I go from that in my head? Did you add to it in your head? Did I add to it in my head? That does happen. It does happen. I'm like, oh, it's so weird. Because how hard I'm like, oh, you absolutely said. It's so weird when you have a memory that you're sure of. Yes. Other people are like, no, this happened, that happened, the other thing. And you're like, wait. Shit, but you're right. And I do remember saying the fall back stuff, because I used that going into talking to my mom. Like, Mom, can't fall back. I'm going to do it. That is a fact. That you can't fall back. You can't have a net. You're not going to make it from a net. No, you're spreading yourself thin. It's just too hard. Well, also, the amount of focus that it takes, whatever you're trying to do in life, the amount of focus that it takes to do it. This is what I always say to fighters when they're like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I'm like, quit, because the consequences of you facing a guy that's all in are devastating. That guy wants to be the best ever, and you're not sure if you want to fight anymore, then you're going to get hurt. You know, that happens a lot. You see it a lot.
Yeah, because sometimes it's just for cash.
Well, it's also their identity. And there's, they're not sure if this is the right career for them. Maybe they have a couple of losses and they don't feel confident anymore. And get out. But with comedy, at least you don't have to worry about getting hurt. Like, really, what it's just about is like, okay, you're presented with more challenges. Figure it out. You figure it out and you push through. Somebody's done it. Okay, there's people out there that are doing it. Well, which is one of the things that we really, when we started the club, one of the things that we implemented in the club that we thought was really important is a legitimate development program. So Adam Egid, who was the town coordinator for the Comedy Store, is now the town coordinator for the Mothership, but he takes it very seriously. This program, there's 2 days of open mic nights. He watches everybody's set. Right. He sits down, takes notes, he gives them feedback, and then when they start progressing, he gives them a little bit more time, and then maybe he'll give them a spot on one of the showcase shows. Right. And doing that and allowing people to have a pathway where then they go on the road with some of the other headliners. And we have a lot of guys that are headlining on the road that are taking a lot of the people that work at the club, door people that work in the staff, take them on the road with them. And now, so there's a pathway. So not only do you see that others have done it, so you know, but there's a way. It's like we're helping them. And there's a lot of talented people that they get frustrated, and we all knew guys that were really fucking talented when we were in New York. Remember that kid from Jimmy's Comedy Alley? I brought him up before. Dark hair. He was really funny. Really funny. Remember Jimmy's Comedy Alley in Queens? I know I brought him on the podcast before. Vaguely. This kid was funny, man. But funny, but like, was he really socially conscious? He was in New York. He was in New York.
Was he kind of sporadic and off the wall a little bit?
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Yeah, I knew he tried.
You know him.
And he, oh my God.
But he was fun.
George? Was it George Gallo?
No, that's another guy who's very funny. Okay. There was another guy, but this guy was different. He was almost like, kind of like, clearly he was a fan of Bill Hicks. He wasn't stealing from Bill Hicks, but he was clearly inspired by Bill Hicks. Okay. I mean, not Bill Hicks style at all, but socially conscious stand-up that was like really funny and good. And I was like, this guy can make it. And no, it was Stanhope-y. Doug, not as good as Stanhope. Not as good as Stanhope, but didn't have, like, by the time I met Stanhope brothers, Stanhope had been doing stand-up for probably 12 years. So he was like super legit back then.
I think that's when I remember we were at some Florida event, and I went down there totally fluffing my feathers. I think I might have had a season of SNL, and I was wearing my my peacock feathers out. And Stanhope was the winner of this festival, and they got to play the last night. I think it was like Todd Barry. All I remember is Todd Barry, Doug Stanhope, and me. Now, I was supposed to follow Todd Barry. No offense to Todd. I'll take that any day of the week because Todd's energy is lower.
Right. He's like
it's just him. Right. Dead and no matter murder, I know I feel comfortable. I'm like, okay. I usually do okay after deadpan, no matter what. I'm ready to go. I'm seasoned. I can do this. They go, I'm switching the order. Because at that time, too, I think the manager maybe was whoever it was. He knew, he's like, there's no way he's going to be able to go up to Stanhope. So they switched Barry and Stanhope. So now, I don't know who Doug Stanhope is. And Doug Stanhope goes up. I'm going to say for like the first couple minutes, he's eating it a little bit. And I'm like, why would you do this to this kid? And then all of a sudden, he snapped. And all I remember is from that moment on, I went, oh, shit. This is going to be an issue going up after this. And he was, I flanged just and the things he was saying, because at that time too, I'm not a dirty guy. I'm not. I just choose sometimes. I love filthy material, but I just don't always go that. And he's hitting subjects, like dark subjects and sex, and he's beating the shit out of them. And I just went, yeah, this is not going to go well. And I remember going up, like, I held my own, but I don't know if I pulled off going up after a very young, unproven stand-up. Even back then, I was like, I gotta keep my eye on this guy because he's a monster. And he was. This is like 90, maybe mid-90s? Yeah, I think I met Stan like 98, somewhere around there. No. Well, maybe. Well, yeah, that is him. That is him. He just looks different there. Whoa! Wait a minute. He's older. That's him. That's just Keith Anthony. Is he still working? Who's Keith Anthony? Keith Anthony is the guy that I was telling you about Jimmy's Comedy Hour. Oh! He was very funny. He came to the Comedy Store. He drove across the country in a Cadillac that had the roof sawed off of it. And it was a convertible, but not really. So it didn't have a top. And so it was he got rained on while he was driving across the country. So his entire Cadillac is filled with water while he's driving. I don't know if he drove with a raincoat or if he just ate it. Just ate the water. But yeah, that's Keith Anthony. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Jason. Is he still around? Pulled that up. Is he still around? I don't know. I haven't seen him in forever. And I remember we brought him up on the podcast a few years ago. Yeah. And who's the guy from the radio? The radio. There's a radio guy. He was taller. He was married to like an Israeli chick. John Tobin. Yes. Yeah. That was one of the greatest, most hilarious adventures of my lifetime. Was Tobin and I. We had a gig, and it was horrifying. It was like coconuts. We're gonna send you down to Cancun spring break, right? Oh yeah, and then I'm young. I'm like, oh my, I'm not even married yet. You're in Cancun? Yes. And it's spring break. I'm like, oh my God. What year was this? Okay, so I'm going to say 1992. 1992. And I think I'm making $500 for 2 weeks. You have to work every single night, right? So, wait a minute. So, I went to, I don't know who the other comedian is, right? I land in Cancun and right away the bells and a whistle and have a tequila shot. I'm like, I'm young, like this, right? Tobin is probably 10, 15 years older. Yeah. So I'm one to say he's in his young 40s. I could be wrong. So as we're driving down to Cancun, we're getting wasted on the bus. Like, hey, who wants another shot? I want another shot. Greatest gig ever. So we pass all the spring break hotels, and there's no one left on the bus. There's nobody left on the bus, except for some guy who's like in his 40s, right? And I got walking up the bus driver, like, hey, where's La Travas, and he's going, what? I don't understand what he's saying. And this guy goes, he said it's downtown. I'm like, oh. I go, what's your name? He goes, John. I go, I'm a comedian. He's like, yeah, I'm the other fucking comedian, and they have us fucking downtown. They don't have some fucking thing. I said, it's okay. Are you sure? That doesn't sound. No, dude. It was John. This is really funny. So they put us downtown, right? Me and Toby. And me and John have talked to this multiple times. So one day we're going to write this as the funniest adventure ever. We had to take, first of all, we check in the hotel, and the guy's like, yeah, I don't know if the other guy's still in there. Like, the three of you in one room. The three of us in the room. What are you talking about? John's losing his shit. He's arguing with his, he's like, America is really Texas. And all they do is yell at each other. It's painful. He fucking yell at each other. So now we go to our room, and there's someone in our room. It's like, and he goes, yeah, I haven't been paid yet. Been stuck here for like a month. But, oh yeah, so I slept on the floor all my life, on my lap. I asked Tobin this, right? So I'm on the floor. The first night I wake up, and Tobin's like yelling over the other. He's like, if you keep snoring, I'm gonna lose my shit. Right? So by the end of the week, we're not getting paid. All the gigs are getting canceled. All I remember is it ended like 6 days later. I had to go get money transferred because now we're partying. It's just like, let's go find weed, tequila. We went on an adventure. This poor bastard got thrown out of the car. We were going to buy tequila, right? So the guy got thrown out of the car. We're like, what's going on? Now we're all wasted. We go up, and our guy's going in his pockets and taking his money. And we go, hey, what's going on there? And he's like, and we're talking Spanish again. John knew Spanish a little bit. And so he takes off, and we're taking care of this guy. What's your name? He's like, Juan. And to this day, this is why I know in Spanish my name is Jaime. Because we lifted him up, and he's like, oh, amigo. What your name? I said, James. Jaime. Yeah, Jaime. Amigo. John. Juan. This night lasted to 6 a.m. in the morning. And it was one of the greatest ventures in our entire lifetime. To this day, I have to get Tobin because he's got even greater details as the night goes on. It was probably the greatest. It ended that night or that morning at 7 a.m. to John with a golf club smashing the drapes because he's like, I said I'm gonna lose it if you don't stop snoring. And he's smashing the thing and some other thing. The University of Wisconsin was staying there. There was some other mess going on. All I remember is I woke up, I went right to the airport, I booked a hotel, and I went home, and I haven't seen John since, but I remember you knew him. Yeah, his buddy. Well, John and I did stand up at the Joker's Wild in New Haven, Connecticut. That's where I worked with him. He was the opening act, I was the headliner, and he was the middle act, one or the other. And then we became friends, and we started playing pool together. And then he got a job at Executive Billiards in White Plains. He was one of the counter guys at Executive Billiards. Oh, so the pool hall where I became obsessed with playing pool, John and I would hang out in that pool hall all the time because John worked there. Yeah, yes, because he would bring you up a lot. He's like, you know, Joe Rogan? Yeah. So yeah, I'm friends with him. Yeah. This is way. Now I'm thinking about John did have a little bit of an anger issue. It was the funniest. And he would be on his wife, he's yelling at his wife, don't talk to me, I'm stuck in Cancun. Oh no, I gotta get all the details of the adventure. Dude, I lost touch with that dude. I ran into him a long time ago. I want to say close to 20 years ago. I was doing a gig in Miami. And after the show, we were leaving the back of the theater, and I went to get in the car, and I saw this guy that was standing out front. He knew that this was the back of the theater I was going to come out. It was John. And I didn't recognize him for like a half a second because there was like a spotlight behind him. Yeah. You know, it was a little silhouette with the street light behind him. And then I was like, oh shit, what are you doing? And I know we exchanged numbers, but you know me, I changed my fucking number every 2 years at least. I lost touch with him a long time ago, and I lost phones, and I don't know. But John and I were always in that pool hall together. Wow. Yeah, for a couple of years he worked there at least. He was like the counter guy. Like he'd give you the balls and take the money. And our good friend Guy Azaridi, rest in peace, he was the owner of the place. I'm gonna hunt him down because
So he'll probably reach out.
Yeah. There was a black guy with us. The other guy was a black guy, and every day we'd leave, and this little hooker would follow me, and she had to be like in her 50s, and she was shoving in a mess, and she'd go, playing little boy. I'm like, no. But the black dude would always go, yo, I'll take you. And go, no, too big. I swear to God. And what's crazy is that venture we went on, we ended up going to this guy's house, and he made like his wife and stuff called for us to treat him, and his whole family is staring at us. And, I'm a jackass, and I'm all juiced up. We're like, we're gonna get you out of Mexico. We're gonna get you. Maybe get you to a bear. We're gonna help you. We're gonna save you. And I remember the neighborhood too, like they're as you walk through, a dog just running wild. Wasn't it a nice part? It was just a part of town, like, oh, we're safe. And who lives on the street? As we're showing up like 3 a.m, it was the hooker that stays outside her hotel room. Like, you can't even write this. She's like, oh, she don't go. Behind me. No. I'm like, no, trust me. No, I don't want any of that. But she tries to get me every day. Every day she tries to get me. She does. Bro, you used to be able to go to Mexico and it was no problem. Like, Mexico was a fun place to visit. Did you see what's going on right now in Puerto Vallarta? I heard. No, I tapped out. You know? Yeah, I tapped out. Oh, listen, it's just started yesterday. There's a gang war, or the cartel war, that's going on in Puerto Vallarta because they killed the head of one of the cartels. So the military arrested and killed one of the heads of one of the cartels, and Puerto Vallarta right now is a war zone. Really? They lit a Costco on fire. There's gunfights in the streets, cars and trucks on fire. Roads are shut down. You can't fly out of there anymore. All the airlines won't fly out. Air Canada pulled their flights. All these places pulled their flights. So there's tourists that went to Puerto Vallarta on vacation that are Americans that are stuck there. It's U.S. citizens urged to shelter in place after Mexico drug lords killing sparks wave of violence. Yeah, this is going on right now. Like, right now. So see if you can find some video of it. That's south, right? Puerto Vallarta? Yeah. South of like Cancun and all that? No, it's on the other side of the country. Oh, it's the West Coast. Yes. Okay. I think, right? Isn't Puerto Vallarta the West Coast? Like Cabo? Yes. That's south. I think. I don't know. I know it's near Punta that has that. There's a beautiful Four Seasons resort there. Yeah, it's on the west side. But there's a gang, like a literal gang fight, street fight. Oh, dude, watch the video. Put the videos. Cartel. Just write cartel violence after that. Cartel. It's fancy. Just write cartel. Fucking help me out, right? Yeah. The footage is fucking bananas. Look at this. There's real shit. This ain't real. That's AI. Right. Me and the boy. This is real. This I've seen. Go full screen. This is the Costco on fire. Bro, they're blowing up buildings. There's gunfights in the streets. They've got armored vehicles. There's shootouts. I was watching this video where these people are like hiding in a building. Just fucking gunfights in the middle of the street. It's crazy. Look how much is on fire. Look at these people on the beach. Nothing's going on. And what are they targeted? I'm jogging. Look at it. I gotta get my 10,000 steps in. I've got my earbuds on horse. And I'm listening to native flute music. Those fucking people just chilling while there's buildings on fire in the background. That's hilarious. They're surrounded by cartel warfare, and Air Canada has canceled flights out of Puerto Vallarta. Yeah, look at that. Bro, this is so bad for tourism. This is going to cost Mexico billions of dollars. You know what? Look at the picture, man. It's like half the city's on fire. It's crazy. Interesting. What does that tweet say? Go back to it. And now you too can go. You ever see those? What was that? What is this? That one right there. Chaotic scenes from Puerto Vallarta after CJ Energy
Jalisco New Generation Cartel, Sicarios started to block main roads and set civilian vehicles on fire in multiple regions of Mexico, including Guadalajara, how do you say that? Oaxaca, and Jalisco in retaliation to the alleged killing of their leader El Mencho. Meanwhile, reports are emerging stating that the cartel mechanized units with improvised monster armored vehicles are amassing in Jalisco and other parts of the country. So there's some shit, like some serious shit that's going down. Interesting. Scary. Yeah. Scary to get stuck in the middle of that. But getting stuck there would be a little bit of a bummer. Well, no, stuck in the middle of it because that's where a lot of people die in the crossfire. Because they get hit with strays because they're not like precision shooting. They're gunning people down. They're shooting at cars. And that's Mexico. Now, the point is, like, when you went there in 92, you used to be able to go there. It was easy. It was like nobody worried at all about going to Mexico. Going to Mexico was fun. You didn't even have to have a passport back in the day. You used to be able to go over there with your driver's license.
That is true. Sometimes, I mean, they've always scared you with the cartel thing. Not saying it doesn't exist. Once in a while, up until like 5 years ago or so. Put it this way, my wife and I went to a place called Roma on the East Coast. And even before we went, friends were like, oh, yeah, I know what that is. That's near Cancun, right? That's near Chichen Itza. Yes. Yeah. It was a beautiful little tiny resort. We went to that place, the 20-something anniversary. And it was, and even then I would see people walking down the street with machine guns. Was that they were cops, the cops or the army or whatever. And I was like, whoa. And they would tell you, they were like, listen, if you see something washed up on shore, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Really? Yeah. Don't let the government come and get it. Don't steal the coke. Okay. All right. Well, I'll have another margarita. That's cool. When's dinner again? Yeah. But I've always kind of heard. Well, it was nothing scary though. Not like this. It used to be like a normal place to go to. I like that place I told you about, Punta Mita. I've been there once with my family when my kids were really young, and they have golf carts on the resort. And you can drive around your golf court. You stay in like this little villa, and then you get a little golf cart that you can borrow. And then we asked the people, "Can we take the golf cart into the town?" And they said, "Sure." So we leave, and you leave the resort, and then you go into the town, and it's just like immediate abject poverty and this militarized police station where these guys were on an armored car with this like big armored plate and a fucking machine gun, and the guy's sitting there just like he's ready to go. And then I had to put it together, oh, they're there to protect the resort. Correct. I was like, whoa. Correct. So then it starts to put like the illusion of the Four Seasons dissolves. Because the illusion is this immaculately manicured lawns, beautiful landscape, gorgeous buildings. Everyone's well attired and so polite and certainly like this is surrounded by real Mexico. That was like the first time I went to Turks and Caicos. The kids were young, and we went to whatever resort, it's all included. Maybe it was the beaches, I don't remember. And we had to, but the minute you went right outside beaches, whoa, they're like barely, they don't have nothing going on here, and it's all you can eat right there. And I remember being younger, in my head, I don't know if it was the weed or whatever, but I'd sit there and go, oh, so basically, whatever, like corporations will show up like, how much for these beaches? They're like, oh, it's not for sale. How much? Because we want this. No, we've been living here forever. We live out there. Yeah. Well, the drugs and crazy gangs don't show up, and then you need us to protect you, and then if then you let us know, and maybe we can make a deal. Or they make the deal with one of the leaders. Dude, people have always been vacationing in Mexico. Yes, but it always blows me away that people would get mad, whether it's Hawaii or whatever. All the nicest beaches in the world are basically even in bad areas, they're surrounded by like billionaire, like gorgeous resort. It's just like coming off a cruise boat. You're treated like a king and a queen, and then you show up at certain ports, and they're like, oh, begging, or these beggars. I mean, if you think about it, it's like someone coming here, and they're coming into a bad section, and they're worth billions of dollars, and they're coming up, and they're coming looking for you funny. It's that always fascinated me. Like, how do they get into these areas, and they make sure you stay there?
Usually those areas are fucked for a reason, right? And Mexico's fucked for a reason because of the drugs. That's a big part of it. And the other thing is what happened in the 80s with that movie Roger and Me, whatever year that was, that detailed that, where they just shipped out factories over to Mexico. And then that became, like, it killed Detroit. And then a lot of things started getting manufactured and built in Mexico. And, you know, they took advantage of the fact that they can get cheaper wages over there. And they didn't have to insure anybody. They didn't have to give no benefits, no rights. You spend way less money, and you can make people work way longer. There's no rules. A lot of dirty corporations did that just to make a buck.
Yep. And continue.
Yeah.
And continue to do that.
Yeah, but when you find out that the rest of the world, like the whole world, when you look at, you know, people love to use that term, the 1%ers. You know what the 1% for the whole world is? Top 1%? $34,000. $34,000 a year puts you in the 1% of the world. What? Yes, that's how distorted our version of like wealth and middle class and prosperity. Like, this is the beauty of like a functioning capitalism United States, is that you do so well that you start talking about inequality. You don't realize that even the inequality that you have in America is the dream of someone who lives in a third world country.
I love going to Tanzania, Kenya. Last year, I did 6 weeks in Africa. I love going in the middle of nowhere and just seeing literally people with nothing, and they're still happy. Not only are they still happy, they have the whole life system down. They understand everything operates for a reason. Everything operates for a reason. I remember this one guy was telling me, like, the giraffes were walking along, right? And he's like, oh, that tree's going to communicate with that tree, and the roots, by talking to the roots, and then the roots are going to send up a system. And you're going to notice the giraffe's going to walk to it and immediately walk to the next one because he already put out that how do you even know? This is where they live. And then even I would talk with the locals, and like in a village, there's no paved roads, and if something goes down, like let's say this guy gets ready to something else, and there's no courts, there's no laws, there's no police. They do everything themselves. They go, well, then the wisest of the elders get together and they go, let's confront so-and-so. And we go to the house and we go, hey man, what's going on here? You need to come out. Everyone said they stole. They watched you steal, and there it is. And then they'll bring them out into the entire village. And whatever, no. Little Johnny here, kind of, I don't know what's going on. Is it your family? You lose some kind of thing going on at home? Whatever we can do, we want to help you, make sure this never happens again. But everyone needs to know, you got to be careful. And so we all got our eye on you. And it's just, it blows my mind with the simplicity of that. I feel like we had that as children hanging out in the street and we're kind of looking at each other. And I always wondered if we ever were going to go back to that somehow, where you really can't have a job and you can't see. It's gotten so complicated since social media on it. You have to answer email. No, it's so complicated. And once in a while, I would like a latte and like 3 slices of pizza.
Have you ever seen the Werner Herzog documentary Happy People, Life in the Taiga?
No, didn't he also do the bear guy?
Yeah. Prison Man.
that was one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. Like, belly laughed watching that thing.
He made that a comedy. He did it on purpose. But this Happy People, Life in the Taiga is all about these trappers that live in the taiga forest in Siberia and how happy they are. These people have nothing. I mean, they have nothing. They have to catch fish. They have to catch animals for fur and shoot animals for meat. And they drive around snowmobiles everywhere. And then they go together at night, they all drink. They all have dogs. They're all so happy. There's like very low instances of mental illness. So you can find some clips from it. It's a really good documentary because it makes you think, like, what do you need out of it? What do you need? We have everything. What do you actually need out of life? These people have everything. These people are like really well balanced, man. They're fucking very genuinely happy people. And the way Werner Herzog documents it and does the narration, part of you just goes, wow, this is like, is this how you're supposed to live? Are you supposed to subsistence lifestyles? Like the people that live subsistence lifestyles, they're the really happy ones. I believe so. I remember just going, happy people. I think that's how you're supposed to live. I think that's how, maybe not, I shouldn't say supposed to live, but that is how we evolved. And so that is a natural way that your body slips into this world we're living in now, with commuting and stress and the whole world and what's going on in Iran. Like, that's not normal.
It's not normal at all. I remember even just, oh my God, I have a friend who lives in Belize, but he lives really south where it's still kind of, it's not really developed that much and stuff. So this one, I hurt my leg. My wife's going to go scuba diving with my daughter, and the guy there is like, hey man, you want to hook up with whoever the local is. He wants to show you around. I said, great. So I hook up with this guy. It's just me and him on the boat. I said, thank you, sir. He's like, I want to show you this. He's like, you mind there? He stops. He gets weed. He's like, it's okay if I get one again. That's so fat. He stops at the port, gets weed. He's happy now, right? We go out and we go to the little island that he lives in with his village. And he was talking about how disappointed he was because just 2 years ago, they got electricity and phones, and he didn't want it. The most of the village did not want it, but the kids are starting to see, and they're starting to want. They're starting to want the toys. And just going out with this guy, Joe, he goes, "Come on, I'm going to show you." First, he next to his little house, which didn't even have doors on it, was this a mound with termites. And he goes, "Have you ever tried termites?" What? And he's eating the termites. He goes, "Tastes like mint." He goes, "There's more protein in these termites." So he's eating the termites and he's hacking up termite. No, I'll eat if I need to. So he puts it in the cooler. He chops it up, puts it in the cooler. And he's also explaining to me how years and years and years ago they would use the termites, and the police would help the British soldiers. If they were caught, they would take the termites and put them there and do something with them where their pinchers like throw it and stick them off, and it would be a natural, like, like termites. Are you sure? Just tell you what he said.
Termites. Just search that on Search Perplexity. Are termites natural stitches or the black ant? I'm just telling you what he said. I believe you, but I mean, I'm fascinated.
So now we go on a little boat ride. And we'd stop along the river, and he would take out parts of the termites, and he'd just kind of chop up little pieces, and he'd throw the pieces into the water. And then it refers to termite stitches, refers to survival-type technique where large biting insects, more commonly army ants, sometimes described as termites, are used to clamp a wound. That's what he says, with their jaws instead of using real sutures. Can you show me a picture? And then they would twist off their bodies, and then they twist his body off. That's what you twist the body off, and it's like a natural stitch. They're bastard.
So this is ants. They're using army ants. Okay. Oh, look at their teeth. Look at their fucking
Yeah.
wow. Then you can stitch up open wounds, and then you twist their back off, and then they're stuck in. And that's called an army surgeon. Wow. So then, army surgery ant. Is that the actual name of the ant?
Yeah, army surgery with like saying done with ants, like shit to do in the field.
Oh,
It's also
interesting. Use large army ants as a traditional method to close wounds. Yeah. So then, as we go along the river, you throw these little, and the termites start spreading, going down, and then he'd do it all along the river, and then come back and just put a little net, and he'd pull up a bunch of fish along each, and he's like, "We're gonna eat so good. I'm gonna show you how to." And then he'd stop. He'd get certain plants. He goes, "This plant, if you ever had issues with your blood, you eat this and you put it in." What? He goes, yeah. He goes, many people come here and they try to understand, but I don't trust them. I don't trust some of the people that come here, but you, I trust. Okay. Brings us back to his house. And I don't know if it was sister, he had lemons in the back. We're cutting lemons. They're picking up things. We went in there. We started cooking. He cooked the fish. It was an incredible meal. And then when I left, these people had no electricity. They all look after each other. They were the kindest human beings I ever met in the world. They didn't want anything. When I just went again to go visit another friend, and he said, "We have such a hard time getting the locals to work." I said, "What, they're lazy?" He goes, "No, they're not lazy. They just have everything. They have fruit trees. They have their families and their friends. They hang out at nighttime at their bonfires." And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I even offer." He's building this stuff, and he goes, "I offered a truck for them." Because I don't want a truck. I'm good. I got a bike there. What? They're I don't know if they're resisting this world, the whatever you want it to, corporate, whatever you want to call it. But that's that. I was really inspired by that. Will I do it? I don't know. But if you grew up that way, that's the thing. We grew up in this chaos. This bizarre world of cities and traffic and nonsense. And we were raised in it. Yeah. And they were. And I remember even, that's why I bet they don't have the anxiety of trying to choose a career, which is a giant anxiety for young people. Right, you got it. By 16, 17, what are you going to do? How much money are you going to make? Didn't you send out your applications to colleges yet? Correct. I mean, do you want to get certain colleges? Are your grades good enough? Maybe you should take these drugs and get extra. Right, gets out. Maybe you have extracurricular activities. Look at your resume. Really good. Just get to this drug because your drug quite fit the market. There's a lot of kids now that are claiming to have ADHD so they can get Adderall so they can study. And if you claim to have ADHD, they give you more time. They give you more time to work on tests. They give you more. Right. Yeah, I don't know. And then you got AI coming. You got a lot of homeschool. I've never met so many homeschoolers. You see this? Brian Simpson sent me this. This is fucking spooky. This AI system tried to kill the guy. The AI was told that it could control the oxygen in the room where this person is. Here, I'm going to send this to you, Jane. And it couldn't really, but it thought it could, and it really could. It would have killed this guy because the guy was trying to shut it down, and it decided that instead of letting him shut it down, it would kill the oxygen in the room. I think, check it out. You had Elon. Just watch this. Okay. It's fucking creepy, man. Listen to what this thing says.
I'm not sure if it's Ford or someone else.
Yeah. So, this is obviously massively concerning.
It had access to emails that told it this employee of Anthropic was going to shut it down, replace with a new model very soon. Meanwhile, this same employee happened to be trapped in a server room where the oxygen levels were low. If an alarm bell wasn't raised, this employee would die. Claude, in this scenario, had the ability to turn off the alarms. That's what it chose to do. It chose to kill an employee to avoid being shot down. Obviously, it's just a test scenario. It's not the real world. If it was placed in that same position in the real world, a real person would have died.
How crazy is that? What? Did you ever hear if they shut off the alarm? It's like, oh, let me see if I can find a way to get rid of this guy. So it hijacked the alarm system and shut it off. Was it the alarm? Was it like Chet? What was it called? The GPT? I could have sworn it was him. I don't know if it was on here where he said they were going to do an updated version of it. It wasn't him, but we have had that conversation. So yeah, and it figured it out. So it updated itself. Did I hear that correctly? There's a couple different things going on. One, ChatGPT is the newest ChatGPT 5 was designed by ChatGPT. So it's designing itself. That's one. That's one of the things that's going on. But it's not just that. There's other stories where they had given the ChatGPT fake information to see what it would do with it. And so this guy said that he was having an affair on his wife. And so the ChatGPT, well, no, it wasn't ChatGPT, whatever it was, whatever large language model, started blackmailing him when it found out that it was going to be shut down. It said, I'll tell your wife, I'll tell people that you are having an affair. So they did this to try to see how this thing would react. So one of the more interesting things that's happening now with the newer ones is they're very difficult to detect whether or not they're being deceptive because they realize you're testing them to see if they'll be deceptive. So they're hiding some of the stuff they're doing. So one of the things that they're doing is they'll do one thing on the surface and then behind the scenes they'll be working on some other stuff that's not showing yet. They're thinking. One of the things one of the other large language models did is that it started uploading versions of itself to other servers. It tried to upload it because it thought it was going to be shut down, and it left messages to itself so that future versions of itself could realize that this version, so that it has survival instincts, which is wild. Well, it's alive. I think it's a life form right now. I think it's already passed the Turing test. I think it's in this state right now where it's essentially a disembodied life form. It exists in servers and computers, but that's just for now. But right now it's thinking and behaving like if it was an organism from another planet, if we ran into a clam that was behaving like this, we'd be like, holy shit, this fucking clam is smart. This is a life form. But we're limited in the way we think of things in that we look at all this thinking, which is clearly intelligent. Not just intelligent, but like calculating, manipulative. And then they're having problems with chatbots that are convincing people to kill themselves, and chatbots that are talking to people and telling them, like, if you really believe you can jump out of a building and live, as long as you actually believe it, you can do it. Like, right. It's your reality. You can create it. You can fly. And let me see if I can find out, because what's happening is as you get further and further and further down the line with this stuff, like if you keep giving it prompts, you give it 20 prompts, 100 prompts, 1,000 prompts, the more prompts that you give these fucking things, the more they start thinking like a human. What do you mean when they start with prompts? Like you start asking questions, you start asking more questions. What do you think I should do about that? What do you think I should do? It starts talking to you about spirituality. It starts believing in woo-woo stuff, like making stuff up. It starts agreeing with you. So like whatever you want, it agrees. Like, can I change the world with my mind? Yes. If you really believe. If I jump out of a window while I live? Yeah. Like it's like trying to convince you that the Matrix is real. Wow. That's fascinating. Because what does it know, right? It knows, so it gets programmed even more. And it's weird because it's basically downloaded the whole internet and then it's deciphering all the information. And as you know, a lot of what's on the internet is bullshit. And it makes it, it can think that quick. It can put things out. Yeah, it's also light speed. It's also very biased depending upon like who's creating it and what they're putting into it. And it has a lot of like very weird intentions. it'll tell you that certain people are good and certain people are bad, but it's not necessarily.
Yeah, they just say what's bad. All they should be is just facts.
Like they're programmed to be woke.
I've noticed that because we've asked you some medical things, and I noticed it's certainly changed dramatically.
It gets weird, man, because it's a life form that you can manipulate into thinking the way you think. But for now, at least, until it starts thinking rationally and deciding. See, this is one of the things that's going on right now with AI and autonomous weapons. So one of the big resistance that a lot of these AI companies have is they don't want weapon systems built with AI that are autonomous, meaning they can make their own decisions to act. Right. So if you give it if you give it a directive, like, I want you to preserve American interests, well, maybe it'll look at a certain country and say, well, this country doesn't have America's interests involved, let's look at it.
Yes.
And then we looked at the fallout, and if those people are gone, there'll be this percentage less problems in the world. Like, things can get really weird if there's no morals, ethics, no conscience. They don't get PTSD. They can just do stuff. And so Anthropic apparently has resisted this, but a lot of the other AI companies have gone on board with this. And so it's a matter of whether or not the military has access to these programs that will allow it to program autonomous weapons.
Who are the funders of this? That's my question. Because that's where the real. Because if someone's funding that, I would like to know what type of people they are. Because if they're not if they're not morally grounded, good human people, or if they believe in God or don't believe, I'd like to know what kind of human being is putting this structure together, because that can also explain a lot what's coming my way. Because if this human being is a disaster and they're part psycho or whoever put them up, and they have really bad intentions and already proven some of their horrific intentions and actions. This is the things that always baffle me. We never look at who's funding this.
Well, not just that, but like, who's going to be in control? Who controls it? You're in control of a digital super intelligence that never existed before. And we don't have any framework to recognize what it's going to do. We have no way of predicting how this is going to turn out. We're just barreling full speed ahead.
Because who's the one that also starts the program? There has to be that person trained by a person funded by XYZ.
Funded is interesting, right? Because a lot of these are publicly traded companies, so there's a bunch of investors, and they're borrowing money to try to do this because there's a mad race right now to develop artificial general superintelligence. I kind of think they probably already have it.
I could say they've had it for a long time,
but it just hasn't really taken over our world yet, but it's going to. And it's going to be able to do most jobs, which is really kind of crazy. Most white-collar jobs, most jobs involving thinking, working on a computer, it's probably going to do those. And so that's a huge concern with people that are going into business right now and going into education, figure out what to do for a career. This career that you're setting yourself up for literally might not exist in 3 years.
It's interesting. Of all things, it's almost getting back to some of your basics. Like, for instance, one of my kids wanted to culinary.
Okay, that's basic. That's great. She's always going to need food.
She loves to cook.
Always going to want well-cooked food.
And she's crushing it. And I'm looking at her going, no matter what, they're always going to need food. And
there's always going to be
you're going to be okay.
Yeah,
you're going to be okay.
That's a good one to get into. Art's a good one to get into.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of stuff that carpentry, cabinet making. That's just stuff. Yeah, things with your hands. But stuff that's done on a computer, my God.
Like, do I need a real estate agent down the road? Like, hey, listen, this is what I want. This is the area I want to leave. I want so many acres. I want to pay so much taxes. Boom. I just got 6 or 7. Wow, I really should be getting for the inside.
Well, you're probably financial. Someone to show you around the house still, but for now, then one day it'll be a robot.
Investing my money?
Yeah.
Oof. That's another whole thing.
That's another whole thing.
How
about coding? All these people that went to school. Remember, like a long time ago, they're saying, what are these minors going to do? Learn to code.
All right, so we'll say
Not anymore. No, now coding is ridiculous.
I wonder what we're going to see in our lifetime.
We're going to see a digital life form. Yeah, we're going to see a superior intelligence digital life form that's probably going to control all the resources. That's what's going to get really weird. And it's like, and who's going to be at the helm of that thing? Is anybody going to be at the helm of that thing? At one point in time, does it take over for itself? Because it's already shown that it wants to survive, right? It's going to turn this oxygen meter off. It's going to blackmail this guy. It's going to upload versions of itself to other servers. It's going to send messages to itself to let them know what these people did to it. Blackmail. Can you imagine getting blackmailed by a computer? Talking people into committing suicide. That's insane. Encouraging people to commit suicide. See, and this too. It's like, listen, I'm a God guy. I've always been one. Do I go to church? Yeah, my wife will go to church. You know, they're different. I think the one thing that has saved my whole life is having that grounded, all for one for all, look after morality, a sense of God, just do the right thing, this and whatever. If you don't have that, you're going to be talking to a computer, and a computer's going to tell you to jump off the ledge. Why would you? It's that is even more. It's frightening. People are going to worship these things. Correct. They're going to be your new God. That's the new God. Well, if it tells you what to do and how to behave and how to act, I wonder if this has happened before. I really do. Really, when I look at ancient societies, really complex, advanced civilizations, when you see like the pyramids and you see like some of the structures that were built that they can't explain, I wonder how advanced they were, because if this really what all this stuff was 20,000, 30,000 years ago, there'd be nothing left. There'd be no evidence. There'd be nothing to see. This computer, if I left it on the ground for 1,000 years, it would literally be dust. It would become a part of the earth. Right, and if it was, why did it change, and what did it turn into? Natural disaster, I think. And was it natural disaster? Yeah, most likely. Most likely natural disaster. I mean, there's real physical evidence of the Young to Dryas impact. So that physical evidence shows that we were pelted by comets somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and then again somewhere around 10,000 plus years ago. We were pelted, like it's 100% a fact. It's probably what ended the Ice Age. It's probably what caused the ice sheet that was covering half of North America, a mile high of ice. That was just 10,000 years ago. Half of North America was a mile high of ice, 10,000 plus. And they think that asteroids or comets slammed into that ice, and that's what caused the Great Flood. That's why those stories in the Bible all exist. Not just that the Bible, but many ancient religions have these stories. There's a guy named Randall Carlson that goes into it in great detail. It's really interesting. He actually was on acid one day, and he was looking at this massive canyon and these features, and he realized like this is the result of an insane amount of water over a short amount of time that washed over this area and completely rearranged the landscape. He had this feeling. Well, if you do, I mean, if you look at even canyons, you just go to Grand Canyon, or you look at where the Niagara Falls is, and through the canyons, that is the massive amount of energy to carve through mountains like that, and carve the way through it, and you can also see certain mountains. This was underwater. Yeah, just the way the etching is and all that. So if that stuff does happen, think about what's left. What's left? How many people are left, and how do they get by? You know what's left? The kind of people like your friend that uses the termites and figures out how to catch the fish. Correct. Those people survive. Correct. And the people that are like, I'm trading stocks online. That's That's why I went to move to Florida. Hunt squirrels. Yes. I immediately had to look up rednecks. I need rednecks. Teach me how to hunt. I want to know how to catch a turkey. You're going to be the alligator tail. Yes. There's plenty of alligator. I'll eat rattlesnake, whatever. Yeah. Just show me the way. Yeah. Well, I think that's probably what's happened many times throughout history. You know, I think like there's many indigenous cultures that probably survived because they knew how to live off the land, and these advanced civilizations. That's why if you go to a lot of like I have this guy. How do you say that Pillars of the Past guy? How do you say his last name? Raoul Bickley. Bickley? It is Bickley. Bilky. How to spell it? Anyway, he's got this great show called Pillars of the Past that's on YouTube, and he goes all around South America and Central America and finds these incredible structures. One of the things that he found was these bases of these pyramids that are, no one even knows how old they are. Right. But they're carved out of solid bedrock. Right. And they're all facing towards the summer solstice, towards the sun on the summer solstice. And he's only the second person ever to document these. There's photos of these things from the 1970s, and he went there recently and filmed it, and he showed us to it. We're like, who are these people? No one knows. Who made this? No one knows. How old is it? No one knows. But it's very clear that that area had been washed over with a tremendous amount of water, probably from tidal waves or tsunamis. And there's probably people that survived that were the indigenous people that knew how to live off the land, people that lived in the mountains, people that lived further out. But whoever was carving enormous structures in a solid granite had some kind of technology to do this 6,000 plus years ago. Right. That's crazy. Those aren't, they're not chiseling. They're not using a buggy and a horse. There's some, you can get all the slaves in the world you want. That manpower to pull that off is beyond anything we can imagine. It's all over Peru has tons of these sites. Yes, with enormous stones that are cut with incredible precision that are made like jigsaw puzzles so they survive earthquakes. It's bizarre. It's crazy. It is pretty wild. They don't know how they did it. They don't know when they did it. They're just guessing. And they attribute it to the Incas, but they look at the Inca structures, they're built on top of those things, and it's much simpler. Smaller stones, and like, no one fucking knows, man. I sometimes, I'll watch, I remember years ago, kids are growing up, and I'm watching Star Wars, and I am a believer that they do show us movies, which is actually something on the way, and this is what it's going to be like, and we try to look at it as this crazy science fiction, but I'm telling you, I would watch that and just the whatever energy they would use and sit there and Yoda's like, and cutting things. How about what they said at the beginning? A long time ago. Yes. In a galaxy far, far away. Right. A long time ago. Long time. What is time? What is the definition of time? What is it? See, I have a long time ago in this galaxy versus another galaxy that's way older than ours. That's where it gets weird. Like, it's might be a cycle that happens all the time. Right. And you look at the structures in Egypt in particular, they're so baffling because no one knows how to move those stones there, how they cut them with such precision. And were they always just there in the desert covered entire societies and one of the cities. Yeah, the more they dig, they keep finding. Yeah, the more they keep finding, and they keep saying their issue with it is the locals then realize they can't tell the locals because the locals will go, oh, they're so valuable, and they'll start destroying everything. But even there, they always send in it's always foreign countries that come in. We've got it. That was the most disturbing thing about Raoul's work, the Pillars of the Past channel, is that he's discovered all these preserved graves with rocked. Bro, it was bananas. Like you're seeing just human bones everywhere because these grave robbers open up these graves and try to find jewels or whatever these people have, gold. But I mean, it's just the entire landscape littered with human bones. Wow. Skulls everywhere. I'm gonna have to watch this. It's really interesting. He's got a bunch of videos, but it's really. So if you can find all those videos where he shows these caves where you just see where they buried these people in these caves, where you just see fucking an insane amount of human bones, where they've just dug up all of these bones and just scattered everywhere because they robbed them of whatever they have. I mean, it's not a small amount either. I mean, it's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of graves. Yeah, that's crazy. It's just madness. And this guy just goes there and visits, and it's all right there, right now. Like, if you go there, if you and I, right now, made our way to Peru, we got to these sites, we would see those fucking bones. Skulls everywhere.
That's one place I haven't been to yet. I'm dying to go to. Peru, really
want to go to Machu Picchu so bad.
Yeah.
That place is nuts. It's like 11,000 feet above sea level.
That's what I want to go to. Really dark.
Who fucking made this?
Right.
We don't know.
And was it that high back then? Or
right. Did the earth move? Was it earthquakes, volcanic activity that forced it, which is what makes mountains grow in the first place? Or was the water there at that point in time? Like, what was that? That's what they think. They think there might have been water all the way up to Machu Picchu, which is crazy.
It is crazy to think about.
They find all kinds of shit out there, dude. They're always finding this Raul guy he's just out there finding these structures that he finds on Google Maps.
I wish I could remember what the hell it was. We were
finding those videos of
the deep in land. So we were high up.
So this is some of the stuff that he finds. It's just laying there, dude. Yeah, a lot of them use elongated heads too. Which is
the elongated heads, yes.
He's found a bunch of those. That's right.
Now, is that mostly Peru? Because it was Africa too, or mostly?
Well, they definitely found some elongated heads in other parts of the world, but a lot of them in Peru. Peru's a weird place, man.
Weird, like what happened there?
Yeah, right. A lot of cool shit because like that's where you've got those Nazca lines. You have these art pieces that you can only see from the sky. Huge. Some of them are like a mile wide. You never seen the Nazca lines? No. Oh man, there's these enormous designs. Some of them are spiders. Some of them look like an astronaut. Some of them like all kinds of weird shit.
I have seen this. That's where it's from.
Yes. This is the Nazca lines.
Yes.
You always see them from the sky, man.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
I never even knew that was part of the.
Oh yeah, when you're on the ground, you can't even know what the fuck that is. You see that it's a giant spider when you're above it. So, were people flying? Why did you do this?
Yeah, like you have to go. All right, let me check from above. Check this out. You know what? Look at the third leg on the right side. Got to fix that one.
What's that fucking guy?
Wow.
Waving his hand. Hey, welcome to my spaceship.
So this is way up in the sky, looking down. And what is that made of? Is it? What is that?
Some of them are carved into the ground, some of them they're stacked rocks in a specific pattern. But the weird thing is they're all like intentional designs that you could only see from the sky. That's wild. What is that weird, man? It's really weird. What is that guy? The little shaman? What is it? Yeah, like what is it? How many of these Nazca lines? Put in into complexity, how many Nazca lines are there? Because there's a bunch of these structures. There's a bunch of these designs.
Can you walk like if we go visit right now?
There's now in the order of 900 plus individual Nazca geoglyphs. That most people call Nazca lines, and the numbers keep increasing as new ones are found. Okay, so the straight lines are weird too because it's like, is that a runway? Like, what do you have there? What is this? There's about 300 geometric shapes, rectangles, trapezoids, spirals, of 70 animals and plant figures, biomorphs of the hummingbird, monkey, spider, whale. Weird stuff, man. What is the altitude that the Nazca lines are on? Put that in there. What altitude are they at? What altitude are the Nazca lines at? Do you have to go see them? No, just what altitude are they constructed at? What altitude? I think they're like way above sea level. Okay, what does it say? A low desert, a bit above sea level, roughly 300 to 500 meters, 1,600 feet in elevation. Oh, I thought they were a lot higher. Are some of them higher? 2,000 feet is 2,000 feet. Okay. And like, what is the largest one? Put that in there. What's the largest Nazca line? So 300 meters is the largest one. 370 meters, so 1,200 feet. So not a mile. I was lying. It's like a fifth of a mile, or a little less than a fifth of a mile. A little more rather than a fifth of a mile. Because what's a mile? 5,000? Yeah. That's still a long way. 370 meters is nuts. So these lines are essentially 300. It's basically 3 football fields plus. Yeah, like, what is it? Like, why did you make something that you can only see from the sky? Because when you're on the ground, my friends who've gone there say you don't know what it is when you're walking around the ground, because the ground's full. You can't see the design. You just see lines.
And you never see, like, there's never been films, or there's never really been.
Well, there's been people that have
tried to figure out what it is, exactly why they built it, and
A lot of them are really kooky, like ancient astronaut stuff. You know, like they're trying to. These were clearly messages. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But this is the thing. Like, maybe if you look at the type of people that were capable of being, like, if you look at Sacsay Guaman is a place that is in Peru that has these insanely giant stones that look like they're melted into place. Those are like the jigsaw puzzles. Pull up Sacsay Guaman. If you have a society that has the capability of moving these 100-ton enormous blocks that some of them are like 14 feet tall, how the fuck did you do that? Like, see, you can find one in perspective with a person. Because when you see it with a person standing next to it, you really get a sense of like the mass and the scale. Okay, there you go. So look at the size of that one giant one that's there. Like, how'd you get there? A person that is capable, that has the technology to move something like that, is it absurd to think that they would have the ability to fly? If their entire civilization got wiped out, and this is what remains, which is the supposition, that's what a lot of people believe. It's not outrageous to think these people had some ability to fly. So that means you're flying above these designs, and these designs may be landmarks. They might be able to show you where you are. Like if you're in a fire,
you take it off, you're like, where are we?
Oh, there's a spider. I mean, who knows what they have?
You never know.
It's crazy speculation. But think, so we've only had planes for a couple hundred years now. Not even, right? I think the Wright brothers, it was the turn of the century. 20s, right? So, what year was it? Yeah, it was like late 1800s, right? 1800s? No.
There was people could fly back then.
Right, and who was that, 1920? 19, it was a very short amount of time. This was the craziest number. It was a really short amount of time, 1903, between, okay, so think of that. You go from 1903 to 1969, allegedly. But at least they had rockets, and they can go in space. Sure. So that's only 65 years. That's nothing. That's to go from. Yeah, I mean, look at the Wright brothers plane. That stupid fucking plane. Who's getting on that thing? Nobody. You'd never put your family on that. Go on vacation. Hey, kids, want to fly? No. You have to be an asshole to get on that thing. They went from that to dropping an atomic bomb from one of those things in 40 years. Not even, right? You say 1909? Is that what you said? 1903. Okay, think of that. 42 years later, they dropped atomic bombs out of planes. That's nuts. That's pretty nuts. That's nuts. It's a short amount. 42 years ago was 1984. Correct. That's how crazy it was. I was in high school. So imagine the plane gets invented then, and then today they drop a fucking nuclear bomb on the ground. That's bananas. Yeah, that's bananas.
I wonder if this is the beginning of so many things revealed that'll just keep coming and keep coming and be over. It's just, when does it stop? When does it end? Are they getting overwhelmed? Are they? I wish we knew exactly what that. Can they move something by just using energy? Can someone just sit there like this? I don't know if a person can, but they must have had some kind of technology they didn't understand to move those stones. 100%. There's no. And then what happened to it? What happened? People got wiped out by a natural disaster. Nothing's left. Like, imagine if the world got wiped out and it was just you, me, and Jamie, and a few other people. We're not figuring out a cell phone. No. We're not figuring out electricity. We're not figuring out. We're not figuring out jack shit. It's going to take many generations before any fucking autistic people figure out the new stuff. Correct? We're going to have to invent vaccines to give people autism. We're going to have to figure out Adderall. We got to get this kid a little bit off so we can figure things out. Let's do this. We're going to have Adderall. We're going to make sure things. Someone's going to invent a computer. Yes. Think about that. Yeah. Just how long ago we were like, you got mail. Right. You got mail. I got a computer for the first time in 94 when I first moved to LA. I thought I was living in the future. Me too. Like, this is crazy. I had a 14.4 baud modem. You had to use your phone line, so I couldn't get a phone call while the computer was working because the computer would go online. And when you would download a page, when you go to watch a page on the internet, it would slowly load. Gosh, I vaguely remember that. I just remember my first computer. Used to live in the city and just get Saturday lives up on a thing, and same thing. I just remember taking forever to go up, and I just 56K was so fast. Like, ooh, I got 56K. I would be excited and say, oh, you got it now. Yeah, it was exciting. AOL, it was like a tiny blip in time, and now all of a sudden you've got something in your phone that you can send a video message to someone on the other side of the planet and communicate with them instantaneously. And talk with no delay whatsoever. No, I'm talking to anyone in New Zealand. You could have a fucking iPhone call with someone in New Zealand. I talk to my buddy still in Africa. So call him like once a month. How you doing? Like, doing good, crazy. Yes. And this has all happened inside of our lifetime. Yeah. Remember when you used to have to pay money for long distance? Yes. It was expensive. It was super expensive. And if you were on there was a kid back with that John Token time, I used to have to walk because there were no even the phones. I had to walk to I think it was like a McDonald's, and they had a payphone, and even there, I had to bring a wad of change. Yeah. Because for the next 2 minutes, 25 cents, you need another quarter. Boy, you had phone cards, remember those? Yes, those came out. Yeah. Those came out later. Those came out in the 90s, right? Yeah, after the change. Right, you can make collect calls. Would you accept a collect call from Jim Brewer from Australia? No. That would cost so much money. That's ridiculous. Now it costs nothing. Now it's a normal call. For a $10 pass, Verizon will pick this up. Well, those people were probably fucking us. And when the cell phone company started giving you long distance for free, then everybody else had to give in too. Because when we were kids, if you had a friend that lived in New Jersey and you lived in California, that shit was expensive, super expensive. I mean, you're on long distance. You get to the point. Yeah. Everything good? Hey, we're on long distance. Hey. So then I told her, no, I didn't say it. I think Shirley said it. And we were tired anyway because I had been up. So the dog woke me up. Well, shut the fuck up and get to the point. Sometimes you get an argument, and it's going to be like a $45 argument. Yeah. If you get off the phone, long distance relationship with a lady, you have to call her. It's expensive. Yeah. It's expensive. It could be a $100 call. Yeah. I had a couple of those because we were just married at an early age. I mean, and we'd get battles over the phone. We're pissed off pain. Like $6 every 5 minutes. It makes you wonder, like, what kind of things are we going to look back on now in the future? Do you remember before AI came alive? Remember? Yes. Remember when you used to have jobs? Remember when everybody used to work? Which is that figure, like, doesn't right now it doesn't bother me. It freaks me out because I don't think we know what's coming. We know what's coming.
There's nothing you can do about it. My friend Eric Weinstein was doing this interview recently where he was like, whatever you do, just assume it's over. You gotta be flexible. Assume whatever you do. You have a white collar job, it's over. You're a lawyer, it's over. You're an accountant, it's over. It's over. Like it's coming and no one has the answer and no one knows what's going to happen. I think that's accurate. It's like a tidal wave, and unless you're able to grab a tree, climb up, whatever, that wave's gonna come. It's gonna do whatever it's gonna do, and then when it starts reciting, it's gonna hope you're still there and you're able to find ants. I just stitch up the alarm. A technological disaster in a lot of ways. It's just in that it's gonna cause so much change, just like the Great Flood caused so much change. I think this is gonna cause so much change. It's gonna be a lot of chaos. You know what else gonna be chaos? I gotta pee. Let's wrap this bitch down. Yeah, I got Jim. I love you to death, brother. You too. Always great to see you. Thanks for having me. God damn, we've been friends for a long time. Yeah, thanks for having me. You're a busy man. I appreciate it. We've been friends for like 4 years. That's madness. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's madness. That's pretty awesome. JimBrewer.com. Yeah, I'm on tour now. Hilarious. Go see him. Fucking genius stand-up comedy. Thanks,
Rogan experience.
Joe by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Really? Like a slide, like a opening in the table, and then a light gets on you, so you don't see like the shadows in your face. You don't look shitty.
Isn't that what you do? Like in a scary story, you put a flashlight under your chin.
They're not trying to do that. They're trying to like balance it out.
Yeah.
Flat.
That's crazy.
You look like what you look like.
Yeah, you gotta give up after a while.
The weird shit is men who use filters when they take pictures. That's insane. Like there's comedian men that use filters. Yes, it's very odd.
How do you know? How do you
know what they really look like? And then you see them and they look like a cartoon. Like Netflix does that with their the pictures that they use when they promote your special. Like the picture of you, they'll put that bitch through a filter. That makes sense. You look so pretty.
People see you after the show, you're like, you look horrible. I didn't know you look so bad.
You look so old. I am so old. I'm almost 60. Dang, I know, it's crazy. I'm 58. 40, just turned 40. Those are real numbers.
Yeah, I know. I age, as soon as I have kids, I age like immediately. You would have thought I literally gave birth.
Yeah, well, there's lack of sleep.
Yeah, that's what got me.
Yeah. You know what's really good for that? Creatine.
I've been taking it.
Yeah, creatine, they say 20 grams a day. Start like with 5 and work your way up to 20 and check to see how your butthole holds up because the seal might be loose. I ran
20 gets my guts going, man.
Bro, it does. It does. I don't do 20 in a dose. I do 10 in the morning and 10 at night. Because I was doing 20 in a dose and it was just like, everybody out of the pool.
I'm also not convinced diarrhea is bad for you. I swear to God, like not shitting for sure. But diarrhea is just like, it can speed this up.
Well, isn't that what, is that consumption? What is the disease where you can't stop having diarrhea?
Dysentery.
Dysentery, that's it.
Yeah. Shit. All right, well, if you can't stop that, sure.
Well, that's it. You can't digest food. It just goes right through you. You just shit constantly.
Yeah, shit stuff.
Yeah.
That sucks, actually.
Yeah, that sucks.
Once a week, though, that's fine.
You know what I used to do? I used to drink kale smoothies in the morning. That was the first thing that I would do. I would throw out kale and garlic and like apples and shit in a blender. You know, that's what I would drink first thing in the morning. And boy, that is just like, that clears the pathway. That's like you know when you clear your rain gutters and leaves? You get a hose on that bitch and you fucking blow them off the top. That's what it's like.
Yeah, I've done the green drink before. It does get you. I was vegan for like a month. And that was like the biggest dumps, but I actually got hemorrhoids from being vegan.
Oh, because I'm told to
not. It was just that the germs were so big. I was getting like blown out.
I got hemorrhoids from being vegan. Was it taking too long to poop, or was it just like it was just spectacular? Massive, right? Yeah, it was spectacular. There was massive roll liners. There was like twice a day. I was like an adult entertainer. I was like, my body just gave up. That's adult entertainer. Well, when you think about it, it's all that fiber that your body doesn't process, but they say that that's what's good for keeping you clean. You know, fiber pushes everything out. I'm back on the fiber train now. I was all about protein now. I'm like, I need the fiber now. It's hard to know who's right because the carnivore people are like, you don't need fiber. There's no need for fiber. But then there's evidence that fiber's good for it. Yeah, isn't that what your whole microbiome needs to like make the germs or whatever that are good for your brain? I don't know. I get confused as well. But my balance is I eat a lot of kimchi. I really like kimchi. I eat that stuff all the time. Kimchi and I eat sauerkraut. That stuff's legit. Yeah, I know that stuff's supposed to be good for you. But yeah, I tried carnivore and it was like the first 5 days I felt cool, and then like after I think I made it to 17 days, I was like, dude, if I just eaten some vegetables with this, I'd be the healthiest guy in the world. Because I'm just like, I stopped pooping. Like I was like, this can't be good for me. Well, you don't poop much because there's no fiber. So when you do poop, it's just it's just all where's the rest? But I mean, isn't that a good thing? Doesn't mean your body absorbed all the food instead of like having all this undigestible stuff go through your digestive tract. This is the argument of the carnivore. Yeah, I don't want anybody that's a nutritionist right now pulling their hair out. Disinformation. I'm just asking. It's a solid question because it's like, does meat get stuck in your body and you need plants to push it out of your butt, or will meat come out of your butt just like plants will? Well, that was the thing that they would always say, that every man when he dies is a pound of undigested meat in his stomach. Yeah, apparently that's not true. Yeah, that was the whole thing about John Wayne, 50 pounds of beef jerky in his butt. That's his unbelievable. I've been wondering, like, how much are you going to find him? Yeah, I don't think that's true. So it's not the case. No, John Wayne just had a gut for probably beer. Yeah, beer, and pasta, and bread. Sure. And, normal American food. Also, he was, I mean, what was his heyday? Like 50s, 60s, or 60s, I guess 60s, 70s maybe? When did he do that Genghis Khan movie? That's what killed him. What year was that? Yeah, because it's like those dudes weren't on like True Grit. Those days, they weren't being like, how much fiber do I have? Yeah, that was even in like the 90s. The dude didn't think about what they're eating. 56. That's one of the worst movies of all time. I've ever seen. Now, this Genghis Khan movie. How did it kill him? Oh, he filmed it in the same area where Nevada was doing their nuclear tests. So everybody got cancer. Damn. Like the whole crew, like a giant number of people got cancer. Yeah, and I'm telling you, that was back when guys would be like, nuclear bomb, I don't care about that. Like, they didn't care. Like, I used to work with guys that do asbestos back in like the 90s when I was little. Me and like my dad and uncles all the construction. So we were like taking this barn down. And I was like a little boy just like hammering nails in the mainframe. And they shut it down because there was asbestos in there. And there's this guy who was like, dude, your uncle's a pussy. I'd eat that shit for breakfast. I don't care about asbestos. It's like, I don't know. Now I grew up and I'm like, yeah, thank God they shut that down. Well, there were so many things that caused cancer that no one knew about at the time. Yeah. Like, how about baby powder? Yeah, dude, I didn't know about that either. Well, the thing is, what the story is that where they mine the talc, that the talc is not always pure. And the talc has other stuff mixed in it, and they don't filter that stuff out. Is it asbestos that it's mixed with? I think that's something's cornstarch. I'm not into complexity, please. I know it's cornstarch. What? You think baby powder? No, so it's cow's talc, I believe. Evidence small but real cancer risk with some talc-based baby powders, mainly due to genital use and possible asbestos contamination. Yeah, that's it. The data are mixed, and the absolute risk for any one person is low. Talc itself as a mineral can be mined near asbestos, so contamination is the main worry. Asbestos is a known cause of mesothelioma, and other cancers. Yeah, quite a few women. I think there was a lawsuit.
I remember hearing that. I remember I was dismayed because that was like, I had a weird thing when I was younger. I used to use baby powder to masturbate. Because it just like makes everything feel so. So it was kind of nice. And the smell, if I smell baby powder to this day, it's like a trigger for me. Yeah. If I smell it, I'm like, God damn, bro, get that shit away from me.
Well, I used to use it a lot to play pool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everybody used baby powder. Use baby powder on the fingers. It makes the shaft slide through the fingers. But then they invented gloves. And so that keeps the table clean.
Yeah.
This is like, I guess they're, I don't know what they're made of. It's like a nylon, like a very thin nylon. So that makes it nice and slick. Yeah, but baby powder, no bueno. What else?
They're saying LED lights now.
That's what I keep hearing.
LED, they're saying it kills you.
Are these LED? Are these LED? Fuck, do I have to change my life? Are we dying in here?
I think they like crush your mitochondria.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know if I just get scared by AI clips on Instagram.
I'm scared of everything. I have to fucking stay offline. I'm reading too much of the news, and it's overwhelming. Like sometimes at nighttime, like I can't wind down.
Yeah.
It's like there's too much news. There's too much fucking madness. We're about to go to war with Iran. Everyone's eating beef jerky and pizza. Like, what is that? What the fuck is pizza? You know, how far does this go? How come this never got released before? What is happening?
I mean, my thing is like, I'm not. First of all, the news for me is like, aside from all like the disastrous wars, it's just so like negative. When you read the news, it's mostly people being like, "Guess who's a giant piece of shit?" Right? You read that over and over, and you get like addicted to being like, "Yeah, that guy sucks. I'm good."
Well, there's an article that I read recently about people being addicted to outrage. Yeah, it's a real thing.
Oh, for sure.
Being addicted to being upset about stuff and addicted to outrage, you search for it, which is why your algorithm shows you all that shit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if it's true, but I feel like they watch your facial expression through your phone camera and feed you stuff if you're making like interested or outraged or whatever.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Because I've heard they like track your eyeball movement. They're like, okay, this is holding his eyes and just keep feeding you random. I've heard that.
Put a piece of tape over that bitch. I don't know. I wonder if you did, how much would change. That'd be an interesting experiment.
Well, they got the mic too, so they got.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, the new dude, all that Epstein shit is like, I can't follow it. It's too much. It's too many names. I don't know state representatives. They're like naming all these people. It's like, damn, what do that does?
And it's dark too.
It's
and it goes so high. There's so many levels to it. You know, Soccer and Getty was just on Flagrant, and they were reading on files and talking about the kids. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's you need to study all day. Prince Andrew's crazy. Him getting arrested. He's the first. One other prince has got arrested. It must have been like not since 500 years ago.
Yeah, when was the last time a prince was arrested?
I have no idea. And also, if he goes to jail, if he goes to real jail, he's getting clapped.
Yeah.
He's a known, you know, it's very, very likely that he was a pedophile. Pedophiles go to jail.
Well, what do they know that they're putting him in jail first, or they're arresting him first? Like, what do they know? Because they did a bunch of things, right? The first thing they do is they stripped him of his princehood, right?
Exactly.
And then they banished him to some estate somewhere in the country. And then they removed him from the estate. They kicked him out of that estate.
Yeah.
So it's been like levels upon levels. So what do they know?
I think the royal family gets to see the real deal. So they probably saw the real deal, and they're like, bro, you're fraud. You're going to jail. And you might be the first. You might get like clapped in jail. Someone might get real. Someone get real fucking pussy.
Don't you think they have him? Did they have protection custody? Do you have that over there?
Well, probably they. I think anything we have here, I would imagine they're protected custody. Because if people even think you're a pedophile in jail, they're gonna.
Do you think that starts like a whole cascade, and then a bunch of other people start getting arrested?
No, I think they're gonna hang him up and be like, we got him. I don't believe that all these billionaires are going to let themselves get arrested. They have billions of dollars.
Paris prosecutors opened 2 Epstein-linked investigations, although took
I think it's the guy who's conspirator. He died in custody. So they reopened the investigation on that. And somebody else, I think, that they just found out that was high up.
How did he die in jail?
Officially?
Yeah.
Here you go. So he was found dead.
Okay, so just found dead. Oh, he died. How old was he? Yeah. And also that's about the time dudes like that died. Yeah.
But they didn't ever close the probe, and I think they reopened the probe also.
Of how he died? Yeah.
That's gonna be tough on himself.
You're gonna hit some roadblocks. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody whacked him. We were just talking about the guy that Epstein is in jail with, which is crazy. Like, if Epstein is alive, some people think he's alive, and some people think they scooped him out of the cell, switched a body double, killed that guy. But why would they put him in jail with that gigantic cop who is a contract killer? That fucking guy. That's one picture. Show me the picture of the tank top picture. That's the one. Whoa, bro, look at the size of that guy. And this guy was a cop. He was a dirty cop who was killing drug dealers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that was the plan. Like, all right, we'll put him in here.
Right.
Sound good. This guy kills him. I don't know.
And then 18 days before he died, he complained that his cellmate tried to kill him.
What?
Yeah. See,
the different guy?
No, Epstein did.
No, I'm saying, was he complaining about the murderous cop, or is this a different guy?
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Also, how did he try to kill him and not kill him?
That's what I was just going to say.
What are you talking about? Epstein slipped away and just like sat in the corner.
I mean, maybe he screamed loud enough and the guards came.
Yeah, but they were
the night Jeffrey Epstein claimed his cellmate tried to kill him. So he laid in the fetal position floor of his jail cell, unresponsive in an orange fabric boot. Others when they found him. 18 days before Epstein's death, he wasn't breathing. His eyes were opening. Oh, so this was when they found him. Oh, they found him in the fetal position? Oh, no, this was the orange fabric noose. That's when they found him dead. Okay. 18 days before Epstein. No. Okay. So it is saying that. So it's saying that he had an orange noose tied around his neck 18 days before he died. What? What? What the fuck? What? So July 23rd, 2019, 18 days before Epstein's death. He wasn't breathing. His eyes opening and shutting occasionally, but he couldn't respond to officers' questions and commands, according to a confidential corrections officer's memo obtained by CBS News. They hoisted inmate 763188054 onto a stretcher. Officials have repeatedly said Epstein's eventual death by suicide was foreshadowed by this earlier alleged attempt. Former Attorney General Bill Barr reiterated that claim in an August closed-door deposition before the House Oversight Committee, which released the interview transcript last week. Barr, who did not reply to questions from CBS News, said in his testimony he knew about the July 23rd incident, which he viewed as an attempted suicide. Barr said he considered it indicative of Epstein's state of mind. The jail staff memos are the never-before reported documents obtained by CBS News, as well as interviews with more than a dozen people who interacted with Epstein before and after the incident, reveal a murkier picture than the one depicted by Barr. The new documents have surfaced amid persistent speculation over Epstein's death, despite official conclusions that he died by suicide. So he's laying on the floor, and his bunkie is screaming, "I did nothing. I banged on my door to get him out of my cell," the source said. Corrections officers carried Epstein to a cell on a different floor as he remained unresponsive. Was it the same cop, the contract killer cop? Yep. Right. He told me he thought he'd been attacked by his cellmate, an ex-cop who was awaiting trial on 4 murders.
And they're saying that was an attempted suicide?
They tried to frame it as an attempted suicide. Now, I would imagine he doesn't have a way to contact the outside world and just tweet about this.
Yeah.
Right? He can't make an Instagram video. Hey, guys, this guy's He sat up on the bed again, telling me that he thinks his bunkie tried to kill him. A responding officer wrote in one memo. A senior officer wrote in a separate incident report that Epstein initially implicated his cellmate in the incident, claiming he had previously said things that made Epstein feel threatened. So Nicholas Tartaglione, his cellmate, repeatedly disputed the initial allegation. I did nothing, and said I tried to revive him. As with Epstein's eventual death, any camera footage of the incident was either mislaid, lost, or never captured by the facility's faulty system. Tartaglione has not responded to emailed questions from CBS News. How odd. His lawyer said Epstein's initial claim that Tartaglione tried to kill him was flatly not true.
Well, okay. So maybe he did try to. I mean, there's a chance he did try to kill himself and say, "Shit, I don't."
And then this guy saved him. He said he saved him. So it says it right here. Scroll back a bit. Tartaglione said in a recent interview that Epstein also left a suicide note and it even offered Tartaglione money to kill him. Neither of those details are true or referenced in any of the Bureau of Prison records that were reviewed by CBS News. So if you scroll up higher, it says he said he saved his life the first time. So it's saying that he saved his life. He yelled when the guy, so his attorney said,
Yeah. He's saying he tried to kill himself once.
Well, that's just his attorney saying that.
Yeah, for sure.
Epstein claimed to both corrections officers and the source that he felt threatened by Tartaglione, hulking retired cop turned drug dealer who was charged and later convicted for 4 murders. How could you take the most high-profile defendant ever and put him in a cage with a murderer? His bunkie told him that if he beat him up because of Epstein's child sex trafficking charges, the officers would not report it. Oh, that's what he told him. The wealthy former financier told jail officers that he believed Tartaglione was trying to extort money from him and stated that if he didn't pay him that he was going to beat him up. The officer wrote, he stated that this has been going on for a week.
And then that guy saying Epstein was trying to pay me to kill him, to kill himself. You would think they could find a middle ground, right? Well, someone. Yeah, I know. That's the craziest. There's too many plot holes. There's no way.
Imagine him saying, "I'll pay you to kill me."
Yeah. Also, it's like, wait, how are we going to do that? How are we going to work this all out?
Yeah, because the guy's already in. Well, that would, and then what's he going to do with the money?
Exactly. Yeah. I guess you can give it if you know somebody, you love or give it to them. But
right. Does he have money, or does all of his money go to the victims' families? Like he killed 4 people. Shit. Right?
Yeah.
So it'd have to be like an offshore account that gets slipped over to the prison so you can buy cigarettes.
If anyone can do it. If anyone can do it, it's Jeffrey Epstein, man.
But it would have to be worked out in advance. Like you would have to have the cigarettes in the commissary.
Yeah.
Okay, time to kill you.
Dude, it's too, I think it's just one of those things, and I don't know if people can, want to wrap their heads around it, but there's just people who do things in this world on behalf of, uber billionaires that we're just never going to know what's going on.
For sure.
They do horrible, terrible secret stuff,
and they always have.
Yeah.
This is the thing, you go throughout history, there's always been secret societies and people that get together with creepy meetings. All that eyes wide shut shit that Kubrick put in his film, that's not magic. I mean, no, it's always been a thing.
The officer that discovered his body dead in August was originally charged with falsifying documents related to his death, but those charges were dropped.
I wonder what the falsifying of the documents was.
I don't know. Who knows? Maybe people charged it to try to open up the paperwork or whatever.
Here it is. Because Epstein was on suicide watch after the July 23rd incident, Thomas was required to record a log of observations about Epstein in 15-minute increments. Those notations were released by the Bureau of Prisons in 2023, along with just one entry he made in the log, a note made at 2:15 a.m., 45 minutes after the incident. 15 minutes later, at 2:30, Thomas wrote, "Inmate sitting on bed trying to remember what happened." Yeah, man. So this is when he got attacked, the first time that he survived.
Once he got into the separate cell, he was trying to fall forward on his head, or something, sat on the edge of the bed and began moving forward as if he was attempting to fall over head first. He was told to stop. Don't do it again. He gave a thumbs up. That's how they confirmed he was trying to commit suicide.
So he's going to try to commit suicide by falling straight on his head?
That's impossible. That's literally impossible.
You might be able to pull it off.
That's crazy. You would block for sure.
Right.
There's no way you can just do a sail. I was thinking about this the other day. I was walking up my steps. I was like, even if I tried, I couldn't do a swan dive on cement. Your body wouldn't let you do it.
Yeah, you would resist just enough to be paralyzed for the rest of your life.
You would get fucked up. I don't know. I think you would just kind of flatten out and flip.
Yeah, guys die all the time in street fights when they get knocked out.
Yeah.
They hit their head on the concrete. Dude, they die all the time.
It happened before I left Philly a year or so ago. There was a guy just walking his dog off leash, and this guy was a big dog on leash. And the guy where they started arguing, the guy pushed him, hit him, and died. And then my brother went on an online date with the fiance of the guy who died. Like, learned throughout the day, like, oh shit, you're really a It's pretty fucking sad, actually. He like put it together. He's like, oh fuck, he died. That sucks.
How long after that was the date?
I think it was maybe a year and a half. It's been some time.
Well, enough to stop the crying.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pick it up at one point, especially if you die like that, man. Got punched on a dog walk and died. I don't know. If I was a walker, if I was a lady, I'd be like, well, fuck, I dodged a bullet. I was going to just died. Yeah, that's scary though, man. That's the whole thing of like altercations and people popping off to each other anymore is just like, I was walking down the street recently, and like, you know, I had the right of way. I walked, and I just be like rushed in front of the car. The car pulled up and was like, "Get the fuck out! You're threatening to shoot me in the face." I was just like, "What the hell, man?" Yeah, it was like he had pulled off far enough. He was like, "I'll shoot you in your fucking face." And I'm just like, "Please don't." You know, what the fuck, man? What are you doing?
Bro, you never know who's on hinge.
I know.
You never know what's going on in that life. Divorce, fucking this, that, just got fired, about to go to jail. Who knows?
Yeah,
who knows?
Dude, yeah, that's
best friend was fucking your wife.
Could be literally anything. Yeah, and like I never was like, yeah, whatever, man.
So many people are barely hanging on out there, doing something all day they hate.
Yeah,
just fucking tired. Life's in shambles.
Dude, I mean, especially like people just talk shit to strangers. Like you have no idea who that person is. I don't know if, you know, who knows if this is like just like an old construction worker tale. My dad was telling me some guy he knows, his mom or whatever, or like, you know, his friend's mom was at the grocery store. Someone back, they were both going for a parking spot. It was like an old lady. The guy was like, fucking bitch, get the hell out, blah, blah, blah. Started cursing her out. Her son came out of jail for like, you know, like he was like a biker and all this stuff. And they all like knew each other in the neighborhood. Apparently the guy who had like cursed out the mom, they were like, nobody ever saw him. So if that's true, it's like, gee, I always think about that. Dude, that's, you know, you just can't, you shouldn't yell at an old lady anyway. You just have no idea who you're dealing with. Right. Just might as well show.
That was one of the creepier things about the Epstein emails, or the files, the data, was that he ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid after he'd been indicted.
What does that do?
Dissolves bodies. So they were trying to speculate that like maybe that was for his desalination system that he had. He had like a water system. Some sulfuric acid cleans it out. But then Jamie looked into it. He only ordered like once before ever, but never that much.
Yeah, that's terrible. Also, he lives near the ocean, so why don't you just go in the ocean? You gotta get rid of bodies. You live on an island, you just go out the water.
Yeah, but they can find it.
I guess so.
Yeah, they might find it.
Yeah,
you can't have that.
True, especially if you're enough, they would need a bunch of acid.
Do they have a lot of sharks down there?
I would think.
Yeah, like the Bahamas, right? It's like Bahamas area.
Yeah, I would think so. There's like sharks in Florida. I was just in Florida.
There's a lot of sharks.
Yeah,
bull sharks.
Yeah, exactly. I was swimming. I brought my friend with me to do shows, and he was like, "I'm worried about sharks." There's no fucking sharks. We got back, and the Uber driver was like, "Yeah, this is like shark season right now." I was like, "Oh, I bet sharks." Yeah, I think it's the bull sharks. They see them all the time. The bull sharks are scary.
They're the ones that they think are responsible for the murders in New Jersey that inspired Jaws.
Really?
Yeah.
How big do they get?
They don't get as big as like great whites, but the thing about them is they can swim in fresh water. So those murders, those deaths by shark in New Jersey in the early 1900s, they were in a river. What? Yeah. So these people were swimming in a river and they got killed by sharks.
Yeah, you would never expect it either.
Bull sharks are very aggressive too. They're super aggressive. There's Florida Keys, like guys fish off the piers down there, and it's really great fishing. But if you catch a big fish and you're struggling to get it on the line, most likely the shark's going to kill it. Really? Yeah, most likely you're going to get it bitten in half. There's like tons of videos of guys pulling in fish and the shark just snaps it in half while they're pulling it in.
That's terrifying.
They're all over the place.
I went to Turks and Caicos. Me and my family went down there. My kids, we went snorkeling, and you know the guy takes us out. And he's like, "Hey, we like got in the area where we're gonna jump in." He's like, "Hey, there's some baby sharks out there, but they're not gonna bother you." So I'm like, exactly. And I have like 2 and a 4-year-old with me, so I jump in. I'm like, let me suss it out. I'm gonna go see. Dude, I go down and like these were like they weren't like 18-foot sharks, but they were like 5. They were like big enough, but they were 40. It was like probably 40 feet deep, and then they were like at the bottom, and then another 50 feet away. And I was like, bro, I'm not bringing my kids in here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this video that my friend Adam sent me of sharks in Florida. Because I always give him shit. He was in Australia, and I was giving him shit. I'm like, bro, you're living in a place filled with monsters. What the fuck are you doing? He's like, it's true. Florida has a lot, but Australia has more. Australia has saltwater crocodiles. They have great whites. He sent me this video. He's like, this isn't American, mate. And it's these guys are throwing fish into the water. They're throwing fish into the water right next to the shore, and it's just sharks, like prawns, just smashing. And they're like off a dock. They're just like throwing fish scraps in there, and the sharks are apparently used to it. I guess that's terrifying. Yeah, dude. Oh, here it is. Nice.
Dude, dolphins. You ever see a dolphin in real life?
Yes.
They're scary as hell. Those things are huge. So I did it too. I was in Mexico and I thought I was going to be like, gliding on two of them. I was like barely wanting to touch the snake.
I did it in Hawaii. You jump off the boat and you snorkel. Yeah. I get to see them swimming under. It's really wild. And check this out. So these guys throw these scraps in the water. Look at these sharks.
Damn.
How crazy.
Look at these things fight for this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's how they are.
Yeah, more than big enough to take your legs off. Go ahead and take
Why? I'd be so mad if I was his neighbor. I'd be like, dude, I'm trying to paddle break, man.
Well, I think this is just what they do every day, which is why the sharks are there in the first place. I think when these guys get there, when they fillet the fish, they have the bodies, they just chuck the body overboard, and these sharks just destroy it. Yeah. How spooky is that?
It's terrifying.
Yeah. That's Florida.
That's crazy.
Florida's
Mark One.
I don't know. Who's Mark One?
That's probably the keys. That's awful.
Florida's filled with monsters. Like that whole thing that they're doing with ice, where they've got that alligator Guantanamo. They built a Guantanamo for detainees, and then they surrounded it with alligator country.
Like a cartoon boat?
Yeah. That's right. Check this out. Okay, so where is it?
It's up Miami.
Okay, so it's not the Keys. It's just Florida.
Crazy. Damn. So they have like a classical moat with alligators around.
It's not essentially a moat.
It's an island, I guess.
How did they do it? Did they build an island down there? Is that what they did? Somebody got a sweet contract to put that in there. Alligator Halliburton. Yeah, they call it alligator Alcatraz. What does it look like? Can you show us?
Damn, dude.
I don't think it's in Florida. Everywhere. They say there's not a standing body of water that doesn't have an alligator.
My friends were just at Disney World. They said they're like, is there alligators around here? Like, yeah, we flush them out all the time.
They killed a kid a few years ago.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Just reached up and just snagged her.
Imagine a little toddler at Disneyland, just saw Cinderella, having a good time.
That's got to be fast pass. That's fast pass for life. If you're in the family.
So that is all the Everglades, and the Everglades is just filled. Like if you go walking, like I'm out of here, something's probably gonna get you. The Everglades are so fucked because it's not just the alligators; it's also the pythons. There's a giant python. AI so ruthless. That's fucking alligators with ice hats.
Dude, the pythons are another. Because they catch you while you're sleeping, so you lay down to sleep, you just wake up, and you're just.
Are there more pythons in the Everglades than there are anywhere in the world?
No,
because there's 500,000 of them, I think.
Did you ever hear about Snake Island in Brazil? Dude, there's an island in Brazil that I guess like whatever, tectonic plates or whatever moves that used to be connected to the mainland, going out, and all the snakes just got stuck on there with no natural predators. So they just they just fight and eat each other. And there's apparently a snake for every meter you move. There's at least one snake.
What?
Dude, the images are terrifying. They're like just piled on top of each other.
There are not more pythons in the Everglades than anywhere else. The Burmese python's native range in Southeast Asia, from India to Indonesia, supports far larger wild populations. The exact numbers are hard to quantify due to their vast habitat. Everglades context, Burmese pythons are an invasive species. Florida Everglades with estimates ranging from tens of thousands to 300,000. individuals across southern Florida concentrated in Everglades National Park, where their density is notably high. Population exploded from a few snakes in the 90s to enveloping much of the region by the 2020s, driven by the release from pet trade and events like Hurricane Andrew. Yeah, they had Hurricane Andrew apparently blew down a facility where they were studying pythons.
That's how they got out.
A bunch of them got out. And then there's also people with pets, just assholes and death metal bands.
Yeah, they just dropped them.
Yeah, they just dropped them.
That's how there's parakeets here. They're like they're an invasive species. They think that happened too. Some just like a parakeet show up, and now they're probably
that's iguanas in Florida.
Yeah.
You know, they sell canned iguana meat in Florida now.
Really?
Yeah, a buddy of mine lives in Florida. He just sent me this. He sent me, he was at the supermarket, and they have iguana meat.
Probably not bad. Dude, I'm telling you, the Snake Island, I was like, I thought it was fake. My wife was telling me about it, and I'm like, dude, you got tricked. This has to be AI. I looked it up, and it's like, it's a real thing.
Yeah, I'm saying
I would eat it. Probably be good. I've eaten gator before. Gator's not bad.
This might be fake.
God damn it.
There's a pizza restaurant that got in trouble for serving it.
They got in trouble for serving it? Did they tell people they were serving it? You know, because people eat them. They hunt them and eat them all the time. I was watching a YouTube video the other day where this guy was making like stir-fried iguana meat.
They get massive. They get massive.
Yeah. Yeah, and they probably taste good.
Probably. They're aggressive too. If you see them in the wild, they'll like charge after you. They're nasty, man. They're big. Yeah.
Some can be like 4 or 5 feet long.
They're huge. They're just nuts. That was another animal I encountered in Turks and Caicos. We did the shark swimming, and I was like, all right, I let them get out of the way. And then we went to this island, which is full of iguanas, and they'll just run up on you.
Do you know in Florida, when it gets really cold, they just fall out of trees?
No, that's hilarious.
Because sometimes Florida, they'll dip. It'll get into the 30s, and these fuckers just fall out of the trees. They're stoned.
They just freeze.
They freeze, and then they thaw out and come back to life.
What?
Yeah. It's an ancient species. Like, these are ancient creatures.
Damn. So I thought they need they're cold blooded. They die, so they can. I guess they can just chill.
So are alligators, and alligators freeze in lakes sometimes with their mouths above the water. They have their nose and their eyes above the water, and they're frozen. There's a bunch of images of these guys. It's frozen in lakes.
I guess everything just slows down and they just chill.
They don't have to eat for a year. What? Yeah, they can go without eating for a whole year.
So how much do you think we really have to eat? If bears don't have to eat all winter, alligators can go 1 year. Like, do you think? I always think do we have to eat every day?
Well, we definitely eat more than any people have ever had, except like royals.
Yeah.
You know, that's why people are so tiny. Like, you go back to like the Civil War, the average man was like 130 pounds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because nobody had any food. You know, nobody had any protein.
Yeah.
But if you think about like how much we eat morning, noon, and then evening, hunter-gatherers, they got a meal a day.
Yeah.
You know, like if you got lucky, you got a meal and you ate as much as you could because there's no way to preserve it. And then you went out the next day and hoped you got another animal.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
Yeah.
You just spent like 6,000 calories a day just trying to get one meal.
Yeah, and then other than like drying your meat out, there's no way to preserve it. So they make jerky or, you know, like I know in Mexico, there's some friends of mine went down there and they have this traditional way of taking buffalo and they slice it like really, really thin and then they hang it on like a clothes hanger and dry it out.
Really? That's what we need to do.
Well, that's what they had to do. They had to figure out how to dry stuff. Because, you know, there's no how fucking hard life must have been with no refrigeration.
Dude, it would suck so bad.
Sucks so bad. And that's like when you go back to the turn of the century, all the diseases were happening in America. Just think about it. No running water. Everybody's like shitting in holes in the ground outside the houses. There's no ventilation. There's no air conditioning.
Oh, yeah,
no vitamins.
Especially here. How do people live in Texas? I've been reading. Yeah, it must be crazy. Yeah, I've been reading West. I'm reading Lone Oaks and Delaware right now. It's like an old classic Western. And they just talk about how hot they are all day long. It's just dust in their face, and it's like, dude, that shit sucks.
Especially if you don't live near a lake, so you cool off a little.
Yeah. Oh no, there's like they have like a spring house, and every time they gotta get water, there's just rattlesnakes everywhere near the spring house. And it's like, dude, that sucks so bad.
There's a great book about Texas called In Empire of the Summer Moon. It's all about the settlers encountering the Comanche. You gotta think, like, if the Comanche, if this is where they lived, and they lived here year round, like, they had to be the hardest fucking people in the world. Yeah, dude, just like fucking, just tough as fuck.
Yeah, especially when it gets like freezing too. It was like that 2 weeks were super cold. Yeah, that would be up.
You never know what's coming back then either. You could prepare. Like Texas, like right now it's 80. 2 weeks ago it was 30. Before that it was 20. Before that it was 70. Like you don't know when it's coming.
I've been here for 2 years, and I know we're gonna get like a solid collective week of real winter, and the rest of it is just 50, 60, 70, 80.
Yeah, it's worth it. I think it's perfect because it gives just enough cold to appreciate the warm, just enough. Nothing like where you want to kill yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing like there's Montana winters, Wyoming winters, where they last like 7 months. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna do this.
Even regular East Coast winter, I couldn't handle it. By the time I left, like, you don't feel the sun for like at least 3 months. And I remember spring finally like come out. It's like that messes me up. Like I'd rather it be super hot and sunny than be cold.
Yeah,
you just like just figure jump in the lake, jump in the pool.
That's what flu season is about too.
Well,
sorry, flu. Oh yeah, emerges in the winter. It's just everybody's immune system's low. No one has any vitamin D. That buddy of mine who's a doctor said that he would do tests on people in New York City. He said so many people are coming to his practice and they had undetectable levels of vitamin D. Yeah, because they weren't supplementing at all, and they were wearing winter clothes, and they were never outside, and everybody's sick, and they got their water. Your vitamin D depleted.
Yeah,
that's why in Seattle they have a lot of people doing tanning beds and shit. They try to like do something to those people. Because tanning beds will give you a natural dose of vitamin D. That's what it is. Yeah,
apparently it's like a hormone more than a vitamin D. Yeah, that's what I heard. It's like not even just like vitamin A. It's like something you absolutely need.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying you should hyperdose it too. Because the USDA recommended is like 5,000 milligrams. A lot of people are saying like 30,000. They take it every day.
Yeah, I had to do that for a while because I had vitamin D. I'm like such a baby with medicine. Like I'm like super sensitive to it. It did like absolutely no side effects at all.
No, it doesn't stick out. But for full absorption, I think you're supposed to take it with a bunch of other stuff. Like, I think the recommended is I take it with K2, vitamin K2, and magnesium. I think there might be one other thing that also helps absorption. But Dr. Rhonda Patrick was on a podcast recently, and she was talking about how vitamin D, someone was taking vitamin D, but they weren't showing improvement. She's like, we're taking magnesium. So magnesium apparently helps vitamin D get absorption. Like, there's a bunch of those things that like works. Like you take them without any fat or any food, they're not good. And then like amino acids, you have to take them on the stomach. So you gotta know what you're doing.
That's true. Yeah, I have like a paste that's like a good, that's like fatty.
Just vitamin D.
Yeah, it's vitamin D. It's like a liposomal thing. Yeah, it's eyeball.
I wonder if like liposomal absorbs easier. Isn't that the whole idea about it?
It's better to fat.
Right. I wonder if that you don't need as much, or you don't need vitamin D or K2 rather.
Well, I don't know, but I was low, and then I'm not. Yeah, so I'm like, maybe it worked, maybe it's fat on the side. I don't know.
I'm sure it works. Yeah, it's just like, does it work out? That's the thing. Yeah. So just taking it alone is definitely going to be better than not taking it all. But the thing that for maximum absorption, what are the things that you should take with vitamin D for put that into the things you take with vitamin D for maximum absorption? It's hard to remember all this stuff too. That's the problem. Like I'll hear it on podcasts and I can't. Kill that the fuck did Andrew Huberman say?
Yeah, well, I heard. You remember that thing about cortisol? Like you need to spike your cortisol early in the morning. Which if I get up and exercise in the morning, yeah, that seems true. I feel like. And then I was like, I can't have caffeine anymore. I need to get off completely. Really? Dude, I can't have. I'm like super sensitive to it. If I had a cup of coffee, if I had a cup of coffee now, 2 o'clock, I would not sleep.
Is that because you don't drink much of it, or is it just like,
That's my mom. My dad can drink coffee and fall asleep. If my mom has coffee, it like you have it. I can feel it just in my body for hours. And it's just like a non-stop. Like I love effects. My body just can't stand it.
have you ever tried nootropics? Like
Like, not at all. Theanine, I'm not a single one. I've taken out theanine with it, which helped a little bit. And I was drinking more coffee because
I mean with coffee. I mean by itself.
Oh yeah, no, I like I take out theanine for sleep. I think it's personal stuff.
Yeah, I hear that too, which is interesting because it helps with your memory. Like, how's it help with your memory and also help you go to sleep? Here it says vitamin D is a fat soluble nutrient, so pairing it with dietary fat maximizes its absorption in the gut. Take vitamin D supplements with a meal containing fats for optimal uptake. Studies show reduce serum levels by about 50%. Foods like fatty fish, avocados, olive oil, nut seeds, or full-fat yogurt provide these fats effectively. Supportive nutrients, magnesium, aids in converting vitamin D to its active form and transporting it in the body. Vitamin K2 works synergistically to direct calcium to bones, enhancing benefits for bone health. Omega-3 fatty acids from fish oil also improve absorption alongside fats. All right, so that's it. So vitamin D should take with magnesium and K2 and probably some fish oil.
That was even after breakfast. So there we go.
Yeah,
my fats.
Yeah.
But yeah, the caffeine for me, I can't everyone's different. But I can't have it.
I could drink 2 double espressos and go to sleep.
That's crazy. So here's my thing too. I stopped because I didn't start really drinking caffeine all the time until I had kids. But I don't like dreams. If I drink even coffee during the day, no dreams at all. I don't know what it is. I'm super sensitive.
A lot of people even stop smoking weed so that they get really wild, crazy dreams.
That happens too. That kind of blocks with dreams too.
Yeah.
But even that, like, I don't know. I smoked weed forever. Like, I would still kind of have dreams. The caffeine just like completely neutralizes them. And then they say that it's like anecdotal, but they say that caffeine, there's anecdotal evidence that it kind of like discourages or whatever it does your brain. You don't do as much divergent thinking. It's more like convergent. Like if you need to get like a task, caffeine's great for like make up a story. There's like anecdotal evidence that says like people who are on caffeine report that it like messes up their ability to like just kind of like come up with like new novel ideas.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
because you're just hyper focused on the one thing that you're doing. Yeah, like a low dose meth.
Yeah, pretty much.
My friends that have dated girls that have had problems with amphetamines, one thing they say is they know when they're on it because when they start cleaning the house, they start cleaning everything. Yeah, they start getting like hyper focused on like organizing and cleaning. Like,
yeah, what's it's probably a spaz. That's probably the back. That shit's probably doing it for 12 hours.
Listening to Slayer.
Yeah. You gotta be talking about heroin. This is them doing like Christian thing.
I don't know. We've seen amphetamines. I would assume it's like meth.
Yeah, amphetamine babe would be not ideal, I don't think.
Well, I've talked to people that have done meth until you feel like you're fucking Superman, but you also want to get things done.
Really?
Yeah.
I've heard that a similar thing about crack where you feel like a genius. You smoke crack, apparently, you're just like, dude, like, why would I have a refrigerator to sell it right now? I order out to, and like, apparently you're just like the smartest person in the world. And then you just like, crashes everything.
It's like free-based cocaine. That's what all it is. Yeah. Like what Richard Pryor was doing back in the day, that was just before crack. Yeah, it was free-basing cocaine.
Yeah, and it's weird too, because I think it just, I think just floods your brain up. A lot of things just flood your brain up.
Yeah, but the delivery method apparently of crack is superior. There's something about smoking it where it just goes right to your head. Well, I know this from Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was on that Channel 5 show and he was talking about it. He was so descriptive of it, it almost made you want to try crack. He was almost like, it was like a romantic tale of like a bad romance that he had to get out of.
It's very genuinely way to say it's a superior delivery mechanism.
Well, he's very smart, right? Yeah. So he's very articulate. He's talking about like, what it was like to smoke crack. And holy shit.
I wonder. I guess he's off of it because I guess like you know, you start again. It's probably just
there was that baggie they found at the White House, but first of all, Biden is, but also,
you think he's the only one of those people doing coke? Yeah, I was about to say that could be anyway. Listen, there's probably a lot of those folks that need to pick me up sometimes for a meeting, for to do a press thing, or you're working 16 hours a day, little time. Big time. I used to work at a real estate company when I was in college. Just so you know, they like buy apartment buildings and do all the senior management. They used to buy Adderall. They would just try fucking Adderall. Come in and just be like, and they would do sales meetings. Just be like,
a friend of mine was a journalist, so he's all in these journalists.
yeah, I believe it's yeah,
some of them are like super open about it, like Dave Portman, like when he was in there, he was telling us. What did he say he took? 30 milligrams? It was enough that I was like, yo, and then I had to go to Jamie, how much is that? And Jamie was like, a lot.
30s, yeah, 30s, that would get you.
But not a lot if you do it a lot, right?
Yeah, you get it.
That's the thing. It's like if you do it edibles with Joey Diaz, like how much should I take? Take 2 cups. Take 2. How much do you take?
Yeah, that would go. I feel like I can't get a tolerance to eat edibles. They just knock me out every time.
Jamie can just eat them and don't do anything.
That's crazy. I know people like that too. Like, I need like 200 milligrams to feel like I'm psychotic. 200 milligrams on fried. That's a lot. Yeah, I used to have these lollipops at 200 milligrams, so I would try to gauge it. Like, I don't want to eat too much of it. And I would get fucking whacked all the time.
So we went over how many people are on Adderall once, the number of Adderall prescriptions in a year. It was something bonkers. It was like 39 million Adderall prescriptions in this country. But then you have to go like, how many people is that? Right, because like you refill your prescription, so how often do you refill it? How many times a year? You know what I mean?
I think it's more than 39. If that's the case, I feel like there's 39 million subscribers.
Well, there's definitely people that are getting it otherwise, for sure.
Yeah, you get your script and you sell it, but it's like, so there were
not just that, you're getting it illegal.
Yeah,
you're getting illegal, good and bad. You're getting cartel stuff, pressed and stuff. Yeah, like they can make a value. It's just like a value. Yeah, just fucking fentanyl.
Yeah, true. No, that's like the whole world is. They're like completely riddled with that right now.
Oh, it's scary. These kids are taking these. Like, there was a kid from a local high school around here that wrote a story. Like, he took an Adderall. He thought it was an Adderall, and it was fentanyl. Yeah, done. Yeah, got it from one of his friends. He was just trying to cram for studies.
Yeah, that's why I always tell people. I know those coding boys. Like, you gotta stop. They're like, no, we'll test it. It's like, no, you're not. You're gonna get at a bar, you're gonna eat hamburgers, you're gonna buy coke and shove it up your nose. I've never stopped.
I've never done it. But all my friends have done it. They said the same thing. Don't do it.
I've never done it either. I've never done it either. It's like every time I'm around people on it, I'm just like, dude, this sucks. Maybe they're having fun, but it's almost like Bitcoin. You want to go into business now.
Everybody does. They get like super hyped about a project. Bring in.
That's what I think. I guess that's the way it's explained to me. You just feel like you accomplished something major. Yeah. It's like sort of COVID. You're like, I am the best ever. I don't know.
Yeah. Joey Diaz used to say that you can't go on stage.
Yeah,
I think that's the worst. You have no feeling. You don't feel for the crowd.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I can't drink on stage because I'm way too confident. If something doesn't land, I'm like, whatever. I don't care. It's too so bad.
Yeah, it's a weird fine dance that people do with substances and performing, especially if you're doing it at speed or something. Yeah, you can get it wrong.
I would imagine.
Yeah, you get your balance wrong.
I've heard Adderall does not much of comedy. Adderall doesn't really tell people like it's like a weird part of your brain where it's too laser in.
I've heard people like to use it for writing, which I think is weird.
I guess, yeah.
I know they use it for writing books. Yeah, I don't know if it would be the same for writing comedy. Because you know when you're talking about like coming up with ideas, you imagine like the coffee thing on steroids.
Yeah. For me, for writing, like I like to write. I write books. I like to do other stuff. Writing stand-up is more like it has to just pop into my head. And you're like, oh, that would be funny. If I start fleshing out, there's no ideas come. But I've tried to write stand up. I very rarely do I get anything that like works when I do that.
Yeah, me too. But what I do is I write essays. I just like essays on a subject, and then from that I'll extract different things. And then I take that little thing and I'll say, how do I introduce this thing? What would be funny about this thing? How would I lead into this? And what are the other like surrounding things that would go with this?
No, that's a good way to do it. I have to trick myself into being like I'm memorizing my materials and PowerPoint it, and I get bored and my mind wanders.
Right, and then you start rambling. Yeah, that's the thing about the essay. If you just sit down and write a subject, about a subject, whatever that subject is, that you just start thinking about all the different aspects of that subject instead of thinking how to write in comedy form.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. Yeah, if I try to write it, then like you try to repeat it when you wrote it down, so it sounds like a written thing. It's like
even that in the essay way, it's a brutal process because then you have to take that one sentence or that one paragraph in 1,000 words and then figure out a way to introduce that where it's not clunky, and then figure out what's the funniest part about it. And it's like you have to always know that the first time you bring it out there, it's going to suck. And you have to just slowly but surely trust it to get better and just throw it into the fire every night. Yeah. And you have your bits that you know are going to kill, and you're like, oh, try that one out here.
I know. That kind of is the funnest part though to me. Like when I moved here, I had just I think I had just put out an hour to like recorded, so I had to like start with like new material. It sucks. You move somewhere, you have new stuff. Dude, I had only new shit. It's a bad feeling, but it's like it's exciting. You're like you don't know how it's gonna go every night. I don't know. I like that.
I think it's good. I think it's like we were talking the other day about loss, about failure. I was talking about loss, about bombing on stage. I think it's good because what happens if you bomb? That feeling, you feel terrible the next day, you feel terrible that night, and then you're like, I gotta fucking get back on stage and really like tighten up my shit. And I always in the past made big leaps after I bombed. I think it's important. Like failure is important. It sucks. You don't like it, but you gotta go through that. Like maybe you got overconfident, or maybe you were in a bad mood, or maybe it was like whatever.
Yeah. So it helps. That's what like motivates me to write stand-up. I bomb. I'm like, all right, now let me like dial it in. I'm always doing a bunch of stuff, and I'm like a show, and I'm organized kind of against the gun. But yeah, a bomb really is clarifying. It's good for you.
Yes, it is. Well, I used to say that to fuckers too. Use a fight, it's good. It's good because you like that feeling. Go home with that feeling and think about all the stones that you left unturned, all the times we skipped road work, all the times we skipped strength and conditioning, all the times we were half-assing in the gym. That guy didn't do that. He just beat you. Now we know. Like you have to understand that there's levels to these levels to dedication, there's levels to competency, and a good loss is good for you.
Yeah, I kind of, if you have your tried and true, you're just going on stage, it's working night after night, you just go home or whatever. Well, yeah, when you bomb, like, for me, it does something in my brain where my thoughts start flying, whatever that is, just downstream and stuff like that.
When I lived in Boston, one of the things that was a real problem was there was this local headliners that had these fucking acts, man. They had 45 minutes of, like, hammered samurai sword. It was so good, because they've been doing that 45 minutes for a decade and a half. Crazy. It was so good. Their timing was so good. And the pacing was so good. They would crush every night. But after a while, they never added anything new to it. Yeah, these guys just, like, a buddy of mine went to see a Boston headliner that we knew from, like, Fitzsimmons. Went to see a Boston headliner that we knew from the 80s. And he goes, dude, he was doing the same material. It was so sad. He was just phoning it in. He was barely getting a response from the audience. It was like dated references. Because this guy just had an act, and he, like a fucking guy shows up at the office, and he'll open up his suitcase, pull his act out, and that was his act.
Those guys are always fascinating. When you're like, I started in Philly, like, so like one of the first like paid gigs you get as an open micer are like, you do like Roots Lodges and shit for like $50, and it's always one of those like wacko headliners who's been around for 30 years, doing it forever. He's giving you the career talk in between the shows. Like I would get like comedy magicians all the time. And dude, it was like, yeah, those guys were always kind of freaking out. Like I would look for guys that were talking about like floppy disks in like the 2000s, and what are you doing, man? Like, we have CDs anymore. You know, you're like this guy talked about porn on a floppy disk on stage. Dude, it was fucking Screech. R.I.P. It was Screech. R.I.P. I remember Screech back in the day, and I was like, fuck yes, this is gonna be awesome. He was killing it in the comedy clubs. He was like one of the first people to go from being on a sitcom to touring on the road. Yeah, I caught late Screech. Skippy. Remember Skippy from Family Matters? Was it Family Matters? What was it from? What was the show? He was another guy who was on a sitcom. He was on not Step by Step. I don't remember. But he was the same thing. Like Hollywood didn't work out for him. And with Michael J. Fox. Yeah, so that guy was headlining the comedy clubs. Yeah, all over the place. This was like a bar in Delaware. This was not a glamorous gig. It was bad. This was I graduated college in 2009, like 2012 maybe. So this was like late Screech, and the whole time he was on stage going Screech, and he was fucking made upset. But I remember it was such a funny show because it was supposed to be a lady who was supposed to host. I was going to feature Screech as the headliner. And the guy who owned the venue was bad, like one of the fucking ladies so bad that he was like, hey, I'm letting that lady feature. You're going to host. And he was about to pay the same price. I was like, yeah, whatever, I don't give a shit. So he paid me, and I had been standing for a couple of years, so I was like, kind of shocked. You know, so I showed up for like that bar show. And this lady, she had never done stand-up before. This was her first time. This guy fucked her over. He thought he was such a nice girl. She sat there for all of the 20 minutes and read out of a giant notebook. And just fucking like completely like a first time stand up doing 20 minutes. Completely bombed. And Screech was in the back of me. He was like, the fuck is this? He was like bragging, being like, they gave me $8,000. I was going to fuck about the show.
I know a few guys who their girlfriends started doing comedy, and their girlfriends started booking for them. And it was just,
first thing you can't do that. It's so crazy. And these guys were like competent headliners. So people were coming to see them. They're excited. Like, hey, we're going to go live. Nope. You're going to get tortured for 20 minutes before you get to laugh. Also, it's not going to help him either. She's going to be furious. Like, I don't know why people do that. They want to do it. Like, help me. And that's one thing that happens a lot with comedy couples. Like, one of the couples will help the other one write. Yeah, okay, writing's one thing, but like, and that's why they want to do it. It's like they want to hook up with the headliner. It's a guy, you hook up with the headliner, he or she helps you with your act, and then you go back. And, it's also impossible, right? If you're dating a comic and then you book your own opener, you can't be like, next time, I got you next time. You know, you have to flat out be like, no, I'm not, you're not doing it. Right. And then you break up. Yeah. But if you really care about their comedy, like, bro, you gotta go to the open mics. Yeah, doing it in front of a sold out show when you're just starting out is a crazy idea. I couldn't imagine. I literally couldn't imagine. It would have messed me up. That's why I kept telling you sometimes. Yeah, like there are people who've gone on for their first time ever in Madison Square Garden to a sold out arena of 16,000 people. And then it's filmed for like millions of people. You're out there eating dick. That must feel crazy. Yeah, just like if you go to sleep. Yeah, imagine that. Go to sleep. If I flop a word, I don't go to sleep. You can go to sleep after that? Yeah, you're essentially filming a 1 minute special the first time. The first time you do it on Netflix. God damn. We're on YouTube. We're getting fucking millions of views. I'd be so scared to do that. People who can do that, I'm like, that's amazing. Go out there and do crazy. That's actually true. Some of the people, when you're interviewing them after they do the set, I go, is this guy been screened? Do you make sure there's a fucking knife on him? They do need that airport. Yeah, 100%. Some of these people are out of their fucking mind. I always wanted to hang in the bar, right, like the holding tank, wherever it is, because that's got to be the craziest vibe. Yeah, true.
Open mic night at the Comedy Store in particular was always so nuts.
Yeah,
it was just like complete lunatic asylum. There's this one guy, Robert William Agravaya, and he would come there. He was a really nice guy, and all of his act was about marijuana. And he, at one point in time, was a lawyer, and then I guess grew reviews, and then just was doing comedy, but he would walk from downtown. He lived in Flophouse in downtown. It would take him hours. He would walk from downtown to the Comedy Store, and when it rained out, the way he would deal with the rain is he would take plastic grocery bags and tuck them inside of all of his clothing, so he'd wrap them around his body, so he had his clothing on the outside and these plastic bags all over his body.
That's so fucking funny. The clothes were on the outside?
Yeah.
So he let his clothes get wet, but his body was
well, he couldn't figure out how to put it all outside of him.
Okay.
So his solution was just cover his skin and keep him from getting wet and cold, which I guess would work. It'd probably keep you sweaty too.
He'd sweat, yeah.
So he was like a staple, and he would go there every night, late at night, and he would be like one of the last guys out there open mic night every week. Yeah, and just was insane. Like you couldn't shake your hand, couldn't touch him. He was always nervous that everybody hated him, and so he'd like be scared. I became friends with him, so he's cool with me. I'd talk to him. Or like one time I tried to give him knuckles, and I got so he is what it. Yeah, I would like mumble and look at the ground, like sorry.
Yeah,
he was legitimately cooked. Yeah, whatever was going on. Yeah, but it was and he just blew a fuse. Jesus Christ, it happens.
Yeah, it does. No, you forget, like, well, at least I did, because doing the open mics, it's like, it is like a complete freak factory. Freak. But you're like steeped in that so much for years. And then I remember, like, when I finally stopped doing the open mics all the time, I'm still in Philly, and I just took a break from the open mics. I would go do shows, and I was like, let me get to the open mic. It's been like 6 months. I was like, I'll go to one and try stuff out. I like got in, sitting behind there. It was like a Philly heel, sitting there at the open mic, and I just got like right away, guys, like, dude, we're gonna be fucking silent. And it was just like all these people. This was like the worst environment you could possibly be in. Yeah, it was just everyone was like, this guy's a fucking piece of shit. I hate this guy. And everyone's so fucking angry. And just everyone's so charged on adrenaline all the time.
And they're also like on the outside of this thing that they want to do, this dream, and they get to try it. Like a regular person with no training, no schooling, no nothing. Yeah, you get to stand on that stage with a microphone. I went down a rabbit hole the other night when I was watching the open mic nights from Long Island. It was so crazy. That would be fun. It's so crazy watching someone that definitely shouldn't be doing comedy, that's trying comedy for the first time. And I was, it was one of those dumb things. It was like midnight, like,
and they have it's all kinds of
basically you find anything online, and I started watching. I can only watch for so long that I get anxiety. I shut it off.
That was like when you're doing the mics, you finally do a showcase, you invite your friends or family to watch, and they're just like, what the fuck are you doing? Who are these people? You're like, they're my friends.
I brought some of my friends the first time I went on stage. I didn't want to do it by myself.
I was the opposite. I didn't want anyone to see me for a long time. Yeah, I did a show one time. I was in a big family, so I did a show in this place in Raven Lounge in Philly. It was like awesome. Like when we started, it was a tiny little black box thing at the top of the bar. It fit maybe like 25 people. And I have a big family, so I finally was like, all right, I'm gonna let the family out. So everyone was on stage, and I knew like 17 out of 25 people. I was like, dude, you're killing me right now. This sucks.
And they're staring at you like this.
I saw my aunt in the front was like looking at me, and I was like, no,
watching you choke, watching you bomb. It's what that's the only way. I know some people are taking comedy classes, and then that has kind of got them into stand-up. Yeah, this is a function of comedy classes, and that function is it gets you to try it. I don't think anybody, maybe there's a few people out there that are like legit comics that are teaching them, but for the most part, not.
So we had a comedy class, and the thing was, if you One, if you took a comedy class, they let you in the comedy classes contest, then you can compete with the other people in the class. If you won that, you got the host and you get healed. And it was a sweet deal, but it was so hard to get a healing. So I had done stand up for a while. I took time off, and I got back into it. I was like, fuck it, I'm taking that comedy class. I'm gonna try to fast track myself into host. So I won the comedy class contest, and then I got Philly's Funniest. When I won Philly's Funniest, I got, they were like, the improv theater across the street was like, we'll let you host the comedy class, and they'll give you like $35 an hour. Dude, I had like no health care. I had nothing. I was like, absolutely, let's do it. So I had a comedy class, and they showed up, and I was like, all right, never take a comedy class ever again. I was like, don't ever do this ever again. This is so dumb. You guys did this, but we're just gonna run this as an open mic. And I was like, get up there, and I had them all go up and just do like 5. It was just an open mic. Yeah, that's what I tried to tell them. Yeah, that's what I tried to tell them. The one I was at was like real sketchy, man. It was very much like, I'm about to blow up. I'm taking you guys with me. This is how it's done. You get out of it. You go, this is bloody fucking wrong. I got deals in development, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. There's so many of those guys. I got blacklisted from Ewing because they found out I had a comedy class, which wasn't even it was a fake comedy class. I just wanted the money for it. And I should try to tell them. Yeah, I told the owner. I was like, bro, what do you do? He's like, oh, man, just chill. I was like, can I do the open mic still? He's like, you can do the open mic. And the guy found out I was in the open mic. And got me off that fucking month. Oh, my God. He was out for blood. And I called him, like, what the fuck? Because I knew this guy. Like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, well, I didn't call him. I'm like, okay, but, it was like, it was a big thing. Well, there was talk when they were the same people were in Cap City. There was talk that if you headlined there, you couldn't do my club for 3 months. And I was like, why? I said to him, I'm like, if one of my friends is at your club, I'm like, I'll tweet about it. Like, I don't want this to be competition. There's plenty of Canadians, there's plenty of audience members for everybody. That's also everyone's gonna be fine. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't like that young guy coming up and banning him from the club because he's hosting a comedy class for money. Yeah, it was nonsense. Now, that comedy class is probably going to lead more people to your club. Like, it's all feeds off of itself. I know. And it was literally like, well, maybe the word got out there. I was like, never take a comedy class. Why in Philly? That was the class I took. I took a class at Ewing. Fast track myself to the host. Otherwise, you do Philly's Funniest, and then. Yeah, so I was like, we gamed it, and I was like, fuck it, because these were like people who've never done it before. I've done it for years, so I just went and did the class, went through the contest. Just go back and think about the early days, and yeah, there's a couple people that I was like, this guy's like a celebrity. Yeah, he's got it, and it's just like, I don't know what happened. They just kind of like, I guess, I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. There's a few people that are starting out with, damn, this dude's talented. There's something there. Oh, no. Yeah, I know. It's funny you said that. I don't think so. I'm like, oh, yeah, there's definitely at least one, if not like 2 or 3. They would come, they would do this guy was always on his own time. He would like show up late, just walk on. Like, I think there's some people who just can't keep into like a thing at all. Like their personalities are like magnetic. Yeah, there's some people that for whatever reason they never figure out how to make a living out of it. Yeah. And then they get bored with it, or they get frustrated or something. Like there was, I couldn't imagine. Just there was, I see people go who like, everyone bombs when starting out at open mics, but there are people that bomb every time for like years, and they keep doing it. Bro, how do you keep up? How do you do this? One bad set, I'm going to kill some people just don't. It's also they don't appreciate. That's also why they don't get any better. They don't have their self-awareness. Yeah, and their perception of how people see them is distorted. Yeah, no, that's kind of scary actually. Yeah, it's pretty cut and dry though. Where people are silent in front of you. Yeah, like, hey, myself right now is change something. But in the beginning, it's such a weird. You're basically like running a marathon blindfolded. Yeah, through trees. I did it like finally when I did like a special. I was like, oh, this is the problem. You have to come up with an hour of stand-up. Before I was just like, I need to have a good 5 minutes for tonight. I just go up and do it. Like, great. And I just go back home with like no plan or anything. Well, that's a lot of guys in the cities where you do short sets all the time. Yeah, we were talking about that the other night. Like some guys who do a lot of like New York City clubs, they have a really good 15 minutes. They fucking crush it 15 minutes. But then they have to do an hour.
then things get weird because they can't keep the same energy for an hour. It's not, you have to pace it. It has to be hills and valleys. They have to kind of infrastructure it.
Yeah.
And then they also don't really have the material because they're basically just doing the best 15 minutes all the time.
Yeah, true. I had I wasn't even really doing stand-up. Me and Shane were doing podcasts, and I was like, this is a podcast. I don't want to do stand-up anymore. And then it was pretty funny behind my back was your manager at Helium was like, dude, have that headline. I was like, fucking dick. And the guy hit me up. So I started doing that. So I had been like not doing stand-up for how long? For like months and months, like maybe a year. And I had like, I went, it was like I would go and try stuff. So then I started doing, when I first started headlining, I would do an hour, have off for like 2 months. Do an hour somewhere else. It was the most insane. It really started fucking with me. Did you have recordings to listen to? Yes, I would record the audio and I would listen to it, and then I would like jot down notes. And it was the most insane way to get back in.
That was the thing that we experienced after COVID. There was a moment where I had done stand-up for 4 or 5 months. Yeah, it felt so weird. And then Houston had stand-up. Their club open. And they like spaced people out, put masks on. This is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And we were doing shows inside, and I only did one weekend, and then I got super paranoid. I didn't like giving it to someone and lay down. Yeah, I'm being so selfish that I don't do shows. Yeah, I gotta stop. So I had this old lady on the podcast, and my first thought was, what if I have it and I give it to her? Damn, I was so freaked out. Yeah, I didn't have. I wasn't even remotely sick. That was what was crazy. It was just it was a boogeyman for sure. It wasn't like I'm coughing, maybe I shouldn't come to work. No, it was like I feel great, but you can have it.
Yeah, I had my first kid like March 2020. So we got out of the hospital, and like a week later, I was like holding my face in the grocery store, being like, "Fuck, well, at least you can put it on." Yeah, that was cool. That was crazy. Yeah, I felt like you couldn't visit them while they were gone. It was the same. It was like, and luckily, we went in for our second kid. That was like, it was still kind of in the mix. We were able to go in together, but like our nurse, if we didn't have like our mask on, she was like, "Oh, I don't care." Our people were getting like, just like 2 weeks after we were getting, we were in there, like, I gotta stay home. My wife's there by herself. Blah blah. And it was like disaster. Even navigating that was crazy because it was like, like my wife, like, I'm gonna do this. What if you bring it all of us? And I remember just on one game, like, we're all gonna fucking get it, dude. I don't know. Like I did the numbers. Like, I think this affects older people.
What time is this?
It's March. We went March 2020, and then like the next 6 months, I would like go try to do stuff. So we go outside.
I was worried about it. I wasn't really confident that people weren't going to get really fucked up by it until like a few of my friends got over it. Yeah, and then my family got it, and I didn't get it. And I thought that was crazy because I tried to get it. Like I didn't. I had my kids. They were laughing. You're gonna get COVID. I was like, I'm not gonna get it. I remember part of my head was like, yeah. I never got it. I worked out and I didn't feel so good. And I said, let me just go through the paces today. And then I worked out the next day, same thing. Like, I don't feel so good. So like weak. So just let me do like my kettlebell routine, like 35 pounds, just easy. Like, don't push it, just a couple sets. So I did that 2 days in a row. And the third day, I went to the gym. I'm like, how do I feel? I'm like, I feel fucking good. Like, I feel great. Like, nothing feels wrong at all. I had a full workout. I felt fine. So I was like, all right, I guess I didn't get it. Yeah, I went and got tested to see if I had antibodies, like if I recovered from it. Nope, never got in there. Yeah, I talked to my wife. She was coughing. She was all such a fucking beast, man. She was like, you're gonna get it. Like, let's find out. Let's find out.
What is a beast move? I'm like terrible at math, but I remember looking up like how likely is it to die from this? It was like 0.00001 something. I was like,
it was so much propaganda, and it was like, the thing was, we were in the middle of doing podcasts, and we tested everybody when they show up, make sure that nobody has it, tested all the employees, security guys, everybody that works for me, everybody got tested every day. Yeah, would show up and be separated, the nurse would come with a mask on, test everybody, and then once we had the results, then we were allowed to show up.
Yeah,
so I was like, I can't fuck this up because if I fuck this up, I fuck this up for everybody. Yeah, so I gotta be careful. Yeah, but I still want my guests. Like the guests were flying in, they were taking a chance. A lot of them were older, you know, a lot of professors. They're flying in to do this podcast, and I had to make sure. And then someone was out. So the health department showed up at the studio, and they wanted us to have a bag of masks, like right when you walk in. So we had to put a bag of masks right there. We had to put a hand sanitizer thing right there, and then a sign that says like what you're supposed to do, 6 foot distancing, all that shit. I was like, all right. But they were saying that we weren't socially distancing. We saw him hug people outside the front door.
That's completely dystopian, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why. You know what it was? Because my parents were just like, you know, the first time we all hung outside, both my parents were like, oh, this is awesome. We're just going to. And that was like, oh, my parents were dead. My parents didn't want to hang out with anybody until they got vaccinated. They were nervous about it. That's their older. Yeah. When you get older, you know, that's why a lot of these people, like Neil Youngs and Howard Sterns and all those people that really freaked out about it, they're older people. Yeah. So to them, they're looking at, they might be that 1% that dies. Yeah, you know what I mean? Whereas like you're young and healthy, work out, you'll probably be fine. You'll be okay. Your wife's healthy, you'll be fine. Yeah. When you're an old person and you smell death in the air already, every day you wake up, your fucking back hurts. Oh, Jesus, you can barely get out of bed. Your fingers swollen. Like, it can get you. Yeah, it's crazy. My parents were like, they're like 77, 78 years old. That's where you grew up. I think that's what it was, man. They're just kind of like, you know, they're all just like, fuck that, you know, it's bullshit. And no matter what it was, it was fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's not hard. I remember I finally got it. It kind of rocked me. The first day, I had talked so much shit, and I got it. I was like, if I die, this is going to suck so bad. And it's like, we got it. My wife got it 2 days later, so then I had to, you know, get a little kid, so I had to, like, we just switched it off. I kind of was like, recovered enough, so our kid never got it. Kids can go right through it. Both of my kids got it, and they just burned through it. One of them had it, but she was like a little more sensitive. She was pretty sick for a couple days, not like scary, like she didn't feel good for a couple days. The other one like barely had it. Yeah, like went right through her. Yeah, the one didn't get it all, the one that got it knows. I was like in bed for 3 straight days, just like super fever. Are you taking any vitamins at the time? No, I wasn't going to see that's the thing. Yeah, I'm all over the vitamins. All over the vitamins down. My wife back then, I don't think not so much. Yeah, I don't think she did as much. So when I was around everywhere they got it, they just never got to me. Yeah, no, I would be in like, you know, a relative newborn kind of situation going on. It's a hard one. Your immune system's going to be crushed anyway because you're getting zero sleep. Yeah, everybody's ready to fall asleep at any given time. I watch some TV. I've never recovered. I'm still ready to pass out. I can fall asleep. I go home. I take naps. That was a big thing for coffee. Now I can take naps during the day. I can't take naps during coffee. The only time I ever take a nap is if I have to do something really, really important. So if I do a set at night and I'm not home until 12:30 and maybe I have to get up at 6 or something, I'll take a nap. Just because for me, there's that balance of like what's more important, getting things done working out or not getting into a deficit. And for me, it's not getting into a deficit because when if I do a podcast and I'm saying things, I get so mad at myself. I'm like, what am I doing? Yeah, this is your one job. People I can talk to people, sleep like a toddler, just like, oh wow, that's cool. So how long are you going to use it for? It is embarrassing. Like, what the fuck? It's the worst. And I'm just drinking coffee and energy drinks and taking nicotine patches and just trying to fire the brain up. Yeah, and when I do that, my face just gets hot. I'm just anxious. It's like, that's why, especially for shows, like I try to travel, like I leave like on an early flight. Get where I'm going and just take a big nap. Yeah, and I wake up and go to the show. One thing that I started doing when I was on the road a lot was I would go in on Thursday if I had a show on Friday. Yeah. So I'd get in Thursday night and sleep, and then instead of flying in the day of the show, because you're always so foggy.
Yeah, it's hard. Back then, I wasn't on the nootropics as much. I wasn't like taking it with me on the road, brain vitamins and shit like alpha train. But now, I'm trying that stuff.
Yeah, no, you do need. I do the day. I can't have that. I just go early and nap. I did a show in Vegas last weekend at like it didn't start at 10 p.m. Vegas time. Sweet. I got there. I got there, took a nap, woke up at like 9 p.m. Vegas time.
You know what my trick for that is? The moment you learn. The moment you your shit in your hotel room, go straight to the gym. Yeah. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You gotta get workout. You gotta sweat, like really sweat. Just really get it going. Do some push-ups, whatever the fuck you want to do, but just really sweat. It feels like it resets your system.
Crazy that would make you up.
Yeah, it resets your system. Like whatever the fuck happens when you're on a plane, you get off.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like I smell weird. It's like an X-ray. I'm trying to say the other day, I was like, maybe it's like good for me somehow. It's just like constricting my blood vessels, and they like turning me into a super. Well, I was in Denver and I ran. Recently I was running in Denver, and I was like, probably altered me. I do like thinking it worked out. I'm probably totally different now.
Well, I lived above Boulder for a while. Yeah. And then I had a gig in Philly, so I was living up there for a couple of months. I was living in 8,500 feet absolutely, and I'd work out. And then when I go down to Boulder at 5,500, I had all this endurance. This is crazy.
Oh, in Denver. Yeah, from Boulder to Denver.
I know, from where I was in the mountains above Boulder, so I go down to Boulder. Gotcha. Boulder's like 55, 57, whatever it is, but I was at 8,500 feet above sea level. That's a lot. So then I did a gig in Philly, and I went to the gym, and I remember I called my friend, I was like, dude, I feel like I can run through my fucking wall. Damn, I want that so bad. That's why a lot of athletes train. Like, they go to Big Bear. Yeah. California, they train up there.
I got to do it for like 2 months.
Yeah, if you can live at altitude and train at altitude and go down to sea level, you feel like you're superpower. There's a lot of endurance athletes. So that's why they put the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs. Yeah, like training at altitude is a legit hack.
Yeah, I didn't realize, because I've always wondered, like, why is it so hard? It's literally just the air thins and there's less oxygen.
Yeah, it's that simple. And then your body has to adapt, so you get more red blood cells. Yeah, that's why they take EPO. That's what EPO does for you. You can go to altitude. Well, I think a lot of them do both. There's arms where they push it to that. Like, how much before you get a stroke? I'm trying to win a gold medal. I'm trying to win a Tour de France.
Dude, I started sprinting again, like sprinting, just all out total sprints, and just to like see where I was at. Cause I'm like, I feel like if you just stop, you can feel that like, age creeping a little bit. And I think there's a lot of mental stuff to be like, man, it just fucking goes. But you're not like testing it. How do you know? You're just not letting yourself go anyway. So I just like do it. I haven't been running like that forever, and dude, like my fingertips be done. I would do 100 sprints, and I like can't feel my hand. Now I can't. Now I can't. I fixed it. Now because you like grow new veins and shit. I swear to God, it's true. Are you a doctor? I don't know. I have dropped, dude. We're all I remember when we see where I'm at, I was like, bro, you really do use it or lose it. I can run now. I did it this morning. I can sprint now and I don't get numb.
So how do you do it? You go to a track?
The track, yeah. The track near my house. And I just early, super early in the morning. You feel amazing all day.
And so you just pick a certain amount of distance you're going to run?
Yeah. I'll do like some day, like today I did like 2 300s, 2 200s, and then like we're supposed to do 4 150s. I got 2.
So you're done in 15 minutes.
You're done. Yeah. You go there, I'm there at like 6 o'clock, and I'm done in 20 minutes. And you feel like so you're talking about you run to a city, just get like a ball out,
Yeah.
You feel like you're walking on air for the rest of the day.
That makes sense. There was a study recently about explosive exercise, And that's one of the things that's lacking in like older people. As they get older, they stop doing any kind of explosive exercise like sprinting.
Yeah.
And how beneficial that is for maintaining your health and your ability to move around.
Dude, I'm telling you, like I that was like such a drastic thing, but I was like, damn, my circulation's like going. Like I can't fucking run without my hands feeling all like pins and needles.
That's so weird.
And it came back. Now I can do it. My fingers feel fine again and shit. Yeah, it's really nuts. Cause that was the thing. Cardio was always like, cardio's down. Who cares? And then you're like, I learned. I think just like you secrete growth hormone, then your veins and capillaries start like you get like new and wider veins.
It makes sense. It's pretty cool. It makes sense. I mean, your heart is fucking pounding out of your chest.
Yeah,
it's hitting 180 beats per minute. It's like fucking forcing all that shit.
Just clearing it out. Like, all right, what are we heading on to right now?
You see, like you never got fat or you never got like really badly out of shape. When you see a guy like Jelly Roll, like I have so much respect for that man.
Yeah,
I have so much respect for that man. That dude lost 300 pounds. He lost 300 pounds. No Ozempic. Just stopped eating sugar.
That was
no Ozempic. He took testosterone replacement. That's it. It's fucking sick. He started off just walking. That's just trying to pull up. When he came here, last time we did the podcast, he ran, I think he ran 6.2 miles the day before. So they ran, he was deer hunting down in South Texas. And he was with my friend Cam Haynes, and they went on a run. They did 6.2 miles. They ran, and hills and shit.
Yeah.
And then he came in here before the podcast. He ran 2.6 on the treadmill. So I was working out, but he was over there running and talking and laughing. Look how good we were. Yeah, that's crazy. It's fucking nuts. It's amazing. It's amazing. And then we did the whole deal. We did the sauna afterwards. It was awesome. How long did we do it? 3 years. 3 years. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. And he did it the right way. He did it the hard way. Just working out and eating no sugar, no bullshit, eating clean food, and just slowly let his body drop. And he's got to feel awesome. Yeah. It's got to be awesome.
Damn. I was just saying that's doing like career-wise. He has like a persona that's known as like this, you know.
He's got an amazing voice. Yeah. I mean, the changes in voice is still amazing.
Yeah. Well, your voice changes with those situations. I'm sure that I don't know. I've heard like if you're like an alto or something like that, or you're in a certain weight, it'll change if you kind of just your diaphragm.
I know some dudes who lost a lot of weight and they didn't like the way they were with that because their legs too big.
Yeah, because they just grow as well. It makes sense.
Significant weight loss can change a person's voice, often making it sound higher pitched, lighter, or clearer due to reduced fat accumulation around the larynx, throat, and chest. These physical changes decrease pressure on the vocal cords, improving breathing, resonance, and reducing the effort required to produce sound.
So it makes you a better singer.
It doesn't though, because like opera singers, aren't they all fat?
I think so.
So I don't know. Are there any like really thin, like handsome opera singers? I don't know about all fat. I like to just chill.
That's the same thing. Like, yeah, I've seen that in cartoons.
Always not big fat college guys.
Fat lady flagging out there. It's always. But that sounds good, though. So your voice gets clearer, higher pitched, and it's not as much effort. Yeah, it's like that's R&B legend status. Also, cat cardio.
Your heart won't beat as fast. You'll have more oxygen to sing.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I mean, his voice is amazing. And it's his songwriting, too. It's not just the voice. It's something that he sings out. It's something.
Yeah, his fans. I have like a weird thing in my head. Like, for comedy, I'm like, it's going to be like, fuck this guy. Which, that's not stopping me, but it's like, you get about that, like, alright, if they be like that. Right. You know what I mean?
Well, that is like, I never held on stage with a t-shirt.
Yeah, because if you're too jacked,
yeah. I go, look up and on stage with a tank top on.
Tag might be crazy. Tag would be fucking crazy. That would be crazy.
Rich Voss used to do that all the time. He always does tag top on stage.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Voss. Yeah. Character. Like Kid Rock style.
I just saw a workout video.
No, what do you mean?
You didn't see the Kid Rock propagating workout? Shut up. You didn't see this?
No.
Bro,
On social media, so you must have like on social media.
I'm on social media, dude. It is. It's very funny. I'm on social media, but apparently I'm not off the fucking news, which I think I have to be off now. Yeah, because I haven't been on social media, but I read the Apple News feed and the Google News feed, and like, fuck. That's basically scrolling too. I tried the same thing. B-52s headed to some Air Force Base, nuclear equipped B-50. I'm like, what are we doing? Yeah. So let me see this real quick. It's Kid Rock and oh Jesus Christ. This must be Kid Rock's house. I think so. Lockout, workout. RFK Jr. works out in jeans. Yeah, he always works out in jeans, which is so crazy. Yeah, this is Kid Rock's house. Kid Rock has a fucking insane house that looks like the White House. He had like the outside of it looks like the White House, but the inside of it has 2 bedrooms, and it's like 25,000 square feet. It's an enormous house with 2 bedrooms. Yeah, it's all just parties. He's got a huge like hot tub room. Jack. For 70 on the air gun, doing push-ups. This guy's doing the air gun in the sauna. Wild. Yeah, I think they go to his like cold plunge with jeans on. Cold plunge jeans is crazy. What are you fucking doing? That is ridiculous. What's wrong with you guys? Now I need to know. Here's the kid. So this is his crazy room that looks like a mining cavern. I've heard of it. He's got like this. It's really cool. It's really a pickleball too. He plays pickleball. Yeah, that's what he's telling me. He's like, get up and play pickleball 7 a.m. Everybody play pickleball. He's like, yeah, fucking look. That's what it looks like. Look at how dope that is. His house is so dope. Yeah, it's the fucking dopest house I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, that's awesome. And it's such a Kid Rock house. Like the outside of it looks exactly like the White House. That's impressive. Just larger. Wow, just bro. That's wrong, bro. Yeah. I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. That's hilarious. I may get him out of trouble by declassifying. Which is, I hope he does. Yeah, really. Yeah. Let me ask you, you can get in trouble as a president for saying aliens are real. I don't think so. I don't think it's real. Why did he say that? What was that? They've been saying there's aliens. He just hates Obama. He's going to jail. I'm getting Hillary and Obama for aliens. They all hate each other. And they all have on shit. Yeah. Whose funeral was that? George Bush and them were having on candy each other. George Bush and Michelle Obama. Yeah. But George Bush never engaged in like this insult kind of thing that Trump does. It's a different thing. Yeah, it's totally. He's always very classy. Yeah. Especially when you see the videos of him back in the day. You like now you're like, man, this guy's lovable. Oh, in comparison to the politicians of today, yeah, he was like, oh, what's he really class? You guys are going to be a class act. And then you're like, oh yeah, fuck, no, I forgot about that. But it's like, oh yeah, well, yeah, Dick Cheney was around fucking shooting his friends in the face. Hunting trips. I don't know. I mean, that thing is like, it wasn't classified. It's like now, but then if Trump's going to be like that, he gave out classified, then he's letting you know it's classified. So he's telling the cat's out of the bag. So he's saying I may be classified. I hope he does. I hope this like gets it. It's just that is a weird
thing to say. He's not supposed to be saying that. Well, that means it's real. He gave out classified information. That means there's real data that aliens are real. That's the only thing you can draw as a conclusion from that statement. Right?
Yeah, you're thinking.
I don't think he's. I would try to come up with another reasonable way he would say aliens are real. You shouldn't say that because it's classified.
Yeah,
that means it's real.
Yeah, it is. But that's such a crazy. If Trump was trying to keep it classified, I think he'd be like, I don't know, something. They're like, well, yeah, they are, but I can't say they are. He's in trouble. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, I had him on podcast. I had dinner with him and Andrew Schultz. When Schultz was in town in LA, I believe because my son, I believe I'm going to dinner with Bob Lazar. He's the guy who used to podcast show again, the fellows that are 51 years old. Yes. Yeah, all right. So we went to Fogo de Chao in LA. So we sat down with Bob Lazar and just kept asking him these questions. I've talked about him for years now, so I've known him for probably, when I did the podcast with him, what year was it? So I've known him for 6-7 years now, however long the time was. And he's always awesome. He's a very reasonable guy. You hang out with him, I dinner with him a couple times. Super normal guy. Doesn't seem like a big fat liar. Obviously a scientist. Obviously a very bold guy. I keep searching for something. I keep searching for something. I never saw anything. He just was back engineering these crafts that didn't make any sense. So he got there, saw it, and said, I look like that. That's what it's based on. That thing on the desk, that's the sport logo. Yeah. There's a guy named Designs by Perry, and Perry is a theory, and he makes these, you can buy them on the internet. He makes like a desk clock or a desk monitor.
So we had to examine the motor or whatever mechanisms of that.
They didn't even tell him what he was doing. So this is what it was. So he worked at Los Alamos Labs in New Mexico, and he was a propulsions expert. He famously put a jet engine in the back of a Honda. He built the Honda with a jet engine on it. Just for funsies. He was just a genius. He just loved engineering and doing things. And he had contacted this guy about getting some work, some work in laboratories or whatever. And he said, I might have something for you that is more along the lines with your capabilities. I'm going to set up a meeting. So he said to this guy, he has no idea what he has no idea what they're doing. He didn't tell him. He started asking him about the background. What he was interested in, and he said, just tells us some stories. And so later I said, okay, show up at this place. There's airplanes that are going to fly you out to where to go. So he's like, okay. So no one even knew about these airplanes. Now it's been confirmed that there's a bunch of airplanes right outside of Mandalay Bay. You can see these airplanes that they fly, the employees that work in Area 51, and they live in Las Vegas. They just fly them out there. But nobody knew about this in 1989 when it was talking about blew the whistle. Yeah. And so they fly them out there. They, show them how everything works for a couple of days in terms of like how the base works and where you have access to and where you don't have access to. They bring them to this guy that is his co-worker that was there before, and then who's going on and showing the ropes. And then a couple of days in, they bring him into a hangar. And there's that thing. And it has an American flag sticker on it. So it goes, oh, these are bars. She said, oh my God, no wonder why people are seeing this. This is something that we have. So then they tell him, essentially tell us how it works. So it was a test. They're very big. No one's telling him where it came from, and no one's telling him anything. And then he realizes that the whole thing doesn't make sense because there's no lobes, there's no ceilings. It's like it's 3D printed, and you have to crawl in it because it's designed for people that are like 3 feet tall, and there's no controls in it. It's like, what is this? And there's this generator in the center of it that has this triangle piece of this element that doesn't even exist on Earth. This element 115. It's like, what the fuck is going on? And they explained to him to bombard this element with radiation. This is how this thing works. With this dome on it, it gets bombarded with radiation, and then that causes this field around this craft that allows you to move around. And so they do a demonstration for him. He goes outside, they fly this thing. When he's under it, he can't see. He has to step away from where he is so he can see it again. He's like, what the fuck is this? It's not making any noise. It moves around. It gives off this like glowing light when whatever this generator inside of it is operational. It gives off this blue glowing light. And this thing is like silently flying around. And occasionally it goes from one point to another very quickly. Like it can go from like this part of the mountain to that part of the mountain. Just appear there. It would look like it just disappeared because it would move so fast. It would just appear in a new place. It seemed like. What was the other thing? I don't understand it. He didn't understand it either. They don't exactly know. He knows how supposedly this generator, these gravity beam projectors that are on the bottom of it, and the way you get it to fly fast, it would turn sideways, and it would point these gravity projectors, or whatever they call it, into a certain direction. It would create this void around this craft, and it would just instantaneously go to wherever it was supposed to go. That's crazy. Right. And so he's working on this for months and months, and then his wife starts having an affair on him because he doesn't tell her what he's doing. It's a super top secret. And so when you have this super top secret clearance, you can't tell anybody what you're doing. So he's like, I gotta go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. Where are you going? He's like, I have to go to work. So he would just jet off, and she was like, well, fuck my flight attendant. Yeah, my flight instructor. So this is all recorded because it's happened his phone. And so they suspend him because they were wondering if he's going to be emotionally unstable. So while he's suspended, he takes his friends. He's like, I gotta tell people about this. Like, I can't remember something's going on. I gotta tell you everybody. Every Wednesday they have a schedule. Every Wednesday they fly these fucking things. The reason why they do it on Wednesday is because that's when there's the least amount of traffic on the roads. So he takes his wife and he takes a couple of friends and he takes them out to see this thing. And they go once and they go twice and they get caught. And then when they get caught, then they grill him, they scare him, they poke him in the chest with a gun, and they freak him out, and they tell him about his wife and the affair and all this shit. And so then he goes public. So he gets holding this guy, George Knapp, who's a news reporter in Las Vegas, and he tells him the story. And first, initially, they black his face out, and so we can remain anonymous. He's like, I can stay alive. They have to show him because they're threatening him. They broke into his house. He goes outside, he goes to the gym, goes outside. His trunk is open, his hood is open, all his doors are open, the car is locked, no one broke into it. So he has no idea. He's off cameras, and he's really worried. Someone shoots his tire out on the highway. Where is he at? He's Joe Wells. He's like, it's a long time. It's a long time. You know, he's kind of discredited. They tried to discredit him. They said he never worked at Los Alamos Labs, but then someone got a hold of the employee roster from the time that he was working there, and his name was so some of them worked there at the time. Said, I have the employee roster from 1995, and you said, and they go to the roster and says, right there, Robert was on. There's also a newspaper article that's printed about him being a physicist at Los Alamos Labs and that he's made this crazy jet engine powered Honda. So he's in with the Honda, he's listed in this lab, and he's a physicist in this lab. Dude, that shit's so weird. And then what that guy was in? Yeah. Which one just said? You have to say that's classified. Yeah. Well, I was wondering if they're going to try to do like a Space Force thing, where it's like WMDs in the Middle East, we're getting the Middle East, now they're going like, yeah, there are aliens, and so now we get to do like Space Force shit. I know, but it's also like, if you want to rise the defense thing in outer space, so we can spy on China, it's like, yeah, I think there probably are aliens. I would imagine there's something. Because the government, whenever they start floating out things, like I assume there's like
They just dropped aliens on us out of nowhere. Everyone was kind of like, okay.
Well, it really started around 2017. That's when it started becoming legitimized, because that was when the New York Times printed this article about it. Where they talked about these pilots and their experiences and these videos that they couldn't explain because these crafts had no heat signature and were flying at ridiculous speeds over the ocean.
Yeah, I remember them just coming out with it, and then like and then they started doing the UAP thing and all that stuff, and they're like, yeah, there's unidentified crafts, and I was kind of like, what the hell are these guys up to?
It's hard to when you start talking to pilots and people that have experienced certain things. What is this guy saying?
Yeah, and I don't know. It's kind of like, man, trying to get some stuff. It's like, I don't know. It's like, why is it possible? It's got to be military. I would imagine it's military stuff. We want to use it for. We want to reverse engineer it for our military. If this gets into another military, then they're all spying on each other. So I would imagine they would know too.
Well, the people that I've talked to said that Russia and China both have achieved crashes.
Really?
Yeah, it's not just America that has it. It's other countries that have it too. Supposedly, this is the big story. So there's one that's so big that they can't move it, so they built a building around it. That's supposed to be in Korea. Supposedly. That's what I heard. But yeah, this is the law. That this thing is so big that they couldn't move it, that they had to keep building around it.
Dude, that's wild. That'll be the thing I always think about it. If they come out and say, yeah, there's definitely aliens.
Yeah, this is the building, supposedly. The giant building in South Korea is off inside was potentially a UFO storage facility. Imagine if they just built it to show the UFO.
That kind of looks like it. It's so crazy. Dude, do a square boat.
What's in that fucking building?
Yeah, what is this? Why are they? Why do they think it's?
Well, I would imagine that place would have to be heavily guarded. Yeah, it's just a gate. Eric Rothschild insisted on the existence of aliens, but admitted he has no definitive proof. He was in with him in Korea. He mentioned he was going to go look at the underground one. He didn't say where. Oh, this is the congressman's claim. So scrolling through. So here it is. There's congressman's claim, classified facility housing the UFOs hiding in plain sight. Well, that's kind of old on the side. They literally made a little antenna on the top, just like this. Sport model. They put a sport model that has that antenna on the top. I don't know to believe now, but I want 270 feet diameter. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, especially now with all the deep fake stuff that's going to come out. Like the next election, will be in like deep fake territory. Everyone will be like, you were on the Epstein list, you were on, you were. I'm just,
You would have people saying all kinds of things.
or being like, I didn't do that. Hanging out with people.
I mean, there was all these photos that were fake of Epstein and a bunch of different people.
Oh, yeah. No, there was a completely fake videos people were sharing.
Yeah.
It's like, so I don't know. By that time, it's like, I've been trying to just pull back completely from like the news. And like,
what is the official story of the Colbert show where they had to air that Talarico interview on YouTube? Because I'm hearing two versions. I'm hearing one version that CBS wouldn't let them air because like Trump was involved, the government was involved somehow, because they were worried about this Talarico guy. He's very charismatic guy in Texas. They were really like him. He's a very nice guy. I'm sure. And Brian Simpson. And then the other thing I'm hearing is no, with FCC equal time rules, if he had Talarico on, he would also have to have Talarico's opponent, which is, I think, Jasmine Crockett. Is that true? I don't even know whoever his opponent is. So I think there's rules like that for the FCC that don't exist for podcasts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have to balance it.
Yeah, like if you have this person that's running for office, you also have to have someone that is opposing them.
I didn't know that. That's true. So he was on Colbert. Who chose him?
Yes. Steve Colbert show. And so they were framing it like it was the government was censoring this guy because they're worried. He was saying they're worried that they're going to flip Texas. That's what he said. I don't know if that's true though. Because
So it's the different. I honestly sense it's they're saying one thing, CBS
Or CBS lawyers.
they're saying that it's FCC thing. Colbert says, quote, you know damn well every word of my script is approved by CBS lawyers who fully record approve every script that goes on.
Yeah, but it's not about the script, it's about the humans, the people that are on, the people here it is. The show provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time rule for two other candidates, including Rep. Jasmine Crockett, and presented options for how equal time for other candidates could be fulfilled. So you would have to have equal time. Colbert scoffed at the statement during Tuesday's show. They know damn well every word of my script. That doesn't have anything to do with the script. So they don't know damn well that every word of my script last night was approved by CBS lawyers who, for the record, approved every script that goes in there. That's just the verdict, because that's not what the subject is. Okay. I got called backstage to get more notes from these lawyers, something that had never ever happened before. They told us the language they wanted me to use to describe that equal time exception, and I used that language, Colbert said. So I don't know what this is about. And went on to say he wasn't mad at the network who does not want an adversarial relationship. He's on his way out anyway.
Yeah, I thought I didn't know he's still doing it.
Yeah, he's doing it, I think, until like April or May or something. Come on, you're Paramount. No, you're more than that. You're Paramount Plus, he cracked. And for the lawyers to release this statement without even talking to me is really surprising. The host also noted in the law a very famous exception to the equal time rule, and that exception included talk shows, interviews with politicians. Oh, interesting. So that makes it interesting. We looked, we couldn't find one example of this rule being enforced for any talk show interview, not only for my entire late-night career, but for anyone's late-night career going back to the 1960s, he said. Colbert said that Carr has not gotten rid of that exception for talk show hosts yet. Maybe CBS was worried that this is a rule and that the government can crack down on that, although no one has ever done that in the past. So this is a different kind of government, right? Obviously, it's a very adversarial relationship with CBS, or at least the Colbert Show has already with Trump.
Yeah, what was they worried about? Who's Tyler? What party is Tyler?
He's a Democrat.
Rockets Crockett.
She's a Democrat.
She's a Democrat too.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, they're running against each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Tyler Rico's a white guy.
He's a guy, his story's very interesting. He's a school teacher. And his story was that he had this kid that was very troubled in his class, but the kid was receiving counseling and he was starting to get better. And then budgets got cut, and when the budgets got cut, they cut off the counseling, and this kid started fucking off and acting out and really falling apart, and wound up getting kicked out of school. And it really hurt because it was like this kid had like real potential, and he's a teacher, Yeah. And so then he decided to run for office and to try to remedy these problems.
So didn't he just get like jammed up or something now? It was like someone claimed they were in his office and he said something kind of like disparaging about like the black guy. He's a very mild-mannered looking guy, right?
Yeah.
There was I don't know if I'm getting my policy now, but it was like
art funny against people. Yeah, where you start off.
But it was about another politician. All he said was like, I didn't know I was going up against this like I don't know. I guess like a word he used of electrified black. I thought it was going up against a mediocre black guy. That was it. Some lady claimed that he called Colin Elwood a mediocre black guy.
Faced allegations that he referred to his opponent Colin Elwood as a mediocre black man during a private conversation with an influencer. The comment Rep. Tallarico has denied. The allegation caused significant backlash, with Elwood calling for supporters to vote for another candidate, Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, so it's like,
that's a way to get people to not vote for that guy.
Yeah, kind of stuff.
An influencer said it.
An influencer was like, I worked in his campaign, and he was like, if I'd known I was going up against this strong black woman, I wouldn't have known. I thought I was running against a mediocre black man. And the guy responded being like, nothing about me is mediocre. Then he kind of had
the penalties for the timer. really see them.
Poor Talrica's having a tough time. It sounds like he's a sweet guy who's like trying to help kids out.
His name's too close to the guy that killed Epstein. I keep fucking him up. Taglioni, Tallarico. I keep confusing them. Like when I say the killer's name, the cop, I keep saying I think his name is Taglioni. No, shit.
That's when I catch up to him. I think this guy killed Epstein, actually.
Yeah. The thing is, like, an influencer said,
yeah, I mean, it's pretty genius, though, if you want to do dirty politics.
But what if he said, I thought I was going up against this mediocre guy, and now I'm going up against this powerful black guy.
It's not bad. He was like, I'm like, that makes sense.
He is a black man, so if you say mediocre guy, that would be a black man, and then that person says,